The purple dress. We are to consider the shade known as purple. It is a color justly in repute among the sons and daughters of man. Emperors claim it for their especial dye. Good fellows everywhere seek to bring their noses to the genial hue that follows the commingling of the red and blue. We say of princes that they are born to the purple. And no doubt they are, for the colic tinges their faces with the royal tint equally with the snub-nosed countenance of a woodchopper's brat. All women love it, when it is the fashion. And now purple is being worn. You notice it on the streets. Of course other colors are quite stylish as well. In fact, I saw a lovely thing the other day in olive green albatross, with a triple-lapped flounce skirt trimmed with insert squares of silk. And a draped fichu of lace opening over a shirred vest and double puff sleeves with a lace band holding 2 gathered frills, but you see lots of purple too. Oh, yes, you do, just take a walk down 23rd Street any afternoon. Therefore Maida, the girl with the big brown eyes and cinnamon-colored hair in the Beehive store, said to Grace, the girl with the rhinestone brooch and peppermint pepsin flavor to her speech, I'm going to have a purple dress, a tailor-made purple dress, for Thanksgiving. Oh, are you? Said Grace, putting away some 7½ gloves into the 6 3/4 box. Well, it's me for red. You see more red on Fifth Avenue. And the men all seem to like it. I like purple best, said Maida. And old Schlegel has promised to make it for $8. It's going to be lovely. I'm going to have a plaited skirt and a blouse coat trimmed with a band of galloon under a white cloth collar with 2 rows of sly boots, said Grace with an educated wink. Soutache braid over a surpliced white vest, and a plaited basque and sly boots, repeated Grace. Plaited gigot sleeves with a drawn velvet ribbon over an inside cuff. What do you mean by saying that? You think Mr. Ramsay likes purple? I heard him say yesterday he thought some of the dark shades of red were stunning. I don't care, said Maida. I prefer purple, and them that don't like it can just take the other side of the street. Which suggests the thought that after all, the followers of purple may be subject to slight delusions. Danger is near when a maiden thinks she can wear purple regardless of complexions and opinions, and when emperors think their purple robes will wear forever. Maida had saved $18 after 8 months of economy, and this had bought the goods for the purple dress and paid Schlegel $4 on the making of it. On the day before Thanksgiving she would have just enough to pay the remaining $4. And then for a holiday in a new dress, can earth offer anything more enchanting? Old Bachman, the proprietor of the Beehive store, always gave a Thanksgiving dinner to his employees. On every one of the subsequent 364 days, excusing Sundays, he would remind them of the joys of the past banquet and the hopes of the coming ones, thus inciting them to increased enthusiasm in work. The dinner was given in the store on one of the long tables in the middle of the room. They tacked wrapping paper over the front windows. And the turkeys and other good things were brought in the back way from the restaurant on the corner. You will perceive that the Beehive was not a fashionable department store, with escalators and pompadours. It was almost small enough to be called an emporium. And you could actually go in there and get waited on and walk out again. And always at the Thanksgiving dinners Mr. Ramsay. Oh, bother. I should have mentioned Mr. Ramsay first of all. He is more important than purple or green, or even the red cranberry sauce. Mr. Ramsay was the head clerk, and as far as I am concerned I am for him. He never pinched the girls' arms when he passed them in dark corners of the store, and when he told them stories when business was dull and the girls giggled and said, "Oh, pshaw, it wasn't G. Bernard they meant at all." Besides being a gentleman, Mr. Ramsay was queer and original in other ways. He was a health crank, and believed that people should never eat anything that was good for them. He was violently opposed to anybody being comfortable, and coming in out of snow storms, or wearing overshoes, or taking medicine, or coddling themselves in any way. Every one of the 10 girls in the store had little porkchop and fried onion dreams every night of becoming Mrs. Ramsay. For, next year old Bachman was going to take him in for a partner. And each one of them knew that if she should catch him she would knock those cranky health notions of his sky high before the wedding cake indigestion was over. Mr. Ramsay was master of ceremonies at the dinners. Always they had 2 Italians in to play a violin and harp and had a little dance in the store. And here were 2 dresses being conceived to charm Ramsay, one purple and the other red. Of course, the other 8 girls were going to have dresses too, but they didn't count. Very likely they'd wear some shirtwaist and black skirt affairs, nothing as resplendent as purple or red. Grace had saved her money, too. She was going to buy her dress ready-made. Oh. What's the use of bothering with a tailor, when you've got a figure? It's easy to get a fit, the ready-made are intended for a perfect figure, except I have to have 'em all taken in at the waist, the average figure is so large-waisted. The night before Thanksgiving came. Maida hurried home, keen and bright with the thoughts of the blessed morrow. Her thoughts were of purple, but they were white themselves, the joyous enthusiasm of the young for the pleasures that youth must have or wither. She knew purple would become her, and, for the 1000th time she tried to assure herself that it was purple Mr. Ramsay said he liked and not red. She was going home first to get the $4 wrapped in a piece of tissue paper in the bottom drawer of her dresser, and then she was going to pay Schlegel and take the dress home herself. Grace lived in the same house. She occupied the hall room above Maida's. At home Maida found clamor and confusion. The landlady's tongue clattering sourly in the halls like a churn dasher dabbing in buttermilk. And then Grace come down to her room crying with eyes as red as any dress. She says I've got to get out, said Grace. The old beast. Because I owe her $4. She's put my trunk in the hall and locked the door. I can't go anywhere else. I haven't got a cent of money. You had some yesterday, said Maida. I paid it on my dress, said Grace. I thought she'd wait till next week for the rent. Sniffle, sniffle, sob, sniffle. Out it had to come, Maida's $4. You blessed darling, cried Grace, now a rainbow instead of sunset. I'll pay the mean old thing and then I'm going to try on my dress. I think it's heavenly. Come up and look at it. I'll pay the money back, $1 a week, honest I will. Thanksgiving. The dinner was to be at noon. At 11:45 Grace switched into Maida's room. Yes, she looked charming. Red was her color. Maida sat by the window in her old cheviot skirt and blue waist darning St. Oh, doing fancy work. Why, goodness me. Ain't you dressed yet? Shrilled the red one. How does it fit in the back? Don't you think these velvet tabs look awful swell? Why ain't you dressed, Maida? My dress didn't get finished in time, said Maida. I'm not going to the dinner. That's too bad. Why, I'm awfully sorry, Maida. Why don't you put on anything and come along? It's just the store folks, you know, and they won't mind. I was set on my purple, said Maida. If I can't have it I won't go at all. Don't bother about me. Run along or you'll be late. You look awful nice in red. At her window Maida sat through the long morning and passed the time of the dinner at the store. In her mind she could hear the girls shrieking over a pull bone, could hear old Batchman's roar over his own deeply concealed jokes, could see the diamonds of fat Mrs. Bachman, who came to the store only on Thanksgiving days, could see Mr. Ramsay moving about, alert, kindly, looking to the comfort of all. At 4 in the afternoon, with an expressionless face and a lifeless air she slowly made her way to Schlegel's shop and told him she could not pay the $4 due on the dress. Got! Cried Schlegel, angrily. For what do you look so glum? Take him away. He is ready. Pay me some time. Have I not seen you pass mine shop every day in 2 years? If I make clothes is it that I do not know how to read Beeples because? You will pay me some time when you can. Take him away. He is made goot, and if you look bretty in him all right. So. Pay me when you can. Maida breathed a millionth part of the thanks in her heart, and hurried away with her dress. As she left the shop, a smart dash of rain struck upon her face. She smiled and did not feel it. Ladies who shop in carriages, you do not understand. Girls whose wardrobes are charged to the old man's account, you cannot begin to comprehend. You could not understand why Maida did not feel the cold dash of the Thanksgiving rain. At 5 o'clock she went out upon the street wearing her purple dress. The rain had increased, and it beat down upon her in a steady, wind-blown pour. People were scurrying home and to cars with close-held umbrellas and tight-buttoned raincoats. Many of them turned their heads to marvel at this beautiful, serene, happy-eyed girl in the purple dress walking through the storm as though she were strolling in a garden under summer skies. I say you do not understand it, ladies of the full purse and varied wardrobe. You do not know what it is to live with a perpetual longing for pretty things, to starve 8 months in order to bring a purple dress and a holiday together. What difference if it rained, hailed, blew, snowed, cycloned? Maida had no umbrella nor overshoes. She had her purple dress and she walked abroad. Let the elements do their worst. A starved heart must have 1 crumb during a year. The rain ran down and dripped from her fingers. Someone turned a corner and blocked her way. She looked up into Mr. Ramsay's eyes, sparkling with admiration and interest. "Why, Miss Maida," said he, "you look simply magnificent in your new dress. I was greatly disappointed not to see you at our dinner. And of all the girls I ever knew, you show the greatest sense and intelligence. There is nothing more healthful and invigorating than braving the weather as you are doing. May I walk with you?" And Maida blushed and sneezed. Past one at Rooney's. Only on the Lower East Side of New York do the houses of Capulet and Montague survive. There they do not fight by the book of arithmetic. If you but bite your thumb at an upholder of your opposing house, you have work cut out for your steel. On Broadway you may drag your man along a dozen blocks by his nose, and he will only bawl for the watch. But in the domain of the East Side Tybalts and Mercutios you must observe the niceties of deportment to the wink of any eyelash and to an inch of elbow room at the bar when its patrons include foes of your house and kin. So, when Eddie McManus, known to the Capulets as Cork McManus, drifted into Dutch Mike's for a stein of beer, and came upon a bunch of Montagues making merry with the suds, he began to observe the strictest parliamentary rules. Courtesy forbade his leaving the saloon with his thirst unslaked. Caution steered him to a place at the bar where the mirror supplied the cognizance of the enemy's movements that his indifferent gaze seemed to disdain. Experience whispered to him that the finger of trouble would be busy among the chattering steins at Dutch Mike's that night. Close by his side drew Brick Cleary, his Mercutio, companion of his perambulations. Thus they stood, 4 of the Mulberry Hill gang and 2 of the Dry Dock gang, minding their P's and Q's so solicitously that Dutch Mike kept one eye on his customers and the other on an open space beneath his bar in which it was his custom to seek safety whenever the ominous politeness of the rival associations congealed into the shapes of bullets and cold steel. But we have not to do with the wars of the Mulberry Hills and the Dry Docks. We must to Rooney's, where, on the most blighted dead branch of the tree of life, a little pale orchid shall bloom. Overstrained etiquette at last gave way. It is not known who first overstepped the bounds of punctilio, but the consequences were immediate. Buck Malone, of the Mulberry Hills, with a Dewey-like swiftness, got an 8-inch gun swung round from his hurricane deck. But McManus's simile must be the torpedo. He glided in under the guns and slipped a scant 3 inches of knife blade between the ribs of the Mulberry Hill cruiser. Meanwhile Brick Cleary, a devotee to strategy, had skimmed across the lunch counter and thrown the switch of the electrics, leaving the combat to be waged by the light of gunfire alone. Dutch Mike crawled from his haven and ran into the street crying for the watch instead of for a Shakespeare to immortalize the Cimmerian shindy. The cop came, and found a prostrate, bleeding Montague supported by 3 distrait and reticent followers of the house. Faithful to the ethics of the gangs, no one knew whence the hurt came. There was no Capulet to be seen. "Rouse mit der interrogatories," said Buck Malone to the officer. "Sure, I know who done it. I always manages to get a bird's eye view of any guy that comes up and makes a showcase for a hardware store out of me. No. I'm not telling you his name. I'll settle with myself." Wow, ouch. Easy, boys. Yes, I'll attend to his case myself. I'm not making any complaint. At midnight McManus strolled around a pile of lumber near an east side dock, and lingered in the vicinity of a certain water plug. Brick Cleary drifted casually to the trysting place 10 minutes later. "He'll maybe not croak," said Brick, "and he won't tell, of course. But Dutch Mike did. He told the police he was tired of having his place shot up. It's unhandy just now, because Tim Corrigan's in Europe for a week's end with Kings. He'll be back on the Kaiser Williams next Friday. You'll have to duck out of sight till then. Tim'll fix it up all right for us when he comes back." This goes to explain why Cork McManus went into Rooney's one night and there looked upon the bright, stranger face of romance for the first time in his precarious career. Until Tim Corrigan should return from his jaunt among kings and princes and hold up his big white finger in private offices, it was unsafe for Cork in any of the old haunts of his gang. So he lay, perdu, in the high rear room of a Capulet, reading pink sporting sheets and cursing the slow paddle wheels of the Kaiser Wilhelm. It was on Thursday evening that Cork's seclusion became intolerable to him. Never a heart panted for water fountain as he did for the cool touch of a drifting stein, for the firm security of a footrail in the hollow of his shoe and the quiet, hearty challenges of friendship and repartee along and across the shining bars. But he must avoid the district where he was known. The cops were looking for him everywhere, for news was scarce, and the newspapers were harping again on the failure of the police to suppress the gangs. If they got him before Corrigan came back, the big white finger could not be uplifted, it would be too late then. But Corrigan would be home the next day, so he felt sure there would be small danger in a little excursion that night among the crass pleasures that represented life to him. At 12:30 McManus stood in a darkish cross-down street looking up at the name Rooney's, picked out by incandescent lights against a signboard over a second-story window. He had heard of the place as a tough hangout, with its frequenters and its locality he was unfamiliar. Guided by certain unerring indications common to all such resorts, he ascended the stairs and entered the large room over the café. Here were some 20 or 30 tables, at this time about half filled with Rooney's guests. Waiters served drinks. At one end a human pianola with drugged eyes hammered the keys with automatic and furious unprecision. At merciful intervals a waiter would roar or squeak a song, songs full of Mr. Johnsons, and babes, and coons, historical word guarantees of the genuineness of African melodies composed by red waistcoat young gentlemen, natives of the cotton fields and rice swamps of West 28th Street. For one brief moment you must admire Rooney with me as he receives, seats, manipulates, and chaffs his guests. He is 29. He has Wellington's nose, Dante's chin, the cheekbones of an Iroquois, the smile of Talleyrand, Corbett's footwork, and the poise of an 11-year-old East Side Central Park Queen of the May. He is assisted by a lieutenant known as Frank, a pudgy, easy chap, swell-dressed, who goes among the tables seeing that dull care does not intrude. Now, what is there about Rooney's to inspire all this pother? It is more respectable by daylight. Stout ladies with children in mittens and bundles and unpedigreed dogs drop up of afternoons for a stein and a chat. Even by gaslight the diversions are melancholy eye the mouth, drink and ragtime, and an occasional surprise when the waiter swabs the suds from under your sticky glass. There is an answer. Transmigration. The soul of Sir Walter Raleigh has travelled from beneath his slashed doublet to a kindred home under Rooney's visible plaid waistcoat. Rooney's is 20 years ahead of the times. Rooney has removed the embargo. Rooney has spread his cloak upon the soggy crossing of public opinion, and any Elizabeth who treads upon it is as much a queen as another. Attend to the revelation of the secret. In Rooney's ladies may smoke. McManus sat down at a vacant table. He paid for the glass of beer that he ordered, tilted his narrow-brimmed derby to the back of his brick-dust head, twined his feet among the rungs of his chair, and heaved a sigh of contentment from the breathing spaces of his innermost soul. For this mud honey was clarified sweetness to his taste. The sham gaiety, the hectic glow of counterfeit hospitality, the self-conscious, joyless laughter, the wine-born warmth. The loud music retrieving the hour from frequent whiles of awful and corroding silence. The presence of well-clothed and frank-eyed beneficiaries of Rooney's removal of the restrictions laid upon the weed, the familiar blended odors of soaked lemon peel, flat beer, and Pot d'Espagne, all these were manna to Cork McManus, hungry for his week in the desert of the Capulet's high rear room. A girl, alone, entered Rooney's, glanced around with leisurely swiftness, and sat opposite McManus at his table. Her eyes rested upon him for 2 seconds in the look with which woman reconnoiters all men whom she for the first time confronts. In that space of time she will decide upon one of 2 things, either to scream for the police, or that she may marry him later on. Her brief inspection concluded, the girl laid on the table a worn red Morocco shopping bag with the inevitable topgallant sail of frayed lace handkerchief flying from a corner of it. After she had ordered a small beer from the immediate waiter, she took from her bag a box of cigarettes and lighted one with slightly exaggerated ease of manner. Then she looked again in the eyes of Cork McManus and smiled. Instantly the doom of each was sealed. The unqualified desire of a man to buy clothes and build fires for a woman for a whole lifetime at first sight of her is not uncommon among that humble portion of humanity that does not care for Bradstreet or coats of arms or Shaw's plays. Love at first sight has occurred a time or 2 in high life. But, as a rule, the extempore mania is to be found among unsophisticated creatures such as the dove, the blue-tailed dingbat, and the $10-a-week clerk. Poets, subscribers to all fiction magazines, and shachans, take notice. With the exchange of the mysterious magnetic current came to each of them the instant desire to lie, pretend, dazzle and deceive. Which is the worst thing about the hypocritical disorder known as love. "Have another beer?" suggested Cork. In his circle the phrase was considered to be a card, accompanied by a letter of introduction and references. "No, thanks," said the girl, raising her eyebrows and choosing her conventional words carefully. "I merely dropped in for a slight refreshment." The cigarette between her fingers seemed to require explanation. "My aunt is a Russian lady," she concluded, "and we often have a post-perennial cigarette after dinner at home." "Cheese it," said Cork, whom society airs oppressed. "Your fingers are as yellow as mine." "Say," said the girl, blazing upon him with low-voiced indignation, "what do you think I am? Say, who do you think you are talking to?" "What?" She was pretty to look at. Her eyes were big, brown, intrepid, and bright. Under her flat sailor hat, planted jauntily on one side, her crinkly, tawny hair parted and was drawn back, low and massy, in a thick, pendant knot behind. The roundness of girlhood still lingered in her chin and neck, but her cheeks and fingers were thinning slightly. She looked upon the world with defiance, suspicion, and sullen wonder. Her smart, short tan coat was soiled and expensive. 2 inches below her black dress dropped the lowest flounce of a heliotrope silk underskirt. "Beg your pardon," said Cork, looking at her admiringly. "I didn't mean anything." "Sure, it's no harm to smoke, Maudie." "Rooney's," said the girl, softened at once by his amends, "is the only place I know where a lady can smoke. Maybe it ain't a nice habit, but Auntie lets us at home. And my name ain't Maudie, if you please, it's Ruby Delamere." "That's a swell handle," said Cork approvingly. "Mine's McManus, Cor. Eddie McManus." "Oh, you can't help that," laughed Ruby. "Don't apologize." Cork looked seriously at the big clock on Rooney's wall. The girl's ubiquitous eyes took in the movement. "I know it's late," she said, reaching for her bag. "But you know how you want a smoke when you want one. Ain't Rooney's all right? I never saw anything wrong here. This is twice I've been in. I work in a bookbindery on 3rd Avenue. A lot of us girls have been working overtime 3 nights a week. They won't let you smoke there, of course. I just dropped in here on my way home for a puff. Ain't it all right in here? If it ain't, I won't come any more." "It's a little bit late for you to be out alone anywhere," said Cork. "I'm not wise to this particular joint. But anyhow you don't want to have your picture taken in it for a present to your Sunday school teacher. Have one more beer, and then say I take you home." "But I don't know you," said the girl, with fine scrupulosity. "I don't accept the company of gentlemen I ain't acquainted with. My aunt never would allow that." "Why," said Cork McManus, pulling his ear, "I'm the latest thing in suitings with side vents and bell skirt when it comes to escortin' a lady. You bet you'll find me all right, Ruby. And I'll give you a tip as to who I am. My governor is one of the hottest crossbuns of the Wall Street push. Morgan's cab horse casts a shoe every time the old man sticks his head out the window. Me? Well, I'm in trainin' down the street. The old man's goin' to put a seat on the stock exchange in my stockin' my next birthday. But it all sounds like a lemon to me. What I like is golf and yachtin' and, well, say a corkin' fast 10-round bout between welterweights with walk-in gloves. I guess you can walk to the door with me," said the girl hesitatingly, but with a certain pleased flutter. "Still I never heard anything extra good about Wall Street brokers, or sports who go to prize fights, either. Ain't you got any other recommendations?" "I think you're the swellest looker I've had my lamps on in little old New York," said Cork impressively. "That'll be about enough of that, now. Ain't you the kidder?" She modified her chiding words by a deep, long, beaming, smile-embellished look at her cavalier. "We'll drink our beer before we go, huh?" A waiter sang. The tobacco smoke grew denser, drifting and rising in spirals, waves, tilted layers, cumulus clouds, cataracts and suspended fogs like some fifth element created from the ribs of the ancient four. Laughter and chat grew louder, stimulated by Rooney's liquids and Rooney's gallant hospitality to Lady Nicotine. 1 o'clock struck. Downstairs there was a sound of closing and locking doors. Frank pulled down the green shades of the front windows carefully. Rooney went below in the dark hall and stood at the front door, his cigarette cached in the hollow of his hand. Thenceforth whoever might seek admittance must present a countenance familiar to Rooney's hawk's eye, the countenance of a true sport. Cork McManus and the bookbindery girl conversed absorbedly, with their elbows on the table. Their glasses of beer were pushed to one side, scarcely touched, with the foam on them sunken to a thin white scum. Since the stroke of one the stale pleasures of Rooney's had become renovated and spiced, not by any addition to the list of distractions, but because from that moment the sweets became stolen ones. The flattest glass of beer acquired the tang of illegality, the mildest claret punch struck a knockout blow at law and order. The harmless and genial company became outlaws, defying authority and rule. For after the stroke of one in such places as Rooney's, where neither bed nor board is to be had, drink may not be set before the thirsty of the city of the 4,000,000. It is the law. "Say," said Cork McManus, almost covering the table with his eloquent chest and elbows. "Was that dead straight about you workin' in the bookbindery and livin' at home, and just happenin' in here, and all that spiel you gave me?" "Sure it was," answered the girl with spirit. "Why, what do you think? Do you suppose I'd lie to you? Go down to the shop and ask them. I handed it to you on the level." "On the dead level?" said Cork. "That's the way I want it, because—" "Because what?" "I throw up my hands," said Cork. "You've got me goin'. You're the girl I've been lookin' for. Will you keep company with me, Ruby? Would you like me to, Eddie?" surest thing. But I wanted a straight story about yourself, you know. When a fellow had a girl, a steady girl, she's got to be all right, you know. She's got to be straight goods. You'll find I'll be straight goods, Eddie. Of course you will. I believe what you told me. But you can't blame me for wantin' to find out. You don't see many girls smokin' cigarettes in places like Rooney's after midnight that are like you. The girl flushed a little and lowered her eyes. I see that now, she said meekly. I didn't know how bad it looked. But I won't do it any more. And I'll go straight home every night and stay there. And I'll give up cigarettes if you say so, Eddie. I'll cut 'em out from this minute on. Cork's air became judicial, proprietary, condemnatory, yet sympathetic. A lady can smoke, he decided, slowly, at times and places. Why? Because it's bein' a lady that helps her pull it off. I'm going to quit. There's nothing to it, said the girl. She flicked the stub of her cigarette to the floor. At times and places, repeated Cork. When I call round for you of evenings we'll hunt out a dark bench in Stuyvesant Square and have a puff or two. But no more Rooney's at 1 o'clock, see? Eddie, do you really like me? The girl searched his hard but frank features eagerly with anxious eyes. On the dead level. When are you coming to see me, where I live? Thursday, day after tomorrow evening. That suit you? Fine. I'll be ready for you. Come about 7. Walk to the door with me tonight and I'll show you where I live. Don't forget, now. And don't you go to see any other girls before then, mister. I bet you will, though. On the dead level, said Cork, you make 'em all look like ragdolls to me. Honest, you do. I know when I'm suited. On the dead level, I do. Against the front door downstairs repeated heavy blows were delivered. The loud crashes resounded in the room above. Only a trip hammer or a policeman's foot could have been the author of those sounds. Rooney jumped like a bullfrog to a corner of the room, turned off the electric lights and hurried swiftly below. The room was left utterly dark except for the winking red glow of cigars and cigarettes. A second volley of crashes came up from the assaulted door. A little, rustling, murmuring panic moved among the besieged guests. Frank, cool, smooth, reassuring, could be seen in the rosy glow of the burning tobacco, going from table to table. All keep still, was his caution. Don't talk or make any noise. Everything will be all right. Now, don't feel the slightest alarm. We'll take care of you all. Ruby felt across the table until Cork's firm hand closed upon hers. Are you afraid, Eddie? She whispered. Are you afraid you'll get a free ride? Nothin' doin' in the teeth-chatterin' line, said Cork. I guess Rooney's been slow with his envelope. Don't you worry, girlie, I'll look out for you all right. Yet Mr. McManus's ease was only skin and muscle deep. With the police looking everywhere for Buck Malone's assailant, and with Corrigan still on the ocean wave, he felt that to be caught in a police raid would mean an ended career for him. He wished he had remained in the high rear room of the True Capulet reading the pink extras. Rooney seemed to have opened the front door below and engaged the police in conference in the dark hall. The wordless low growl of their voices came up the stairway. Frank made a wireless news station of himself at the upper door. Suddenly he closed the door, hurried to the extreme rear of the room and lighted a dim gas jet. This way, everybody, he called sharply. In a hurry, but no noise, please. The guests crowded in confusion to the rear. Rooney's lieutenant swung open a panel in the wall, overlooking the backyard, revealing a ladder already placed for the escape. Down and out, everybody, he commanded. Ladies first. Less talking, please. Don't crowd. There's no danger. Among the last, Cork and Ruby waited their turn at the open panel. Suddenly she swept him aside and clung to his arm fiercely. Before we go out, she whispered in his ear, before anything happens, tell me again, Eddie, do you really like me? On the dead level, said Cork, holding her close with one arm, when it comes to you, I'm all in. When they turned they found they were lost and in darkness. The last of the fleeing customers had descended. Halfway across the yard they bore the ladder, stumbling, giggling, hurrying to place it against an adjoining low building over the roof of which their only route to safety. We may as well sit down, said Cork grimly. Maybe Rooney will stand the cops off, anyhow. They sat at a table, and their hands came together again. A number of men then entered the dark room, feeling their way about. One of them, Rooney himself, found the switch and turned on the electric light. The other man was a cop of the old regime, a big cop, a thick cop, a fuming, abrupt cop, not a pretty cop. He went up to the pair at the table and sneered familiarly at the girl. "What are yous doin' in here?" he asked. "Dropped in for a smoke," said Cork mildly. "Had any drinks?" "Not later than 1 o'clock." "Get out, quick," ordered the cop. "Then, sit down," he countermanded. He took off Cork's hat roughly and scrutinized him shrewdly. "Your name's McManus." "Bad guess," said Cork. "It's Peterson." "Cork McManus, or something like that," said the cop. "You put a knife into a man in Dutch Mike's saloon a week ago." "Ah, forget it," said Cork, who perceived a shade of doubt in the officer's tones. "You've got my mug mixed with somebody else's." "Have I? Well, you'll come to the station with me, anyhow, and be looked over. The description fits you all right." The cop twisted his fingers under Cork's collar. "Come on," he ordered roughly. Cork glanced at Ruby. She was pale, and her thin nostrils quivered. Her quick eye danced from one man's face to the other as they spoke or moved. What hard luck. Cork was thinking, Corrigan on the briny, and Ruby met and lost almost within an hour. Somebody at the police station would recognize him, without a doubt. Hard luck. But suddenly the girl sprang up and hurled herself with both arms extended against the cop. His hold on Cork's collar was loosened and he stumbled back 2 or 3 paces. "Don't go so fast, McGuire," she cried in shrill fury. "Keep your hands off my man. You know me, and you know I'm givin' you good advice. Don't you touch him again. He's not the guy you are lookin' for, I'll stand for that." "See here, Fanny," said the cop, red and angry, "I'll take you, too, if you don't look out. How do you know this ain't the man I want? What are you doing in here with him?" "How do I know?" said the girl, flaming red and white by turns. "Because I've known him a year. He's mine. Oughtn't I to know? And what am I doing here with him? That's easy." She stooped low and reached down somewhere into a swirl of flirted draperies, heliotrope and black. An elastic snapped, she threw on the table toward Cork a folded wad of bills. The money slowly straightened itself with little leisurely jerks. "Take that, Jimmy, and let's go," said the girl. "I'm declarin' the usual dividends, McGuire," she said to the officer. "You had your usual $5 graft at the usual corner at 10. "A lie," said the cop, turning purple. "You go on my beat again and I'll arrest you every time I see you." "No, you won't," said the girl. "And I'll tell you why. Witnesses saw me give you the money tonight, and last week, too. I've been getting fixed for you." Cork put the wad of money carefully into his pocket, and said, "Come on, Fanny, let's have some chop suey before we go home. Clear out, quick, both of you, or I'll." The cop's bluster trailed away into inconsequentiality. At the corner of the street the two halted. Cork handed back the money without a word. The girl took it and slipped it slowly into her handbag. Her expression was the same she had worn when she entered Rooney's that night. She looked upon the world with defiance, suspicion and sullen wonder. "I guess I might as well say goodbye here," she said dully. You won't want to see me again, of course. Will you? Shake hands, Mr. McManus. I mightn't have got wise if you hadn't give the snap away, said Cork. Why did you do it? You'd have been pinched if I hadn't. That's why. Ain't that reason enough? Then she began to cry. Honest, Eddie, I was goin' to be the best girl in the world. I hated to be what I am, I hated men, I was ready almost to die when I saw you. And you seemed different from everybody else. And when I found you liked me, too, why, I thought I'd make you believe I was good, and I was goin' to be good. When you asked to come to my house and see me, why, I'd have died rather than do anything wrong after that. But what's the use of talking about it? I'll say goodbye, if you will, Mr. McManus. Cork was pulling at his ear. I knifed Malone, said he. I was the one the cop wanted. Oh, that's all right, said the girl listlessly. It didn't make any difference about that. That was all hot air about Wall Street. I don't do nothin' but hang out with a tough gang on the east side. That was all right, too, repeated the girl. It didn't make any difference. Cork straightened himself, and pulled his hat down low. I could get a job at O'Brien's, he said aloud, but to himself. Goodbye, said the girl. Come on, said Cork, taking her arm. I know a place. 2 blocks away he turned with her up the steps of a red brick house facing a little park. What house is this? She asked, drawing back. Why are you going in there? A street lamp shone brightly in front. There was a brass nameplate at one side of the closed front doors. Cork drew her firmly up the steps. Read that, said he. She looked at the name on the plate, and gave a cry between a moan and a scream. No, 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 Eddie. Oh, my God, no. I won't let you do that, not now. Let me go. You shan't do that. You can't, you mustn't. Not after you know. No, no. Come away quick. Oh, my God. Please, Eddie, come. Half fainting, she reeled, and was caught in the bend of his arm. Cork's right hand felt for the electric button and pressed it long. Another cop, how quickly they scent trouble when trouble is on the wing, came along, saw them, and ran up the steps. Here. What are you doing with that girl? He called gruffly. She'll be all right in a minute, said Cork. It's a straight deal. Reverend Jeremiah Jones read the cop from the doorplate with true detective cunning. Correct, said Cork. On the dead level, we're goin' to get married. The Indian Summer of Dry Valley Johnson. Dry Valley Johnson shook the bottle. You have to shake the bottle before using, for sulfur will not dissolve. Then Dry Valley saturated a small sponge with the liquid and rubbed it carefully into the roots of his hair. Besides sulfur there was sugar of lead in it and tincture of nux vomica and bay rum. Dry Valley found the recipe in a Sunday newspaper. You must next be told why a strong man came to fall a victim to a beauty hint. Dry Valley had been a sheepman. His real name was Hector, but he had been rechristened after his range to distinguish him from Elm Creek Johnson, who ran sheep further down the Frio. Many years of living face to face with sheep on their own terms wearied Dry Valley Johnson. So, he sold his ranch for $18,000 and moved to Santa Rosa to live a life of gentlemanly ease. Being a silent and melancholy person of 35, or perhaps 38, he soon became that cursed and earth-cumbering thing, an elderlyish bachelor with a hobby. Someone gave him his first strawberry to eat, and he was done for. Dry Valley bought a 4-room cottage in the village, and a library on strawberry culture. Behind the cottage was a garden of which he made a strawberry patch. In his old gray woolen shirt, his brown duck trousers, and high-heeled boots he sprawled all day on a canvas cot under a live-oak tree at his back door studying the history of the seductive Scarlet Berry. The school teacher, Miss DeWitt, spoke of him as a fine, presentable man, for all his middle age. But, the focus of Dry Valley's eyes embraced no women. They were merely beings who flew skirts as a signal for him to lift awkwardly his heavy, round-crowned, broad-brimmed felt Stetson whenever he met them. And then hurry past to get back to his beloved berries. And all this recitative by the chorus is only to bring us to the point where you may be told why Dry Valley shook up the insoluble sulfur in the bottle. So long-drawn and inconsequential a thing is history, the anamorphous shadow of a milestone reaching down the road between us and the setting sun. When his strawberries were beginning to ripen, Dry Valley bought the heaviest buggy whip in the Santa Rosa store. He sat for many hours under the live oak tree plaiting and weaving in an extension to its lash. When it was done he could snip a leaf from a bush 20 feet away with the cracker. For the bright, predatory eyes of Santa Rosa youth were watching the ripening berries, and Dry Valley was arming himself against their expected raids. No greater care had he taken of his tender lambs during his ranching days than he did of his cherished fruit, warding it from the hungry wolves that whistled and howled and shot their marbles and peered through the fence that surrounded his property. In the house next to Dry Valley's lived a widow with a pack of children that gave the husbandman frequent anxious misgivings. In the woman there was a strain of the Spanish. She had wedded one of the name of O'Brien. Dry Valley was a connoisseur in cross strains, and he foresaw trouble in the offspring of this union. Between the two homesteads ran a crazy picket fence overgrown with morning glory and wild gourd vines. Often he could see little heads with mops of black hair and flashing dark eyes dodging in and out between the pickets, keeping tabs on the reddening berries. Late one afternoon Dry Valley went to the post office. When he came back, like Mother Hubbard, he found the deuce to pay. The descendants of Iberian bandits and Hibernian cattle raiders had swooped down upon his strawberry patch. To the outraged vision of Dry Valley there seemed to be a sheep corral full of them. Perhaps they numbered 5 or 6. Between the rows of green plants they were stooped, hopping about like toads, gobbling silently and voraciously his finest fruit. Dry Valley slipped into the house, got his whip, and charged the marauders. The lash curled about the legs of the nearest, a greedy 10-year-old, before they knew they were discovered. His screech gave warning, and the flock scampered for the fence like a drove of javelis flushed in the chaparral. Dry Valley's whip drew a toll of 2 more elfin shrieks before they dived through the vine-clad fence and disappeared. Dry Valley, less fleet, followed them nearly to the pickets. Checking his useless pursuit, he rounded a bush, dropped his whip and stood, voiceless, motionless, the capacity of his powers consumed by the act of breathing and preserving the perpendicular. Behind the bush stood Punchita O'Brien, scorning to fly. She was 19, the oldest of the raiders. Her night-black hair was gathered back in a wild mass and tied with a scarlet ribbon. She stood, with reluctant feet, yet nearer the brook than to the river, for childhood had environed and detained her. She looked at Dry Valley Johnson for a moment with magnificent insolence, and before his eyes slowly crunched a luscious berry between her white teeth. Then she turned and walked slowly to the fence with a swaying, conscious motion, such as a duchess might make use of in leading a promenade. There she turned again and grilled Dry Valley Johnson once more in the dark flame of her audacious eyes, laughed a trifle schoolgirlishly, and twisted herself with pantherish quickness between the pickets to the O'Brien side of the wild gourd vine. Dry Valley picked up his whip and went into his house. He stumbled as he went up the 2 wooden steps. The old Mexican woman who cooked his meals and swept his house called him to supper as he went through the rooms. Dry Valley went on, stumbled down the front steps, out the gate and down the road into a mesquite thicket at the edge of town. He sat down in the grass and laboriously plucked the spines from a prickly pear, one by one. This was his attitude of thought, acquired in the days when his problems were only those of wind and wool and water. A thing had happened to the man, a thing that, if you are eligible, you must pray may pass you by. He had become enveloped in the Indian summer of the soul. Dry Valley had had no youth. Even his childhood had been one of dignity and seriousness. At 6 he had viewed the frivolous gambols of the lambs on his father's ranch with silent disapproval. His life as a young man had been wasted. The divine fires and impulses, the glorious exaltations and despairs, the glow and enchantment of youth had passed above his head. Never a thrill of Romeo had he known. He was but a melancholy Jacques of the forest with a ruder philosophy, lacking the bittersweet flavor of experience that tempered the veteran years of the rugged ranger of Arden. And now in his sere and yellow leaf one scornful look from the eyes of Puncheta O'Brien had flooded the autumnal landscape with a tardy and delusive summer heat. But a sheepman is a hardy animal. Dry Valley Johnson had weathered too many northers to turn his back on a late summer, spiritual or real. Old? He would show them. By the next mail went an order to San Antonio for an outfit of the latest clothes, colors and styles and prices no object. The next day went the recipe for the hair restorer clipped from a newspaper, for Dry Valley's sunburned auburn hair was beginning to turn silvery above his ears. Dry Valley kept indoors closely for a week except for frequent sallies after youthful strawberry snatchers. Then, a few days later, he suddenly emerged brilliantly radiant in the hectic glow of his belated midsummer madness. A jaybird blue tennis suit covered him outwardly, almost as far as his wrists and ankles. His shirt was ox blood, his collar winged and tall, his necktie a floating oriflamme. His shoes a venomous bright tan, pointed and shaped on penitential lasts. A little flat straw hat with a striped band desecrated his weather-beaten head. Lemon-colored kid gloves protected his oak-tough hands from the benignant May sunshine. This sad and optic-smiting creature teetered out of its den, smiling foolishly and smoothing its gloves for men and angels to see. To such a pass had Dry Valley Johnson been brought by Cupid, who always shoots game that is out of season with an arrow from the quiver of Momus. Reconstructing mythology, he had risen, a prismatic macaw, from the ashes of the gray-brown phoenix that had folded its tired wings to roost under the trees of Santa Rosa. Dry Valley paused in the street to allow Santa Rosans within sight of him to be stunned, and then deliberately and slowly, as his shoes required, entered Mrs. O'Brien's gate. Not until the 11 months' drought did Santa Rosa cease talking about Dry Valley Johnson's courtship of Puncheta O'Brien. It was an unclassifiable procedure. Something like a combination of cakewalking, deaf and dumb oratory, postage stamp flirtation and parlor charades. It lasted 2 weeks and then came to a sudden end. Of course Mrs. O'Brien favored the match as soon as Dry Valley's intentions were disclosed. Being the mother of a woman child, and therefore a charter member of the ancient order of the Rat Trap, she joyfully decked out Puncheta for the sacrifice. The girl was temporarily dazzled by having her dresses lengthened and her hair piled up on her head, and came near forgetting that she was only a slice of cheese. It was nice, too, to have as good a match as Mr. Johnson paying you attentions and to see the other girls fluttering the curtains at their windows to see you go by with him. Dry Valley bought a buggy with yellow wheels and a fine trotter in San Antonio. Every day he drove out with Puncheta. He was never seen to speak to her when they were walking or driving. The consciousness of his clothes kept his mind busy, the knowledge that he could say nothing of interest kept him dumb, the feeling that Puncheta was there kept him happy. He took her to parties and dances, and to church. He tried, oh, no man ever tried so hard to be young as Dry Valley did. He could not dance. But he invented a smile which he wore on these joyous occasions, a smile that, in him, was as great a concession to mirth and gaiety as turning handsprings would be in another. He began to seek the company of the young men in the town, even of the boys. They accepted him as a decided damper, for his attempts at sportiveness were so forced that they might as well have essayed their games in a cathedral. Neither he nor any other could estimate what progress he had made with Puncheta. The end came suddenly in one day, as often disappears the false afterglow before a November sky and wind. Dry Valley was to call for the girl one afternoon at 6 for a walk. An afternoon walk in Santa Rosa was a feature of social life that called for the pink of one's wardrobe. So Dry Valley began gorgeously to array himself, and so early that he finished early, and went over to the O'Brien cottage. As he neared the porch on the crooked walk from the gate he heard sounds of revelry within. He stopped and looked through the honeysuckle vines in the open door. Puncheta was amusing her younger brothers and sisters. She wore a man's clothes, no doubt those of the late Mr. O'Brien. On her head was the smallest brother's straw hat decorated with an ink-striped paper band. On her hands were flapping yellow cloth gloves, roughly cut out and sewn for the masquerade. The same material covered her shoes, giving them the semblance of tan leather. High collar and flowing necktie were not omitted. Puncheta was an actress. Dry Valley saw his affectedly youthful gait, his limp where the right shoe hurt him, his forced smile, his awkward simulation of a gallant air, all reproduced with startling fidelity. For the first time a mirror had been held up to him. The corroboration of one of the youngsters calling, "Mama, come and see Pancha do like Mr. Johnson," was not needed. As softly as the caricatured tans would permit, Dry Valley tiptoed back to the gate and home again. 20 minutes after the time appointed for the walk Puncheta tripped demurely out of her gate in a thin, trim white lawn and sailor hat. She strolled up the sidewalk and slowed her steps at Dry Valley's gate, her manner expressing wonder at his unusual delinquency. Then out of his door and down the walk strode, not the polychromatic victim of a lost summertime, but the sheepman, rehabilitated. He wore his old gray woolen shirt, open at the throat, his brown duck trousers stuffed into his run-over boots, and his white felt sombrero on the back of his head. 20 years or 50 he might look, Dry Valley cared not. His light blue eyes met Pancheta's dark ones with a cold flash in them. He came as far as the gate. He pointed with his long arm to her house. "Go home," said Dry Valley. "Go home to your mother. I wonder lightnin' don't strike a fool like me. Go home and play in the sand. What business have you got cavortin' around with grown men? I reckon I was locoed to be makin' a he-pull parrot out of myself for a kid like you. Go home and don't let me see you no more. Why I done it, will somebody tell me? Go home, and let me try and forget it." Puncheta obeyed and walked slowly toward her home, saying nothing. For some distance she kept her head turned and her large eyes fixed intrepidly upon Dry Valley's. At her gate she stood for a moment looking back at him, then ran suddenly and swiftly into the house. Old Antonia was building a fire in the kitchen stove. Dry Valley stopped at the door and laughed harshly. "I'm a pretty-looking old rhinoceros to be gettin' stuck on a kid, ain't I, Tonia?" said he. "Not very good thing," agreed Antonia, sagely, "for too much old man to likey muchacha." "You bet it ain't," said Dry Valley, grimly. "It's dumb foolishness, and, besides, it hurts." He brought at one armful the regalia of his aberration, the blue tennis suit, shoes, hat, gloves and all, and threw them in a pile at Antonia's feet. "Give them to your old man," said he, "to hunt antelope in." Just as the first star presided palely over the twilight Dry Valley got his biggest strawberry book and sat on the back steps to catch the last of the reading light. He thought he saw the figure of someone in his strawberry patch. He laid aside the book, got his whip and hurried forth to see. It was Puncheta. She had slipped through the picket fence and was halfway across the patch. She stopped when she saw him and looked at him without wavering. A sudden rage, a humiliating flush of unreasoning wrath, came over Dry Valley. For this child he had made himself a motley to the view. He had tried to bribe time to turn backward for himself. He had been made a fool of. At last he had seen his folly. There was a gulf between him and youth over which he could not build a bridge even with yellow gloves to protect his hands. And the sight of his torment coming to pester him with her elfin pranks, coming to plunder his strawberry vines like a mischievous schoolboy, roused all his anger. "I told you to keep away from here," said Dry Valley. "Go back to your home." Puncheta moved slowly toward him. Dry Valley cracked his whip. "Go back home," said Dry Valley, savagely, and play theatricals some more. You'd make a fine man. You've made a fine one of me. She came a step nearer, silent, and with that strange, defiant, steady shine in her eyes that had always puzzled him. Now it stirred his wrath. His whiplash whistled through the air. He saw a red streak suddenly come out through her white dress above her knee where it had struck. Without flinching and with the same unchanging dark glow in her eyes, Punchata came steadily toward him through the strawberry vines. Dry Valley's trembling hand released his whip handle. When within a yard of him Punchata stretched out her arms. "God, kid," stammered Dry Valley, "do you mean? But the seasons are versatile. And it may have been springtime, after all, instead of Indian summer, that struck Dry Valley Johnson. The man higher up. Across our 2 dishes of spaghetti, in a corner of Provenzano's restaurant, Jeff Peters was explaining to me the 3 kinds of graft. Every winter Jeff comes to New York to eat spaghetti, to watch the shipping in East River from the depths of his chinchilla overcoat, and to lay in a supply of Chicago-made clothing at one of the Fulton Street stores. During the other 3 seasons he may be found further west, his range is from Spokane to Tampa. In his profession he takes a pride which he supports and defends with a serious and unique philosophy of ethics. His profession is no new one. He is an incorporated, uncapitalized, unlimited asylum for the reception of the restless and unwise dollars of his fellow men. In the wilderness of stone in which Jeff seeks his annual lonely holiday he is glad to palaver of his many adventures, as a boy will whistle after sundown in a wood. Wherefore, I mark on my calendar the time of his coming, and open a question of privilege at Provenzano's concerning the little wine-stained table in the corner between the rakish rubber plant and the framed Palazzo della something on the wall. There are 2 kinds of graft, said Jeff, that ought to be wiped out by law. I mean Wall Street speculation, and burglary. Nearly everybody will agree with you as to one of them, said I, with a laugh. Well, burglary ought to be wiped out, too, said Jeff, and I wondered whether the laugh had been redundant. About 3 months ago, said Jeff, it was my privilege to become familiar with a sample of each of the aforesaid branches of illegitimate art. I was sine qua grata with a member of the Housebreakers Union and one of the John D. Napoleons of finance at the same time. Interesting combination, said I, with a yawn. Did I tell you I bagged a duck and a ground squirrel at one shot last week over in the Ramapos? I knew well how to draw Jeff's stories. Let me tell you first about these barnacles that clog the wheels of society by poisoning the springs of rectitude with their upas-like eye, said Jeff, with the pure gleam of the muckraker in his own. As I said, 3 months ago I got into bad company. There are 2 times in a man's life when he does this, when he's dead broke, and when he's rich. Now and then the most legitimate business runs out of luck. It was out in Arkansas I made the wrong turn at a crossroad, and drives into this town of Peavine by mistake. It seems I had already assaulted and disfigured Peavine the spring of the year before. I had sold $600 worth of young fruit trees there, plums, cherries, peaches and pears. The Peaviners were keeping an eye on the country road and hoping I might pass that way again. I drove down Main Street as far as the Crystal Palace drugstore before I realized I had committed ambush upon myself and my white horse Bill. The Peaviners took me by surprise and Bill by the bridle and began a conversation that wasn't entirely disassociated with the subject of fruit trees. A committee of them ran some trace chains through the armholes of my vest, and escorted me through their gardens and orchards. Their fruit trees hadn't lived up to their labels. Most of them had turned out to be persimmons and dogwoods, with a grove or 2 of blackjacks and poplars. The only one that showed any signs of bearing anything was a fine young cottonwood that had put forth a hornet's nest and half of an old corset cover. The Peaviners protracted our fruitless stroll to the edge of town. They took my watch and money on account, and they kept Bill and the wagon as hostages. They said the first time one of them dogwood trees put forth an Amston's June peach I might come back and get my things. Then they took off the trace chains and jerked their thumbs in the direction of the Rocky Mountains, and I struck a Lewis and Clark lope for the swollen rivers and impenetrable forests. When I regained intellectualness, I found myself walking into an unidentified town on the A, T and S F railroad. The Peaviners hadn't left anything in my pockets except a plug of chewing. They wasn't after my life, and that saved it. I bit off a chunk and sits down on a pile of ties by the track to recogitate my sensations of thought and perspicacity. And then along comes a fast freight which slows up a little at the town. And off of it drops a black bundle that rolls for 20 yards in a cloud of dust and then gets up and begins to spit soft coal and interjections. I see it is a young man broad across the face, dressed more for Pullmans than freights, and with a cheerful kind of smile in spite of it all that made Phoebe Snow's job look like a chimney sweep's. "Fall off?" says I. "Nunk," says he. Got off. Arrived at my destination. "What town is this?" "Haven't looked it up on the map yet," says I got in about 5 minutes before you did." "How does it strike you?" "Hard," says he, twisting one of his arms around. "I believe that shoulder. No, it's all right." He stoops over to brush the dust off his clothes, when out of his pocket drops a fine, 9-inch burglar's steel jimmy. He picks it up and looks at me sharp, and then grins and holds out his hand. "Brother," says he, "greetings. Didn't I see you in southern Missouri last summer selling colored sand at $1 a teaspoonful to put into lamps to keep the oil from exploding?" "Oil," says I, "never explodes. It's the gas that forms that explodes." But I shakes hands with him, anyway. "My name's Bill Bassett," says he to me, "and if you'll call it professional pride instead of conceit, I'll inform you that you have the pleasure of meeting the best burglar that ever set a gumshoe on ground drained by the Mississippi River." Well, me and this Bill Bassett sits on the ties and exchanges brags as artists in kindred lines will do. It seems he didn't have a cent either, and we went into close caucus. He explained why an able burglar sometimes had to travel on freights by telling me that a servant girl had played him false in Little Rock, and he was making a quick getaway. "It's part of my business," says Bill Bassett, "to play up to the ruffles when I want to make a riffle as raffles. 'Tis loves that makes the bit go round. Show me a house with a swag in it and a pretty parlor maid, and you might as well call the silver melted down and sold, and me spilling truffles and that chateau stuff on the napkin under my chin, while the police are calling it an inside job just because the old lady's nephew teaches a Bible class. I first make an impression on the girl," says Bill, "and when she lets me inside I make an impression on the locks. But this one in Little Rock done me," says he. "She saw me taking a trolley ride with another girl, and when I came round on the night she was to leave the door open for me it was fast. And I had keys made for the doors upstairs. But, no sir. She had sure cut off my locks. She was a Delilah," says Bill Bassett. It seems that Bill tried to break in anyhow with his jimmy, but the girl emitted a succession of bravura noises like the top riders of a tally-ho. And Bill had to take all the hurdles between there and the depot. As he had no baggage they tried hard to check his departure, but he made a train that was just pulling out. "Well," says Bill Bassett, when we had exchanged memories of our dead lives, I could eat. "This town don't look like it was kept under a Yale lock. Suppose we commit some mild atrocity that will bring in temporary expense money. I don't suppose you've brought along any hair tonic or rolled gold watch chains, or similar law-defying swindles that you could sell on the plaza to the pikers of the paretic populace, have you?" "No," says I left an elegant line of Patagonian diamond earrings and rainy-day sunbursts in my valise at Peavine. But they're to stay there until some of those black gum trees begin to glut the market with yellow clings and Japanese plums. I reckon we can't count on them unless we take Luther Burbank in for a partner." "Very well," says Bassett, "we'll do the best we can. Maybe after dark I'll borrow a hairpin from some lady, and open the Farmers and Drovers Marine Bank with it." While we were talking, up pulls a passenger train to the depot nearby. A person in a high hat gets off on the wrong side of the train and comes tripping down the track towards us. He was a little, fat man with a big nose and rat's eyes, but dressed expensive, and carrying a hand satchel careful, as if it had eggs or railroads bonds in it. He passes by us and keeps on down the track, not appearing to notice the town. "Come on," says Bill Bassett to me, starting after him. "Where?" I asks. "Lordy," says Bill, "had you forgot you was in the desert? Didn't you see Colonel Manna drop down right before your eyes? Don't you hear the rustling of General Raven's wings? I'm surprised at you, Elijah." We overtook the stranger in the edge of some woods, and, as it was after sundown and in a quiet place, nobody saw us stop him. Bill takes the silk hat off the man's head and brushes it with his sleeve and puts it back. "What does this mean, sir?" says the man. "When I wore one of these," says Bill, and felt embarrassed, "I always done that. Not having one now, I had to use yours. I hardly know how to begin, sir, in explaining our business with you, but I guess we'll try your pockets first." Bill Bassett felt in all of them, and looked disgusted. "Not even a watch," he says. "Ain't you ashamed of yourself, you whited sculpture? Going about dressed like a head waiter, and financed like a count. You haven't even got car fare. What did you do with your transfer?" The man speaks up and says he has no assets or valuables of any sort. But Bassett takes his hand satchel and opens it. Out come some collars and socks and a half a page of a newspaper clipped out. Bill reads the clipping careful, and holds out his hand to the held-up party. "Brother," says he, "greetings. Accept the apologies of friends. I am Bill Bassett, the burglar. Mr. Peters, you must make the acquaintance of Mr. Alfred E. Ricks. Shake hands." "Mr. Peters," says Bill, "stands about halfway between me and you, Mr. Ricks, in the line of havoc and corruption. He always gives something for the money he gets. I'm glad to meet you, Mr. Ricks, you and Mr. Peters. This is the first time I ever attended a full gathering of the National Synod of Sharks, housebreaking, swindling, and financiering all represented. Please examine Mr. Ricks' credentials, Mr. Peters." The piece of newspaper that Bill Bassett handed me had a good picture of this Ricks on it. It was a Chicago paper, and it had obloquies of Ricks in every paragraph. By reading it over, I harvested the intelligence that said alleged Ricks had laid off all that portion of the state of Florida that lies under water into town lots and sold them to alleged innocent investors from his magnificently furnished offices in Chicago. After he had taken in $100,000 or so one of these fussy purchasers that are always making trouble, I've had actually try gold watches I've sold with acid, took a cheap excursion down to the land where it is always just before supper to look at his lot and see if it didn't need a new paling or two on the fence, and market a few lemons in time for the Christmas present trade. He hires a surveyor to find his lot for him. They run the line out and find the flourishing town of Paradise Hollow, so advertised, to be about 40 rods and 16 poles s, 27 degrees east of the middle of Lake Okeechobee. This man's lot was under 36 feet of water, and, besides, had been preempted so long by the alligators and gars that his title looked fishy. Naturally, the man goes back to Chicago and makes it as hot for Alfred E. Ricks as the morning after a prediction of snow by the Weather Bureau. Ricks defied the allegation, but he couldn't deny the alligators. One morning the papers came out with a column about it, and Ricks come out by the fire escape. It seems the alleged authorities had beat him to the safe deposit box where he kept his winnings, and Ricks has to westward ho. With only feetwear and a dozen 15 and a half English pokes in his shopping bag. He happened to have some mileage left in his book. And that took him as far as the town in the wilderness where he was spilled out on me and Bill Bassett as Elijah 3 with not a raven in sight for any of us. Then this Alfred E. Ricks lets out a squeak that he is hungry, too, and denies the hypothesis that he is good for the value, let alone the price, of a meal. And so, there was the three of us, representing, if we had a mind to draw syllogisms and parabolas, labor and trade and capital. Now, when trade has no capital there isn't a dicker to be made. And when capital has no money there's a stagnation in steak and onions. That put it up to the man with the jimmy. "Brother bushrangers," says Bill Bassett, "never yet, in trouble, did I desert a pal. Hard by, in yon wood, I seem to see unfurnished lodgings. Let us go there and wait till dark." There was an old, deserted cabin in the grove, and we three took possession of it. After dark Bill Bassett tells us to wait, and goes out for half an hour. He comes back with a armful of bread and spareribs and pies. "Panhandled at a farmhouse on Washita Avenue," says he. "Eat, drink and be leery." The full moon was coming up bright, so we sat on the floor of the cabin and ate in the light of it. And this Bill Bassett begins to brag. "Sometimes," says he, with his mouth full of country produce, "I lose all patience with you people that think you are higher up in the profession than I am. Now, what could either of you have done in the present emergency to set us on our feet again? Could you do it, Rixie?" "I must confess, Mr. Bassett," says Rix, speaking nearly inaudible out of a slice of pie, "that at this immediate juncture I could not, perhaps, promote an enterprise to relieve the situation. Large operations, such as I direct, naturally require careful preparation in advance." I know, Rixie," breaks in Bill Bassett. "You needn't finish. You need $500 to make the first payment on a blonde typewriter, and 4 rooms full of quartered oak furniture. And you need $500 more for advertising contracts. And you need 2 weeks' time for the fish to begin to bite. Your line of relief would be about as useful in an emergency as advocating municipal ownership to cure a man suffocated by 80-cent gas. And your graft ain't much swifter, Brother Peters," he winds up. "Oh," says I haven't seen you turn anything into gold with your wand yet, Mr. Good Fairy. Most anybody could rub the magic ring for a little leftover victuals." "That was only getting the pumpkin ready," says Bassett, braggy and cheerful. "The coach and 6'll drive up to the door before you know it, Miss Cinderella. Maybe you've got some scheme under your sleeve holders that will give us a start." "Son," says I'm 15 years older than you are, and young enough yet to take out an endowment policy. I've been broke before. We can see the lights of that town not half a mile away. I learned under Montague Silver, the greatest street man that ever spoke from a wagon. There are hundreds of men walking those streets this moment with grease spots on their clothes. Give me a gasoline lamp, a dry goods box, and a $2 bar of white Castile soap, cut into little." "Where's your $2, snickered Bill Bassett into my discourse. There was no use arguing with that burglar. "No," he goes on, "you're both babes in the wood. Finance has closed the mahogany desk, and trade has put the shutters up. Both of you look to labor to start the wheels going. All right. You admit it. Tonight I'll show you what Bill Bassett can do." Bassett tells me and Rix not to leave the cabin till he comes back, even if it's daylight, and then he starts off toward town, whistling gay. This Alfred E. Rix pulls off his shoes and his coat, lays a silk handkerchief over his hat, and lays down on the floor. "I think I will endeavor to secure a little slumber," he squeaks. "The day has been fatiguing. Good night, my dear Mr. Peters." "My regards to Morpheus," says I think I'll sit up a while. About 2 o'clock, as near as I could guess by my watch in Peavine, home comes our laboring man and kicks up Rix, and calls us to the streak of bright moonlight shining in the cabin door. Then he spreads out 5 packages of $1,000 each on the floor, and begins to cackle over the nest egg like a hen. "I'll tell you a few things about that town," says he. "It's named Rocky Springs, and they're building a Masonic temple, and it looks like the Democratic candidate for mayor is going to get soaked by a pop, and Judge Tucker's wife, who has been down with pleurisy, is getting some better. I had a talk on these Lilliputian theses before I could get a siphon in the fountain of knowledge that I was after. And there's a bank there called the Lumberman's Fidelity and Plowman's Savings Institution. It closed for business yesterday with $23,000 cash on hand. It will open this morning with $18,000, all silver. That's the reason I didn't bring more. There you are, trade and capital. Now, will you be bad? My young friend, says Alfred E. Rix, holding up his hands, have you robbed this bank? Dear me, dear me. You couldn't call it that, says Bassett. Robbing sounds harsh. All I had to do was to find out what street it was on. That town is so quiet that I could stand on the corner and hear the tumblers clicking in that safe lock, right to 45, left twice to 80. Right once to 60, left to 15-inch, as plain as the Yale captain giving orders in the football dialect. Now, boys, says Bassett, this is an early rising town. They tell me the citizens are all up and stirring before daylight. I asked what for, and they said because breakfast was ready at that time. And what of merry Robin Hood? It must be yoicks. And away with the Tinker's chorus. I'll stake you. How much do you want? Speak up. Capital. My dear young friend, says this ground squirrel of a Rix, standing on his hind legs and juggling nuts in his paws, I have friends in Denver who would assist me. If I had $100 I. Bassett unpins a package of the currency and throws 5 20s to Rix. Trade, how much, he says to me. Put your money up, labor, says I. I never yet drew upon honest toil for its hard-earned pittance. The dollars I get are surplus ones that are burning the pockets of damn fools and greenhorns. When I stand on a street corner and sell a solid gold diamond ring to a yap for $3, I make just $2.60. And I know he's going to give it to a girl in return for all the benefits accruing from a $125 ring. His profits are $122. Which of us is the biggest fakir? And when you sell a poor woman a pinch of sand for 50 cents to keep her lamp from exploding, says Bassett, what do you figure her gross earnings to be, with sand at 40 cents a ton? Listen, says I instruct her to keep her lamp clean and well filled. If she does that it can't burst. And with the sand in it she knows it can't, and she don't worry. It's a kind of industrial Christian Science. She pays 50 cents, and gets both Rockefeller and Mrs. Eddy on the job. It ain't everybody that can let the Gold Dust twins do their work. Alfred E. Rix all but licks the dust off of Bill Bassett's shoes. My dear young friend, says he, I will never forget your generosity. Heaven will reward you. But let me implore you to turn from your ways of violence and crime. Mousy, says Bill, the hole in the wainscoting for yours. Your dogmas and inculcations sound to me like the last words of a bicycle pump. What has your high moral, elevator service system of pillage brought you to? Penuriousness and want. Even Brother Peters, who insists upon contaminating the art of robbery with theories of commerce and trade, admitted he was on the lift. Both of you live by the gilded rule. Brother Peters, says Bill, you'd better choose a slice of this embalmed currency. You're welcome. I told Bill Bassett once more to put his money in his pocket. I never had the respect for burglary that some people have. I always gave something for the money I took, even if it was only some little trifle for a souvenir to remind Em not to get caught again. And then Alfred E. Rix grovels at Bill's feet again, and bids us adieu. He says he will have a team at a farmhouse, and drive to the station below, and take the train for Denver. It salubrified the atmosphere when that lamentable bullworm took his departure. He was a disgrace to every non-industrial profession in the country. With all his big schemes and fine offices he had wound up unable even to get an honest meal except by the kindness of a strange and maybe unscrupulous burglar. I was glad to see him go, though I felt a little sorry for him, now that he was ruined forever. What could such a man do without a big capital to work with? Why, Alfred E. Rix, as we left him, was as helpless as turtle on its back. He couldn't have worked a scheme to beat a little girl out of a penny slate pencil. When me and Bill Bassett was left alone, I did a little sleight of mind turn in my head with a trade secret at the end of it. Thinks I, I'll show this Mr. Burglar man the difference between business and labor. He had hurt some of my professional self-adulation by casting his Persians upon commerce and trade. I won't take any of your money as a gift, Mr. Bassett, says I to him. But if you'll pay my expenses as a traveling companion until we get out of the danger zone of the immoral deficit you have caused in this town's finances tonight, I'll be obliged. Bill Bassett agreed to that, and we hiked westward as soon as we could catch a safe train. When we got to a town in Arizona called Los Perros, I suggested that we once more try our luck on terracotta. That was the home of Montague Silver, my old instructor, now retired from business. I knew Monty would stake me to web money if I could show him a fly buzzing round the locality. Bill Bassett said all towns looked alike to him as he worked mainly in the dark. So we got off the train in Los Perros, a fine little town in the Silver region. I had an elegant little sure thing in the way of a commercial slungshot that I intended to hit Bassett behind the ear with. I wasn't going to take his money while he was asleep, but I was going to leave him with a lottery ticket that would represent an experience to him $4.755, I think that was the amount he had when we got off the train. But the first time I hinted to him about an investment, he turns on me and disencumbers himself of the following terms and expressions. Brother Peters, says he, it ain't a bad idea to go into an enterprise of some kind, as you suggest. I think I will. But if I do, it will be such a cold proposition that nobody but Robert E. Peary and Charlie Fairbanks will be able to sit on the board of directors. I thought you might want to turn your money over, says I. I do, says he, frequently. I can't sleep on one side all night. I'll tell you, Brother Peters, says he, I'm going to start a poker room. I don't seem to care for the humdrum and swindling, such as peddling egg beaters and working off breakfast food on Barnum and Bailey for sawdust to strew in their circus rings. But the gambling business, says he, from the profitable side of the table is a good compromise between swiping silver spoons and selling pen wipers at a Waldorf Astoria charity bazaar. Then, says I, Mr. Bassett, you don't care to talk over my little business proposition? Why, says he, do you know, you can't get a Pasteur Institute to start up within 50 miles of where I live. I bite so seldom. So, Bassett rents a room over a saloon and looks around for some furniture and chromos. The same night I went to Monty Silver's house, and he let me have $200 on my prospects. Then I went to the only store in Los Perros that sold playing cards and bought every deck in the house. The next morning when the store opened, I was there bringing all the cards back with me. I said that my partner that was going to back me in the game had changed his mind, and I wanted to sell the cards back again. The storekeeper took them at half price. Yes, I was $75 loser up to that time. But while I had the cards that night, I marked every one in every deck. That was labor. And then trade and commerce had their innings, and the bread I had cast upon the waters began to come back in the form of cottage pudding with wine sauce. Of course I was among the first to buy chips at Bill Bassett's game. He had bought the only cards there was to be had in town. And I knew the back of every one of them better than I know the back of my head when the barber shows me my haircut in the 2 mirrors. When the game closed I had the $5,000 and a few odd dollars, and all Bill Bassett had was the wanderlust and a black cat he had bought for a mascot. Bill shook hands with me when I left. Brother Peters, says he, I have no business being in business. I was preordained to labor. When a number 1 burglar tries to make a James out of his Jimmy, he perpetrates an improfundity. You have a well-oiled and efficacious system of luck at cards, says he. Peace go with you. And I never afterward sees Bill Bassett again. Well, Jeff, said I, when the Autolycan adventurer seemed to have divulged the gist of his tale, I hope you took care of the money. That would be a respecta, that is a considerable working capital if you should choose some day to settle down to some sort of regular business. Me, said Jeff, virtuously. You can bet I've taken care of that 5,000. He tapped his coat over the region of his chest exultantly. Gold mining stock, he explained, every cent of it. Shares par value $1. Bound to go up 500% within a year. Non-accessible. The Blue Gopher Mine. Just discovered a month ago. Better get in yourself if you've any spare dollars on hand. Sometimes, said I, these mines are not. Oh, this one's solid as an old goose, said Jeff. $50,000 worth of ore in sight, and 10% monthly earnings guaranteed. He drew out a long envelope from his pocket and cast it on the table. Always carry it with me, said he. So the burglar can't corrupt or the capitalist break in and water it. I looked at the beautifully engraved certificate of stock. In Colorado, I see, said I. And, by the way, Jeff, what was the name of the little man who went to Denver, the one you and Bill met at the station? Alfred E. Ricks, said Jeff, was the Toad's designation. I see, said I, the president of this mining company signs himself A. L. Fredericks. I was wondering. Let me see that stock, said Jeff quickly, almost snatching it from me. To mitigate, even though slightly, the embarrassment, I summoned the waiter and ordered another bottle of the Barbera. I thought it was the least I could do. Proof of the pudding. Spring winked a vitreous optic at editor Westbrook of the Minerva magazine, and deflected him from his course. He had lunched in his favorite corner of a Broadway hotel, and was returning to his office when his feet became entangled in the lure of the vernal coquette. Which is by way of saying that he turned eastward in 26th Street, safely forded the spring freshet of vehicles in Fifth Avenue, and meandered along the walks of budding Madison Square. The lenient air and the settings of the little park almost formed a pastoral. The color motif was green, the presiding shade at the creation of man and vegetation. The callow grass between the walks was the color of verdigris, a poisonous green, reminiscent of the horde of derelict humans that had breathed upon the soil during the summer and autumn. The bursting tree buds looked strangely familiar to those who had botanized among the garnishings of the fish course of a 40-cent dinner. The sky above was of that pale aquamarine tint that ballroom poets rhyme with true, and sue, and coo. The one natural and frank color visible was the ostensible green of the newly painted benches, a shade between the color of a pickled cucumber and that of a last year's fast black cravenette raincoat. But, to the city-bred eye of editor Westbrook, the landscape appeared a masterpiece. And now, whether you are of those who rush in, or of the gentle concourse that fears to tread, you must follow in a brief invasion of the editor's mind. Editor Westbrook's spirit was contented and serene. The April number of the Minerva had sold its entire edition before the 10th day of the month. A newsdealer in Keokuk had written that he could have sold 50 copies more if he had them. The owners of the magazine had raised his, the editor's, salary. He had just installed in his home a jewel of a recently imported cook who was afraid of policemen. And the morning papers had published in full a speech he had made at a publisher's banquet. Also there were echoing in his mind the jubilant notes of a splendid song that his charming young wife had sung to him before he left his uptown apartment that morning. She was taking enthusiastic interest in her music of late, practicing early and diligently. When he had complimented her on the improvement in her voice, she had fairly hugged him for joy at his praise. He felt, too, the benign, tonic medicament of the trained nurse, Spring, tripping softly adown the wards of the convalescent city. While editor Westbrook was sauntering between the rows of park benches, already filling with vagrants and the guardians of lawless childhood, he felt his sleeve grasped and held. Suspecting that he was about to be panhandled, he turned a cold and unprofitable face, and saw that his captor was, Shackelford dingy, almost ragged. The genteel scarcely visible in him through the deeper lines of the shabby. While the editor is pulling himself out of his surprise, a flashlight biography of Daw is offered. He was a fiction writer, and one of Westbrook's old acquaintances. At one time they might have called each other old friends. Daw had some money in those days, and lived in a decent apartment house near Westbrook's. The two families often went to theaters and dinners together. Mrs. Daw and Mrs. Westbrook became dearest friends. Then one day a little tentacle of the octopus, just to amuse itself, ingurgitated Daw's capital, and he moved to the Gramercy Park neighborhood where one, for a few groats per week, may sit upon one's trunk under 8-branched chandeliers and opposite Carrara marble mantels and watch the mice play upon the floor. Daw thought to live by writing fiction. Now and then he sold a story. He submitted many to Westbrook. The Minerva printed 1 or 2 of them, the rest were returned. Westbrook sent a careful and conscientious personal letter with each rejected manuscript, pointing out in detail his reasons for considering it unavailable. Editor Westbrook had his own clear conception of what constituted good fiction. So had Daw. Mrs. Daw was mainly concerned about the constituents of the scanty dishes of food that she managed to scrape together. One day Daw had been spouting to her about the excellencies of certain French writers. At dinner they sat down to a dish that a hungry schoolboy could have encompassed at a gulp. Daw commented. "It's Maupassant hash," said Mrs. Daw. "It may not be art, but I do wish you would do a 5-course Marion Crawford cereal with an Ella Wheeler Wilcox sonnet for dessert. I'm hungry." As far as this from success was Shackelford Daw when he plucked editor Westbrook's sleeve in Madison Square. That was the first time the editor had seen Daw in several months. "Why, Shack, is this you?" said Westbrook, somewhat awkwardly, for the form of his phrase seemed to touch upon the other's changed appearance. "Sit down for a minute," said Daw, tugging at his sleeve. "This is my office. I can't come to yours, looking as I do." "Oh, sit down, you won't be disgraced. Those half-plucked birds on the other benches will take you for a swell porch climber. They won't know you are only an editor." "Smoke, Shack?" said editor Westbrook, sinking cautiously upon the virulent green bench. He always yielded gracefully when he did yield. Daw snapped at the cigar as a kingfisher darts at a sunperch, or a girl pecks at a chocolate cream. "I have just," began the editor. "Oh, I know, don't finish," said Daw. "Give me a match. You have just 10 minutes to spare. How did you manage to get past my office boy and invade my sanctum? There he goes now, throwing his club at a dog that couldn't read the 'keep off the grass' signs." "How goes the writing?" asked the editor. "Look at me," said Daw, "for your answer. Now don't put on that embarrassed, friendly but honest look and ask me why I don't get a job as a wine agent or a cab driver. I'm in the fight to a finish. I know I can write good fiction and I'll force you fellows to admit it yet. I'll make you change the spelling of regrets to cheque before I'm done with you." Editor Westbrook gazed through his nose-glasses with a sweetly sorrowful, omniscient, sympathetic, skeptical expression, the copyrighted expression of the editor beleaguered by the unavailable contributor. "Have you read the last story I sent you, The Alarm of the Soul?" asked Daw. "Carefully. I hesitated over that story, Shack, really I did. It had some good points. I was writing you a letter to send with it when it goes back to you. I regret." "Never mind the regrets," said Daw, grimly. "There's neither salve nor sting in them anymore. What I want to know is why. Come now, out with the good points first." "The story," said Westbrook, deliberately, after a suppressed sigh, "is written around an almost original plot. Characterization, the best you have done. Construction, almost as good, except for a few weak joints which might be strengthened by a few changes and touches. It was a good story, except—" "I can write English, can't I?" interrupted Daw. "I have always told you," said the editor, "that you had a style. Then the trouble is—" "Same old thing," said editor Westbrook. "You work up to your climax like an artist. And then you turn yourself into a photographer. I don't know what form of obstinate madness possesses you, but that is what you do with everything that you write. No, I will retract the comparison with the photographer. Now and then photography, in spite of its impossible perspective, manages to record a fleeting glimpse of truth. But you spoil every denouement by those flat, drab, obliterating strokes of your brush that I have so often complained of. If you would rise to the literary pinnacle of your dramatic senses, and paint them in the high colors that art requires, the postman would leave fewer bulky, self-addressed envelopes at your door. "Oh, fiddles and footlights," cried Daw, derisively. "You've got that old sawmill drama kink in your brain yet. When the man with the black mustache kidnaps golden-haired Bessie, you are bound to have the mother kneel and raise her hands in the spotlight and say, 'May high heaven witness that I will rest neither night nor day till the heartless villain that has stolen me child feels the weight of another's vengeance.'" Editor Westbrook conceded a smile of impervious complacency. "I think," said he, "that in real life the woman would express herself in those words or in very similar ones." "Not in a 600 Nights run anywhere but on the stage," said Daw hotly. "I'll tell you what she'd say in real life. She'd say, 'What? Bessie led away by a strange man? Good Lord! It's one trouble after another. Get my other hat, I must hurry around to the police station. Why wasn't somebody looking after her, I'd like to know? For God's sake, get out of my way or I'll never get ready. Not that hat, the brown one with the velvet bows. Bessie must have been crazy, she's usually shy of strangers. Is that too much powder? Lordy! How I'm upset. That's the way she'd talk," continued Daw. "People in real life don't fly into heroics and blank verse at emotional crises. They simply can't do it. If they talk at all on such occasions they draw from the same vocabulary that they use every day, and muddle up their words and ideas a little more, that's all." "Shack," said Editor Westbrook impressively, "did you ever pick up the mangled and lifeless form of a child from under the fender of a street car? And carry it in your arms and lay it down before the distracted mother? Did you ever do that and listen to the words of grief and despair as they flowed spontaneously from her lips?" "I never did," said Daw. "Did you?" "Well, no," said Editor Westbrook, with a slight frown. "But I can well imagine what she would say." "So can I," said Daw. And now the fitting time had come for Editor Westbrook to play the oracle and silence his opinionated contributor. It was not for an unarrived fictionist to dictate words to be uttered by the heroes and heroines of the Minerva magazine, contrary to the theories of the editor thereof. "My dear Shack," said he, "if I know anything of life I know that every sudden, deep and tragic emotion in the human heart calls forth an apposite, concordant, conformable and proportionate expression of feeling. How much of this inevitable accord between expression and feeling should be attributed to nature, and how much to the influence of art, it would be difficult to say. The sublimely terrible roar of the lioness that has been deprived of her cubs is dramatically as far above her customary whine and purr as the kingly and transcendent utterances of Lear are above the level of his senile vaporings. But it is also true that all men and women have what may be called a subconscious dramatic sense that is awakened by a sufficiently deep and powerful emotion, a sense unconsciously acquired from literature and the stage that prompts them to express those emotions in language befitting their importance and histrionic value. And in the name of the 7 sacred saddle blankets of Sagittarius, where did the stage and literature get the stunt? Asked Daw. From life, answered the editor, triumphantly. The story writer rose from the bench and gesticulated eloquently but dumbly. He was beggared for words with which to formulate adequately his dissent. On a bench nearby a frowsy loafer opened his red eyes and perceived that his moral support was due a downtrodden brother. "Punch him one, Jack," he called hoarsely to Daw. "What has he come makin' a noise like a penny arcade for amongst gen lemon that comes in the square to set and think?" Editor Westbrook looked at his watch with an affected show of leisure. "Tell me," asked Daw, with truculent anxiety, "what especial faults in The Alarm of the Soul caused you to throw it down?" "When Gabriel Murray," said Westbrook, "goes to his telephone and is told that his fiancée has been shot by a burglar, he says, I do not recall the exact words, but I do, said Daw. He says, damn Central, she always cuts me off. And then to his friend, say, Tommy, does a .32 bullet make a big hole? It's kind of hard luck, ain't it? Could you get me a drink from the sideboard, Tommy? No, straight, nothing on the side. And again, continued the editor, without pausing for argument, when Berenice opens the letter from her husband informing her that he has fled with the manicure girl. Her words are, let me see. She says, interposed the author, well, what do you think of that? Absurdly inappropriate words, said Westbrook, presenting an anticlimax, plunging the story into hopeless bathos. Worse yet, they mirror life falsely. No human being ever uttered banal colloquialisms when confronted by sudden tragedy. Wrong, said Daw, closing his unshaven jaws doggedly. I say no man or woman ever spouts highfalutin talk when they go up against a real climax. They talk naturally and a little worse. The editor rose from the bench with his air of indulgence and inside information. Say, Westbrook, said Daw, pinning him by the lapel. Would you have accepted The Alarm of the Soul if you had believed that the actions and words of the characters were true to life in the parts of the story that we discussed? It is very likely that I would, if I believed that way, said the editor. But I have explained to you that I do not. If I could prove to you that I am right? I'm sorry, Shaq, but I'm afraid I haven't time to argue any further just now. I don't want to argue, said Daw. I want to demonstrate to you from life itself that my view is the correct one. How could you do that? Asked Westbrook, in a surprised tone. Listen, said the writer, seriously. I have thought of a way. It is important to me that my theory of true-to-life fiction be recognized as correct by the magazines. I've fought for it for 3 years, and I'm down to my last dollar, with 2 months' rent due. I have applied the opposite of your theory, said the editor, in selecting the fiction for the Minerva magazine. The circulation has gone up from 90,000 to 400,000, said Daw. Whereas it should have been boosted to 1 million. You said something to me just now about demonstrating your pet theory. I will. If you'll give me about half an hour of your time, I'll prove to you that I am right. I'll prove it by Louise. Your wife, exclaimed Westbrook. How? Well, not exactly by her, but with her, said Daw. Now, you know how devoted and loving Louise has always been. She thinks I'm the only genuine preparation on the market that bears the old doctor's signature. She's been fonder and more faithful than ever, since I've been cast for the neglected genius part. Indeed, she is a charming and admirable life companion, agreed the editor. I remember what inseparable friends she and Mrs. Westbrook once were. We are both lucky chaps, Shaq, to have such wives. You must bring Mrs. Daw up some evening soon, and we'll have one of those informal chafing dish suppers that we used to enjoy so much. Later, said Daw. When I get another shirt. And now I'll tell you my scheme. When I was about to leave home after breakfast, if you can call tea and oatmeal breakfast, Louise told me she was going to visit her aunt in 89th Street. She said she would return at 3 o'clock. She is always on time to a minute. It is now. Daw glanced toward the editor's watch pocket. 27 minutes to 3, said Westbrook, scanning his timepiece. We have just enough time, said Daw. We will go to my flat at once. I will write a note, address it to her and leave it on the table where she will see it as she enters the door. You and I will be in the dining room concealed by the portieres. In that note I'll say that I have fled from her forever with an affinity who understands the needs of my artistic soul as she never did. When she reads it we will observe her actions and hear her words. Then we will know which theory is the correct one, yours or mine. Oh, never, exclaimed the editor, shaking his head. That would be inexcusably cruel. I could not consent to have Mrs. Daw's feelings played upon in such a manner. Brace up, said the writer. I guess I think as much of her as you do. It's for her benefit as well as mine. I've got to get a market for my stories in some way. It won't hurt Louise. She's healthy and sound. Her heart goes as strong as a 98-cent watch. It'll last for only a minute, and then I'll step out and explain to her. You really owe it to me to give me the chance, Westbrook. Editor Westbrook at length yielded, though but half willingly. And in the half of him that consented lurked the vivisectionist that is in all of us. Let him who has not used the scalpel rise and stand in his place. Pity 'tis that there are not enough rabbits and guinea pigs to go around. The two experimenters in art left the square and hurried eastward and then to the south until they arrived in the Gramercy neighborhood. Within its high iron railings the little park had put on its smart coat of vernal green, and was admiring itself in its fountain mirror. Outside the railings the hollow square of crumbling houses, shells of a bygone gentry, leaned as if in ghostly gossip over the forgotten doings of the vanished quality. Sic transit gloria urbis. A block or two north of the park, Daw steered the editor again eastward, then, after covering a short distance, into a lofty but narrow flat house burdened with a floridly over-decorated facade. To the 5th story they toiled, and Daw, panting, pushed his latchkey into the door of one of the front flats. When the door opened Editor Westbrook saw, with feelings of pity, how meanly and meagerly the rooms were furnished. "Get a chair, if you can find one," said Daw, "while I hunt up pen and ink. Hello, what's this? Here's a note from Louise. She must have left it there when she went out this morning." He picked up an envelope that lay on the center table and tore it open. He began to read the letter that he drew out of it, and once having begun it aloud he so read it through to the end. These are the words that Editor Westbrook heard. "Dear Shackelford, by the time you get this I will be about 100 miles away and still a-going. I've got a place in the chorus of the Occidental Opera Company, and we start on the road today at 12 o'clock. I didn't want to starve to death, and so I decided to make my own living. I'm not coming back. Mrs. Westbrook is going with me. She said she was tired of living with a combination phonograph, iceberg and dictionary, and she's not coming back either. We've been practicing the songs and dances for 2 months on the quiet. I hope you will be successful, and get along all right. Goodbye. Louise." Daw dropped the letter, covered his face with his trembling hands, and cried out in a deep, vibrating voice. "My God, why hast thou given me this cup to drink? Since she is false, then let thy heaven's fairest gifts, faith and love, become the jesting bywords of traitors and fiends." Editor Westbrook's glasses fell to the floor. The fingers of one hand fumbled with a button on his coat as he blurted between his pale lips. "Say, Shack, ain't that a hell of a note? Wouldn't that knock you off your perch, Shack? Ain't it hell, now, Shack, ain't it? The Halberdier of the little Rheinschloss. I go sometimes into the beer hall and restaurant called Old Munich. Not long ago it was a resort of interesting bohemians, but now only artists and musicians and literary folk frequent it. But the Pilsner is yet good, and I take some diversion from the conversation of waiter number 18. For many years the customers of Old Munich have accepted the place as a faithful copy from the ancient German town. The big hall with its smoky rafters, rows of imported steins, portrait of Goethe, and verses painted on the walls, translated into German from the original of the Cincinnati poets, seems atmospherically correct when viewed through the bottom of a glass. But not long ago the proprietors added the room above, called it the Little Rheinschloss, and built in a stairway. Up there was an imitation stone parapet, ivy-covered, and the walls were painted to represent depth and distance, with the Rhine winding at the base of the vineyard slopes, and the castle of Ehrenbreitstein looming directly opposite the entrance. Of course there were tables and chairs, and you could have beer and food brought you, as you naturally would on the top of a castle on the Rhine. I went into Old Munich one afternoon when there were few customers, and sat at my usual table near the stairway. I was shocked and almost displeased to perceive that the glass cigar case by the orchestra stand had been smashed to smithereens. I did not like things to happen in Old Munich. Nothing had ever happened there before. Waiter number 18 came and breathed on my neck. I was his by right of discovery. 18's brain was built like a corral. It was full of ideas which, when he opened the gate, came huddling out like a flock of sheep that might get together afterward or might not. I did not shine as a shepherd. As a type 18 fitted nowhere. I did not find out if he had a nationality, family, creed, grievance, hobby, soul, preference, home, or vote. He only came always to my table and, as long as his leisure would permit, let words flutter from him like swallows leaving a barn at daylight. How did the cigar case come to be broken, 18? I asked, with a certain feeling of personal grievance. I can tell you about that, sir, said he, resting his foot on the chair next to mine. Did you ever have anybody hand you a double handful of good luck while both your hands was full of bad luck, and stop to notice how your fingers behaved? No riddles, 18, said I. Leave out palmistry and manicuring. You remember, said 18, the guy in the hammered brass Prince Albert and the oro-eyed gold pants and the amalgamated copper hat, that carried the combination meat axe, icepick, and liberty pole, and used to stand on the first landing as you go up to the little Rheinschloss. Why, yes, said I, the Halberdier. I never noticed him particularly. I remember he thought he was only a suit of armor. He had a perfect poise. He had more than that, said 18. He was me friend. He was an advertisement. The boss hired him to stand on the stairs for a kind of scenery to show there was something doing in the has-been line upstairs. What did you call him, what kind of a beer? A halberdier, said I, that was an ancient man-at-arms of many 100 years ago. Some mistake, said 18. This one wasn't that old. He wasn't over 23 or 4. It was the boss's idea, rigging a man up in an antebellum suit of tinware and standing him on the landing of the slosh. He bought the goods at a 4th Avenue antique store, and hung a sign out, able-bodied halberdier wanted. Costume furnished. The same morning a young man with wrecked good clothes and a hungry look comes in, bringing the sign with him. I was filling the mustard pots at my station. I'm it, says he, whatever it is. But I never halberdiered in a restaurant. Put me on. Is it a masquerade? I hear talk in the kitchen of a fishball, says I. Bully for you, 18, says he. You and I'll get on. Show me the boss's desk. Well, the boss tries the Harveyized pajamas on him, and they fitted him like the scales on a baked red snapper, and he gets the job. You've seen what it is. He stood straight up in the corner of the first landing with his halberd to his shoulder, looking right ahead and guarding the Portugals of the castle. The boss is nutty about having the true old-world flavor to his joint. Halberdiers goes with Rheinschlosses, says he, just as rats goes with Rottskellers and white cotton stockings with Tyrolean villages. The boss is a kind of a antiologist, and is all posted up on data and such information. From 8 p.m. to 2 in the morning was the halberdier's hours. He got 2 meals with us help and $1 a night. I eat with him at the table. He liked me. He never told his name. He was traveling impromptu, like kings, I guess. The first time at supper I says to him, have some more of the spuds, Mr. Frelinghuysen. Oh, don't be so formal and offish, 18, says he. Call me Hal, that's short for halberdier. Oh, don't think I wanted to pry for names, says I know all about the dizzy fall from wealth and greatness. We've got a count washing dishes in the kitchen. And the third bartender used to be a Pullman conductor. And they work, Sir Percival, says I, sarcastic. 18, says he, as a friendly devil in a cabbage-scented hell, would you mind cutting up this piece of steak for me? I don't say that it's got more muscle than I have, but, and then he shows me the insides of his hands. They was blistered and cut and corned and swelled up till they looked like a couple of flank steaks crisscrossed with a knife, the kind the butchers hide and take home, knowing what is the best. Shoveling coal, says he, and piling bricks and loading drays. But they gave out, and I had to resign. I was born for a halberdier, and I've been educated for 24 years to fill the position. Now, quit knocking my profession, and pass along a lot more of that ham. I'm holding the closing exercises, says he, of a 48-hour fast. The second night he was on the job he walks down from his corner to the cigar case and calls for cigarettes. The customers at the tables all snicker out loud to show their acquaintance with history. The boss is on. Let's see, oh, yes, an anachronism, says the boss. Cigarettes was not made at the time when halberdiers was invented. The ones you sell was, says Sir Percival. Caprol wins from chronology by the length of a cork tip. So he gets and lights one, and puts the box in his brass helmet, and goes back to patrolling the Rheinschloss. He made a big hit, specially with the ladies. Some of them would poke him with their fingers to see if he was real or only a kind of a stuffed figure like they burn in Elegy. And when he'd move they'd squeak, and make eyes at him as they went up to the slosh. He looked fine in his halberdashery. He slept at $2 a week in a hallroom on 3rd Avenue. He invited me up there one night. He had a little book on the washstand that he read instead of shopping in the saloons after hours. I'm on to that, says I, from reading about it in novels. All the heroes on the bum carry the little book. It's either Tantalus or Liver or Horace, and it's printed in Latin, and you're a college man. And I wouldn't be surprised, says I, if you wasn't educated, too. But it was only the batting averages of the league for the last 10 years. One night, about 11:30, there comes in a party of these high rollers that are always hunting up new places to eat in and poke fun at. There was a swell girl in a 40-horsepower auto tan coat and veil, and a fat old man with white side whiskers, and a young chap that couldn't keep his feet off the tail of the girl's coat. And an oldish lady that looked upon life as immoral and unnecessary. How perfectly delightful, they says, to sup in a slosh. Up the stairs they go, and in half a minute back down comes the girl, her skirt swishing like the waves on the beach. She stops on the landing and looks our halberdier in the eye. You, she says, with a smile that reminded me of lemon sherbet. I was waiting upstairs in the slosh, then, and I was right down here by the door, putting some vinegar and cayenne into an empty bottle of Tabasco, and I heard all they said. It, says Sir Percival, without moving. I'm only local color. Are my hauberk, helmet, and halberd on straight? Is there an explanation to this, says she. Is it a practical joke such as men play in those griddlecake and lamb clubs? I'm afraid I don't see the point. I heard, vaguely, that you were away. For 3 months we have not seen you or heard from you. I'm halberdiering for my living, says the statue. I'm working, says he. I don't suppose you know what work means. Have you lost your money, she asks. Sir Percival studies a minute. I am poorer, says he, than the poorest sandwich man on the streets, if I don't earn my living. You call this work, says she. I thought a man worked with his hands or his head instead of becoming a mountebank. The calling of a halberdier, says he, is an ancient and honorable one. Sometimes, says he, the man-at-arms at the door has saved the castle while the plumed knights were cakewalking in the banquet halls above. I see you're not ashamed, says she, of your peculiar tastes. I wonder, though, that the manhood I used to think I saw in you didn't prompt you to draw water or HEW wood instead of publicly flaunting your ignominy in this disgraceful masquerade. Sir Percival kind of rattles his armor and says, Helen, will you suspend sentence in this matter for just a little while? You don't understand, says he. I've got to hold this job down a little longer. You like being a harlequin, or halberdier, as you call it, says she. I wouldn't get thrown out of the job just now, says he, with a grin, to be appointed minister to the court of St. James's. And then the 40-horsepower girl's eyes sparkled as hard as diamonds. Very well, says she. You shall have full run of your serving man's tastes this night. And she swims over to the boss's desk and gives him a smile that knocks the specks off his nose. I think your Rheinschloss, says she, is as beautiful as a dream. It is a little slice of the old world set down in New York. We shall have a nice supper up there. But if you will grant us one favor, the illusion will be perfect. Give us your Halberdier to wait on our table. That hits the boss's antiology hobby just right. Sure, says he, dat will be fine. Und der Orchestra shall play Die Wacht am Rhein all der time. And he goes over and tells the Halberdier to go upstairs and hustle the grub at the swell's table. I'm on the job, says Sir Percival, taking off his helmet and hanging it on his halberd and leaning in the corner. The girl goes up and takes her seat and I see her jaw squared tight under her smile. We're going to be waited on by a real Halberdier, says she, one who is proud of his profession. Isn't it sweet? Ripping, says the swell young man. Much prefer a waiter, says the fat old gent. I hope he doesn't come from a cheap museum, says the old lady. He might have microbes in his costume. Before he goes to the table, Sir Percival takes me by the arm. 18, he says, I've got to pull off this job without a blunder. You coach me straight or I'll take that halberd and make hash out of you. And then he goes up to the table with his coat of mail on and a napkin over his arm and waits for the order. Why, it's Deering, says the young swell. Hello, old man. What the? Beg pardon, sir, interrupts the Halberdier, I'm waiting on the table. The old man looks at him grim, like a Boston bull. So, Deering, he says, you're at work yet? Yes, sir, says Sir Percival, quiet and gentlemanly as I could have been myself, for almost 3 months, now. You haven't been discharged during the time? Asks the old man. Not once, sir, says he, though I've had to change my work several times. Waiter, orders the girl, short and sharp, another napkin. He brings her one, respectful. I never saw more devil, if I may say it, stirred up in a lady. There was 2 bright red spots on her cheeks, and her eyes looked exactly like a wildcat's I'd seen in the zoo. Her foot kept slapping the floor all the time. Waiter, she orders, bring me filtered water without ice. Bring me a footstool. Take away this empty saltcellar. She kept him on the jump. She was sure giving the Halberdier his. There wasn't but a few customers up in the slosh at that time, so I hung out near the door so I could help Sir Percival serve. He got along fine with the olives and celery and the blue points. They was easy. And then the consommé came up the dumbwaiter all in one big silver tureen. Instead of serving it from the side table he picks it up between his hands and starts to the dining table with it. When nearly there he drops the tureen smash on the floor, and the soup soaks all the lower part of that girl's swell silk dress. Stupid, incompetent, says she, giving him a look. Standing in a corner with a halberd seems to be your mission in life. Pardon me, lady, says he. It was just a little bit hotter than blazes. I couldn't help it. The old man pulls out a memorandum book and hunts in it. The 25th of April, Deering, says he. I know it, says Sir Percival. And 10 minutes to 12 o'clock, says the old man. By Jupiter. You haven't won yet. And he pounds the table with his fist and yells to me, waiter, call the manager at once, tell him to hurry here as fast as he can. I go after the boss, and old Brockman hikes up to the slosh on the jump. I want this man discharged at once, roars the old guy. Look what he's done. Ruined my daughter's dress. It cost at least $600. Discharge this awkward lout at once or I'll sue you for the price of it. This is bad business, says the boss. $600 is much. I reckon I will have to. Wait a minute, Herr Brockman, says Sir Percival, easy and smiling. But he was worked up under his tin suitings, I could see that. And then he made the finest, neatest little speech I ever listened to. I can't give you the words, of course. He give the millionaires a lovely roast in a sarcastic way, describing their automobiles and opera boxes and diamonds. And then he got around to the working classes and the kind of grub they eat and the long hours they work, and all that sort of stuff, bunkum, of course. The restless rich, says he, never content with their luxuries, always prowling among the haunts of the poor and humble, amusing themselves with the imperfections and misfortunes of their fellow men and women. And even here, Herr Brockmann, he says, in this beautiful Rheinschloss, a grand and enlightening reproduction of old-world history and architecture. They come to disturb its symmetry and picturesqueness by demanding in their arrogance that the halberdier of the castle wait upon their table. I have faithfully and conscientiously, says he, performed my duties as a halberdier. I know nothing of a waiter's duties. It was the insolent whim of these transient, pampered aristocrats that I should be detailed to serve them food. Must I be blamed, must I be deprived of the means of a livelihood, he goes on account of an accident that was the result of their own presumption and haughtiness? But what hurts me more than all, says Sir Percival, is the desecration that has been done to this splendid Rheinschloss, the confiscation of its halberdier to serve menially at the banquet board. Even I could see that this stuff was piffle, but it caught the boss. Mein Gott, says he, you vas right. Ein halberdier have not got der right to dish up soup. Him I will not discharge. Have anoder waiter if you like, und let mein halberdier go back und stand mit his halberd. But, gentlemen, he says, pointing to the old man, you go ahead and sue mit der dress. Sue me for $600 or $6,000. I stand der suit. And the boss puffs off downstairs. Old Brockmann was an all-right Dutchman. Just then the clock strikes 12, and the old guy laughs loud. You win, Deering, says he. And let me explain to all, he goes on. Some time ago Mr. Deering asked me for something that I did not want to give him. I looks at the girl, and she turns as red as a pickled beet. I told him, says the old guy, if he would earn his own living for 3 months without being discharged for incompetence, I would give him what he wanted. It seems that the time was up at 12 o'clock tonight. I came near fetching you, though, Deering, on that soup question, says the old boy, standing up and grabbing Sir Percival's hand. The halberdier lets out a yell and jumps 3 feet high. Look out for those hands, says he, and he holds them up. You never saw such hands except on a laborer in a limestone quarry. Heavens, boy, says old Side Whiskers, what have you been doing to em? Oh, says Sir Percival, little chores like hauling coal and excavating rock till they went back on me. And when I couldn't hold a pick or a whip I took up halberdiering to give em a rest. Tureens full of hot soup don't seem to be a particularly soothing treatment. I would have bet on that girl. That high-tempered kind always go as far the other way, according to my experience. She whizzes round the table like a cyclone and catches both his hands in hers. Poor hands, dear hands, she sings out, and sheds tears on them and holds em close to her bosom. Well, sir, with all that Rheinschloss scenery it was just like a play. And the halberdier sits down at the table at the girl's side, and I served the rest of the supper. And that was about all, except that when they left he shed his hardware store and went with em. I dislike to be sidetracked from an original proposition. But you haven't told me, 18, said I, how the cigar case came to be broken. Oh, that was last night, said 18. Sir Percival and the girl drove up in a cream-colored motor car, and had dinner in the Rheinschloss. The same table, Billy, I heard her say as they went up. I waited on em. We've got a new halberdier now, a bow-legged guy with a face like a sheep. As they came downstairs Sir Percival passes him a 10-case note. The new halberdier drops his halberd, and it falls on the cigar case. That's how that happened. The Caballero's way. The Cisco Kid had killed 6 men in more or less fair scrimmages, had murdered twice as many, mostly Mexicans, and had winged a larger number whom he modestly forbore to count. Therefore a woman loved him. The kid was 25, looked 20, and a careful insurance company would have estimated the probable time of his demise at, say, 26. His habitat was anywhere between the Frio and the Rio Grande. He killed for the love of it, because he was quick-tempered, to avoid arrest, for his own amusement, any reason that came to his mind would suffice. He had escaped capture because he could shoot 5/6 of a second sooner than any sheriff or ranger in the service. And because he rode a speckled roan horse that knew every cow path in the mesquite and pear thickets from San Antonio to Matamoros. Tonia Perez, the girl who loved the Cisco Kid, was half Carmen, half Madonna, and the rest, oh, yes, a woman who is half Carmen and half Madonna can always be something more, the rest, let us say, was Hummingbird. She lived in a grass-roofed jackal near a little Mexican settlement at the Lone Wolf crossing of the Frio. With her lived a father or grandfather, a lineal Aztec, somewhat less than 1,000 years old, who herded 100 goats and lived in a continuous drunken dream from drinking mezcal. Back of the jackal a tremendous forest of bristling pear, 20 feet high at its worst, crowded almost to its door. It was along the bewildering maze of this spinous thicket that the speckled roan would bring the kid to see his girl. And once, clinging like a lizard to the ridgepole, high up under the peaked grass roof, he had heard Tonia, with her Madonna face and Carmen beauty and hummingbird soul, parley with the sheriff's posse, denying knowledge of her man in her soft mélange of Spanish and English. One day the adjutant general of the state, who is, ex officio, commander of the ranger forces, wrote some sarcastic lines to Captain Duval of Company X, stationed at Laredo, relative to the serene and undisturbed existence led by murderers and desperadoes in the said captain's territory. The captain turned the color of brick dust under his tan, and forwarded the letter, after adding a few comments, per Ranger Private Bill Adamson, to Ranger Lieutenant Sandridge. Camped at a water hole on the Nueces with a squad of 5 men in preservation of law and order. Lieutenant Sandridge turned a beautiful couleur de rose through his ordinary strawberry complexion, tucked the letter in his hip pocket, and chewed off the ends of his gamboge mustache. The next morning he saddled his horse and rode alone to the Mexican settlement at the Lone Wolf crossing of the Frio, 20 miles away. 6 feet 2, blond as a Viking, quiet as a deacon, dangerous as a machine gun, Sandridge moved among the jacales, patiently seeking news of the Cisco Kid. Far more than the law, the Mexicans dreaded the cold and certain vengeance of the lone rider that the ranger sought. It had been one of the Kid's pastimes to shoot Mexicans, to see them kick, if he demanded from them moribund Terpsichorean feats, simply that he might be entertained. What terrible and extreme penalties would be certain to follow should they anger him. One and all they lounged with upturned palms and shrugging shoulders, filling the air with quien sabes and denials of the Kid's acquaintance. But there was a man named Fink who kept a store at the crossing, a man of many nationalities, tongues, interests, and ways of thinking. No use to ask the Mexicans, he said to Sandridge. They're afraid to tell. This hombre they call the Kid, Goodall is his name, ain't it? He's been in my store once or twice. I have an idea you might run across him at, but I guess I don't care to say, myself. I'm 2 seconds later in pulling a gun than I used to be, and the difference is worth thinking about. But this Kid's got a half-Mexican girl at the crossing that he comes to see. She lives in that jackal 100 yards down the arroyo at the edge of the pear. Maybe no, I don't suppose she would, but that jackal would be a good place to watch, anyway. Sandridge rode down to the jackal of Perez. The sun was low, and the broad shade of the great pear thicket already covered the grass-thatched hut. The goats were enclosed for the night in a brush corral nearby. A few kids walked the top of it, nibbling the chaparral leaves. The old Mexican lay upon a blanket on the grass, already in a stupor from his mezcal, and dreaming, perhaps, of the nights when he and Pizarro touched glasses to their new world fortunes, so old his wrinkled face seemed to proclaim him to be. And in the door of the jackal stood Tonia. And Lieutenant Sandridge sat in his saddle staring at her like a gannet agape at a sailorman. The Cisco Kid was a vain person, as all eminent and successful assassins are, and his bosom would have been ruffled had he known that at a simple exchange of glances two persons, in whose minds he had been looming large, suddenly abandoned, at least for the time, all thought of him. Never before had Tonia seen such a man as this. He seemed to be made of sunshine and blood-red tissue and clear weather. He seemed to illuminate the shadow of the pair when he smiled, as though the sun were rising again. The men she had known had been small and dark. Even the kid, in spite of his achievements, was a stripling no larger than herself, with black, straight hair and a cold, marble face that chilled the noonday. As for Tonia, though she sends description to the poorhouse, let her make a millionaire of your fancy. Her blue-black hair, smoothly divided in the middle and bound close to her head, and her large eyes full of the Latin melancholy, gave her the Madonna touch. Her motions and air spoke of the concealed fire and the desire to charm that she had inherited from the gitanas of the Basque province. As for the hummingbird part of her, that dwelt in her heart, you could not perceive it unless her bright red skirt and dark blue blouse gave you a symbolic hint of the vagarious bird. The newly lighted sun god asked for a drink of water. Tonia brought it from the red jar hanging under the brush shelter. Sandridge considered it necessary to dismount so as to lessen the trouble of her ministrations. I play no spy. Nor do I assume to master the thoughts of any human heart. But I assert, by the chronicler's right, that before a quarter of an hour had sped, Sandridge was teaching her how to plaint a 6-strand rawhide stake rope. Antonia had explained to him that were it not for her little English book that the peripatetic padre had given her and the little crippled Chivo, that she fed from a bottle, she would be very, very lonely indeed. Which leads to a suspicion that the kid's fences needed repairing, and that the adjutant general's sarcasm had fallen upon unproductive soil. In his camp by the water-hole Lieutenant Sandridge announced and reiterated his intention of either causing the Cisco Kid to nibble the black loam of the Frio country prairies or of hailing him before a judge and jury. That sounded businesslike. Twice a week he rode over to the Lone Wolf crossing of the Frio, and directed Tonia's slim, slightly lemon-tinted fingers among the intricacies of the slowly growing lariata. A 6-strand plait is hard to learn and easy to teach. The ranger knew that he might find the kid there at any visit. He kept his armament ready, and had a frequent eye for the pear thicket at the rear of the jackal. Thus he might bring down the kite and the hummingbird with one stone. While the sunny-haired ornithologist was pursuing his studies, the Cisco Kid was also attending to his professional duties. He moodily shot up a saloon in a small cow village on Quintana Creek, killed the town marshal, plugging him neatly in the center of his tin badge, and then rode away, morose and unsatisfied. No true artist is uplifted by shooting an aged man carrying an old-style .38 bulldog. On his way the kid suddenly experienced the yearning that all men feel when wrongdoing loses its keen edge of delight. He yearned for the woman he loved to reassure him that she was his in spite of it. He wanted her to call his bloodthirstiness bravery and his cruelty devotion. He wanted Tonia to bring him water from the red jar under the brush shelter, and tell him how the Chivo was thriving on the bottle. The kid turned the speckled roan's head up the 10-mile pear flat that stretches along the Arroyo Hondo until it ends at the Lone Wolf crossing of the Frio. The roan whickered. For he had a sense of locality and direction equal to that of a Beltline streetcar horse. And he knew he would soon be nibbling the rich mesquite grass at the end of a 40-foot stake rope while Ulysses rested his head in Circe's straw-roofed hut. More weird and lonesome than the journey of an Amazonian explorer is the ride of one through a Texas pear flat. With dismal monotony and startling variety the uncanny and multiform shapes of the cacti lift their twisted trunks and fat, bristly hands to encumber the way. The demon plant, appearing to live without soil or rain, seems to taunt the parched traveler with its lush gray-greenness. It warps itself 1,000 times about what look to be open and inviting paths, only to lure the rider into blind and impassable spine-defended bottoms of the bag, leaving him to retreat, if he can, with the points of the compass whirling in his head. To be lost in the pear is to die almost the death of the thief on the cross, pierced by nails and with grotesque shapes of all the fiends hovering about. But it was not so with the kid and his mount. Winding, twisting, circling, tracing the most fantastic and bewildering trail ever picked out, the good roan lessened the distance to the lone wolf crossing with every coil and turn that he made. While they fared the kid sang. He knew but one tune and sang it, as he knew but one code and lived it, and but one girl and loved her. He was a single-minded man of conventional ideas. He had a voice like a coyote with bronchitis, but whenever he chose to sing his song he sang it. It was a conventional song of the camps and trail. Running at its beginning as near as may be to these words. Don't you monkey with my Lulu girl. Or I'll tell you what I'll do. And so on. The roan was inured to it, and did not mind. But even the poorest singer will, after a certain time, gain his own consent to refrain from contributing to the world's noises. So the kid, by the time he was within a mile or two of Tonia's jackal, had reluctantly allowed his song to die away, not because his vocal performance had become less charming to his own ears, but because his laryngeal muscles were aweary. As though he were in a circus ring, the speckled roan wheeled and danced through the labyrinth of pear until at length his rider knew by certain landmarks that the lone wolf crossing was close at hand. Then, where the pear was thinner, he caught sight of the grass roof of the jackal and the hackberry tree on the edge of the arroyo. A few yards farther the kid stopped the roan and gazed intently through the prickly openings. Then he dismounted, dropped the roan's reins, and proceeded on foot, stooping and silent, like an Indian. The roan, knowing his part, stood still, making no sound. The kid crept noiselessly to the very edge of the pear thicket and reconnoitered between the leaves of a clump of cactus. 10 yards from his hiding place, in the shade of the jackal, sat his Tonia calmly plaiting a rawhide lariat. So far she might surely escape condemnation. Women have been known, from time to time, to engage in more mischievous occupations. But if all must be told, there is to be added that her head reposed against the broad and comfortable chest of a tall red and yellow man, and that his arm was about her, guiding her nimble fingers that required so many lessons at the intricate 6-strand plait. Sandridge glanced quickly at the dark mass of pear when he heard a slight squeaking sound that was not altogether unfamiliar. A gun scabbard will make that sound when one grasps the handle of a 6-shooter suddenly. But the sound was not repeated, and Tonia's fingers needed close attention. And then, in the shadow of death, they began to talk of their love, and in the still July afternoon every word they uttered reached the ears of the kid. "Remember, then," said Tonia, "you must not come again until I send for you. Soon he will be here. A vaquero at the tienda said today he saw him on the Guadalupe 3 days ago. When he is that near he always comes. If he comes and finds you here he will kill you. So, for my sake, you must come no more until I send you the word." "All right," said the stranger. "And then what?" "And then," said the girl, "you must bring your men here and kill him. If not, he will kill you. He ain't a man to surrender, that's sure," said Sandridge. "It's kill or be killed for the officer that goes up against Mr. Cisco Kid." "He must die," said the girl. "Otherwise there will not be any peace in the world for thee and me. He has killed many. Let him so die. Bring your men, and give him no chance to escape." "You used to think right much of him," said Sandridge. Tonia dropped the lariat, twisted herself around, and curved a lemon-tinted arm over the ranger's shoulder. But then, she murmured in liquid Spanish, "I had not beheld thee, thou great, red mountain of a man. And thou art kind and good, as well as strong. Could one choose him, knowing thee? Let him die. For then I will not be filled with fear by day and night lest he hurt thee or me." "How can I know when he comes?" asked Sandridge. "When he comes," said Tonia, "he remains 2 days, sometimes 3. Gregorio, the small son of old Luisa, the lavendera, has a swift pony. I will write a letter to thee and send it by him, saying how it will be best to come upon him. By Gregorio will the letter come. And bring many men with thee, and have much care, O, dear red one, for the rattlesnake is not quicker to strike than is, El Chivato, as they call him, to send a ball from his pistola. The kid's handy with his gun, sure enough, admitted Sandridge, but when I come for him I shall come alone. I'll get him by myself or not at all. The Cap wrote 1 or 2 things to me that make me want to do the trick without any help. You let me know when Mr. Kid arrives, and I'll do the rest. I will send you the message by the boy Gregorio, said the girl. I knew you were braver than that small slayer of men who never smiles. How could I ever have thought I cared for him? It was time for the ranger to ride back to his camp on the water hole. Before he mounted his horse he raised the slight form of Tonia with one arm high from the earth for a parting salute. The drowsy stillness of the torpid summer air still lay thick upon the dreaming afternoon. The smoke from the fire in the jackal, where the frijoles blubbered in the iron pot, rose straight as a plumb line above the clay-daubed chimney. No sound or movement disturbed the serenity of the dense pear thicket 10 yards away. When the form of Sandridge had disappeared, loping his big dun down the steep banks of the Frio crossing, the kid crept back to his own horse, mounted him, and rode back along the tortuous trail he had come. But not far. He stopped and waited in the silent depths of the pear until half an hour had passed. And then Tonia heard the high, untrue notes of his unmusical singing coming nearer and nearer. And she ran to the edge of the pear to meet him. The kid seldom smiled, but he smiled and waved his hat when he saw her. He dismounted, and his girl sprang into his arms. The kid looked at her fondly. His thick, black hair clung to his head like a wrinkled mat. The meeting brought a slight ripple of some undercurrent of feeling to his smooth, dark face that was usually as motionless as a clay mask. "How's my girl?" he asked, holding her close. "Sick of waiting so long for you, dear one," she answered. "My eyes are dim with always gazing into that devil's pincushion through which you come. And I can see into it such a little way, too. But you are here, beloved one, and I will not scold. Que mal muchacho. Not to come to see your Alma more often. Go in and rest, and let me water your horse and stake him with the long rope. There is cool water in the jar for you." The kid kissed her affectionately. "Not if the court knows itself do I let a lady stake my horse for me," said he. "But if you'll run in, chica, and throw a pot of coffee together while I attend to the caballo, I'll be a good deal obliged." Besides his marksmanship, the kid had another attribute for which he admired himself greatly. He was muy caballero, as the Mexicans express it, where the ladies were concerned. For them he had always gentle words and consideration. He could not have spoken a harsh word to a woman. He might ruthlessly slay their husbands and brothers, but he could not have laid the weight of a finger in anger upon a woman. Wherefore many of that interesting division of humanity who had come under the spell of his politeness declared their disbelief in the stories circulated about Mr. Kidd. One shouldn't believe everything one heard, they said. When confronted by their indignant menfolk with proof of the Caballero's deeds of infamy, they said maybe he had been driven to it, and that he knew how to treat a lady, anyhow. Considering this extremely courteous idiosyncrasy of the kid and the pride he took in it, one can perceive that the solution of the problem that was presented to him by what he saw and heard from his hiding place in the pear that afternoon, at least as to one of the actors, must have been obscured by difficulties. And yet one could not think of the kid overlooking little matters of that kind. At the end of the short twilight they gathered around a supper of frijoles, goat steaks, canned peaches, and coffee, by the light of a lantern in the jackal. Afterward, the ancestor, his flock corralled, smoked a cigarette and became a mummy in a grey blanket. Tonia washed the few dishes while the kid dried them with the flour-sacking towel. Her eyes shone, she chatted volubly of the inconsequent happenings of her small world since the kid's last visit. It was as all his other homecomings had been. Then outside Tonia swung in a grass hammock with her guitar and sang sad canciones de amor. "Do you love me just the same, old girl?" asked the kid, hunting for his cigarette papers. "Always the same, little one," said Tonia, her dark eyes lingering upon him. "I must go over to Fink's," said the kid, rising, "for some tobacco. I thought I had another sack in my coat. I'll be back in a quarter of an hour." "Hasten," said Tonia, "and tell me, how long shall I call you my own this time? Will you be gone again tomorrow, leaving me to grieve, or will you be longer with your Tonia?" "Oh, I might stay 2 or 3 days this trip," said the kid, yawning. "I've been on the dodge for a month, and I'd like to rest up." He was gone half an hour for his tobacco. When he returned, Tonia was still lying in the hammock. "It's funny," said the kid, "how I feel. I feel like there was somebody lying behind every bush and tree waiting to shoot me. I never had mullygrubs like them before. Maybe it's one of them presumptions. I've got half a notion to light out in the morning before day. The Guadalupe country is burning up about that old Dutchman I plugged down there. You are not afraid, no one could make my brave little one fear. Well, I haven't been usually regarded as a jackrabbit when it comes to scrapping. But I don't want a posse smoking me out when I'm in your jackal. Somebody might get hurt that oughtn't to. Remain with your Tonia, no one will find you here." The kid looked keenly into the shadows up and down the arroyo and toward the dim lights of the Mexican village. "I'll see how it looks later on," was his decision. At midnight a horseman rode into the ranger's camp, blazing his way by noisy hellos to indicate a Pacific mission. Sandridge and 1 or 2 others turned out to investigate the row. The rider announced himself to be Domingo Sales, from the Lone Wolf Crossing. He bore a letter for Señor Sandridge. Old Luisa, the lavendera, had persuaded him to bring it, he said, her son Gregorio being too ill of a fever to ride. Sandridge lighted the camp lantern and read the letter. These were its words. "Dear one, he has come. Hardly had you ridden away when he came out of the pear. When he first talked he said he would stay 3 days or more. Then as it grew later he was like a wolf or a fox, and walked about without rest, looking and listening. Soon he said he must leave before daylight when it is dark and stillest. And then he seemed to suspect that I be not true to him. He looked at me so strange that I am frightened. I swear to him that I love him, his own Tonia. Last of all he said I must prove to him I am true. He thinks that even now men are waiting to kill him as he rides from my house. To escape he says he will dress in my clothes, my red skirt and the blue waist I wear and the brown mantilla over the head, and thus ride away. But before that he says that I must put on his clothes, his pantaloons and camisa and hat, and ride away on his horse from the jackal as far as the big road beyond the crossing and back again. This before he goes, so he can tell if I am true and if men are hidden to shoot him. It is a terrible thing. An hour before daybreak this is to be. Come, my dear one, and kill this man and take me for your Tonia. Do not try to take hold of him alive, but kill him quickly. Knowing all, you should do that. You must come long before the time and hide yourself in the little shed near the jackal where the wagon and saddles are kept. It is dark in there. He will wear my red skirt and blue waist and brown mantilla. I send you 100 kisses. Come surely and shoot quickly and straight. Thine own Tonia. Sandridge quickly explained to his men the official part of the missive. The rangers protested against his going alone. I'll get him easy enough, said the lieutenant. The girls got him trapped. And don't even think he'll get the drop on me. Sandridge saddled his horse and rode to the Lone Wolf Crossing. He tied his big gun in a clump of brush on the arroyo, took his Winchester from its scabbard, and carefully approached the Perez jackal. There was only the half of a high moon drifted over by ragged, milk-white gulf clouds. The wagon shed was an excellent place for ambush, and the ranger got inside it safely. In the black shadow of the brush shelter in front of the jackal he could see a horse tied and hear him impatiently pawing the hard-trodden earth. He waited almost an hour before 2 figures came out of the jackal. One, in man's clothes, quickly mounted the horse and galloped past the wagon shed toward the crossing and village. And then the other figure, in skirt, waist, and mantilla over its head, stepped out into the faint moonlight, gazing after the rider. Sandridge thought he would take his chance then before Tonia rode back. He fancied she might not care to see it. "Throw up your hands," he ordered loudly, stepping out of the wagon shed with his Winchester at his shoulder. There was a quick turn of the figure, but no movement to obey, so the ranger pumped in the bullets, 1, 2, 3, and then twice more. For you never could be too sure of bringing down the Cisco Kid. There was no danger of missing at 10 paces, even in that half-moonlight. The old ancestor, asleep on his blanket, was awakened by the shots. Listening further, he heard a great cry from some man in mortal distress or anguish, and rose up grumbling at the disturbing ways of moderns. The tall, red ghost of a man burst into the jackal, reaching one hand, shaking like a tule reed, for the lantern hanging on its nail. The other spread a letter on the table. "Look at this letter, Perez," cried the man. "Who wrote it?" "Ah, Dios. It is Señor Sandridge," mumbled the old man, approaching. "Pews, Señor, that letter was written by El Chivato, as he is called, by the man of Tonia. They say he is a bad man, I do not know. While Tonia slept he wrote the letter and sent it by this old hand of mine to Domingo Sales to be brought to you. Is there anything wrong in the letter? I am very old, and I did not know. Valgame Dios. It is a very foolish world, and there is nothing in the house to drink, nothing to drink." Just then all that Sandridge could think of to do was to go outside and throw himself face downward in the dust by the side of his hummingbird, of whom not a feather fluttered. He was not a caballero by instinct, and he could not understand the niceties of revenge. A mile away the rider who had ridden past the wagon shed struck up a harsh, untuneful song, the words of which began, "Don't you monkey with my Lulu girl or I'll tell you what I'll do." The Ransom of Red Chief. It looked like a good thing, but wait till I tell you. We were down south, in Alabama, Bill Driscoll and myself, when this kidnapping idea struck us. It was, as Bill afterward expressed it, during a moment of temporary mental apparition, but we didn't find that out till later. There was a town down there, as flat as a flannel cake, and called Summit, of course. It contained inhabitants of as undeleterious and self-satisfied a class of peasantry as ever clustered around a maypole. Bill and me had a joint capital of about $600, and we needed just $2,000 more to pull off a fraudulent town lot scheme in western Illinois with. We talked it over on the front steps of the hotel. Philoprogenitiveness, says we, is strong in semi-rural communities. Therefore and for other reasons, a kidnapping project ought to do better there than in the radius of newspapers that send reporters out in plain clothes to stir up talk about such things. We knew that Summit couldn't get after us with anything stronger than constables and maybe some lackadaisical bloodhounds and a diatribe or two in the weekly farmer's budget. So, it looked good. We selected for our victim the only child of a prominent citizen named Ebenezer Dorset. The father was respectable and tight, a mortgage fancier and a stern, upright collection plate passer and forecloser. The kid was a boy of 10, with bar-leaf freckles, and hair the color of the cover of the magazine you buy at the newsstand when you want to catch a train. Bill and me figured that Ebenezer would melt down for a ransom of $2,000 to a cent. But wait till I tell you. About 2 miles from Summit was a little mountain, covered with a dense cedar brake. On the rear elevation of this mountain was a cave. There we stored provisions. One evening after sundown, we drove in a buggy past old Dorset's house. The kid was in the street, throwing rocks at a kitten on the opposite fence. "Hey, little boy," says Bill, "would you like to have a bag of candy and a nice ride?" The boy catches Bill neatly in the eye with a piece of brick. "That will cost the old man an extra $500, says Bill, climbing over the wheel. That boy put up a fight like a welterweight cinnamon bear. But, at last, we got him down in the bottom of the buggy and drove away. We took him up to the cave and I hitched the horse in the cedar brake. After dark I drove the buggy to the little village, 3 miles away, where we had hired it, and walked back to the mountain. Bill was pasting court plaster over the scratches and bruises on his features. There was a fire burning behind the big rock at the entrance of the cave, and the boy was watching a pot of boiling coffee, with 2 buzzard tail feathers stuck in his red hair. He points a stick at me when I come up, and says, "Ha! Cursed paleface, do you dare to enter the camp of Red Chief, the terror of the plains?" "He's all right now," says Bill, rolling up his trousers and examining some bruises on his shins. "We're playing Indian. We're making Buffalo Bill's show look like magic lantern views of Palestine in the town hall. I'm old Hank, the trapper, Red Chief's captive, and I'm to be scalped at daybreak. By Geronimo! That kid can kick hard." Yes, sir, that boy seemed to be having the time of his life. The fun of camping out in a cave had made him forget that he was a captive himself. He immediately christened me Snake Eye, the spy, and announced that, when his braves returned from the warpath, I was to be broiled at the stake at the rising of the sun. Then we had supper. And he filled his mouth full of bacon and bread and gravy, and began to talk. He made a during dinner speech something like this. "I like this fine. I never camped out before. But I had a pet possum once, and I was 9 last birthday. I hate to go to school. Rats ate up 16 of Jimmy Talbot's aunt's speckled hen's eggs. Are there any real Indians in these woods? I want some more gravy. Does the trees moving make the wind blow? We had 5 puppies. What makes your nose so red, Hank? My father has lots of money. Are the stars hot? I whipped Ed Walker twice, Saturday. I don't like girls. You dasn't catch toads unless with a string. Do oxen make any noise? Why are oranges round? Have you got beds to sleep on in this cave? Amos Murray has got 6 toes. A parrot can talk, but a monkey or a fish can't. How many does it take to make 12? Every few minutes he would remember that he was a pesky redskin, and pick up his stick rifle and tiptoe to the mouth of the cave to rubber for the scouts of the hated paleface. Now and then he would let out a war whoop that made old Hank the trapper shiver. That boy had Bill terrorized from the start. "Red Chief," says I to the kid, "would you like to go home?" "Ah, what for?" says he. "I don't have any fun at home. I hate to go to school. I like to camp out. You won't take me back home again, Snake Eye, will you?" "Not right away," says I. "We'll stay here in the cave a while." "All right," says he. "That'll be fine." I never had such fun in all my life. We went to bed about 11 o'clock. We spread down some wide blankets and quilts and put Red Chief between us. We weren't afraid he'd run away. He kept us awake for 3 hours, jumping up and reaching for his rifle and screeching, hissed. Pard, in mine and Bill's ears, as the fancied crackle of a twig or the rustle of a leaf revealed to his young imagination the stealthy approach of the outlaw band. At last, I fell into a troubled sleep, and dreamed that I had been kidnapped and chained to a tree by a ferocious pirate with red hair. Just at daybreak, I was awakened by a series of awful screams from Bill. They weren't yells, or howls, or shouts, or whoops, or yawps, such as you'd expect from a manly set of vocal organs. They were simply indecent, terrifying, humiliating screams. Such as women emit when they see ghosts or caterpillars. It's an awful thing to hear a strong, desperate, fat man scream incontinently in a cave at daybreak. I jumped up to see what the matter was. Red Chief was sitting on Bill's chest, with one hand twined in Bill's hair. In the other he had the sharp case knife we used for slicing bacon. And he was industriously and realistically trying to take Bill's scalp, according to the sentence that had been pronounced upon him the evening before. I got the knife away from the kid and made him lie down again. But, from that moment, Bill's spirit was broken. He laid down on his side of the bed, but he never closed an eye again in sleep as long as that boy was with us. I dozed off for a while, but along towards sunup I remembered that Red Chief had said I was to be burned at the stake at the rising of the sun. I wasn't nervous or afraid. But I sat up and lit my pipe and leaned against a rock. "What you getting up so soon for, Sam?" asked Bill. "Me?" says I. "Oh, I got a kind of a pain in my shoulder. I thought sitting up would rest it." "You're a liar," says Bill. "You're afraid. You was to be burned at sunrise, and you was afraid he'd do it. And he would, too, if he could find a match. Ain't it awful, Sam? Do you think anybody will pay out money to get a little imp like that back home?" "Sure," said I, "a rowdy kid like that is just the kind that parents dote on. Now, you and the chief get up and cook breakfast, while I go up on the top of this mountain and reconnoiter." I went up on the peak of the little mountain and ran my eye over the contiguous vicinity. Over towards summit I expected to see the sturdy yeomanry of the village armed with scythes and pitchforks beating the countryside for the dastardly kidnappers. But what I saw was a peaceful landscape dotted with one man plowing with a dun mule. Nobody was dragging the creek. No couriers dashed hither and yon, bringing tidings of no news to the distracted parents. There was a sylvan attitude of somnolent sleepiness pervading that section of the external outward surface of Alabama that lay exposed to my view. "Perhaps," says I to myself, "it has not yet been discovered that the wolves have borne away the tender lambkin from the fold. Heaven help the wolves," says I, and I went down the mountain to breakfast. When I got to the cave I found Bill backed up against the side of it, breathing hard, and the boy threatening to smash him with a rock half as big as a coconut. "He put a red-hot boiled potato down my back," explained Bill, "and then mashed it with his foot, and I boxed his ears." "Have you got a gun about you, Sam?" I took the rock away from the boy and kind of patched up the argument. "I'll fix you," says the kid to Bill. "No man ever yet struck the Red Chief but what he got paid for it. You better beware." After breakfast the kid takes a piece of leather with strings wrapped around it out of his pocket and goes outside the cave unwinding it. "What's he up to now?" says Bill, anxiously. "You don't think he'll run away, do you, Sam?" "No fear of it," says I, "he don't seem to be much of a homebody. But we've got to fix up some plan about the ransom. There don't seem to be much excitement around Summit on account of his disappearance, but maybe they haven't realized yet that he's gone. His folks may think he's spending the night with Aunt Jane or one of the neighbors. Anyhow, he'll be missed today. Tonight we must get a message to his father demanding the $2,000 for his return." Just then we heard a kind of war whoop, such as David might have emitted when he knocked out the champion Goliath. It was a sling that Red Chief had pulled out of his pocket, and he was whirling it around his head. I dodged, and heard a heavy thud and a kind of a sigh from Bill, like a horse gives out when you take his saddle off. A niggerhead rock the size of an egg had caught Bill just behind his left ear. He loosened himself all over and fell in the fire across the frying pan of hot water for washing the dishes. I dragged him out and poured cold water on his head for half an hour. By and by, Bill sits up and feels behind his ear and says, "Sam, do you know who my favorite biblical character is?" "Take it easy," says I, "you'll come to your senses presently." "King Herod," says he. "You won't go away and leave me here alone, will you, Sam?" I went out and caught that boy and shook him until his freckles rattled. "If you don't behave," says I, "I'll take you straight home. Now, are you going to be good, or not?" "I was only funning," says he sullenly. "I didn't mean to hurt old Hank." "But what did he hit me for?" "I'll behave, Snake Eye, if you won't send me home, and if you'll let me play the Black Scout today." "I don't know the game," says I. "That's for you and Mr. Bill to decide. He's your playmate for the day. I'm going away for a while, on business. Now, you come in and make friends with him and say you are sorry for hurting him, or home you go, at once." I made him and Bill shake hands, and then I took Bill aside and told him I was going to Poplar Cove, a little village 3 miles from the cave, and find out what I could about how the kidnapping had been regarded in Summit. Also, I thought it best to send a peremptory letter to Old Man Dorset that day, demanding the ransom and dictating how it should be paid. You know, Sam, says Bill, I've stood by you without batting an eye in earthquakes, fire and flood, in poker games, dynamite outrages, police raids, train robberies and cyclones. I never lost my nerve yet till we kidnapped that 2-legged skyrocket of a kid. He's got me going. You won't leave me long with him, will you, Sam? I'll be back sometime this afternoon, says I. You must keep the boy amused and quiet till I return. And now we'll write the letter to old Dorset. Bill and I got paper and pencil and worked on the letter while Red Chief, with a blanket wrapped around him, strutted up and down, guarding the mouth of the cave. Bill begged me tearfully to make the ransom $1,500 instead of $2,000. I ain't attempting, says he, to decry the celebrated moral aspect of parental affection, but we're dealing with humans. And it ain't human for anybody to give up $2,000 for that 40-pound chunk of freckled wildcat. I'm willing to take a chance at $1,500. You can charge the difference up to me. So, to relieve Bill, I acceded, and we collaborated a letter that ran this way. Ebenezer Dorset, Esq. We have your boy concealed in a place far from Summit. It is useless for you or the most skillful detectives to attempt to find him. Absolutely, the only terms on which you can have him restored to you are these: we demand $1,500 in large bills for his return. The money to be left at midnight tonight at the same spot and in the same box as your reply, as hereinafter described. If you agree to these terms, send your answer in writing by a solitary messenger tonight at 8:30. After crossing Owl Creek, on the road to Poplar Cove, there are 3 large trees about 100 yards apart, close to the fence of the wheat field on the right-hand side. At the bottom of the fence post, opposite the 3rd tree, will be found a small pasteboard box. The messenger will place the answer in this box and return immediately to Summit. If you attempt any treachery or fail to comply with our demand as stated, you will never see your boy again. If you pay the money as demanded, he will be returned to you safe and well within 3 hours. These terms are final, and if you do not accede to them, no further communication will be attempted. 2 desperate men. I addressed this letter to Dorset, and put it in my pocket. As I was about to start, the kid comes up to me and says, "Ah, Snake Eye, you said I could play the Black Scout while you was gone." "Play it, of course," says I. "Mr. Bill will play with you." "What kind of a game is it?" "I'm the Black Scout," says Red Chief, "and I have to ride to the stockade to warn the settlers that the Indians are coming. I'm tired of playing Indian myself. I want to be the Black Scout." "All right," says I, "it sounds harmless to me. I guess Mr. Bill will help you foil the pesky savages." "What am I to do?" asks Bill, looking at the kid suspiciously. "You are the hoss," says Black Scout. "Get down on your hands and knees." "How can I ride to the stockade without a hoss?" "You'd better keep him interested," said I, "till we get the scheme going. Loosen up." Bill gets down on his all fours, and a look comes in his eye like a rabbit's when you catch it in a trap. "How far is it to the stockade, kid?" he asks, in a husky manner of voice. 90 miles, says the Black Scout. "And you have to hump yourself to get there on time." "Whoa, now." The Black Scout jumps on Bill's back and digs his heels in his side. "For heaven's sake," says Bill, "hurry back, Sam, as soon as you can. I wish we hadn't made the ransom more than 1,000. Say, you quit kicking me or I'll get up and warm you good." I walked over to Poplar Cove and sat around the post office and store, talking with the chawbacons that came in to trade. One whiskerando says that he hears Summit is all upset on account of Elder Ebenezer Dorset's boy having been lost or stolen. That was all I wanted to know. I bought some smoking tobacco, referred casually to the price of black-eyed peas, posted my letter surreptitiously and came away. The postmaster said the mail carrier would come by in an hour to take the mail on to Summit. When I got back to the cave, Bill and the boy were not to be found. I explored the vicinity of the cave, and risked a yodel or two, but there was no response. So I lighted my pipe and sat down on a mossy bank to await developments. In about half an hour I heard the bushes rustle, and Bill wobbled out into the little glade in front of the cave. Behind him was the kid, stepping softly like a scout, with a broad grin on his face. Bill stopped, took off his hat and wiped his face with a red handkerchief. The kid stopped about 8 feet behind him. "Sam," says Bill, "I suppose you'll think I'm a renegade, but I couldn't help it. I'm a grown person with masculine proclivities and habits of self-defense, but there is a time when all systems of egotism and predominance fail. The boy is gone. I have sent him home. All is off. There was martyrs in old times," goes on Bill, "that suffered death rather than give up the particular graft they enjoyed. None of them ever was subjugated to such supernatural tortures as I have been. I tried to be faithful to our articles of depredation, but there came a limit." "What's the trouble, Bill?" I asks him. "I was rowed," says Bill, "the 90 miles to the stockade, not barring an inch. Then, when the settlers was rescued, I was given oats. Sand ain't a palatable substitute. And then, for an hour I had to try to explain to him why there was nothin' in holes, how a road can run both ways and what makes the grass green. I tell you, Sam, a human can only stand so much. I takes him by the neck of his clothes and drags him down the mountain. On the way he kicks my legs black and blue from the knees down. And I've got to have 2 or 3 bites on my thumb and hand cauterized. But he's gone," continues Bill, "gone home. I showed him the road to Summit and kicked him about 8 feet nearer there at one kick. I'm sorry we lose the ransom, but it was either that or Bill Driscoll to the madhouse." Bill is puffing and blowing, but there is a look of ineffable peace and growing content on his rose-pink features. "Bill," says I, "there isn't any heart disease in your family, is there?" "No," says Bill, "nothing chronic except malaria and accidents." "Why? Then you might turn around," says I, "and have a took behind you." Bill turns and sees the boy, and loses his complexion and sits down plump on the round and begins to pluck aimlessly at grass and little sticks. For an hour I was afraid for his mind. And then I told him that my scheme was to put the whole job through immediately and that we would get the ransom and be off with it by midnight if old Dorset fell in with our proposition. So Bill braced up enough to give the kid a weak sort of a smile and a promise to play the Russian in a Japanese war with him as soon as he felt a little better. I had a scheme for collecting that ransom without danger of being caught by counterplots that ought to commend itself to professional kidnappers. The tree under which the answer was to be left, and the money later on, was close to the road fence with big, bare fields on all sides. If a gang of constables should be watching for anyone to come for the note, they could see him a long way off crossing the fields or in the road. But no, siree. At 8:30 I was up in that tree as well hidden as a tree toad, waiting for the messenger to arrive. Exactly on time, a half-grown boy rides up the road on a bicycle, locates the pasteboard box at the foot of the fence post, slips a folded piece of paper into it and pedals away again back toward Summit. I waited an hour and then concluded the thing was square. I slid down the tree, got the note, slipped along the fence till I struck the woods, and was back at the cave in another half an hour. I opened the note, got near the lantern and read it to Bill. It was written with a pen in a crabbed hand, and the sum and substance of it was this. 2 desperate men. Gentlemen, I received your letter today by post, in regard to the ransom you ask for the return of my son. I think you are a little high in your demands, and I hereby make you a counter-proposition, which I am inclined to believe you will accept. You bring Johnny home and pay me $250 in cash, and I agree to take him off your hands. You had better come at night, for the neighbors believe he is lost, and I couldn't be responsible for what they would do to anybody they saw bringing him back. Very respectfully, Ebenezer Dorset. Great pirates of Penzance, says I, of all the impudent. But I glanced at Bill, and hesitated. He had the most appealing look in his eyes I ever saw on the face of a dumb or a talking brute. Sam, says he, what's $250, after all? We've got the money. One more night of this kid will send me to a bed in Bedlam. Besides being a thorough gentleman, I think Mr. Dorset is a spendthrift for making us such a liberal offer. You ain't going to let the chance go, are you? Tell you the truth, Bill, says I, this little he-ewe lamb has somewhat got on my nerves too. We'll take him home, pay the ransom and make our getaway. We took him home that night. We got him to go by telling him that his father had bought a silver-mounted rifle and a pair of moccasins for him, and we were going to hunt bears the next day. It was just 12 o'clock when we knocked at Ebenezer's front door. Just at the moment when I should have been abstracting the $1,500 from the box under the tree, according to the original proposition. Bill was counting out $250 into Dorset's hand. When the kid found out we were going to leave him at home, he started up a howl like a calliope and fastened himself as tight as a leech to Bill's leg. His father peeled him away gradually, like a porous plaster. How long can you hold him? Asks Bill. I'm not as strong as I used to be, says old Dorset, but I think I can promise you 10 minutes. Enough, says Bill. In 10 minutes I shall cross the central, southern and middle western states, and be legging it trippingly for the Canadian border. And, as dark as it was, and as fat as Bill was, and as good a runner as I am, he was a good mile and a half out of Summit before I could catch up with him. The fifth wheel. The ranks of the bed line moved closer together, for it was cold. They were alluvial deposit of the stream of life lodged in the delta of Fifth Avenue and Broadway. The bed liners stamped their freezing feet, looked at the empty benches in Madison Square whence Jack Frost had evicted them, and muttered to one another in a confusion of tongues. The Flatiron Building, with its impious, cloud-piercing architecture looming mistily above them on the opposite delta, might well have stood for the Tower of Babel, whence these polyglot idlers had been called by the winged walking delegate of the Lord. Standing on a pine box a head higher than his flock of goats, the preacher exhorted whatever transient and shifting audience the north wind doled out to him. It was a slave market. 15 cents bought you a man. You deeded him to Morpheus, and the recording angel gave you credit. The preacher was incredibly earnest and unwearied. He had looked over the list of things one may do for one's fellow man, and had assumed for himself the task of putting to bed all who might apply at his soapbox on the nights of Wednesday and Sunday. That left but 5 nights for other philanthropists to handle. And had they done their part as well, this wicked city might have become a vast Arcadian dormitory where all might snooze and snore the happy hours away, letting problem plays and the rent man and business go to the deuce. The hour of 8 was but a little while past. Sightseers in a small, dark mass of pay-or were gathered in the shadow of General Worth's monument. Now and then, shyly, ostentatiously, carelessly, or with conscientious exactness one would step forward and bestow upon the preacher small bills or silver. Then a lieutenant of Scandinavian coloring and enthusiasm would march away to a lodging-house with a squad of the redeemed. All the while the preacher exhorted the crowd in terms beautifully devoid of eloquence, splendid with the deadly, accusative monotony of truth. Before the picture of the bed liners fades you must hear one phrase of the preacher's, the one that formed his theme that night. It is worthy of being stenciled on all the white ribbons in the world. No man ever learned to be a drunkard on 5-cent whiskey. Think of it, tippler. It covers the ground from the sprouting rye to the potter's field. A clean-profiled, erect young man in the rear rank of the bedless emulated the terrapin, drawing his head far down into the shell of his coat collar. It was a well-cut tweed coat, and the trousers still showed signs of having flattened themselves beneath the compelling goose. But, conscientiously, I must warn the milliner's apprentice who reads this, expecting a Reginald Montresor in straits, to peruse no further. The young man was no other than Thomas McQuaid, ex-coachman, discharged for drunkenness 1 month before, and now reduced to the grimy ranks of the one-night bed seekers. If you live in smaller New York you must know the Van Smythe family carriage, drawn by the two 1,500-pound, 100-to-1 bays. The carriage is shaped like a bathtub. In each end of it reclines an old lady Van Smythe holding a black sunshade the size of a New Year's Eve feather tickler. Before his downfall Thomas McQuaid drove the Van Smythe bays and was himself driven by Annie, the Van Smythe lady's maid. But it is one of the saddest things about romance that a tight shoe or an empty commissary or an aching tooth will make a temporary heretic of any Cupid worshipper. And Thomas's physical troubles were not few. Therefore, his soul was less vexed with thoughts of his lost lady's maid than it was by the fancied presence of certain non-existent things that his racked nerves almost convinced him were flying. Dancing, crawling, and wriggling on the asphalt and in the air above and around the dismal campus of the Bedline Army. Nearly 4 weeks of straight whiskey in a diet limited to crackers, bologna, and pickles often guarantees a psychozoological sequel. Thus desperate, freezing, angry, beset by phantoms as he was, he felt the need of human sympathy and intercourse. The bed-liner standing at his right was a young man of about his own age, shabby but neat. "What's the diagnosis of your case, Freddie?" asked Thomas, with the Freemasonic familiarity of the damned. "Booze?" "That's mine." "You don't look like a panhandler." "Neither am I. A month ago I was pushing the lines over the backs of the finest team of Percheron buffaloes that ever made their mile down Fifth Avenue in 2.85. And look at me now. Say, how do you come to be at this bed bargain counter rummage sale?" The other young man seemed to welcome the advances of the airy ex-coachman. "No," said he, "mine isn't exactly a case of drink. Unless we allow that Cupid is a bartender. I married unwisely, according to the opinion of my unforgiving relatives. I've been out of work for a year because I don't know how to work. And I've been sick in Bellevue and other hospitals for months. My wife and kid had to go back to her mother. I was turned out of the hospital yesterday. And I haven't a cent. That's my tale of woe." "Tough luck," said Thomas. "A man alone can pull through all right. But I hate to see the women and kids get the worst of it." Just then there hummed up Fifth Avenue a motor car so splendid, so red, so smoothly running, so craftily demolishing the speed regulations that it drew the attention even of the listless bedliners. Suspended and pinioned on its left side was an extra tire. When opposite the unfortunate company the fastenings of this tire became loosed. It fell to the asphalt, bounded and rolled rapidly in the wake of the flying car. Thomas McQuaid, scenting an opportunity, darted from his place among the preacher's goats. In 30 seconds he had caught the rolling tire, swung it over his shoulder, and was trotting smartly after the car. On both sides of the avenue people were shouting, whistling, and waving canes at the red car, pointing to the enterprising Thomas coming up with the lost tire. $1, Thomas had estimated, was the smallest guerdon that so grand an automobilist could offer for the service he had rendered, and save his pride. 2 blocks away the car had stopped. There was a little, brown, muffled chauffeur driving, and an imposing gentleman wearing a magnificent sealskin coat and a silk hat on a rear seat. Thomas proffered the captured tire with his best ex-coachman manner and a look in the brighter of his reddened eyes that was meant to be suggestive to the extent of a silver coin or two and receptive up to higher denominations. But the look was not so construed. The sealskin gentleman received the tire, placed it inside the car, gazed intently at the ex-coachman, and muttered to himself inscrutable words. "Strange, strange," said he. "Once or twice even I, myself, have fancied that the Chaldean gyroscope has availed. Could it be possible?" Then he addressed less mysterious words to the waiting and hopeful Thomas. "Sir, I thank you for your kind rescue of my tire. And I would ask you, if I may, a question. Do you know the family of Van Smythes living in Washington Square North? Oughtn't I to? Replied Thomas. I lived there. Wish I did yet. The sealskin gentleman opened a door of the car. Step in please, he said. You have been expected. Thomas McQuaid obeyed with surprise but without hesitation. A seat in a motor car seemed better than standing room in the bed line. But after the lap-robe had been tucked about him and the auto had sped on its course, the peculiarity of the invitation lingered in his mind. Maybe the guy hasn't got any change, was his diagnosis. Lots of these swell rounders don't lug about any ready money. Guess he'll dump me out when he gets to some joint where he can get cash on his mug. Anyhow, it's a cinch that I've got that open-air bed convention beat to a finish. Submerged in his greatcoat, the mysterious automobilist seemed, himself, to marvel at the surprises of life. Wonderful. Amazing. Strange, he repeated to himself constantly. When the car had well entered the crosstown 70s, it swung eastward a half-block and stopped before a row of high-stooped, brownstone front houses. Be kind enough to enter my house with me, said the sealskin gentleman when they had alighted. He's going to dig up, sure, reflected Thomas, following him inside. There was a dim light in the hall. His host conducted him through a door to the left, closing it after him and leaving them in absolute darkness. Suddenly a luminous globe, strangely decorated, shone faintly in the center of an immense room that seemed to Thomas more splendidly appointed than any he had ever seen on the stage or read of in fairy tales. The walls were hidden by gorgeous red hangings embroidered with fantastic gold figures. At the rear end of the room were draped portieres of dull gold spangled with silver crescents and stars. The furniture was of the costliest and rarest styles. The ex-coachman's feet sank into rugs as fleecy and deep as snowdrifts. There were 3 or 4 oddly shaped stands or tables covered with black velvet drapery. Thomas McQuaid took in the splendors of this palatial apartment with one eye. With the other he looked for his imposing conductor, to find that he had disappeared. Gee, muttered Thomas, this listens like a spook shop. Shouldn't wonder if it ain't one of these Moravian Nights adventures that you read about. Wonder what became of the furry guy. Suddenly a stuffed owl that stood on an ebony perch near the illuminated globe slowly raised his wings and emitted from his eyes a brilliant electric glow. With a fright-born imprecation, Thomas seized a bronze statuette of Phoebe from a cabinet nearby and hurled it with all his might at the terrifying and impossible fowl. The owl and his perch went over with a crash. With the sound there was a click, and the room was flooded with light from a dozen frosted globes along the walls and ceiling. The gold portieres parted and closed, and the mysterious automobilist entered the room. He was tall and wore evening dress of perfect cut and accurate taste. A Van Dyke beard of glossy, golden brown, rather long and wavy hair, smoothly parted, and large, magnetic, orientally occult eyes gave him a most impressive and striking appearance. If you can conceive a Russian Grand Duke in a Raja's throne room advancing to greet a visiting emperor, you will gather something of the majesty of his manner. But Thomas McQuaid was too near his D.T.S. to be mindful of his P's and Q's. When he viewed this silken, polished, and somewhat terrifying host he thought vaguely of dentists. Say, Doc, said he resentfully, that's a hot bird you keep on tap. I hope I didn't break anything. But I've nearly got the willy-walloos, and when he threw them 32 candle-power lamps of his on me, I took a snapshot at him with that little brass flatiron girl that stood on the sideboard. That is merely a mechanical toy, said the gentleman with a wave of his hand. May I ask you to be seated while I explain why I brought you to my house? Perhaps you would not understand nor be in sympathy with the psychological prompting that caused me to do so. So I will come to the point at once by venturing to refer to your admission that you know the Van Smythe family, of Washington Square North. Any silver missing? Asked Thomas tartly. Any jewelry displaced? Of course I know them. Any of the old lady's sunshades disappeared? Well, I know them. And then what? The Grand Duke rubbed his white hands together softly. "Wonderful," he murmured. "Wonderful. Shall I come to believe in the Chaldean gyroscope myself? Let me assure you," he continued, "that there is nothing for you to fear. Instead, I think I can promise you that very good fortune awaits you. We will see." "Do they want me back?" asked Thomas, with something of his old professional pride in his voice. "I'll promise to cut out the booze and do the right thing if they'll try me again." "But how did you get wise, Doc?" "Gee, it's the swellest employment agency I was ever in, with its flashlight owls and so forth." With an indulgent smile the gracious host begged to be excused for 2 minutes. He went out to the sidewalk and gave an order to the chauffeur, who still waited with the car. Returning to the mysterious apartment, he sat by his guest and began to entertain him so well by his witty and genial converse that the poor bed-liner almost forgot the cold streets from which he had been so recently and so singularly rescued. A servant brought some tender cold fowl and tea biscuits and a glass of miraculous wine, and Thomas felt the glamour of Arabia envelop him. Thus half an hour sped quickly. And then the honk of the returned motor car at the door suddenly drew the Grand Duke to his feet, with another soft petition for a brief absence. 2 women, well muffled against the cold, were admitted at the front door and suavely conducted by the master of the house down the hall through another door to the left and into a smaller room, which was screened and segregated from the larger front room by heavy, double portieres. Here the furnishings were even more elegant and exquisitely tasteful than in the other. On a golden-laid rosewood table were scattered sheets of white paper and a queer, triangular instrument or toy, apparently of gold, standing on little wheels. The taller woman threw back her black veil and loosened her cloak. She was 50, with a wrinkled and sad face. The other, young and plump, took a chair a little distance away and to the rear as a servant or an attendant might have done. "You sent for me, Professor Cherubusco," said the elder woman, wearily. "I hope you have something more definite than usual to say. I've about lost the little faith I had in your art. I would not have responded to your call this evening if my sister had not insisted upon it." "Madam," said the professor, with his princeliest smile, "the true art cannot fail. To find the true psychic and potential branch sometimes requires time. We have not succeeded, I admit, with the cards, the crystal, the stars, the magic formulae of Zarazin, nor the oracle of Pe. But we have at last discovered the true psychic route. The Chaldean gyroscope has been successful in our search." The professor's voice had a ring that seemed to proclaim his belief in his own words. The elderly lady looked at him with a little more interest. "Why, there was no sense in those words that it wrote with my hands on it," she said. "What do you mean?" "The words were these," said Professor Cherubusco, rising to his full magnificent height, "by the 5th wheel of the chariot he shall come." "I haven't seen many chariots," said the lady, "but I never saw one with 5 wheels." "Progress," said the professor, "progress in science and mechanics has accomplished it, though, to be exact, we may speak of it only as an extra tire. Progress in occult art has advanced in proportion. Madam, I repeat that the Chaldean gyroscope has succeeded. I can not only answer the question that you have propounded, but I can produce before your eyes the proof thereof." And now the lady was disturbed both in her disbelief and in her poise. "Oh, Professor," she cried anxiously, "when, where? Has he been found? Do not keep me in suspense." "I beg you will excuse me for a very few minutes," said Professor Cherubusco, "and I think I can demonstrate to you the efficacy of the true art." Thomas was contentedly munching the last crumbs of the bread and fowl when the enchanter appeared suddenly at his side. "Are you willing to return to your old home if you are assured of a welcome and restoration to favor?" he asked, with his courteous, royal smile. "Do I look bughouse?" answered Thomas. "Enough of the footback life for me. But will they have me again? The old lady is as fixed in her ways as a nut on a new axle." "My dear young man," said the other, "she has been searching for you everywhere." "Great," said Thomas. I'm on the job. That team of dropsical dromedaries they call horses is a handicap for a first-class coachman like myself, but I'll take the job back, sure, Doc. They're good people to be with. And now a change came o'er the suave countenance of the Caliph of Baghdad. He looked keenly and suspiciously at the ex-coachman. "May I ask what your name is?" he said shortly. "You've been looking for me," said Thomas, "and don't know my name? You're a funny kind of sleuth. You must be one of the Central Office gumshoers. I'm Thomas McQuaid, of course. And I've been chauffeur of the Van Smythe Elephant team for a year. They fired me a month ago for, well, Doc, you saw what I did to your old owl. I went broke on booze, and when I saw the tire drop off your whiz wagon I was standing in that squad of hobos at the Worth Monument waiting for a free bed. Now, what's the prize for the best answer to all this?" To his intense surprise Thomas felt himself lifted by the collar and dragged, without a word of explanation, to the front door. This was opened, and he was kicked forcibly down the steps with one heavy, disillusionizing, humiliating impact of the stupendous Arabian shoe. As soon as the ex-coachman had recovered his feet and his wits he hastened as fast as he could eastward toward Broadway. "Crazy guy," was his estimate of the mysterious automobilist. "Just wanted to have some fun kiddin', I guess. He might have dug up $1, anyhow. Now I've got to hurry up and get back to that gang of bum bed hunters before they all get preached to sleep." When Thomas reached the end of his 2-mile walk he found the ranks of the homeless reduced to a squad of perhaps 8 or 10. He took the proper place of a newcomer at the left end of the rear rank. In a file in front of him was the young man who had spoken to him of hospitals and something of a wife and child. "Sorry to see you back again," said the young man, turning to speak to him. "I hoped you had struck something better than this." "Me?" said Thomas. "Oh, I just took a run around the block to keep warm. I see the public ain't lending to the Lord very fast tonight." "In this kind of weather," said the young man, "charity avails itself of the proverb, and both begins and ends at home." And the preacher and his vehement lieutenant struck up a last hymn of petition to Providence and man. Those of the bed-liners whose windpipes still registered above 32 degrees hopelessly and tunelessly joined in. In the middle of the second verse Thomas saw a sturdy girl with wind-tossed drapery battling against the breeze and coming straight toward him from the opposite sidewalk. "Annie!" he yelled, and ran toward her. You fool," she cried, weeping and laughing, and hanging upon his neck, "why did you do it?" "The stuff," explained Thomas briefly. "You know." "But subsequently knit." "Not a drop." He led her to the curb. "How did you happen to see me?" "I came to find you," said Annie, holding tight to his sleeve. "Oh, you big fool. Professor Cherubusco told us that we might find you here." "Professor Ch. Don't know the guy. What saloon does he work in?" "He's a clairvoyant, Thomas, the greatest in the world. He found you with the Chaldean telescope," he said. "He's a liar," said Thomas. "I never had it. He never saw me have anybody's telescope. And he said you came in a chariot with 5 wheels or something." "Annie," said Tom solicitously, "you're giving me the wheels now. If I had a chariot I'd have gone to bed in it long ago. And without any singing and preaching for a nightcap, either. Listen, you big fool. The missus says she'll take you back. I begged her to. But you must behave. And you can go up to the house tonight, and your old room over the stable is ready." "Great," said Thomas earnestly. "You are it, Annie. But when did these stunts happen?" "Tonight at Professor Cherubusco's. He sent his automobile for the missus, and she took me along. I've been there with her before." "What's the professor's line?" "He's a clairvoyant and a witch. The missus consults him. He knows everything. But he hasn't done the missus any good yet, though she's paid him hundreds of dollars. But he told us that the stars told him we could find you here. What's the old lady want this cherry buster to do? That's a family secret, said Annie. And now you've asked enough questions. Come on home, you big fool. They had moved but a little way up the street when Thomas stopped. Got any dough with you, Annie? He asked. Annie looked at him sharply. Oh, I know what that look means, said Thomas. You're wrong. Not another drop. But there's a guy that was standing next to me in the bed line over there that's in bad shape. He's the right kind, and he's got wives or kids or something, and he's on the sick list. No booze. If you could dig up $50 for him so he could get a decent bed, I'd like it. Annie's fingers began to wiggle in her purse. Sure, I've got money, said she. Lots of it. $12. And then she added, with woman's ineradicable suspicion of vicarious benevolence, bring him here and let me see him first. Thomas went on his mission. The one-bed liner came readily enough. As the two drew near, Annie looked up from her purse and screamed. Mr. Walter, oh, Mr. Walter. Is that you, Annie? Said the young man meekly. Oh, Mr. Walter. And the missus hunting high and low for you. Does mother want to see me? He asked, with a flush coming out on his pale cheek. She's been hunting for you high and low. Sure, she wants to see you. She wants you to come home. She's tried police and morgues and lawyers and advertising and detectives and rewards and everything. And then she took up clairvoyance. You'll go right home, won't you, Mr. Walter? Gladly, if she wants me, said the young man. 3 years is a long time. I suppose I'll have to walk up, though, unless the streetcars are giving free rides. I used to walk and beat that old plug team of bays we used to drive to the carriage. Have they got them yet? They have, said Thomas, feelingly. And they'll have, 10 years from now. The life of the Royal Elephantibus Truckhorsebus is 149 years. I'm the coachman. Just got my reappointment 5 minutes ago. Let's all ride up in a surface car, that is, if Annie will pay the fares. On the Broadway car Annie handed each one of the prodigals a nickel to pay the conductor. Seems to me you are mighty reckless the way you throw large sums of money around, said Thomas sarcastically. In that purse, said Annie decidedly, is exactly $11.85. I shall take every cent of it tomorrow and give it to Professor Cherubusco, the greatest man in the world. Well, said Thomas, I guess he must be a pretty fly guy to pipe off things the way he does. I'm glad his spooks told him where you could find me. If you'll give me his address, some day I'll go up there, myself, and shake his hand. Presently Thomas moved tentatively in his seat, and thoughtfully felt an abrasion or two on his knees and his elbows. Say, Annie, said he confidentially, maybe it's one of the last dreams of booze. But I've a kind of a recollection of riding in an automobile with a swell guy that took me to a house full of eagles and arc lights. He fed me on biscuits and hot air, and then kicked me down the front steps. If it was the DTs, why am I so sore? Shut up, you fool, said Annie. If I could find that funny guy's house, said Thomas, in conclusion, I'd go up there some day and punch his nose for him. The World and the Door. A favorite dodge to get your story read by the public is to assert that it is true, and then add that truth is stranger than fiction. I do not know if the yarn I am anxious for you to read is true, but the Spanish purser of the fruit steamer El Carrero swore to me by the shrine of Santa Guadalupe that he had the facts from the U.S. Vice-Consul at La Paz, a person who could not possibly have been cognizant of half of them. As for the adage quoted above, I take pleasure in puncturing it by affirming that I read in a purely fictional story the other day the line, "Be it so," said the policeman. Nothing so strange has yet cropped out in truth. When H. Ferguson Hedges, millionaire promoter, investor and man about New York, turned his thoughts upon matters convivial, and word of it went down the line. Bouncers took a precautionary turn at the Indian clubs, waiters put ironstone china on his favorite tables, cab drivers crowded close to the curbstone in front of all-night cafes. And careful cashiers in his regular haunts charged up a few bottles to his account by way of preface and introduction. As a money power, a one-millionaire is of small account in a city where the man who cuts your slice of beef behind the free lunch counter rides to work in his own automobile. But Hedges spent his money as lavishly, loudly and showily as though he were only a clerk squandering a week's wages. And, after all, the bartender takes no interest in your reserve fund. He would rather look you up on his cash register than in Bradstreet. On the evening that the material allegation of facts begins, Hedges was bidding dull care begone in the company of 5 or 6 good fellows, acquaintances and friends who had gathered in his wake. Among them were 2 younger men, Ralph Merriam, a broker, and Wade, his friend. 2 deep-sea cabmen were chartered. At Columbus Circle they hove to long enough to revile the statue of the great navigator, unpatriotically rebuking him for having voyaged in search of land instead of liquids. Midnight overtook the party marooned in the rear of a cheap café far uptown. Hedges was arrogant, overriding and quarrelsome. He was burly and tough, iron-gray but vigorous, good for the rest of the night. There was a dispute, about nothing that matters, and the 5-fingered words were passed, the words that represent the glove cast into the lists. Merriam played the role of the verbal Hotspur. Hedges rose quickly, seized his chair, swung it once and smashed wildly down at Merriam's head. Merriam dodged, drew a small revolver and shot Hedges in the chest. The leading roisterer stumbled, fell in a wry heap, and lay still. Wade, a commuter, had formed that habit of promptness. He juggled Merriam out a side door, walked him to the corner, ran him a block and caught a hansom. They rode 5 minutes and then got out on a dark corner and dismissed the cab. Across the street the lights of a small saloon betrayed its hectic hospitality. "Go in the back room of that saloon," said Wade, "and wait. I'll go find out what's doing and let you know. You may take 2 drinks while I am gone, no more." At 10 minutes to 1 o'clock Wade returned. "Brace up, old chap," he said. "The ambulance got there just as I did. The doctor says he's dead. You may have 1 more drink. You let me run this thing for you. You've got to skip. I don't believe a chair is legally a deadly weapon. You've got to make tracks, that's all there is to it." Merriam complained of the cold querulously, and asked for another drink. "Did you notice what big veins he had on the back of his hands?" he said. "I never could stand, I never could." "Take 1 more," said Wade, "and then come on. I'll see you through." Wade kept his promise so well that at 11 o'clock the next morning Merriam, with a new suitcase full of new clothes and hairbrushes, stepped quietly on board a little 500-ton fruit steamer at an East River pier. The vessel had brought the season's first cargo of limes from Port Limon, and was homeward bound. Merriam had his bank balance of $2,800 in his pocket in large bills, and brief instructions to pile up as much water as he could between himself and New York. There was no time for anything more. From Port Limon Merriam worked down the coast by schooner and sloop to Cologne, thence across the isthmus to Panama, where he caught a tramp bound for Callao and such intermediate ports as might tempt the discursive skipper from his course. It was at La Paz that Merriam decided to land, La Paz the Beautiful, a little harborless town smothered in a living green ribbon that banded the foot of a cloud-piercing mountain. Here the little steamer stopped to tread water while the captain's dory took him ashore that he might feel the pulse of the coconut market. Merriam went too, with his suitcase, and remained. Kalb, the vice-consul, a Greco-Armenian citizen of the United States, born in Hessen-Darmstadt, and educated in Cincinnati ward primaries, considered all Americans his brothers and bankers. He attached himself to Merriam's elbow, introduced him to everyone in La Paz who wore shoes, borrowed $10 and went back to his hammock. There was a little wooden hotel in the edge of a banana grove, facing the sea, that catered to the tastes of the few foreigners that had dropped out of the world into the triste Peruvian town. At Kalb's introductory, "Shake hands with," he had obediently exchanged manual salutations with a German doctor, 1 French and 2 Italian merchants. And 3 or 4 Americans who were spoken of as gold men, rubber men, mahogany men, anything but men of living tissue. After dinner Miriam sat in a corner of the broad front galleria with Bib, a Vermonter interested in hydraulic mining, and smoked and drank Scotch smoke. The moonlit sea, spreading infinitely before him, seemed to separate him beyond all apprehension from his old life. The horrid tragedy in which he had played such a disastrous part now began, for the first time since he stole on board the fruiter, a wretched fugitive, to lose its sharper outlines. Distance lent assuagement to his view. Bib had opened the floodgates of a stream of long-dammed discourse, overjoyed to have captured an audience that had not suffered under 100 repetitions of his views and theories. 1 year more, said Bib, and I'll go back to God's country. Oh, I know it's pretty here, and you get dolce far niente handed to you in chunks, but this country wasn't made for a white man to live in. You've got to have to plug through snow now and then, and see a game of baseball and wear a stiff collar and have a policeman cuss you. Still, La Paz is a good sort of a pipe-dreamy old hole. And Mrs. Conant is here. When any of us feels particularly like jumping into the sea we rush around to her house and propose. It's nicer to be rejected by Mrs. Conant than it is to be drowned. And they say drowning is a delightful sensation. Many like her here? Asked Miriam. Not anywhere, said Bib, with a comfortable sigh. She's the only white woman in La Paz. The rest range from a dapple dun to the color of a B-flat piano key. She's been here a year. Comes from, well, you know how a woman can talk, ask M to say string and they'll say crow's foot or cat's cradle. Sometimes you'd think she was from Oshkosh, and again from Jacksonville, Florida, and the next day from Cape Cod. Mystery, ventured Miriam. Well, she looks it. But her talk's translucent enough. But that's a woman. I suppose if the Sphinx were to begin talking she'd merely say, goodness me. More visitors coming for dinner, and nothing to eat but the sand which is here. But you won't think about that when you meet her, Miriam. You'll propose to her too. To make a hard story soft, Miriam did meet her and propose to her. He found her to be a woman in black with hair the color of a bronze turkey's wings, and mysterious, remembering eyes that, well, that looked as if she might have been a trained nurse looking on when Eve was created. Her words and manner, though, were translucent, as Bib had said. She spoke, vaguely, of friends in California and some of the lower parishes in Louisiana. The tropical climate and indolent life suited her. She had thought of buying an orange grove later on. La Paz, all in all, charmed her. Miriam's courtship of the Sphinx lasted 3 months, although Bee did not know that he was courting her. He was using her as an antidote for remorse, until he found, too late, that he had acquired the habit. During that time he had received no news from home. Wade did not know where he was. And he was not sure of Wade's exact address, and was afraid to write. He thought he had better let matters rest as they were for a while. One afternoon he and Mrs. Conant hired 2 ponies and rode out along the mountain trail as far as the little cold river that came tumbling down the foothills. There they stopped for a drink, and Miriam spoke his piece. He proposed, as Bib had prophesied. Mrs. Conant gave him one glance of brilliant tenderness, and then her face took on such a strange, haggard look that Miriam was shaken out of his intoxication and back to his senses. "I beg your pardon, Florence," he said, releasing her hand, "but I'll have to hedge on part of what I said. I can't ask you to marry me, of course. I killed a man in New York, a man who was my friend, shot him down, in quite a cowardly manner, I understand. Of course, the drinking didn't excuse it. Well, I couldn't resist having my say. And I'll always mean it. I'm here as a fugitive from justice, and, I suppose that ends our acquaintance." Mrs. Conant plucked little leaves assiduously from the low-hanging branch of a lime tree. "I suppose so," she said, in low and oddly uneven tones, "but that depends upon you. I'll be as honest as you were. I poisoned my husband. I am a self-made widow. A man cannot love a murderess. So I suppose that ends our acquaintance. She looked up at him slowly. His face turned a little pale, and he stared at her blankly, like a deaf and dumb man who was wondering what it was all about. She took a swift step toward him, with stiffened arms and eyes blazing. "Don't look at me like that," she cried, as though she were in acute pain. "Curse me, or turn your back on me, but don't look that way. Am I a woman to be beaten? If I could show you, here on my arms, and on my back are scars, and it has been more than a year, scars that he made in his brutal rages. A holy nun would have risen and struck the fiend down. Yes, I killed him. The foul and horrible words that he hurled at me that last day are repeated in my ears every night when I sleep. And then came his blows, and the end of my endurance. I got the poison that afternoon. It was his custom to drink every night in the library before going to bed a hot punch made of rum and wine. Only from my fair hands would he receive it, because he knew the fumes of spirits always sickened me. That night when the maid brought it to me I sent her downstairs on an errand. Before taking him his drink I went to my little private cabinet and poured into it more than a teaspoonful of tincture of aconite, enough to kill 3 men, so I had learned. I had drawn $6,000 that I had in bank, and with that and a few things in a satchel I left the house without anyone seeing me. As I passed the library I heard him stagger up and fall heavily on a couch. I took a night train for New Orleans, and from there I sailed to the Bermudas. I finally cast anchor in La Paz. And now what have you to say? Can you open your mouth? Miriam came back to life. Florence, he said earnestly, I want you. I don't care what you've done. If the world. Ralph, she interrupted, almost with a scream, be my world. Her eyes melted, she relaxed magnificently and swayed toward Miriam so suddenly that he had to jump to catch her. Dear me. In such scenes how the talk runs into artificial prose. But it can't be helped. It's the subconscious smell of the footlight smoke that's in all of us. Stir the depths of your cook's soul sufficiently and she will discourse in Bulwer Lyttonese. Miriam and Mrs. Conant were very happy. He announced their engagement at the Hotel Orilla del Marche. 8 foreigners and 4 native Astors pounded his back and shouted insincere congratulations at him. Pedrito, the Castilian-mannered barkeep, was goaded to extra duty until his agility would have turned a Boston cherry phosphate clerk a pale lilac with envy. They were both very happy. According to the strange mathematics of the god of mutual affinity, the shadows that clouded their pasts when united became only half as dense instead of darker. They shut the world out and bolted the doors. Each was the other's world. Mrs. Conant lived again. The remembering look left her eyes. Miriam was with her every moment that was possible. On a little plateau under a grove of palms and calabash trees they were going to build a fairy bungalow. They were to be married in 2 months. Many hours of the day they had their heads together over the house plans. Their joint capital would set up a business in fruit or woods that would yield a comfortable support. Good night, my world, would say Mrs. Conant every evening when Miriam left her for his hotel. They were very happy. Their love had, circumstantially, that element of melancholy in it that it seems to require to attain its supremest elevation. And it seemed that their mutual great misfortune or sin was a bond that nothing could sever. One day a steamer hove in the offing. Bare-legged and bare-shouldered La Paz scampered down to the beach, for the arrival of a steamer was their loop-the-loop, circus, Emancipation Day and 4 o'clock tea. When the steamer was near enough, wise ones proclaimed that she was the Pajaro, bound up coast from Callao to Panama. The Pajaro put on brakes a mile offshore. Soon a boat came bobbing shoreward. Miriam strolled down on the beach to look on. In the shallow water the Carib sailors sprang out and dragged the boat with a mighty rush to the firm shingle. Out climbed the purser, the captain and 2 passengers, plowing their way through the deep sand toward the hotel. Miriam glanced toward them with the mild interest due to strangers. There was something familiar to him in the walk of one of the passengers. He looked again, and his blood seemed to turn to strawberry ice cream in his veins. Burly, arrogant, debonair as ever, H. Ferguson Hedges, the man he had killed, was coming toward him 10 feet away. When Hedges saw Miriam, his face flushed a dark red. Then he shouted in his old, bluff way, "Hello, Miriam. Glad to see you. Didn't expect to find you out here. Quinby, this is my old friend Miriam, of New York, Miriam, Mr. Quinby." Miriam gave Hedges and then Quinby an ice-cold hand. "Grr," said Hedges. "But you've got a frappade flipper. Man, you're not well. You're as yellow as a Chinaman. Malarial here? Steer us to a bar if there is such a thing, and let's take a prophylactic." Miriam, still half comatose, led them toward the Hotel Orilla del Marche. "Quinby and I," explained Hedges, puffing through the slippery sand, "are looking out along the coast for some investments. We've just come up from Concepcion and Valparaiso and Lima. The captain of this subsidized ferry boat told us there was some good picking around here in silver mines. So we got off. Now, where is that cafe, Miriam?" "Oh, in this portable soda water pavilion?" Leaving Quinby at the bar, Hedges drew Miriam aside. "Now, what does this mean?" he said, with gruff kindness. "Are you sulking about that fool row we had?" "I thought," stammered Miriam, "I heard, they told me you were, that I had." "Well, you didn't, and I'm not," said Hedges. "That fool young ambulance surgeon told Wade I was a candidate for a coffin just because I'd got tired and quit breathing. I laid up in a private hospital for a month. But here I am, kicking as hard as ever. Wade and I tried to find you, but couldn't. Now, Miriam, shake hands and forget it all. I was as much to blame as you were. And the shot really did me good. I came out of the hospital as healthy and fit as a cab horse. Come on, that drink's waiting." "Old man," said Miriam, brokenly, "I don't know how to thank you. Well, you know." "Oh, forget it," boomed Hedges. "Quinby'll die of thirst if we don't join him." Bibb was sitting on the shady side of the gallery waiting for the 11 o'clock breakfast. Presently Miriam came out and joined him. His eye was strangely bright. "Bibb, my boy," said he, slowly waving his hand, "do you see those mountains and that sea and sky in sunshine? They're mine, Bibbsy, all mine." "You go in," said Bibb, "and take 8 grains of quinine, right away. It won't do in this climate for a man to get to thinking he's Rockefeller, or James O'Neill either." Inside, the purser was untying a great roll of newspapers, many of them weeks old, gathered in the lower ports by the Pajaro to be distributed at casual stopping places. Thus do the beneficent voyagers scatter news and entertainment among the prisoners of sea and mountains. Tio Pancho, the hotel proprietor, set his great silver-rimmed anteojos upon his nose and divided the papers into a number of smaller rolls. A barefooted muchacho dashed in, desiring the post of messenger. "Bienvenido," said Tio Pancho. "This to Senora Conant, that to el Dr. S.S. Schlegel, Dios. What a name to say. That to Senor Davis, one for Don Alberto. These 2 for the Casa de Huespedes, número 6, en la calle de las Buenas Gracias. And say to them all, muchacho, that the Pajaro sails for Panama at 3 this afternoon. If any have letters to send by the post, let them come quickly, that they may first pass through the Correo." Mrs. Conant received her roll of newspapers at 4 o'clock. The boy was late in delivering them, because he had been deflected from his duty by an iguana that crossed his path and to which he immediately gave chase. But it made no hardship, for she had no letters to send. She was idling in a hammock in the patio of the house that she occupied, half awake, half happily dreaming of the paradise that she and Miriam had created out of the wrecks of their pasts. She was content now for the horizon of that shimmering sea to be the horizon of her life. They had shut out the world and closed the door. Miriam was coming to her house at 7, after his dinner at the hotel. She would put on a white dress and an apricot-colored lace mantilla, and they would walk an hour under the coconut palms by the lagoon. She smiled contentedly, and chose a paper at random from the roll the boy had brought. At first the words of a certain headline of a Sunday newspaper meant nothing to her. They conveyed only a visualized sense of familiarity. The largest type ran thus: Lloyd B. Conant secures divorce. And then the subheadings: well-known St. Louis paint manufacturer wins suit, pleading 1 year's absence of wife. Her mysterious disappearance recalled. Nothing has been heard of her since. Twisting herself quickly out of the hammock, Mrs. Conant's eye soon traversed the half-column of the recall. It ended thus: it will be remembered that Mrs. Conant disappeared one evening in March of last year. It was freely rumored that her marriage with Lloyd B. Conant resulted in much unhappiness. Stories were not wanting to the effect that his cruelty toward his wife had more than once taken the form of physical abuse. After her departure, a full bottle of tincture of aconite, a deadly poison, was found in a small medicine cabinet in her bedroom. This might have been an indication that she meditated suicide. It is supposed that she abandoned such an intention if she possessed it, and left her home instead. Mrs. Conant slowly dropped the paper, and sat on a chair, clasping her hands tightly. "Let me think, oh God, let me think," she whispered. "I took the bottle with me. I threw it out of the window of the train. There was another bottle in the cabinet, there were 2. Side by side, the aconite, and the valerian that I took when I could not sleep. If they found the aconite bottle full, why, but he is alive. Of course, I gave him only a harmless dose of valerian. I am not a murderess in fact. Ralph, oh God, don't let this be a dream." She went into the part of the house that she rented from the old Peruvian man and his wife, shut the door, and walked up and down her room swiftly and feverishly for half an hour. Miriam's photograph stood in a frame on a table. She picked it up, looked at it with a smile of exquisite tenderness, and dropped 4 tears on it. And Miriam only 20 rods away. Then she stood still for 10 minutes, looking into space. She looked into space through a slowly opening door. On her side of the door was the building material for a castle of romance, love, an arcady of waving palms, a lullaby of waves on the shore of a haven of rest, respite, peace. A lotus land of dreamy ease and security, a life of poetry and heart's ease and refuge. Romanticist, will you tell me what Mrs. Conant saw on the other side of the door? You cannot, that is, you will not? Very well, then listen. She saw herself go into a department store and buy 5 spools of silk thread and 3 yards of gingham to make an apron for the cook. "Shall I charge it, ma'am?" asked the clerk. As she walked out, a lady whom she met greeted her cordially. "Oh, where did you get the pattern for those sleeves, dear Mrs. Conant?" she said. At the corner a policeman helped her across the street and touched his helmet. "Any callers?" she asked the maid when she reached home. "Mrs. Waldron," answered the maid, "and the 2 Mrs. Jenkinson." "Very well," she said. "You may bring me a cup of tea, Maggie." Mrs. Conant went to the door and called Angela, the old Peruvian woman. "If Mateo is there, send him to me." Mateo, a half-breed, shuffling and old but efficient, came. "Is there a steamer or a vessel of any kind leaving this coast tonight or tomorrow that I can get passage on?" she asked. Mateo considered. "At Punta Reina, 30 miles down the coast, Senora," he answered, "there is a small steamer loading with cinchona and dyewoods. She sails for San Francisco tomorrow at sunrise. So says my brother, who arrived in his sloop today, passing by Punta Reina. You must take me in that sloop to that steamer tonight. Will you do that?" "Perhaps." Mateo shrugged a suggestive shoulder. Mrs. Conant took a handful of money from a drawer and gave it to him. "Get the sloop ready behind the little point of land below the town," she ordered. Get sailors, and be ready to sail at 6 o'clock. In half an hour bring a cart partly filled with straw into the patio here, and take my trunk to the sloop. There is more money yet. Now, hurry." For one time Matteo walked away without shuffling his feet. "Angela," cried Mrs. Conant, almost fiercely, "come and help me pack. I am going away. Out with this trunk. My clothes first. Stir yourself. Those dark dresses first. Hurry." From the first she did not waver from her decision. Her view was clear and final. Her door had opened and let the world in. Her love for Miriam was not lessened, but it now appeared a hopeless and unrealizable thing. The visions of their future that had seemed so blissful and complete had vanished. She tried to assure herself that her renunciation was rather for his sake than for her own. Now that she was cleared of her burden, at least, technically, would not his own weigh too heavily upon him? If she should cling to him, would not the difference forever silently mar and corrode their happiness? Thus she reasoned. But there were 1,000 little voices calling to her that she could feel rather than hear, like the hum of distant, powerful machinery, the little voices of the world that, when raised in unison, can send their insistent call through the thickest door. Once while packing, a brief shadow of the lotus dream came back to her. She held Miriam's picture to her heart with one hand, while she threw a pair of shoes into the trunk with her other. At 6 o'clock Matteo returned and reported the sloop ready. He and his brother lifted the trunk into the cart, covered it with straw and conveyed it to the point of embarkation. From there they transferred it on board in the sloop's dory. Then Matteo returned for additional orders. Mrs. Conant was ready. She had settled all business matters with Angela, and was impatiently waiting. She wore a long, loose black silk duster that she often walked about in when the evenings were chilly. On her head was a small round hat, and over it the apricot-colored lace mantilla. Dusk had quickly followed the short twilight. Matteo led her by dark and grass-grown streets toward the point behind which the sloop was anchored. On turning a corner they beheld the Hotel Orilla del Mar 3 streets away, nebulously aglow with its array of kerosene lamps. Mrs. Conant paused, with streaming eyes. I must see him once before I go," she murmured in anguish. But even then she did not falter in her decision. Quickly she invented a plan by which she might speak to him, and yet make her departure without his knowing. She would walk past the hotel, ask someone to call him out and talk a few moments on some trivial excuse, leaving him expecting to see her at her home at 7. She unpinned her hat and gave it to Matteo. "Keep this, and wait here till I come," she ordered. Then she draped the mantilla over her head as she usually did when walking after sunset, and went straight to the Orilla del March. She was glad to see the bulky, white-clad figure of Tio Pancho standing alone on the gallery. "Tio Pancho," she said, with a charming smile, "may I trouble you to ask Mr. Merriam to come out for just a few moments that I may speak with him?" Tio Pancho bowed as an elephant bows. "Buenas tardes, Señora Conant," he said, as a cavalier talks. And then he went on, less at his ease. "But does not the Señora know that Señor Merriam sailed on the Pajaro for Panama at 3 o'clock of this afternoon?" "Phoebe, you are a man of many novel adventures and varied enterprises," I said to Captain Patricio Malone. "Do you believe that the possible element of good luck or bad luck, if there is such a thing as luck, has influenced your career or persisted for or against you to such an extent that you were forced to attribute results to the operation of the aforesaid good luck or bad luck?" This question, of almost the dull insolence of legal phraseology, was put while we sat in Rousselin's little red-tiled café near Congo Square in New Orleans. Brown-faced, white-hatted, finger-ringed captains of adventure came often to Rousselin's for the cognac. They came from sea and land, and were chary of relating the things they had seen, not because they were more wonderful than the fantasies of the Ananiases of print, but because they were so different. And I was a perpetual wedding guest, always striving to cast my buttonhole over the finger of one of these mariners of fortune. This Captain Malone was a Hiberno-Iberian Creole who had gone to and fro in the earth and walked up and down in it. He looked like any other well-dressed man of 35 whom you might meet, except that he was hopelessly weather-tanned. And wore on his chain an ancient ivory and gold Peruvian charm against evil, which has nothing at all to do with this story. My answer to your question, said the captain, smiling, will be to tell you the story of Bad Luck Carney. That is, if you don't mind hearing it. My reply was to pound on the table for Roussillon. Strolling along Chapatula Street one night, began Captain Malone, I noticed, without especially taxing my interest, a small man walking rapidly toward me. He stepped upon a wooden cellar door, crashed through it, and disappeared. I rescued him from a heap of soft coal below. He dusted himself briskly, swearing fluently in a mechanical tone, as an underpaid actor recites the gypsy's curse. Gratitude and the dust in his throat seemed to call for fluids to clear them away. His desire for liquidation was expressed so heartily that I went with him to a café down the street where we had some vile vermouth and bitters. Looking across that little table I had my first clear sight of Francis Carney. He was about 5'7", but as tough as a cypress knee. His hair was darkest red, his mouth such a mere slit that you wondered how the flood of his words came rushing from it. His eyes were the brightest and lightest blue and the hopefulest that I ever saw. He gave the double impression that he was at bay and that you had better not crowd him further. Just in from a gold hunting expedition on the coast of Costa Rica, he explained. Second mate of a banana steamer told me the natives were panning out enough from the beach sands to buy all the rum, red calico, and parlor melodeons in the world. The day I got there a syndicate named Incorporated Jones gets a government concession to all minerals from a given point. For a next choice I take Coast Fever and count green and blue lizards for 6 weeks in a grass hut. I had to be notified when I was well, for the reptiles were actually there. Then I shipped back as third cook on a Norwegian tramp that blew up her boiler 2 miles below quarantine. I was due to bust through that cellar door here tonight, so I hurried the rest of the way up the river. Roustabouting on a lower coast packet that made up a landing for every fisherman that wanted a plug of tobacco. And now I'm here for what comes next. And it'll be along, said this queer Mr. Carney. It'll be along on the beams of my bright but not very particular star. From the first the personality of Carney charmed me. I saw in him the bold heart, the restless nature, and the valiant front against the buffets of fate that make his countrymen such valuable comrades in risk and adventure. And just then I was wanting such men. Moored at a fruit company's pier I had a 500-ton steamer ready to sail the next day with a cargo of sugar, lumber, and corrugated iron for a port in, well, let us call the country Esperando. It has not been long ago, and the name of Patricio Malone is still spoken there when its unsettled politics are discussed. Beneath the sugar and iron were packed 1,000 Winchester rifles. In Aguas Frias, the capital, Don Rafael Valdivia, Minister of War, Esperando's greatest-hearted and most able patriot, awaited my coming. No doubt you have heard, with a smile, of the insignificant wars and uprisings in those little tropic republics. They make but a faint clamor against the din of great nations' battles. But down there, under all the ridiculous uniforms and petty diplomacy and senseless countermarching and intrigue, are to be found statesmen and patriots. Don Rafael Valdivia was one. His great ambition was to raise Esperando into peace and honest prosperity and the respect of the serious nations. So he waited for my rifles in Aguas Frias. But one would think I am trying to win a recruit in you. No, it was Francis Carney I wanted. And so I told him, speaking long over our execrable vermouth, breathing the stifling odor from garlic and tarpaulins, which, as you know, is the distinctive flavor of cafés in the lower slant of our city. I spoke of the tyrant President Cruz and the burdens that his greed and insolent cruelty laid upon the people. And at that Carney's tears flowed. And then I dried them with a picture of the fat rewards that would be ours when the oppressor should be overthrown and the wise and generous Valdivia in his seat. Then Carney leaped to his feet and wrung my hand with the strength of a roustabout. He was mine, he said, till the last minion of the hated despot was hurled from the highest peaks of the Cordilleras into the sea. I paid the score, and we went out. Near the door Carney's elbow overturned an upright glass showcase, smashing it into little bits. I paid the storekeeper the price he asked. "Come to my hotel for the night," I said to Carney. "We sail tomorrow at noon." He agreed, but on the sidewalk he fell to cursing again in the dull monotonous way that he had done when I pulled him out of the coal cellar. "Captain," said he, "before we go any further, it's no more than fair to tell you that I'm known from Baffin's Bay to Terra del Fuego as Bad Luck Carney. And I'm it. Everything I get into goes up in the air except a balloon. Every bet I ever made I lost except when I coppered it. Every boat I ever sailed on sank except the submarines. Everything I was ever interested in went to pieces except a patent bombshell that I invented. Everything I ever took hold of and tried to run I ran into the ground except when I tried to plow. And that's why they call me Bad Luck Carney. I thought I'd tell you. Bad luck, said I, or what goes by that name, may now and then tangle the affairs of any man. But if it persists beyond the estimate of what we may call the averages, there must be a cause for it. There is, said Carney emphatically, and when we walk another square I will show it to you. Surprised, I kept by his side until we came to Canal Street and out into the middle of its great width. Carney seized me by an arm and pointed a tragic forefinger at a rather brilliant star that shone steadily about 30 degrees above the horizon. That's Saturn, said he, the star that presides over bad luck and evil and disappointment and nothing doing and trouble. I was born under that star. Every move I make, up bobs Saturn and blocks it. He's the hoodoo planet of the heavens. They say he's 73,000 miles in diameter and no solider of body than split pea soup, and he's got as many disreputable and malignant rings as Chicago. Now, what kind of a star is that to be born under? I asked Carney where he had obtained all this astonishing knowledge. From Azrith, the great astrologer of Cleveland, Ohio, said he. That man looked at a glass ball and told me my name before I'd taken a chair. He prophesied the date of my birth and death before I'd said a word. And then he cast my horoscope, and the sidereal system socked me in the solar plexus. It was bad luck for Francis Carney from A to Izzard and for his friends that were implicated with him. For that I gave up $10. This Azrith was sorry, but he respected his profession too much to read the heavens wrong for any man. It was night time, and he took me out on a balcony and gave me a free view of the sky. And he showed me which Saturn was, and how to find it in different balconies and longitudes. But Saturn wasn't all. He was only the man higher up. He furnishes so much bad luck that they allow him a gang of deputy sparklers to help hand it out. They're circulating and revolving and hanging around the main supply all the time, each one throwing the hoodoo on his own particular district. You see that ugly little red star about 8 inches above and to the right of Saturn? Carney asked me. Well, that's her. That's Phoebe. She's got me in charge. By the day of your birth, says Azrith to me, your life is subjected to the influence of Saturn. By the hour and minute of it you must dwell under the sway and direct authority of Phoebe, the 9th satellite. So said this Azrith. Carney shook his fist violently skyward. Curse her, she's done her work well, said he. Ever since I was astrologized, bad luck has followed me like my shadow, as I told you. And for many years before. Now, Captain, I've told you my handicap as a man should. If you're afraid this evil star of mine might cripple your scheme, leave me out of it. I reassured Carney as well as I could. I told him that for the time we would banish both astrology and astronomy from our heads. The manifest valor and enthusiasm of the man drew me. Let us see what a little courage and diligence will do against bad luck, I said. We will sail tomorrow for Esperando. 50 miles down the Mississippi our steamer broke her rudder. We sent for a tug to tow us back and lost 3 days. When we struck the blue waters of the Gulf, all the storm clouds of the Atlantic seemed to have concentrated above us. We thought surely to sweeten those leaping waves with our sugar, and to stack our arms and lumber on the floor of the Mexican Gulf. Kearney did not seek to cast off one iota of the burden of our danger from the shoulders of his fatal horoscope. He weathered every storm on deck, smoking a black pipe, to keep which a light rain and seawater seemed but as oil. And he shook his fist at the black clouds behind which his baleful star winked its unseen eye. When the skies cleared one evening, he reviled his malignant guardian with grim humor. "On watch, aren't you, you red-headed vixen? Out making it hot for little Francis Kearney and his friends, according to Hoyle. Twinkle, twinkle, little devil. You're a lady, aren't you? Dogging a man with your bad luck just because he happened to be born while your boss was floorwalker. Get busy and sink the ship, you one-eyed banshee. Phoebe. Sounds as mild as a milkmaid. You can't judge a woman by her name. Why couldn't I have had a man star? I can't make the remarks to Phoebe that I could to a man. Oh, Phoebe, you be blasted. For 8 days gales and squalls and waterspouts beat us from our course. 5 days only should have landed us in Esperando. Our Jonah swallowed the bad credit of it with appealing frankness. But that scarcely lessened the hardships our cause was made to suffer. At last one afternoon we steamed into the calm estuary of the little Rio Escondido. 3 miles up this we crept, feeling for the shallow channel between the low banks that were crowded to the edge with gigantic trees and riotous vegetation. Then our whistle gave a little toot, and in 5 minutes we heard a shout, and Carlos, my brave Carlos Quintana, crashed through the tangled vines waving his cap madly for joy. 100 yards away was his camp, where 300 chosen patriots of Esperando were awaiting our coming. For a month Carlos had been drilling them there in the tactics of war, and filling them with the spirit of revolution and liberty. "My captain, compadre mio!" shouted Carlos, while yet my boat was being lowered. "You should see them in the drill by companies, in the column wheel, in the march by fours, they are superb. Also in the manual of arms, but, alas, performed only with sticks of bamboo. The guns, Capitan, say that you have brought the guns." 1,000 Winchesters, Carlos, I called to him. "And 2 Gatlings. Valgame Dios," he cried, throwing his cap in the air. "We shall sweep the world." At that moment Kearney tumbled from the steamer's side into the river. He could not swim, so the crew threw him a rope and drew him back aboard. I caught his eye and his look of pathetic but still bright and undaunted consciousness of his guilty luck. I told myself that although he might be a man to shun, he was also one to be admired. I gave orders to the sailing master that the arms, ammunition, and provisions were to be landed at once. That was easy in the steamer's boats, except for the 2 Gatling guns. For their transportation ashore we carried a stout flatboat, brought for the purpose in the steamer's hold. In the meantime I walked with Carlos to the camp and made the soldiers a little speech in Spanish, which they received with enthusiasm, and then I had some wine and a cigarette in Carlos's tent. Later we walked back to the river to see how the unloading was being conducted. The small arms and provisions were already ashore, and the petty officers and squads of men conveying them to camp. 1 Gatling had been safely landed, the other was just being hoisted over the side of the vessel as we arrived. I noticed Kearney darting about on board, seeming to have the ambition of 10 men, and doing the work of 5. I think his zeal bubbled over when he saw Carlos and me. A rope's end was swinging loose from some part of the tackle. Kearney leaped impetuously and caught it. There was a crackle and a hiss and a smoke of scorching hemp. And the Gatling dropped straight as a plummet through the bottom of the flatboat and buried itself in 20 feet of water and 5 feet of river mud. I turned my back on the scene. I heard Carlos's loud cries as if from some extreme grief too poignant for words. I heard the complaining murmur of the crew and the maledictions of Torres, the sailing master, I could not bear to look. By night some degree of order had been restored in camp. Military rules were not drawn strictly, and the men were grouped about the fires of their several messes, playing games of chance, singing their native songs, or discussing with voluble animation the contingencies of our march upon the capital. To my tent, which had been pitched for me close to that of my chief lieutenant, came Kearney, indomitable, smiling, bright-eyed, bearing no traces of the buffets of his evil star. Rather was his aspect that of a heroic martyr whose tribulations were so high-sourced and glorious that he even took a splendor and a prestige from them. "Well, Captain," said he, "I guess you realize that Bad Luck Kearney is still on deck. It was a shame, now, about that gun. She only needed to be slewed 2 inches to clear the rail. And that's why I grabbed that rope's end. Who'd have thought that a sailor, even a Sicilian lubber on a banana coaster, would have fastened a line in a bowknot? Don't think I'm trying to dodge the responsibility, Captain. It's my luck. There are men, Kearney," said I gravely, "who pass through life blaming upon luck and chance the mistakes that result from their own faults and incompetency. I do not say that you are such a man. But if all your mishaps are traceable to that tiny star, the sooner we endow our colleges with chairs of moral astronomy, the better." "It isn't the size of the star that counts," said Kearney. "It's the quality. Just the way it is with women. That's why they give the biggest planets masculine names, and the little stars feminine ones, to even things up when it comes to getting their work in. Suppose they had called my star Agamemnon or Bill McCarty or something like that instead of Phoebe. Every time one of those old boys touched their calamity button and sent me down one of their wireless pieces of bad luck, I could talk back and tell them what I thought of them in suitable terms. But you can't address such remarks to a Phoebe." "It pleases you to make a joke of it, Kearney," said I, without smiling. "But it is no joke to me to think of my Gatling mired in the River Ouse." "As to that," said Kearney, abandoning his light mood at once, "I have already done what I could. I have had some experience in hoisting stone in quarries. Torres and I have already spliced 3 hawsers and stretched them from the steamer's stern to a tree on shore. We will rig a tackle and have the gun on terra firma before noon tomorrow." One could not remain long at outs with Bad Luck Kearney. "Once more," said I to him, "we will waive this question of luck. Have you ever had experience in drilling raw troops?" "I was first sergeant and drill master," said Kearney, "in the Chilean army for 1 year. And captain of artillery for another." "What became of your command?" I asked. "Shot down to a man," said Kearney, "during the revolutions against Balmaceda. Somehow the misfortunes of the evil-starred one seemed to turn to me their comedy side. I lay back upon my goat's hide cot and laughed until the woods echoed." Kearney grinned. "I told you how it was," he said. "Tomorrow," I said, "I shall detail 100 men under your command for manual of arms drill and company evolutions. You will rank as lieutenant. Now, for God's sake, Kearney," I urged him, "try to combat this superstition if it is one. Bad luck may be like any other visitor, preferring to stop where it is expected. Get your mind off stars. Look upon Esperando as your planet of good fortune." "I thank you, Captain," said Kearney quietly. "I will try to make it the best handicap I ever ran." By noon the next day the submerged Gatling was rescued, as Kearney had promised. Then Carlos and Manuel Ortiz and Kearney, my lieutenants, distributed Winchesters among the troops and put them through an incessant rifle drill. We fired no shots, blank or solid, for of all coasts Esperando is the stillest. And we had no desire to sound any warnings in the ear of that corrupt government until they should carry with them the message of liberty and the downfall of oppression. In the afternoon came a mule rider bearing a written message to me from Don Rafael Valdivia in the capital, Aguas Frias. Whenever that man's name comes to my lips, words of tribute to his greatness, his noble simplicity, and his conspicuous genius follow irrepressibly. He was a traveler, a student of peoples and governments, a master of sciences, a poet, an orator, a leader, a soldier, a critic of the world's campaigns and the idol of the people in Esperando. I had been honored by his friendship for years. It was I who first turned his mind to the thought that he should leave for his monument a new Esperando, a country freed from the rule of unscrupulous tyrants, and a people made happy and prosperous by wise and impartial legislation. When he had consented, he threw himself into the cause with the undivided zeal with which he endowed all of his acts. The coffers of his great fortune were open to those of us to whom were entrusted the secret moves of the game. His popularity was already so great that he had practically forced President Cruz to offer him the portfolio of Minister of War. The time, Don Rafael said in his letter, was ripe. Success, he prophesied, was certain. The people were beginning to clamor publicly against Cruz's misrule. Bands of citizens in the capital were even going about of nights hurling stones at public buildings and expressing their dissatisfaction. A bronze statue of President Cruz in the Botanical Gardens had been lassoed about the neck and overthrown. It only remained for me to arrive with my force and my 1,000 rifles, and for himself to come forward and proclaim himself the people's savior, to overthrow Cruz in a single day. There would be but a half-hearted resistance from the 600 government troops stationed in the capital. The country was ours. He presumed that by this time my steamer had arrived at Quintana's camp. He proposed the 18th of July for the attack. That would give us 6 days in which to strike camp and march to Aguas Frias. In the meantime, Don Rafael remained my good friend and compadre en la causa de la libertad. On the morning of the 14th we began our march toward the sea-following range of mountains, over the 60-mile trail to the capital. Our small arms and provisions were laden on pack mules. 20 men harnessed to each Gatling gun rolled them smoothly along the flat, alluvial lowlands. Our troops, well-shod and well-fed, moved with alacrity and hardiness. I and my 3 lieutenants were mounted on the tough mountain ponies of the country. A mile out of camp one of the pack mules, becoming stubborn, broke away from the train and plunged from the path into the thicket. The alert Carney spurred quickly after it and intercepted its flight. Rising in his stirrups, he released one foot and bestowed upon the mutinous animal a hearty kick. The mule tottered and fell with a crash broadside upon the ground. As we gathered around it, it walled its great eyes almost humanly towards Carney and expired. That was bad. But worse, to our minds, was the concomitant disaster. Part of the mule's burden had been 100 pounds of the finest coffee to be had in the tropics. The bag burst and spilled the priceless brown mass of the ground berries among the dense vines and weeds of the swampy land. Mala suerte. When you take away from an Esperandan his coffee, you abstract his patriotism and 50% of his value as a soldier. The men began to rake up the precious stuff. But I beckoned Carney back along the trail where they would not hear. The limit had been reached. I took from my pocket a wallet of money and drew out some bills. "Mr. Carney," said I, "here are some funds belonging to Don Rafael Valdivia, which I am expending in his cause. I know of no better service it can buy for him than this. Here is $100. Luck or no luck, we part company here. Star or no star, calamity seems to travel by your side. You will return to the steamer. She touches at Amatapa to discharge her lumber and iron, and then puts back to New Orleans. Hand this note to the sailing master, who will give you passage." I wrote on a leaf torn from my book, and placed it and the money in Kenny's hand. "Goodbye," I said, extending my own. "It is not that I am displeased with you. But there is no place in this expedition for, let us say, the Señorita Phoebe." I said this with a smile, trying to smooth the thing for him. "May you have better luck, compañero." Carney took the money and the paper. "It was just a little touch," said he, "just a little lift with the toe of my boot, but what's the odds? That blamed mule would have died if I had only dusted his ribs with a powder puff. It was my luck. Well, Captain, I would have liked to be in that little fight with you over in Aguas Frias. Success to the cause. Adios. He turned around and set off down the trail without looking back. The unfortunate mule's pack saddle was transferred to Kenny's pony, and we again took up the march. For days we journeyed over the foothills and mountains, fording icy torrents, winding around the crumbling brows of ragged peaks, creeping along the rocky flanges that overlooked awful precipices, crawling breathlessly over tottering bridges that crossed bottomless chasms. On the evening of the 17th we camped by a little stream on the bare hills 5 miles from Aguas Frias. At daybreak we were to take up the march again. At midnight I was standing outside my tent inhaling the fresh cold air. The stars were shining bright in the cloudless sky, giving the heavens their proper aspect of illimitable depth and distance when viewed from the vague darkness of the blotted earth. Almost at its zenith was the planet Saturn, and with a half-smile I observed the sinister red sparkle of his malignant attendant, the demon star of Kenny's ill luck. And then my thoughts strayed across the hills to the scene of our coming triumph where the heroic and noble Don Raphael awaited our coming to set a new and shining star in the firmament of nations. I heard a slight rustling in the deep grass to my right. I turned and saw Carney coming toward me. He was ragged and dew-drenched and limping. His hat and one boot were gone. About 1 foot he had tied some makeshift of cloth and grass. But his manner as he approached was that of a man who knows his own virtues well enough to be superior to rebuffs. "Well, sir," I said, staring at him coldly, "if there is anything in persistence, I see no reason why you should not succeed in wrecking and ruining us yet." "I kept half a day's journey behind," said Carney, fishing out a stone from the covering of his lame foot, "so the bad luck wouldn't touch you." "I couldn't help it, Captain. I wanted to be in on this game." It was a pretty tough trip, especially in the department of the commissary. In the low grounds there were always bananas and oranges. Higher up it was worse. But your men left a good deal of goat meat hanging on the bushes in the camps. "Here's your $100. You're nearly there now, Captain. Let me in on the scrapping tomorrow." "Not for 100 times 100 would I have the tiniest thing go wrong with my plans now," I said, "whether caused by evil planets or the blunders of mere man. But yonder is Aguas Frias, 5 miles away, and a clear road. I am of the mind to defy Saturn and all his satellites to spoil our success now. At any rate, I will not turn away tonight as weary a traveler and as good a soldier as you are, Lieutenant Carney. Manuel Ortiz's tent is there by the brightest fire. Rout him out and tell him to supply you with food and blankets and clothes. We march again at daybreak." Carney thanked me briefly but feelingly and moved away. He had gone scarcely a dozen steps when a sudden flash of bright light illumined the surrounding hills, a sinister, growing, hissing sound like escaping steam filled my ears. Then followed a roar as of distant thunder, which grew louder every instant. This terrifying noise culminated in a tremendous explosion, which seemed to rock the hills as an earthquake would. The illumination waxed to a glare so fierce that I clapped my hands over my eyes to save them. I thought the end of the world had come. I could think of no natural phenomenon that would explain it. My wits were staggering. The deafening explosion trailed off into the rumbling roar that had preceded it. And through this I heard the frightened shouts of my troops as they stumbled from their resting places and rushed wildly about. Also I heard the harsh tones of Kenny's voice crying, "They'll blame it on me, of course, and what the devil it is, it's not Francis Carney that can give you an answer." I opened my eyes. The hills were still there, dark and solid. It had not been, then, a volcano or an earthquake. I looked up at the sky and saw a comet-like trail crossing the zenith and extending westward, a fiery trail waning fainter and narrower each moment. "A meteor!" I called aloud. "A meteor has fallen. There is no danger." And then all other sounds were drowned by a great shout from Kenny's throat. He had raised both hands above his head and was standing tiptoe. "Phoebe's gone," he cried, with all his lungs. "She's busted and gone to hell. Look, Captain, the little red-headed hoodoo has blown herself to smithereens. She found Carney too tough to handle, and she puffed up with spite and meanness till her boiler blew up. It's be bad luck Carney no more. Oh, let us be joyful. Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall. Humpty busted, and that'll be all." I looked up, wondering, and picked out Saturn in his place. But the small red twinkling luminary in his vicinity, which Carney had pointed out to me as his evil star, had vanished. I had seen it there but half an hour before. There was no doubt that one of those awful and mysterious spasms of nature had hurled it from the heavens. I clapped Carney on the shoulder. "Little man," said I, "let this clear the way for you. It appears that astrology has failed to subdue you. Your horoscope must be cast anew with pluck and loyalty for controlling stars. I play you to win. Now, get to your tent, and sleep. Daybreak is the word." At 9 o'clock on the morning of the 18th of July I rode into Aguas Frias with Carney at my side. In his clean linen suit and with his military poise and keen eye he was a model of a fighting adventurer. I had visions of him riding as commander of President Valdivia's bodyguard and the plums of the new republic should begin to fall. Carlos followed with the troops and supplies. He was to halt in a wood outside the town and remain concealed there until he received the word to advance. Carney and I rode down the Calle Ancha toward the residencia of Don Rafael at the other side of the town. As we passed the superb white buildings of the University of Esperando, I saw at an open window the gleaming spectacles and bald head of Herr Bergowitz, professor of the natural sciences and friend of Don Rafael and of me and of the cause. He waved his hand to me, with his broad, bland smile. There was no excitement apparent in Aguas Frias. The people went about leisurely as at all times. The market was thronged with bare-headed women buying fruit and carne. We heard the twang and tinkle of string bands in the patios of the cantinas. We could see that it was a waiting game that Don Rafael was playing. His residencia was a large but low building around a great courtyard in grounds crowed with ornamental trees and tropic shrubs. At his door an old woman who came informed us that Don Rafael had not yet arisen. "Tell him," said I, "that Captain Malone and a friend wish to see him at once. Perhaps he has overslept." She came back looking frightened. "I have called," she said, "and rung his bell many times, but he does not answer." I knew where his sleeping room was. Carney and I pushed by her and went to it. I put my shoulder against the thin door and forced it open. In an armchair by a great table covered with maps and books sat Don Rafael with his eyes closed. I touched his hand. He had been dead many hours. On his head above one ear was a wound caused by a heavy blow. It had ceased to bleed long before. I made the old woman call a mozo, and dispatched him in haste to fetch Herr Bergowitz. He came, and we stood about as if we were half stunned by the awful shock. Thus can the letting of a few drops of blood from one man's veins drain the life of a nation. Presently Herr Bergowitz stooped and picked up a darkish stone the size of an orange which he saw under the table. He examined it closely through his great glasses with the eye of science. "A fragment," said he, "of a detonating meteor. The most remarkable one in 20 years exploded above this city a little after midnight this morning." The professor looked quickly up at the ceiling. We saw the blue sky through a hole the size of an orange nearly above Don Rafael's chair. I heard a familiar sound, and turned. Carney had thrown himself on the floor and was babbling his compendium of bitter, blood-freezing curses against the star of his evil luck. Undoubtedly Phoebe had been feminine. Even when hurtling on her way to fiery dissolution and everlasting doom, the last word had been hers. Captain Malone was not unskilled in narrative. He knew the point where a story should end. I sat reveling in his effective conclusion when he aroused me by continuing. "Of course," said he, "our schemes were at an end. There was no one to take Don Rafael's place. Our little army melted away like dew before the sun. One day after I had returned to New Orleans, I related this story to a friend who holds a professorship in Tulane University. When I had finished, he laughed and asked whether I had any knowledge of Kenny's luck afterward. I told him no, that I had seen him no more. But that when he left me, he had expressed confidence that his future would be successful now that his unlucky star had been overthrown. No doubt, said the professor, he is happier not to know one fact. If he derives his bad luck from Phoebe, the 9th satellite of Saturn, that malicious lady is still engaged in overlooking his career. The star close to Saturn that he imagined to be her was near that planet simply by the chance of its orbit. Probably at different times he has regarded many other stars that happen to be in Saturn's neighborhood as his evil one. The real Phoebe is visible only through a very good telescope. About a year afterward, continued Captain Malone, I was walking down a street that crossed the Poydras Market. An immensely stout, pink-faced Lacey in black satin crowded me from the narrow sidewalk with a frown. Behind her trailed a little man laden to the gunwales with bundles and bags of goods and vegetables. It was Carney, but changed. I stopped and shook one of his hands, which still clung to a bag of garlic and red peppers. "How is the luck, old compañero?" I asked him. I had not the heart to tell him the truth about his star. "Well," said he, "I am married, as you may guess." "Francis," called the big lady, in deep tones, "are you going to stop in the street talking all day?" "I am coming, Phoebe dear," said Carney, hastening after her. Captain Malone ceased again. "After all, do you believe in luck?" I asked. "Do you?" answered the captain, with his ambiguous smile shaded by the brim of his soft straw hat. Next to reading matter. He compelled my interest as he stepped from the ferry at Disbrosses Street. He had the air of being familiar with hemispheres and worlds, and of entering New York as the lord of a domain who revisited it in after years of absence. But I thought that, with all his air, he had never before set foot on the slippery cobblestones of the city of too many caliphs. He wore loose clothes of a strange bluish-drab color, and a conservative, round Panama hat without the cockaloop indentations and cants with which northern fanciers disfigure the tropic headgear. Moreover, he was the homeliest man I have ever seen. His ugliness was less repellent than startling, arising from a sort of Lincolnian ruggedness and irregularity of feature that spellbound you with wonder and dismay. So may have looked Afrits or the shapes metamorphosed from the vapor of the fisherman's vase. As he afterward told me, his name was Judson Tate, and he may as well be called so at once. He wore his green silk tie through a topaz ring, and he carried a cane made of the vertebrae of a shark. Judson Tate accosted me with some large and casual inquiries about the city streets and hotels, in the manner of one who had but for the moment forgotten the trifling details. I could think of no reason for disparaging my own quiet hotel in the downtown district. So the mid-morning of the night found us already victualled and drinked, at my expense, and ready to be chaired and tobaccoed in a quiet corner of the lobby. There was something on Judson Tate's mind, and, such as it was, he tried to convey it to me. Already he had accepted me as his friend. And when I looked at his great, snuff-brown first mate's hand, with which he brought emphasis to his periods, within 6 inches of my nose, I wondered if, by any chance, he was as sudden in conceiving enmity against strangers. When this man began to talk I perceived in him a certain power. His voice was a persuasive instrument, upon which he played with a somewhat specious but effective art. He did not try to make you forget his ugliness, he flaunted it in your face and made it part of the charm of his speech. Shutting your eyes, you would have trailed after this rat-catcher's pipes at least to the walls of Hamelin. Beyond that you would have had to be more childish to follow. But let him play his own tune to the words set down, so that if all is too dull, the art of music may bear the blame. "Women," said Judson Tate, "are mysterious creatures." My spirits sank. I was not there to listen to such a world-old hypothesis, to such a time-worn, long-ago refuted, bald, feeble, illogical, vicious, patent sophistry, to an ancient, baseless, wearisome, ragged, unfounded, insidious, falsehood originated by women themselves, and by them insinuated, foisted, thrust, spread, and ingeniously promulgated into the ears of mankind by underhanded, secret and deceptive methods, for the purpose of augmenting, furthering, and reinforcing their own charms and designs. "Oh, I don't know," said I, vernacularly. "Have you ever heard of orotama?" he asked. "Possibly," I answered. I seem to recall a toad dancer, or a suburban edition, or was it a perfume? Of some such name. "It is a town," said Judson Tate, "on the coast of a foreign country of which you know nothing and could understand less. It is a country governed by a dictator and controlled by revolutions and insubordination. It was there that a great life drama was played, with Judson Tate, the homeliest man in America, and Fergus McMahon, the handsomest adventurer in history or fiction, and Señorita Annabella Zamora, the beautiful daughter of the alcalde of Orotama, as chief actors. And, another thing, nowhere else on the globe except in the department of Triento y Tres in Uruguay does the chuchula plant grow. The products of the country I speak of are valuable woods, dyestuffs, gold, rubber, ivory, and cocoa." "I was not aware," said I, "that South America produced any ivory." "There you are twice mistaken," said Judson Tate, distributing the words over at least an octave of his wonderful voice. "I did not say that the country I spoke of was in South America. I must be careful, my dear man, I have been in politics there, you know. But even so, I have played chess against its president with a set carved from the nasal bones of the tapir, one of our native specimens of the order of perissodactyle ungulates inhabiting the Cordilleras, which was as pretty ivory as you would care to see. But it was of romance and adventure and the ways of women that was I going to tell you, and not of zoological animals. For 15 years I was the ruling power behind old Sancho Benavides, the royal high thumbscrew of the Republic. You've seen his picture in the papers, a mushy black man with whiskers like the notes on a Swiss music box cylinder, and a scroll in his right hand like the ones they write births on in the family Bible. Well, that chocolate potentate used to be the biggest item of interest anywhere between the color line and the parallels of latitude. It was 3 throws, horses, whether he was to wind up in the Hall of Fame or the Bureau of Combustibles. He'd have been sure called the Roosevelt of the Southern Continent if it hadn't been that Grover Cleveland was president at the time. He'd hold office a couple of terms, then he'd sit out for a hand, always after appointing his own successor for the interims. But it was not Benavides, the liberator, who was making all this fame for himself. Not him. It was Judson Tate. Benavides was only the chip over the bug. I gave him the tip when to declare war and increase import duties and wear his state trousers. But that wasn't what I wanted to tell you. How did I get to be it? I'll tell you. Because I'm the most gifted talker that ever made vocal sound since Adam first opened his eyes, pushed aside the smelling salts, and asked, "Where am I?" As you observe, I am about the ugliest man you ever saw outside the gallery of photographs of the New England early Christian Scientists. So, at an early age, I perceived that what I lacked in looks I must make up in eloquence. That I've done. I get what I go after. As the backstop and still small voice of old Benavides I made all the great historical powers behind the throne, such as Talleyrand, Mrs. de Pompadour, and Loeb, look as small as the Minority Report of a Duma. I could talk nations into or out of debt, harangue armies to sleep on the battlefield, reduce insurrections, inflammations, taxes, appropriations or surpluses with a few words, and call up the dogs of war or the dove of peace with the same bird-like whistle. Beauty and epaulets and curly mustaches and Grecian profiles in other men were never in my way. When people first look at me they shudder. Unless they are in the last stages of angina pectoris they are mine in 10 minutes after I begin to talk. Women and men, I win them as they come. Now, you wouldn't think women would fancy a man with a face like mine, would you? Oh, yes, Mr. Tate, said I, history is bright and fiction dull with homely men who have charmed women. There seems. Pardon me, interrupted Judson Tate, but you don't quite understand. You have yet to hear my story. Fergus McMahon was a friend of mine in the capital. For a handsome man I'll admit he was the duty-free merchandise. He had blonde curls and laughing blue eyes and was featured regular. They said he was a ringer for the statue they call Hermes, the god of speech and eloquence resting in some museum at Rome. Some German anarchist, I suppose. They are always resting and talking. But Fergus was no talker. He was brought up with the idea that to be beautiful was to make good. His conversation was about as edifying as listening to a leak dropping in a tin dishpan at the head of the bed when you want to go to sleep. But he and me got to be friends, maybe because we was so opposite, don't you think? Looking at the Halloween mask that I call my face when I'm shaving seemed to give Fergus pleasure. And I'm sure that whenever I heard the feeble output of throat noises that he called conversation I felt contented to be a gargoyle with a silver tongue. One time I found it necessary to go down to this coast town of Oratama to straighten out a lot of political unrest and chop off a few heads in the customs and military departments. Fergus, who owned the ice and sulfur match concessions of the Republic, says he'll keep me company. So, in a jangle of mule train bells, we gallops into Oratama, and the town belonged to us as much as Long Island Sound doesn't belong to Japan when T.R. is at Oyster Bay. I say us, but I mean me. Everybody for 4 nations, 2 oceans, 1 bay and isthmus, and 5 archipelagos around had heard of Judson Tate. Gentleman adventurer, they called me. I had been written up in 5 columns of the yellow journals, 40,000 words, with marginal decorations, in a monthly magazine, and a stickful on the 12th page of the New York Times. If the beauty of Fergus McMahon gained any part of our reception in Oratama, I'll eat the price tag in my Panama. It was me that they hung out paper flowers and palm branches for. I am not a jealous man, I am stating facts. The people were Nebuchadnezzars, they bit the grass before me, there was no dust in the town for them to bite. They bowed down to Judson Tate. They knew that I was the power behind Sancho Benavides. A word from me was more to them than a whole decollaged library from East Aurora in sectional bookcases was from anybody else. And yet there are people who spend hours fixing their faces, rubbing in cold cream and massaging the muscles, always toward the eyes, and taking in the slack with tincture of benzoin and electrolyzing moles, to what end? Looking handsome. Oh, what a mistake. It's the larynx that the beauty doctors ought to work on. It's words more than warts, talk more than talcum, palaver more than powder, blarney more than bloom that counts, the phonograph instead of the photograph. But I was going to tell you. The local Astors put me and Fergus up at the Centipede Club, a frame building built on posts sunk in the surf. The tide's only 9 inches. The little big high-low jack in the game of the town came around and kowtowed. Oh, it wasn't to Hermes. They had heard about Judson Tate. One afternoon me and Fergus McMahon was sitting on the seaward gallery of the Centipede, drinking iced rum and talking. Judson, says Fergus, there's an angel in Oratama. So long, says I, as it ain't Gabriel, why talk as if you had heard a trump blow? It's the Senorita Annabella Zamora, says Fergus. She's as lovely as hell. Bravo. Says I, laughing heartily. You have a true lover's eloquence to paint the beauties of your inamorata. You remind me, says I, of Faust's wooing of Marguerite, that is, if he wooed her after he went down the trapdoor of the stage. Judson, says Fergus, you know you are as beautyless as a rhinoceros. You can't have any interest in women. I'm awfully gone in Miss Annabella. And that's why I'm telling you. Oh, Segurament, says I know I have a front elevation like an Aztec god that guards a buried treasure that never did exist in Jefferson County, Yucatan. But there are compensations. For instance, I am it in this country as far as the eye can reach, and then a few perches and poles. And again, says I, when I engage people in a set to of oral, vocal, and laryngeal utterances. I do not usually confine my side of the argument to what may be likened to a cheap phonographic reproduction of the ravings of a jellyfish. Oh, I know, says Fergus, amiable, that I'm not handy at small talk. Or large, either. That's why I'm telling you. I want you to help me. How can I do it? I asked. I have subsidized, says Fergus, the services of Señorita Annabila's duenna, whose name is Francesca. You have a reputation in this country, Judson, says Fergus, of being a great man and a hero. I have, says I, and I deserve it. And I, says Fergus, am the best-looking man between the Arctic Circle and Antarctic ice pack. With limitations, says I, as to physiognomy and geography, I freely concede you to be. Between the two of us, says Fergus, we ought to land the Señorita Annabella Zamora. The lady, as you know, is of an old Spanish family, and further than looking at her driving in the family carriage of afternoons around the plaza, or catching a glimpse of her through a barred window of evenings, she is as unapproachable as a star. Land her for which one of us, says I. For me, of course, says Fergus. You've never seen her. Now, I've had Francesca point me out to her as being you on several occasions. When she sees me on the plaza, she thinks she's looking at Don Judson Tate, the greatest hero, statesman, and romantic figure in the country. With your reputation and my looks combined in one man, how can she resist him? She's heard all about your thrilling history, of course. And she's seen me. Can any woman want more? Asks Fergus McMahon. Can she do with less? I ask. How can we separate our mutual attractions, and how shall we apportion the proceeds? Then Fergus tells me his scheme. The house of the alcalde, Don Luis Zamora, he says, has a patio, of course, a kind of inner courtyard opening from the street. In an angle of it is his daughter's window, as dark a place as you could find. And what do you think he wants me to do? Why, knowing my freedom, charm, and skillfulness of tongue, he proposes that I go into the patio at midnight, when the hobgoblin face of me cannot be seen, and make love to her for him, for the pretty man that she has seen on the plaza, thinking him to be Don Judson Tate. Why shouldn't I do it for him, for my friend, Fergus McMahon? For him to ask me was a compliment, an acknowledgment of his own shortcomings. You little, lily-white, fine-haired, highly polished piece of dumb sculpture, says I, I'll help you. Make your arrangements and get me in the dark outside her window, and my stream of conversation opened up with the moonlight tremolo stop turned on, and she's yours. Keep your face hid, Judd, says Fergus. For heaven's sake, keep your face hid. I'm a friend of yours in all kinds of sentiment, but this is a business deal. If I could talk I wouldn't ask you. But seeing me and listening to you I don't see why she can't be landed. By you, says I. By me, says Fergus. Well, Fergus and the duenna, Francesca, attended to the details. And one night they fetched me a long black cloak with a high collar, and led me to the house at midnight. I stood by the window in the patio until I heard a voice as soft and sweet as an angel's whisper on the other side of the bars. I could see only a faint, white-clad shape inside. And, true to Fergus, I pulled the collar of my cloak high up, for it was July in the wet seasons, and the nights were chilly. And, smothering a laugh as I thought of the tongue-tied Fergus, I began to talk. Well, sir, I talked an hour at the Señorita Annabella. I say, at, because it was not, with. Now and then she would say, oh, senor, or, now, ain't you foolin', or, I know you don't mean that, and such things as women will when they are being rightly courted. Both of us knew English and Spanish, so in 2 languages I tried to win the heart of the lady for my friend Fergus. But for the bars to the window I could have done it in 1. At the end of the hour she dismissed me and gave me a big, red rose. I handed it over to Fergus when I got home. For 3 weeks every third or fourth night I impersonated my friend in the patio at the window of Señorita Annabella. At last she admitted that her heart was mine, and spoke of having seen me every afternoon when she drove in the plaza. It was Fergus she had seen, of course. But it was my talk that won her. Suppose Fergus had gone there, and tried to make a hit in the dark with his beauty all invisible, and not a word to say for himself. On the last night she promised to be mine, that is, Fergus's. And she put her hand between the bars for me to kiss. I bestowed the kiss and took the news to Fergus. "You might have left that for me to do," says he. "That'll be your job hereafter," says I. "Keep on doing that and don't try to talk. Maybe after she thinks she's in love she won't notice the difference between real conversation and the inarticulate sort of droning that you give forth." Now, I had never seen Señorita Annabella. So, the next day Fergus asks me to walk with him through the plaza and view the daily promenade and exhibition of Oratama society, a sight that had no interest for me. But I went. And children and dogs took to the banana groves and mangrove swamps as soon as they had a look at my face. "Here she comes," said Fergus, twirling his mustache, "the one in white, in the open carriage with the black horse." I looked and felt the ground rock under my feet. For Señorita Annabella Zamora was the most beautiful woman in the world, and the only one from that moment on, so far as Judson Tate was concerned. I saw at a glance that I must be hers and she mine forever. I thought of my face and nearly fainted, and then I thought of my other talents and stood upright again. And I had been wooing her for 3 weeks for another man. As Señorita Annabella's carriage rolled slowly past, she gave Fergus a long, soft glance from the corners of her night-black eyes. A glance that would have sent Judson Tate up into heaven in a rubber-tired chariot. But she never looked at me. And that handsome man only ruffles his curls and smirks and prances like a lady killer at my side. "What do you think of her, Judson?" asks Fergus, with an air. "This much," says I, "she is to be Mrs. Judson Tate. I am no man to play tricks on a friend. So take your warning." I thought Fergus would die laughing. "Well, well, well," said he, "you old dough-face. Struck too, are you? That's great. But you're too late. Francesca tells me that Annabella talks of nothing but me, day and night. Of course, I'm awfully obliged to you for making that chin music to her of evenings. But, do you know, I've an idea that I could have done it as well myself." "Mrs. Judson Tate," says I. "Don't forget the name. You've had the use of my tongue to go with your good looks, my boy. You can't lend me your looks, but hereafter my tongue is my own. Keep your mind on the name that's to be on the visiting cards 2 inches by 3.5, Mrs. Judson Tate. That's all." "All right," says Fergus, laughing again. "I've talked with her father, the alcalde, and he's willing. He's to give a bail tomorrow evening in his new warehouse. If you were a dancing man, Judd, I'd expect you around to meet the future Mrs. McMahon." But on the next evening, when the music was playing loudest at the Alcade Zamora's bail, into the room steps Judson Tate in new white linen clothes as if he were the biggest man in the whole nation, which he was. Some of the musicians jumped off the key when they saw my face, and 1 or 2 of the timidest señoritas let out a screech or two. But up prances the alcalde and almost wipes the dust off my shoes with his forehead. No mere good looks could have won me that sensational entrance. "I hear much, Señor Zamora," says I, "of the charm of your daughter. It would give me great pleasure to be presented to her." There were about 6 dozen willow rocking chairs, with pink tidies tied onto them, arranged against the walls. In one of them sat Señorita Annabella in white Swiss and red slippers, with pearls and fireflies in her hair. Fergus was at the other end of the room trying to break away from 2 maroons and a claybank girl. The alcalde leads me up to Annabella and presents me. When she took the first look at my face she dropped her fan and nearly turned her chair over from the shock. But I'm used to that. I sat down by her, and began to talk. When she heard me speak she jumped, and her eyes got as big as alligator pears. She couldn't strike a balance between the tones of my voice and face I carried. But I kept on talking in the key of C, which is the lady's key, and presently she sat still in her chair and a dreamy look came into her eyes. She was coming my way. She knew of Judson Tate, and what a big man he was, and the big things he had done, and that was in my favor. But, of course, it was some shock to her to find out that I was not the pretty man that had been pointed out to her as the great Judson. And then I took the Spanish language, which is better than English for certain purposes, and played on it like a harp of 1,000 strings. I ranged from the second G below the staff up to F sharp above it. I set my voice to poetry, art, romance, flowers, and moonlight. I repeated some of the verses that I had murmured to her in the dark at her window. And I knew from a sudden soft sparkle in her eye that she recognized in my voice the tones of her midnight mysterious wooer. Anyhow, I had Fergus McMahon going. Oh, the vocal is the true art, no doubt about that. Handsome is as handsome palavers. That's the renovated proverb. I took Señorita Annabella for a walk in the lemon grove while Fergus, disfiguring himself with an ugly frown, was waltzing with the claybank girl. Before we returned I had permission to come to her window in the patio the next evening at midnight and talk some more. Oh, it was easy enough. In 2 weeks Annabella was engaged to me, and Fergus was out. He took it calm, for a handsome man, and told me he wasn't going to give in. Talk may be all right in its place, Judson, he says to me, although I've never thought it worth cultivating. But, says he, to expect mere words to back up successfully a face like yours in a lady's good graces is like expecting a man to make a square meal on the ringing of a dinner bell. But I haven't begun on the story I was going to tell you yet. One day I took a long ride in the hot sunshine, and then took a bath in the cold waters of a lagoon on the edge of the town before I'd cooled off. That evening after dark I called at the Alcalde's to see Annabella. I was calling regular every evening then, and we were to be married in a month. She was looking like a bulbul, a gazelle, and a tea rose, and her eyes were as soft and bright as 2 quarts of cream skimmed off from the Milky Way. She looked at my rugged features without any expression of fear or repugnance. Indeed, I fancied that I saw a look of deep admiration and affection, such as she had cast at Fergus on the plaza. I sat down, and opened my mouth to tell Annabella what she loved to hear, that she was a trust, monopolizing all the loveliness of earth. I opened my mouth, and instead of the usual vibrating words of love and compliment, there came forth a faint wee such as a baby with croup might emit. Not a word, not a syllable, not an intelligible sound. I had caught cold in my laryngeal regions when I took my injudicious bath. For 2 hours I sat trying to entertain Annabella. She talked a certain amount, but it was perfunctory and diluted. The nearest approach I made to speech was to formulate a sound like a clam trying to sing, a life on the ocean wave, at low tide. It seemed that Annabella's eyes did not rest upon me as often as usual. I had nothing with which to charm her ears. We looked at pictures and she played the guitar occasionally, very badly. When I left, her parting manner seemed cool, or at least thoughtful. This happened for 5 evenings consecutively. On the 6th day she ran away with Fergus McMahon. It was known that they fled in a sailing yacht bound for Belize. I was only 8 hours behind them in a small steam launch belonging to the Revenue Department. Before I sailed, I rushed into the bodega of old Manuel Iquito, a half-breed Indian druggist. I could not speak, but I pointed to my throat and made a sound like escaping steam. He began to yawn. In an hour, according to the customs of the country, I would have been waited on. I reached across the counter, seized him by the throat, and pointed again to my own. He yawned once more, and thrust into my hand a small bottle containing a black liquid. "Take 1 small spoonful every 2 hours, says he. I threw him $1 and skinned for the steamer. I steamed into the harbor at Belize 13 seconds behind the yacht that Annabella and Fergus were on. They started for the shore in a dory just as my skiff was lowered over the side. I tried to order my sailormen to row faster, but the sounds died in my larynx before they came to the light. Then I thought of old Akito's medicine, and I got out his bottle and took a swallow of it. The two boats landed at the same moment. I walked straight up to Annabella and Fergus. Her eyes rested upon me for an instant, then she turned them, full of feeling and confidence, upon Fergus. I knew I could not speak, but I was desperate. In speech lay my only hope. I could not stand beside Fergus and challenge comparison in the way of beauty. Purely involuntarily, my larynx and epiglottis attempted to reproduce the sounds that my mind was calling upon my vocal organs to send forth. To my intense surprise and delight, the words rolled forth beautifully clear, resonant, exquisitely modulated, full of power, expression, and long-repressed emotion. "Señorita Annabella," says I, "may I speak with you aside for a moment? You don't want details about that, do you?" "Thanks." The old eloquence had come back all right. I led her under a coconut palm and put my old verbal spell on her again. "Judson," says she, "when you are talking to me I can hear nothing else, I can see nothing else, there is nothing and nobody else in the world for me." Well, that's about all of the story. Annabella went back to Oritama in the steamer with me. I never heard what became of Fergus. I never saw him any more. Annabella is now Mrs. Judson Tate. Has my story bored you much? No, said I. I am always interested in psychological studies. A human heart, and especially a woman's, is a wonderful thing to contemplate. It is, said Judson Tate. And so are the trachea and bronchial tubes of man. And the larynx too. Did you ever make a study of the windpipe? Never, said I, but I have taken much pleasure in your story. May I ask after Mrs. Tate, and inquire of her present health and whereabouts? Oh, sure, said Judson Tate. We are living in Bergen Avenue, Jersey City. The climate down in Oritama didn't suit Mrs. T. I don't suppose you ever dissected the arytenoid cartilages of the epiglottis, did you? Why, no, said I am no surgeon. Pardon me, said Judson Tate, but every man should know enough of anatomy and therapeutics to safeguard his own health. A sudden cold may set up capillary bronchitis or inflammation of the pulmonary vesicles, which may result in a serious affection of the vocal organs. Perhaps so, said I, with some impatience. But that is neither here nor there. Speaking of the strange manifestations of the affection of women, Yes, interrupted Judson Tate, they have peculiar ways. But, as I was going to tell you, when I went back to Oritama I found out from Manuel Akito what was in that mixture he gave me for my lost voice. I told you how quick it cured me. He made that stuff from the chuchula plant. Now, look here. Judson Tate drew an oblong, white pasteboard box from his pocket. For any cough, he said, or cold, or hoarseness, or bronchial affection whatsoever, I have here the greatest remedy in the world. You see the formula, printed on the box. Each tablet contains licorice, 2 grains, balsam tolu, 1/10 grain, oil of anise, superscript 1/2 minim, oil of tar, superscript 1/6 minim, oleoresin of cubebs, superscript 1/6 minim, fluid extract of chuchula, 1/10 minim. I am in New York, went on Judson Tate, for the purpose of organizing a company to market the greatest remedy for throat affections ever discovered. At present I am introducing the lozenges in a small way. I have here a box containing 4 dozen, which I am selling for the small sum of 50 cents. If you are suffering. I got up and went away without a word. I walked slowly up to the little park near my hotel, leaving Judson Tate alone with his conscience. My feelings were lacerated. He had poured gently upon me a story that I might have used. There was a little of the breath of life in it, and some of the synthetic atmosphere that passes, when cunningly tinkered, in the marts. And, at the last it had proven to be a commercial pill, deftly coated with the sugar of fiction. The worst of it was that I could not offer it for sale. Advertising departments and counting rooms looked down upon me. And it would never do for the literary. Therefore I sat upon a bench with other disappointed ones until my eyelids drooped. I went to my room, and, as my custom is, read for an hour stories in my favorite magazines. This was to get my mind back to art again. And as I read each story, I threw the magazines sadly and hopelessly, one by one, upon the floor. Each author, without one exception to bring balm to my heart, wrote liltingly and sprightly a story of some particular make of motorcar that seemed to control the sparking plug of his genius. And when the last one was hurled from me I took heart. If readers can swallow so many proprietary automobiles, I said to myself, they ought not to strain at one of Tate's compound magic chuchula bronchial lozenges. And so if you see this story in print you will understand that business is business, and that if art gets very far ahead of commerce, she will have to get up and hustle. I may as well add, to make a clean job of it, that you can't buy the chuchula plant in the drugstores. The day we celebrate. In the tropics, Hopalong Bib, the bird fancier, was saying to me, the seasons, months, fortnights, weekends, holidays, dog days, Sundays. And yesterdays get so jumbled together in the shuffle that you never know when a year has gone by until you're in the middle of the next one. Hopalong Bib kept his bird store on Lower 4th Avenue. He was an ex-seaman and beachcomber who made regular voyages to southern ports and imported personally conducted invoices of talking parrots and dialectic parakeets. He had a stiff knee, neck, and nerve. I had gone to him to buy a parrot to present, at Christmas, to my Aunt Joanna. This one, said I, disregarding his homily on the subdivisions of time, this one that seems all red, white, and blue, to what genus of beasts does he belong? He appeals at once to my patriotism and to my love of discord in color schemes. That's a cockatoo from Ecuador, said Bib. All he has been taught to say is, Merry Christmas. A seasonable bird. He's only $7, and I'll bet many a human has stuck you for more money by making the same speech to you. And then Bib laughed suddenly and loudly. That bird, he explained, reminds me. He's got his dates mixed. He ought to be saying e pluribus unum, to match his feathers, instead of trying to work the Santa Claus graft. It reminds me of the time me and Liverpool Sam got our ideas of things tangled up on the coast of Costa Rica on account of the weather and other phenomena to be met with in the tropics. We were, as it were, stranded on that section of the Spanish Main with no money to speak of and no friends that should be talked about either. We had stoked and second-cooked ourselves down there on a fruit steamer from New Orleans to try our luck, which was discharged, after we got there, for lack of evidence. There was no work suitable to our instincts, so me and Liverpool began to subsist on the red rum of the country and such fruit as we could reap where we had not sown. It was an alluvial town, called Soledad, where there was no harbor or future or recourse. Between steamers the town slept and drank rum. It only woke up when there were bananas to ship. It was like a man sleeping through dinner until the dessert. When me and Liverpool got so low down that the American consul wouldn't speak to us we knew we'd struck bedrock. We boarded with a snuff-brown lady named Chica, who kept a rum shop and a ladies' and gents' restaurant in a street called the Calle de los 47 Inconsolable Saints. When our credit played out there, Liverpool, whose stomach overshadowed his sensations of noblesse oblige, married Chica. This kept us in rice and fried plantain for a month. And then Chica pounded Liverpool one morning sadly and earnestly for 15 minutes with a casserole handed down from the Stone Age, and we knew that we had out-welcomed our liver. That night we signed an engagement with Don Jamie McSpinoza, a hybrid banana fancier of the place, to work on his fruit preserves 9 miles out of town. We had to do it or be reduced to sea water and broken doses of feed and slumber. Now, speaking of Liverpool Sam, I don't malign or exculpate him to you any more than I would to his face. But in my opinion, when an Englishman gets as low as he can he's got to dodge so that the dregs of other nations don't drop ballast on him out of their balloons. And if he's a Liverpool Englishman, why, firedamp is what he's got to look out for. Being a natural American, that's my personal view. But Liverpool and me had much in common. We were without decorous clothes or ways and means of existence, and, as the saying goes, misery certainly does enjoy the society of accomplices. Our job on old McSpinosa's plantation was chopping down banana stalks and loading the bunches of fruit on the backs of horses. Then a native dressed up in an alligator hide belt, a machete, and a pair of AA sheeting pajamas, drives over to the coast and piles up on the beach. You ever been in a banana grove? It's as solemn as a Rathskeller at 7 a.m. It's like being lost behind the scenes at one of these mushroom musical shows. You can't see the sky for the foliage above you. And the ground is knee-deep in rotten leaves, and it's so still that you can hear the stalks growing again after you chop them down. At night me and Liverpool herded in a lot of grass huts on the edge of a lagoon with the red, yellow, and black employees of Don Jamie. There we lay fighting mosquitoes and listening to the monkeys squalling and the alligators grunting and splashing in the lagoon until daylight with only snatches of sleep between times. We soon lost all idea of what time of the year it was. It's just about 80 degrees there in December and June and on Fridays and at midnight and election day and any other old time. Sometimes it rains more than at others, and that's all the difference you notice. A man is liable to live along there without noticing any fugiting of tempests until some day the undertaker calls in for him just when he's beginning to think about cutting out the gang and saving up a little to invest in real estate. I don't know how long we worked for Don Jamie, but it was through 2 or 3 rainy spells, 8 or 10 haircuts, and the life of 3 pairs of sailcloth trousers. All the money we earned went for rum and tobacco, but we ate, and that was something. All of a sudden one day me and Liverpool find the trade of committing surgical operations on banana stalks turning to aloes and quinine in our mouths. It's a seizure that often comes upon white men in Latin and geographical countries. We wanted to be addressed again in language and see the smoke of a steamer and read the real estate transfers and gents outfitting ads in an old newspaper. Even Soledad seemed like a center of civilization to us, so that evening we put our thumbs on our nose at Don Jamie's fruit stand and shook his grass burrs off our feet. It was only 12 miles to Soledad, but it took me and Liverpool 2 days to get there. It was Banana Grove nearly all the way, and we got twisted time and again. It was like paging the palm room of a New York hotel for a man named Smith. When we saw the houses of Soledad between the trees, all my disinclination toward this Liverpool Sam rose up in me. I stood him while we were 2 white men against the banana brindles, but now, when there were prospects of my exchanging even cuss words with an American citizen, I put him back in his proper place. And he was a sight, too, with his rum-painted nose and his red whiskers and elephant feet with leather sandals strapped to them. I suppose I looked about the same. It looks to me, says I, like Great Britain ought to be made to keep such gents willing, scurvy, unbecoming mud larks as you at home instead of sending over here to degrade and taint foreign lands. We kicked you out of America once and we ought to put on rubber boots and do it again. Oh, you go to L, says Liverpool, which was about all the repartee he ever had. Well, Soledad looked fine to me after Don Jamie's plantation. Liverpool and me walked into it side by side, from force of habit, past the Calaboza and the Hotel Grande, down across the plaza toward Chica's hut, where we hoped that Liverpool, being a husband of hers, might work his luck for a meal. As we passed the 2-story little frame house occupied by the American Club, we noticed that the balcony had been decorated all around with wreaths of evergreens and flowers. And the flag was flying from the pole on the roof. Stanzi, the consul, and Arkwright, a gold mine owner, were smoking on the balcony. Me and Liverpool waved our dirty hands toward them and smiled real society smiles. But they turned their backs to us and went on talking. And we had played whist once with the 2 of them up to the time when Liverpool held all 13 trumps for 4 hands in succession. It was some holiday, we knew, but we didn't know the day nor the year. A little further along we saw a reverend man named Pendergast, who had come to Soledad to build a church, standing under a coconut palm with his little black alpaca coat and green umbrella. "Boys, boys," says he, through his blue spectacles, "is it as bad as this? Are you so far reduced?" "We're reduced," says I, "to very vulgar fractions." "It is indeed sad," says Pendergast, "to see my countrymen in such circumstances." "Cut arf of that out, old party," says Liverpool. "Can't you tell a member of the British upper classes when you see one?" "Shut up," I told Liverpool. "You're on foreign soil now, or that portion of it that's not on you." "And on this day, too," goes on Pendergast, "grievous, on this most glorious day of the year when we should all be celebrating the dawn of Christian civilization and the downfall of the wicked. I did notice bunting and bouquets decorating the town, Reverend," says I, "but I didn't know what it was for. We've been so long out of touch with calendars that we didn't know whether it was summertime or Saturday afternoon." "Here is $2, says Pendergast, digging up 2 chilly silver wheels and handing them to me. "Go, my men, and observe the rest of the day in a befitting manner." Me and Liverpool thanked him kindly, and walked away. "Shall we eat?" I asks. "Oh, says Liverpool. "What's money for?" "Very well, then," I says, "since you insist upon it, we'll drink." So we pull up in a rum shop and get a quart of it and go down on the beach under a coconut tree and celebrate. Not having eaten anything but oranges in 2 days, the rum has immediate effect, and once more I conjure up great repugnance toward the British nation. "Stand up here," I says to Liverpool, "you scum of a despot limited monarchy, and have another dose of Bunker Hill." "That good man, Mr. Pendergast," says I, "said we were to observe the day in a befitting manner, and I'm not going to see his money misapplied." "Oh, you go to says Liverpool, and I started in with a fine left-hander on his right eye. Liverpool had been a fighter once, but dissipation and bad company had taken the nerve out of him. In 10 minutes I had him lying on the sand waving the white flag. "Get up," says I, kicking him in the ribs, "and come along with me." Liverpool got up and followed behind me because it was his habit, wiping the red off his face and nose. I led him to Reverend Pendergast's shack and called him out. "Look at this, sir," says I, "look at this thing that was once a proud Britisher. You gave us $2 and told us to celebrate the day. The Star-Spangled Banner still waves. Hurrah for the stars and eagles." "Dear me," says Pendergast, holding up his hands. "Fighting on this day of all days. On Christmas Day, when peace on." "Christmas, hell," says I. "I thought it was the 4th of July." "Merry Christmas," said the red, white, and blue cockatoo. "Take him for $6, said Hopalong Bib. "He's got his dates and colors mixed." The Octopus Marooned. "A trust is its weakest point," said Jeff Peters. "That," said I, "sounds like one of those unintelligible remarks such as, 'Why is a policeman?'" "It is not," said Jeff. "There are no relations between a trust and a policeman." My remark was an epigram, an axis, a kind of mulctem in parvo. What it means is that a trust is like an egg, and it is not like an egg. If you want to break an egg you have to do it from the outside. The only way to break up a trust is from the inside. Keep sitting on it until it hatches. Look at the brood of young colleges and libraries that's chirping and peeping all over the country. Yes, sir, every trust bears in its own bosom the seeds of its destruction like a rooster that crows near a Georgia-colored Methodist camp meeting. Or a Republican announcing himself a candidate for governor of Texas. I asked Jeff, jestingly, if he had ever, during his checkered, plaid, mottled, pied and dappled career, conducted an enterprise of the class to which the word trust had been applied. Somewhat to my surprise he acknowledged the corner. "Once," said he. "And the state seal of New Jersey never bit into a charter that opened up a solider and safer piece of legitimate octopussing. We had everything in our favor, wind, water, police, nerve, and a clean monopoly of an article indispensable to the public. There wasn't a trust buster on the globe that could have found a weak spot in our scheme. It made Rockefeller's little kerosene speculation look like a bucket shop. But we lost out. Some unforeseen opposition came up, I suppose, I said. No, sir, it was just as I said. We were self-curbed. It was a case of autosuppression. There was a rift within the lute, as Albert Tennyson says. You remember I told you that me and Andy Tucker was partners for some years. That man was the most talented conniver at stratagems I ever saw. Whenever he saw $1 in another man's hands he took it as a personal grudge, if he couldn't take it any other way. Andy was educated, too, besides having a lot of useful information. He had acquired a big amount of experience out of books, and could talk for hours on any subject connected with ideas and discourse. He had been in every line of graft from lecturing on Palestine with a lot of magic lantern pictures of the annual Custom-Made Clothiers Association convention at Atlantic City to flooding Connecticut with bogus wood alcohol distilled from nutmegs. One spring me and Andy had been over in Mexico on a flying trip during which a Philadelphia capitalist had paid us $2,500 for a half interest in a silver mine in Chihuahua. Oh, yes, the mine was all right. The other half interest must have been worth $2,000 or $3,000. I often wondered who owned that mine. In coming back to the United States me and Andy stubbed our toes against a little town in Texas on the bank of the Rio Grande. The name of it was Bird City, but it wasn't. The town had about 2,000 inhabitants, mostly men. I figured out that their principal means of existence was in living close to tall chaparral. Some of them were stockmen and some gamblers and some horse peculators and plenty were in the smuggling line. Me and Andy put up at a hotel that was built like something between a roof garden and a sectional bookcase. It began to rain the day we got there. As the saying is, Juniper Aquarius was sure turning on the water plugs on Mount Amphibious. Now, there were 3 saloons in Bird City, though neither Andy nor me drank. But we could see the townspeople making a triangular procession from one to another all day and half the night. Everybody seemed to know what to do with as much money as they had. The 3rd day of the rain it slacked up a while in the afternoon, so me and Andy walked out to the edge of town to view the mudscape. Bird City was built between the Rio Grande and a deep wide arroyo that used to be the old bed of the river. The bank between the stream and its old bed was cracking and giving away, when we saw it, on account of the high water caused by the rain. Andy looks at it a long time. That man's intellect was never idle. And then he unfolds to me an instantaneous idea that has occurred to him. Right there was organized a trust. And we walked back into town and put it on the market. First we went to the main saloon in Bird City, called the Blue Snake, and bought it. It cost us $1,200. And then we dropped in, casual, at Mexican Joe's place, referred to the rain, and bought him out for $500. The other one came easy at $400. The next morning Bird City woke up and found itself an island. The river had busted through its old channel, and the town was surrounded by roaring torrents. The rain was still raining, and there was heavy clouds in the northwest that presaged about 6 more mean annual rainfalls during the next 2 weeks. But the worst was yet to come. Bird City hopped out of its nest, waggled its pin feathers and strolled out for its matutinal toot. Lo! Mexican Joe's place was closed and likewise the other little Dobe life-saving station. So, naturally the body politic emits thirsty ejaculations of surprise and ports hellum for the Blue Snake. And what does it find there? Behind one end of the bar sits Jefferson Peters, Octopus, with a 6-shooter on each side of him, ready to make change or corpses as the case may be. There are 3 bartenders. And on the wall is a 10-foot sign reading, "All drinks $1." Andy sits on the safe in his neat blue suit and gold-banded cigar, on the lookout for emergencies. The town marshal is there with 2 deputies to keep order, having been promised free drinks by the trust. Well, sir, it took Bird City just 10 minutes to realize that it was in a cage. We expected trouble, but there wasn't any. The citizens saw that we had them. The nearest railroad was 30 miles away, and it would be 2 weeks at least before the river would be fordable. So they began to cuss, amiable, and throw down dollars on the bar till it sounded like a selection on the xylophone. There was about 1,500 grown-up adults in Bird City that had arrived at years of indiscretion, and the majority of them required from 3 to 20 drinks a day to make life endurable. The Blue Snake was the only place where they could get till the flood subsided. It was beautiful and simple as all truly great swindles are. About 10 o'clock the silver dollars dropping on the bar slowed down to playing two-steps and marches instead of jigs. But I looked out the window and saw 100 or 2 of our customers standing in line at Bird City Savings and Loan Company. And I knew they were borrowing more money to be sucked in by the clammy tendrils of the octopus. At the fashionable hour of noon everybody went home to dinner. We told the bartenders to take advantage of the lull, and do the same. Then me and Andy counted the receipts. We had taken in $1,300. We calculated that if Bird City would only remain an island for 2 weeks the trust would be able to endow the Chicago University with a new dormitory of padded cells for the faculty. And present every worthy poor man in Texas with a farm, provided he furnished the site for it. Andy was a special inroad by self-esteem at our success, the rudiments of the scheme having originated in his own surmises and premonitions. He got off the safe and lit the biggest cigar in the house. "Jeff," says he, "I don't suppose that anywhere in the world you could find 3 cormorants with brighter ideas about downtreading the proletariat than the firm of Peters, Satan and Tucker, Incorporated. We have sure handed the small consumer a giant blow in the soul apoplectic region." "No?" "Well," says I, "it does look as if we would have to take up gastritis and golf or be measured for kilts in spite of ourselves. This little turn in bug juice is, verily, all to the skibbo. And I can stand it," says I, "I'd rather batten than bant any day." Andy pours himself out 4 fingers of our best rye and does with it as was so intended. It was the first drink I had ever known him to take. "By way of liberation," says he, "to the gods." And then after thus doing umbrage to the heathen diabetes he drinks another to our success. And then he begins to toast the trade, beginning with Razily and the Northern Pacific. And on down the line to the little ones like the School Book Combine and the Oleomargarine Outrages and the Lehigh Valley and Great Scott Coal Federation. "It's all right, Andy," says I, "to drink the health of our brother monopolists, but don't overdo the wassail. You know our most eminent and loathed multi-corruptionists live on weak tea and dog biscuits." Andy went in the back room a while and came out dressed in his best clothes. There was a kind of murderous and soulful look of gentle riotousness in his eye that I didn't like. I watched him to see what turn the whiskey was going to take in him. There are 2 times when you never can tell what is going to happen. One is when a man takes his first drink, and the other is when a woman takes her latest. In less than an hour Andy's skate had turned to an ice yacht. He was outwardly decent and managed to preserve his aquarium, but inside he was impromptu and full of unexpectedness. "Jeff," says he, "do you know that I'm a crater, a living crater?" "That's a self-evident hypothesis," says I, "but you're not Irish. Why don't you say creature, according to the rules and syntax of America?" "I'm the crater of a volcano," says he. "I'm all aflame and crammed inside with an assortment of words and phrases that have got to have an exodus. I can feel millions of synonyms and parts of speech rising in me," says he, "and I've got to make a speech of some sort. Drink," says Andy, "always drives me to oratory." "It could do no worse," says I. "From my earliest recollections," says he, "alcohol seemed to stimulate my sense of recitation and rhetoric. Why, in Bryan's second campaign," says Andy, "they used to give me 3 gin rickeys and I'd speak 2 hours longer than Billy himself could on the silver question. Finally, they persuaded me to take the gold cure." "If you've got to get rid of your excess verbiage," says I, why not go out on the river bank and speak a piece? It seems to me there was an old spellbinder named Cantharides that used to go and disincorporate himself of his windy numbers along the seashore. No, says Andy, I must have an audience. I feel like if I once turned loose people would begin to call Senator Beveridge the grand young sphinx of the Wabash. I've got to get an audience together, Jeff, and get this oral distension assuaged or it may turn in on me and I'd go about feeling like a décolletage edition deluxe of Mrs. E.D.E.N. Southworth. On what special subject of the theorems and topics does your desire for vocality seem to be connected with? I asks. I ain't particular, says Andy. I am equally good and varicose on all subjects. I can take up the matter of Russian immigration, or the poetry of John W. Keats, or the tariff, or Kabyle literature, or drainage, and make my audience weep, cry, sob and shed tears by turns. Well, Andy, says I, if you are bound to get rid of this accumulation of vernacular, suppose you go out in town and work it on some indulgent citizen. Me and the boys will take care of the business. Everybody will be through dinner pretty soon, and salt pork and beans makes a man pretty thirsty. We ought to take in $1,500 more by midnight. So Andy goes out of the Blue Snake, and I see him stopping men on the street and talking to them. By and by he has half a dozen in a bunch listening to him. And pretty soon I see him waving his arms and elocuting at a good-sized crowd on a corner. When he walks away they string out after him, talking all the time. And he leads down the main street of Bird City with more men joining the procession as they go. It reminded me of the old legerdemain that I'd read in books about the Pied Piper of Hideseek charming the children away from the town. 1 o'clock came, and then 2. And 3 got under the wire for place, and not a Bird citizen came in for a drink. The streets were deserted except for some ducks and ladies going to the stores. There was only a light drizzle falling then. A lonesome man came along and stopped in front of the Blue Snake to scrape the mud off his boots. "Pardner," says I, "what has happened?" This morning there was hectic gaiety afoot, and now it seems more like one of them ruined cities of Tyre and Siphon where the lone lizard crawls on the walls of the main portcullis. "The whole town," says the muddy man, "is up in Sperry's wool warehouse listening to your side-kicker make a speech. He is some gravy on delivering himself of audible sounds relating to matters and conclusions," says the man. "Well, I hope he'll adjourn, sine qua non, pretty soon," says I, for trade languishes. Not a customer did we have that afternoon. At 6 o'clock 2 Mexicans brought Andy to the saloon lying across the back of a burro. We put him in bed while he still muttered and gesticulated with his hands and feet. Then I locked up the cash and went out to see what had happened. I met a man who told me all about it. Andy had made the finest 2-hour speech that had ever been heard in Texas, he said, or anywhere else in the world. "What was it about?" I asked. "Temperance," says he. And when he got through, every man in Bird City signed the pledge for a year. Jeff Peters as a personal magnet. Jeff Peters has been engaged in as many schemes for making money as there are recipes for cooking rice in Charleston, South Carolina. Best of all, I like to hear him tell of his earlier days when he sold liniments and cough cures on street corners, living hand to mouth, heart to heart with the people. Throwing heads or tails with fortune for his last coin. "I struck Fisher Hill, Arkansas," said he, "in a buckskin suit, moccasins, long hair and a 30-carat diamond ring that I got from an actor in Texarkana. I don't know what he ever did with the pocket knife I swapped him for it. I was Dr. Wahoo, the celebrated Indian medicine man. I carried only one best bet just then, and that was Resurrection Bitters. It was made of life-giving plants and herbs accidentally discovered by Takwala, the beautiful wife of the chief of the Choctaw Nation, while gathering truck to garnish a platter of boiled dog for the annual corn dance. Business hadn't been good in the last town, so I only had $5. I went to the Fisher Hill druggist and he credited me for half a gross of 8-ounce bottles and corks. I had the labels and ingredients in my valise, left over from the last town. Life began to look rosy again after I got in my hotel room with the water running from the tap, and the resurrection bitters lining up on the table by the dozen. Fake? No, sir. There was $2 worth of fluid extract of cinchona and a dime's worth of aniline in that half-gross of bitters. I've gone through towns years afterwards and had folks ask for them again. I hired a wagon that night and commenced selling the bitters on Main Street. Fisher Hill was a low, malarial town. And a compound hypothetical pneumocardiac antiscorbutic tonic was just what I diagnosed the crowd as needing. The bitters started off like sweetbreads on toast at a vegetarian dinner. I had sold 2 dozen at 50 cents apiece when I felt somebody pull my coat tail. I knew what that meant. So I climbed down and sneaked a $5 bill into the hand of a man with a German silver star on his lapel. "Constable," says I, "it's a fine night. Have you got a city license," he asks, "to sell this illegitimate essence of spuju that you flatter by the name of medicine?" "I have not," says I didn't know you had a city. "If I can find it tomorrow I'll take one out if it's necessary." "I'll have to close you up till you do," says the constable. I quit selling and went back to the hotel. I was talking to the landlord about it. "Oh, you won't stand no show in Fisher Hill," says he. Dar. Hoskins, the only doctor here, is a brother-in-law of the mayor, and they won't allow no fake doctor to practice in town. "I don't practice medicine," says I've got a state peddler's license, and I take out a city one wherever they demand it. I went to the mayor's office the next morning and they told me he hadn't showed up yet. They didn't know when he'd be down. So Doc Wahoo hunches down again in a hotel chair and lights a Jimsonweed regalia, and waits. By and by a young man in a blue necktie slips into the chair next to me and asks the time. 10:30, says I, "and you are Andy Tucker. I've seen you work. Wasn't it you that put up the Great Cupid combination package on the Southern States?" "Let's see, it was a Chilean diamond engagement ring, a wedding ring, a potato masher, a bottle of soothing syrup and Dorothy Vernon, all for 50 cents. Andy was pleased to hear that I remembered him. He was a good street man, and he was more than that, he respected his profession, and he was satisfied with 300% profit. He had plenty of offers to go into the illegitimate drug and garden seed business, but he was never to be tempted off of the straight path. I wanted a partner, so Andy and me agreed to go out together. I told him about the situation in Fisher Hill and how finances was low on account of the local mixture of politics and jalap. Andy had just got in on the train that morning. He was pretty low himself, and was going to canvass the whole town for a few dollars to build a new battleship by popular subscription at Eureka Springs. So we went out and sat on the porch and talked it over. The next morning at 11 o'clock when I was sitting there alone, an Uncle Tom shuffles into the hotel and asked for the doctor to come and see Judge Banks, who, it seems, was the mayor and a mighty sick man. "I'm no doctor," says I. "Why don't you go and get the doctor?" "Boss," says he, "Doc Hoskins am done gone 20 miles in the country to see some sick persons. He's the only doctor in the town, and Massa Banks am powerful bad off. He sent me to ax you to please, Sue, come. As man to man," says I'll go and look him over. So I put a bottle of resurrection bitters in my pocket and goes up on the hill to the mayor's mansion, the finest house in town, with a mansard roof and 2 cast-iron dogs on the lawn. This Mayor Banks was in bed all but his whiskers and feet. He was making internal noises that would have had everybody in San Francisco hiking for the parks. A young man was standing by the bed holding a cup of water. "Doc," says the mayor, "I'm awful sick. I'm about to die. Can't you do nothing for me?" "Mr. Mayor," says I'm not a regular preordained disciple of S.Q. Lapius. I never took a course in a medical college," says I've just come as a fellow man to see if I could be of assistance." "I'm deeply obliged," says he. "Doc Wahoo, this is my nephew, Mr. Biddle. He has tried to alleviate my distress, but without success." "Oh, Lordy. Ow ow ow, he sings out. I nods at Mr. Biddle and sets down by the bed and feels the mayor's pulse. Let me see your liver, your tongue, I mean, says I. Then I turns up the lids of his eyes and looks close at the pupils of them. How long have you been sick? I asked. I was taken down, ouch, last night, says the mayor. Gimme something for it, Doc, won't you? Mr. Fiddle, says I, raise the window shade a bit, will you? Biddle, says the young man. Do you feel like you could eat some ham and eggs, Uncle James? Mr. Mayor, says I, after laying my ear to his right shoulder blade and listening, you've got a bad attack of superinflammation of the right clavicle of the harpsichord. Good Lord! Says he, with a groan, can't you rub something on it, or set it or anything? I picks up my hat and starts for the door. You ain't going, Doc, says the mayor with a howl. You ain't going away and leave me to die with this superfluity of the clapboards, are you? Common humanity, Dr. Woha, says Mr. Biddle, ought to prevent your deserting a fellow human in distress. Dr. Wahoo, when you get through plowing, says I. And then I walks back to the bed and throws back my long hair. Mr. Mayor, says I, there is only one hope for you. Drugs will do you no good. But there is another power higher yet, although drugs are high enough, says I. And what is that, says he. Scientific demonstrations, says I, the triumph of mind over sarsaparilla. The belief that there is no pain and sickness except what is produced when we ain't feeling well. Declare yourself in arrears. Demonstrate. What is this paraphernalia you speak of, Doc? Says the mayor. You ain't a socialist, are you? I am speaking, says I, of the great doctrine of psychic financiering, of the enlightened school of long distance. Subconscientious treatment of fallacies and meningitis, of that wonderful indoor sport known as personal magnetism. Can you work it, Doc? Asks the mayor. I'm one of the sole sanhedrims and ostensible hooplas of the inner pulpit, says I, the lame talk and the blind rubber whenever I make a pass at M. I am a medium, a coloratura hypnotist and a spirituous control. It was only through me at the recent séances at Ann Arbor that the late president of the Vinegar Bitters Company could revisit the earth to communicate with his sister Jane. You see me peddling medicine on the street, says I, to the poor. I don't practice personal magnetism on them. I do not drag it in the dust, says I, because they haven't got the dust. Will you treat my case? Asks the mayor. Listen, says I, I've had a good deal of trouble with medical societies everywhere I've been. I don't practice medicine. But, to save your life, I'll give you the psychic treatment if you'll agree as mayor not to push the license question. Of course I will, says he. And now get to work, Doc, for them pains are coming on again. My fee will be $250, cure guaranteed in 2 treatments, says I. All right, says the mayor. I'll pay it. I guess my life's worth that much. I sat down by the bed and looked him straight in the eye. Now, says I, get your mind off the disease. You ain't sick. You haven't got a heart or a clavicle or a funny bone or brains or anything. You haven't got any pain. Declare error. Now you feel the pain that you didn't have leaving, don't you? I do feel some little better, Doc, says the mayor, darned if I don't. Now state a few lies about my not having this swelling in my left side, and I think I could be propped up and have some sausage and buckwheat cakes. I made a few passes with my hands. Now, says I, the inflammation's gone. The right lobe of the perihelion has subsided. You're getting sleepy. You can't hold your eyes open any longer. For the present the disease is checked. Now, you are asleep. The mayor shut his eyes slowly and began to snore. You observe, Mr. Tittle, says I, the wonders of modern science. Biddle, says he, when will you give Uncle the rest of the treatment, Dr. Poo-Poo? Wahoo, says I, I'll come back at 11 tomorrow. When he wakes up, give him 8 drops of turpentine and 3 pounds of steak. Good morning. The next morning I was back on time. Well, Mr. Riddle, says I, when he opened the bedroom door, and how is uncle this morning? He seems much better, says the young man. The mayor's color and pulse was fine. I gave him another treatment, and he said the last of the pain left him. Now, says I, you'd better stay in bed for a day or two, and you'll be all right. It's a good thing I happen to be in Fisher Hill, Mr. Mayor, says I, for all the remedies in the cornucopia that the regular schools of medicine use couldn't have saved you. And now that error has flu and pain proved a perjure, let's allude to a cheerfuler subject, say the fee of $250. No checks, please. I hate to write my name on the back of a check almost as bad as I do on the front. I've got the cash here, says the mayor, pulling a pocketbook from under his pillow. He counts out 5 $50 notes and holds M in his hand. Bring the receipt, he says to Biddle. I signed the receipt and the mayor handed me the money. I put it in my inside pocket careful. Now do your duty, officer, says the mayor, grinning much unlike a sick man. Mr. Biddle lays his hand on my arm. You're under arrest, Dr. Wahoo, alias Peters, says he, for practicing medicine without authority under the state law. Who are you? I asks. I'll tell you who he is, says Mr. Mayor, sitting up in bed. He's a detective employed by the State Medical Society. He's been following you over 5 counties. He came to me yesterday and we fixed up this scheme to catch you. I guess you won't do any more doctoring around these parts, Mr. Fakir. What was it you said I had, Doc? The mayor laughs. Compound. Well, it wasn't softening of the brain, I guess, anyway. A detective, says I. Correct, says Biddle. I'll have to turn you over to the sheriff. Let's see you do it, says I, and I grabs Biddle by the throat and half throws him out the window, but he pulls a gun and sticks it under my chin, and I stand still. Then he puts handcuffs on me, and takes the money out of my pocket. I witness, says he, that they're the same bank bills that you and I marked, Judge Banks. I'll turn them over to the sheriff when we get to his office, and he'll send you a receipt. They'll have to be used as evidence in the case. All right, Mr. Biddle, says the mayor. And now, Doc Wahoo, he goes on, why don't you demonstrate? Can't you pull the cork out of your magnetism with your teeth and hocus-pocus them handcuffs off? Come on, officer, says I, dignified. I may as well make the best of it. And then I turns to old Banks and rattles my chains. Mr. Mayor, says I, the time will come soon when you'll believe that personal magnetism is a success. And you'll be sure that it succeeded in this case, too. And I guess it did. When we got nearly to the gate, I says, we might meet somebody now, Andy. I reckon you better take M off, and, hey. Why, of course it was Andy Tucker. That was his scheme. And that's how we got the capital to go into business together. Modern rural sports. Jeff Peters must be reminded. Whenever he is called upon, pointedly, for a story, he will maintain that his life has been as devoid of incident as the longest of Trollope's novels. But lured, he will divulge. Therefore I cast many and divers flies upon the current of his thoughts before I feel a nibble. I notice, said I, that the Western farmers, in spite of their prosperity, are running after their old populistic idols again. It's the running season, said Jeff, for farmers, shad, maple trees, and the Conemaugh River. I know something about farmers. I thought I struck one once that had got out of the rut. But Andy Tucker proved to me I was mistaken. Once a farmer, always a sucker, said Andy. He's the man that's shoved into the front row among bullets, ballots and the ballet. He's the funny bone and gristle of the country, said Andy, and I don't know who we would do without him. One morning me and Andy wakes up with 68 cents between us in a yellow pine hotel on the edge of the predigested hoe-cake belt of southern Indiana. How we got off the train there the night before I can't tell you. For she went through the village so fast that what looked like a saloon to us through the car window turned out to be a composite view of a drugstore and a water tank 2 blocks apart. Why we got off at the first station we could, belongs to a little oro-eyed gold watch and Alaska diamond deal we failed to pull off the day before, over the Kentucky line. When I woke up I heard roosters crowing, and smelt something like the fumes of nitromuriatic acid, and heard something heavy fall on the floor below us, and a man swearing. "Cheer up, Andy," says I, "we're in a rural community. Somebody has just tested a gold brick downstairs. We'll go out and get what's coming to us from a farmer, and then yoicks." And away. Farmers was always a kind of reserve fund to me. Whenever I was in hard luck I'd go to the crossroads, hook a finger in a farmer's suspender, recite the prospectus of my swindle in a mechanical kind of a way, look over what he had. Give him back his keys, whetstone and papers that was of no value except to owner, and stroll away without asking any questions. Farmers are not fair game to me as high up in our business as me and Andy was, but there was times when we found them useful, just as Wall Street does the Secretary of the Treasury now and then. When we went downstairs we saw we was in the midst of the finest farming section we ever see. About 2 miles away on a hill was a big white house in a grove surrounded by a widespread agricultural agglomeration of fields and barns and pastures and outhouses. "Whose house is that?" we asked the landlord. "That," says he, "is the domicile and the arboreal, terrestrial and horticultural accessories of Farmer Ezra Plunkett, one of our county's most progressive citizens." After breakfast me and Andy, with 8 cents capital left, casts the horoscope of the rural potentate. "Let me go alone," says I. 2 of us against 1 farmer would look as one-sided as Roosevelt using both hands to kill a grizzly. "All right," says Andy. "I like to be a true sport even when I'm only collecting rebates from the rutabaga raisers. What bait are you going to use for this Ezra thing?" Andy asks me. "Oh," I says, "the first thing that come to hand in the suitcase. I reckon I'll take along some of the new income tax receipts, and the recipe for making clover honey out of clabber and apple peelings. And the order blanks for the McGuffey's readers, which afterwards turn out to be McCormick's reapers, and the pearl necklace found on the train, and a pocket-sized gold brick. And that'll be enough," says Andy. "Any one of the lot ought to land on Ezra. And say, Jeff, make that succotash fancier give you nice, clean, new bills. It's a disgrace to our Department of Agriculture, Civil Service and Pure Food Law the kind of stuff some of these farmers hand out to use. I've had to take rolls from them that looked like bundles of microbe cultures captured out of a Red Cross ambulance. So, I goes to a livery stable and hires a buggy on my looks. I drove out to the Plunkett farm and hitched. There was a man sitting on the front steps of the house. He had on a white flannel suit, a diamond ring, golf cap and a pink ascot tie. "Summer boarder," says I to myself. "I'd like to see Farmer Ezra Plunkett," says I to him. "You see him," says he. "What seems to be on your mind?" I never answered a word. I stood still, repeating to myself the rollicking lines of that merry jingle, "The Man with the Hoe." When I looked at this farmer, the little devices I had in my pocket for buncoing the pushed-back brows seemed as hopeless as trying to shake down the beef trust with a mit-imus and a parlor rifle. "Well," says he, looking at me close, "speak up. I see the left pocket of your coat sags a good deal. Out with the gold brick first. I'm rather more interested in the bricks than I am in the trick 60-day notes and the lost silver mine story." I had a kind of cerebral sensation of foolishness in my ideas of ratiocination. But I pulled out the little brick and unwrapped my handkerchief off it. $1.80, says the farmer hefting it in his hand. "Is it a trade?" "The lead in it is worth more than that," says I, dignified. I put it back in my pocket. "All right," says he. "But I sort of wanted it for the collection I'm starting. I got a $5,000 one last week for $2.10. Just then a telephone bell rings in the house. "Come in, Bunk, says the farmer, and look at my place. It's kind of lonesome here sometimes. I think that's New York calling. We went inside. The room looked like a Broadway stockbroker's, light oak desks, 2 phones, Spanish leather upholstered chairs and couches. Oil paintings in gilt frames a foot deep and a ticker hitting off the news in one corner. Hello, hello, says this funny farmer. Is that the Regent Theatre? Yes, this is Plunkett, of Woodbine Center. Reserve 4 orchestra seats for Friday evening, my usual ones. Yes. Friday, goodbye. I run over to New York every 2 weeks to see a show, says the farmer, hanging up the receiver. I catch the 18-hour flyer at Indianapolis, spend 10 hours in the heyday of night on the Yappian Way, and get home in time to see the chickens go to roost 48 hours later. Oh, the pristine Hubbard squasherino of the cave-dwelling period is getting geared up some for the annual meeting of the Don't Blow Out the Gas Association, don't you think, Mr. Bunk? I seem to perceive, says I, a kind of hiatus in the agrarian traditions in which heretofore I have reposed confidence. Sure, Bunk, says he. The yellow primrose on the river's brim is getting to look to us reubs like a holiday edition deluxe of the Language of Flowers with decal edges and frontispiece. Just then the telephone calls him again. Hello, hello, says he. Oh, that's Perkins, at Milldale. I told you $800 was too much for that horse. Have you got him there? Good. Let me see him. Get away from the transmitter. Now make him trot in a circle. Faster. Yes, I can hear him. Keep on, faster yet. That'll do. Now lead him up to the phone. Closer. Get his nose nearer. There. Now wait. No, I don't want that horse. What? No, not at any price. He interferes, and he's wind-broken. Goodbye. Now, Bunk, says the farmer, do you begin to realize that agriculture has had a haircut? You belong in a bygone era. Why, Tom Lawson himself knows better than to try to catch an up-to-date agriculturalist napping. It's Saturday, the 14th, on the farm, you bet. Now, look here, and see how we keep up with the day's doings. He shows me a machine on a table with 2 things for your ears like the penny in the slot affairs. I puts it on and listens. A female voice starts up reading headlines of murders, accidents and other political casualties. What you hear, says the farmer, is a synopsis of today's news in the New York, Chicago, St. Louis and San Francisco papers. It is wired into our rural news bureau and served hot to subscribers. On this table you see the principal dailies and weeklies of the country. Also a special service of advance sheets of the monthly magazines. I picks up one sheet and sees that it's headed, Special Advance Proofs. In July, 1909, the Century will say, and so forth. The farmer rings up somebody, his manager, I reckon, and tells him to let that herd of 15 jerseys go at $600 a head, and to sow the 900-acre field in wheat. And to have 200 extra cans ready at the station for the milk trolley car. Then he passes the Henry Clays and sets out a bottle of green chartreuse, and goes over and looks at the ticker tape. Consolidated gas up 2 points, says he. Oh, very well. Ever monkey with copper? I asks. Stand back, says he, raising his hand, or I'll call the dog. I told you not to waste your time. After a while he says, Bunk, if you don't mind my telling you, your company begins to cloy slightly. I've got to write an article on the chimera of communism for a magazine, and attend a meeting of the Racetrack Association this afternoon. Of course you understand by now that you can't get my proxy for your remedy, whatever it may be. Well, sir, all I could think of to do was to go out and get in the buggy. The horse turned round and took me back to the hotel. I hitched him and went in to see Andy. In his room I told him about this farmer, word for word. And I sat picking at the table cover like one bereft of sagaciousness. I don't understand it, says I, humming a sad and foolish little song to cover my humiliation. Andy walks up and down the room for a long time, biting the left end of his mustache as he does when in the act of thinking. Jeff, says he, finally, I believe your story of this expurgated rustic, but I am not convinced. It looks incredulous to me that he could have inoculated himself against all the preordained systems of bucolic bunco. Now, you never regarded me as a man of special religious proclivities, did you, Jeff? Says Andy. Well, says I, no. But, says I, not to wound his feelings. I have also observed many church members whose said proclivities were not so outwardly developed that they would show on a white handkerchief if you rubbed M with it. I have always been a deep student of nature from creation down, says Andy, and I believe in an ultimatum design of providence. Farmers was made for a purpose. And that was to furnish a livelihood to men like me and you. Else why was we given brains? It is my belief that the manna that the Israelites lived on for 40 years in the wilderness was only a figurative word for farmers, and they kept up the practice to this day. And now, says Andy, I am going to test my theory, once a farmer, always a come-on, in spite of the veneering and the orifices that a spurious civilization has brought to him. You'll fail, same as I did, says I, this one's shook off the shackles of the sheepfold. He's entrenched behind the advantages of electricity, education, literature, and intelligence. I'll try, said Andy. There are certain laws of nature that free rural delivery can't overcome. Andy fumbles around a while in the closet and comes out dressed in a suit with brown and yellow checks as big as your hand. His vest is red with blue dots, and he wears a high silk hat. I noticed he'd soaked his sandy mustache in a kind of blue ink. Great Barnums, says I, you're a ringer for a circus thimble-rig man. Right, says Andy. Is the buggy outside? Wait here till I come back. I won't be long. 2 hours afterwards Andy steps into the room and lays a wad of money on the table. $860, said he. Let me tell you. He was in. He looked me over and began to guy me. I didn't say a word, but got out the walnut shells and began to roll the little ball on the table. I whistled a tune or two, and then I started up the old formula. Step up lively, gentlemen, says I, and watch the little ball. It costs you nothing to look. There you see it, and there you don't. Guess where the little joker is. The quickness of the hand deceives the eye. I steals a look at the farmer man. I see the sweat coming out on his forehead. He goes over and closes the front door and watches me some more. Directly he says, I'll bet you 20 I can pick the shell the ball's under now. After that, goes on Andy, there is nothing new to relate. He only had $860 cash in the house. When I left he followed me to the gate. There was tears in his eyes when he shook hands. Bunk, says he, thank you for the only real pleasure I've had in years. It brings up happy old days when I was only a farmer and not an agriculturalist. God bless you. Here Jeff Peters ceased, and I inferred that his story was done. Then you think, I began. Yes, said Jeff. Something like that. You let the farmers go ahead and amuse themselves with politics. Farming's a lonesome life, and they've been against the shell game before. The Chair of Philanthromathematics. I see that the cause of education has received the princely gift of more than $50 million, said I. I was gleaning the stray items from the evening papers while Jeff Peters packed his briar pipe with plug cut. Which same, said Jeff, calls for a new deck, and a recitation by the entire class in philanthromathematics. Is that an illusion? I asked. It is, said Jeff. I never told you about the time when me and Andy Tucker was philanthropists, did I? It was 8 years ago in Arizona. Andy and me was out in the Gila Mountains with a 2-horse wagon prospecting for silver. We struck it, and sold out to parties in Tucson for $25,000. They paid our check at the bank in silver, $1,000 in a sack. We loaded it in our wagon and drove east 100 miles before we recovered our presence of intellect. $25,000 doesn't sound like so much when you're reading the annual report of the Pennsylvania Railroad or listening to an actor talking about his salary. But when you can raise up a wagon sheet and kick around your boothiel and hear every one of them ring against another, it makes you feel like you was a night and day bank with the clock striking 12. The third day out we drove into one of the most specious and tidy little towns that Nature or Rand and McNally ever turned out. It was in the foothills, and mitigated with trees and flowers and about 2,000 head of cordial and dilatory inhabitants. The town seemed to be called Floresville, and nature had not contaminated it with many railroads, fleas or Eastern tourists. Me and Andy deposited our money to the credit of Peters and Tucker in the Esperanza Savings Bank, and got rooms at the Skyview Hotel. After supper we lit up, and sat out on the gallery and smoked. Then was when the philanthropy idea struck me. I suppose every grafter gets it sometime. When a man swindles the public out of a certain amount, he begins to get scared and wants to return part of it. And if you'll watch close and notice the way his charity runs, you'll see that he tries to restore it to the same people he got it from. As a hydrostatical case, take, let's say, A made his millions selling oil to poor students who sit up nights studying political economy and methods for regulating the trusts. So, back to the universities and colleges goes his conscience dollars. There's B got his from the common laboring man that works with his hands and tools. How's he to get some of the remorse fund back into their overalls? Aha, says B, I'll do it in the name of education. I've skinned the laboring man, says he to himself, but, according to the old proverb, charity covers a multitude of skins. So he puts up $80 million worth of libraries. And the boys with the dinner pail that builds them gets the benefit. Where's the books? Asks the reading public. I dinna ken, says B. I offered ye libraries, and there they are. I suppose if I'd given ye preferred steel trust stock instead, ye'd have wanted the water in it set out in cut glass decanters. Hoot, for ye. But, as I said, the owning of so much money was beginning to give me philanthropitis. It was the first time me and Andy had ever made a pile big enough to make us stop and think how we got it. Andy, says I, we're wealthy, not beyond the dreams of average, but in our humble way we are comparatively as rich as greasers. I feel as if I'd like to do something for as well as to humanity. I was thinking the same thing, Jeff, says he. We've been gouging the public for a long time with all kinds of little schemes, from selling self-igniting celluloid collars to flooding Georgia with Hoke Smith presidential campaign buttons. I'd like, myself, to hedge a bet or two in the graft game if I could do it without actually banging the Cymbalines in the Salvation Army or teaching a Bible class by the Bertillon system. What'll we do? Says Andy. Give free grub to the poor or send a couple of thousand to George Cortelyou? Neither, says I, we've got too much money to be implicated in plain charity. And we haven't got enough to make restitution. So, we'll look about for something that's about halfway between the two. The next day, in walking around Floresville, we see on a hill a big red brick building that appears to be disinhabited. The citizens speak up and tell us that it was begun for a resident several years before by a mine owner. After running up the house, he finds he only had $2.80 left to furnish it with, so he invests that in whiskey and jumps off the roof on a spot where he now requiescats in pieces. As soon as me and Andy saw that building, the same idea struck both of us. We would fix it up with lights and pen wipers and professors, and put an iron dog and statues of Hercules and Father John on the lawn. And start one of the finest free educational institutions in the world right there. So we talks it over to the prominent citizens of Floresville, who falls in fine with the idea. They give a banquet in the engine house to us, and we make our bow for the first time as benefactors to the cause of progress and enlightenment. Andy makes an hour-and-a-half speech on the subject of irrigation in Lower Egypt, and we have a moral tune on the phonograph and pineapple sherbet. Andy and me didn't lose any time in philanthroping. We put every man in town that could tell a hammer from a step ladder to work on the building, dividing it up into classrooms and lecture halls. We wire to Frisco for a car load of desks, footballs, arithmetics, penholders, dictionaries, chairs for the professors, slates, skeletons, sponges. 27 crave-netted gowns and caps for the senior class, and an open order for all the truck that goes with a first-class university. I took it on myself to put a campus and a curriculum on the list. But the telegraph operator must have got the words wrong, being an ignorant man, for when the goods come we found a can of peas and a currycomb among them. While the weekly papers was having chalk plate cuts of me and Andy, we wired an employment agency in Chicago to express us FOB. 6 professors immediately, 1 English literature, 1 up-to-date dead languages, 1 chemistry, 1 political economy, Democrat preferred, 1 logic, and 1 wise to painting, Italian and music. With union card. The Esperanza Bank guaranteed salaries, which was to run between $800 and $800.50. Well, sir, we finally got in shape. Over the front door was carved the words, "The World's University. Peters and Tucker, patrons and proprietors." And when September the 1st got a cross mark on the calendar, the come-ons begun to roll in. First the faculty got off the tri-weekly express from Tucson. They was mostly young, spectacled, and red-headed, with sentiments divided between ambition and food. Andy and me got billeted on the Floresvillians and then laid for the students. They came in bunches. We had advertised the university in all the state papers, and it did us good to see how quick the country responded. 219 husky lads aging along from 18 up to chin whiskers answered the clarion call of free education. They ripped open that town, sponged the seams, turned it, lined it with new mohair, and you couldn't have told it from Harvard or Goldfields at the March term of court. They marched up and down the streets waving flags with the world's university colors, ultramarine and blue, and they certainly made a lively place of Floresville. Andy made them a speech from the balcony of the Skyview Hotel, and the whole town was out celebrating. In about 2 weeks the professors got the students disarmed and herded into classes. I don't believe there's any pleasure equal to being a philanthropist. Me and Andy bought high silk hats and pretended to dodge the 2 reporters of the Floresville Gazette. The paper had a man to Kodak us whenever we appeared on the street, and ran our pictures every week over the column headed Educational Notes. Andy lectured twice a week at the university. And afterward I would rise and tell a humorous story. Once the Gazette printed my pictures with Abe Lincoln on one side and Marshall P. Wilder on the other. Andy was as interested in philanthropy as I was. We used to wake up of nights and tell each other new ideas for booming the university. "Andy," says I to him one day, "there's something we overlooked. The boys ought to have dromedaries." "What's that?" Andy asks. "Why, something to sleep in, of course," says I. "All colleges have 'em." "Oh, you mean pajamas," says Andy. "I do not," says I mean dromedaries." But I never could make Andy understand, so we never ordered them. Of course, I meant them long bedrooms in colleges where the scholars sleep in a row. Well, sir, the World's University was a success. We had scholars from 5 states and territories, and Floresville had a boom. A new shooting gallery and a pawn shop and 2 more saloons started. And the boys got up a college yell that went this way. The scholars was a fine lot of young men, and me and Andy was as proud of them as if they belonged to our own family. But one day about the last of October Andy comes to me and asks if I have any idea how much money we had left in the bank. I guesses about $16,000. "Our balance," says Andy, "is $821.62. "What?" says I, with a kind of a yell. "Do you mean to tell me that them infernal clod-hopping, dough-headed, pup-faced, goose-brained, gate-stealing, rabbit-eared sons of horse thieves have soaked us for that much?" "No less," says Andy. "Then, to Helvetia with philanthropy," says I. "Not necessarily," says Andy. Philanthropy, says he, when run on a good business basis is one of the best grafts going. I'll look into the matter and see if it can't be straightened out. The next week I am looking over the payroll of our faculty when I run across a new name, Professor James Darnley McCorkle, Chair of Mathematics, salary $100 per week. I yell so loud that Andy runs in quick. What's this, says I, a professor of mathematics at more than $5,000 a year? How did this happen? Did he get in through the window and appoint himself? I wired to Frisco for him a week ago, says Andy. In ordering the faculty we seem to have overlooked the chair of mathematics. A good thing we did, says I. We can pay his salary 2 weeks, and then our philanthropy will look like the 9th hole on the Skibbo golf links. Wait a while, says Andy, and see how things turn out. We have taken up too noble a cause to draw out now. Besides, the further I gaze into the retail philanthropy business the better it looks to me. I never thought about investigating it before. Come to think of it now, goes on Andy, all the philanthropists I ever knew had plenty of money. I ought to have looked into that matter long ago, and located which was the cause and which was the effect. I had confidence in Andy's chicanery in financial affairs, so I left the whole thing in his hands. The university was flourishing fine, and me and Andy kept our silk hats shined up, and Floresville kept on heaping honors on us like we was millionaires instead of almost busted philanthropists. The students kept the town lively and prosperous. Some stranger came to town and started a faro bank over the red front livery stable, and began to amass money in quantities. Me and Andy strolled up one night and piked $1 or $2 for sociability. There were about 50 of our students there drinking rum punches and shoving high stacks of blues and reds about the table as the dealer turned the cards up. Why, dang it, Andy, says I, these free-school hunting, gander-headed, silk-socked little sons of sapsuckers have got more money than you and me ever had. Look at the rolls they're pulling out of their pistol pockets. Yes, says Andy, a good many of them are sons of wealthy miners and stockmen. It's very sad to see them wasting their opportunities this way. At Christmas all the students went home to spend the holidays. We had a farewell blowout at the university, and Andy lectured on modern music and prehistoric literature of the archipelagos. Each one of the faculty answered to toasts, and compared me and Andy to Rockefeller and the Emperor Marcus Autolycus. I pounded on the table and yelled for Professor McCorkle. But it seems he wasn't present on the occasion. I wanted a look at the man that Andy thought could earn $100 a week in philanthropy that was on the point of making an assignment. The students all left on the night train, and the town sounded as quiet as the campus of a correspondence school at midnight. When I went to the hotel I saw a light in Andy's room, and I opened the door and walked in. There sat Andy and the faro dealer at a table dividing a 2-foot-high stack of currency in $1,000 packages. Correct, says Andy. 31,000 apiece. Come in, Jeff, says he. This is our share of the profits of the first half of the scholastic term of the world's university, incorporated and philanthropated. Are you convinced now, says Andy, that philanthropy when practiced in a business way is an art that blesses him who gives as well as him who receives? Great, says I, feeling fine. I'll admit you are the doctor this time. We'll be leaving on the morning train, says Andy. You'd better get your collars and cuffs and press clippings together. Great, says I. I'll be ready. But, Andy, says I wish I could have met that Professor James Darnley McCorkle before we went. I had a curiosity to know that man. That'll be easy, says Andy, turning around to the faro dealer. Jim, says Andy, shake hands with Mr. Peters. The hand that riles the world. Many of our great men, said I, apropos of many things, have declared that they owe their success to the aid and encouragement of some brilliant woman. I know, said Jeff Peters. I've read in history and mythology about Joan of Arc and Madame Yale and Mrs. Caudle and Eve and other noted females of the past. But, in my opinion, the woman of today is of little use in politics or business. What's she best in, anyway? Men make the best cooks, milliners, nurses, housekeepers, stenographers, clerks, hairdressers and launderers. About the only job left that a woman can beat a man in is female impersonator in vaudeville. I would have thought, said I, that occasionally, anyhow, you would have found the wit and intuition of woman valuable to you in your lines of business. Now, wouldn't you, said Jeff, with an emphatic nod, wouldn't you have imagined that? But a woman is an absolutely unreliable partner in any straight swindle. She's liable to turn honest on you when you are depending upon her the most. I tried once. Bill Humble, an old friend of mine in the territories, conceived the illusion that he wanted to be appointed United States Marshal. At that time me and Andy was doing a square, legitimate business of selling walking canes. If you unscrewed the head of one and turned it up to your mouth, a half pint of good rye whiskey would go trickling down your throat to reward you for your act of intelligence. The deputies was annoying me and Andy some, and when Bill spoke to me about his officious aspirations, I saw how the appointment as marshal might help along the firm of Peters and Tucker. Jeff, says Bill to me, you are a man of learning and education, besides having knowledge and information concerning not only rudiments but facts and attainments. I do, says I, and I have never regretted it. I am not one, says I, who would cheapen education by making it free. Tell me, says I, which is of the most value to mankind, literature or horse racing? Why, playing the I mean, of course, the poets and the great writers have got the call, of course, says Bill. Exactly, says I. Then why do the masterminds of finance and philanthropy, says I, charge us $2 to get into a racetrack and let us into a library free? Is that distilling into the masses, says I, a correct estimate of the relative value of the two means of self-culture and disorder? You are arguing outside of my faculties of sense and rhetoric, says Bill. What I wanted you to do is to go to Washington and dig out this appointment for me. I haven't no ideas of cultivation and intrigue. I'm a plain citizen and I need the job. I've killed 7 men, says Bill, I've got 9 children. I've been a good Republican ever since the 1st of May, I can't read nor write, and I see no reason why I ain't eligible for the office. And I think your partner, Mr. Tucker, goes on Bill, is also a man of sufficient ingratiation and connected system of mental delinquency to assist you in securing the appointment. I will give you preliminary, says Bill, $1,000 for drinks, bribes and carfare in Washington. If you land the job I will pay you $1,000 more, hash down, and guarantee you impunity in bootlegging whiskey for 12 months. Are you patriotic to the West enough to help me put this thing through the whitewashed wigwam of the great father of the most eastern flag station of the Pennsylvania Railroad, says Bill. Well, I talked to Andy about it, and he liked the idea immense. Andy was a man of an involved nature. He was never content to plod along, as I was, selling to the peasantry some little tool like a combination stake beater, shoe horn, Marcel waver, monkey wrench, nail file, potato masher and multum in parvo tuning fork. Andy had the artistic temper, which is not to be judged as a preacher's or a moral man's is by purely commercial deflections. So we accepted Bill's offer, and strikes out for Washington. Says I to Andy, when we get located at a hotel on South Dakota Avenue, GSSW, now Andy, for the first time in our lives we've got to do a real dishonest act. Lobbying is something we've never been used to, but we've got to scandalize ourselves for Bill Humble's sake. In a straight and legitimate business, says I, we could afford to introduce a little foul play and chicanery. But in a disorderly and heinous piece of malpractice like this it seems to me that the straightforward and aboveboard way is the best. I propose, says I, that we hand over $500 of this money to the chairman of the National Campaign Committee, get a receipt, lay the receipt on the president's desk and tell him about Bill. The president is a man who would appreciate a candidate who went about getting office that way instead of pulling wires. Andy agreed with me, but after we talked the scheme over with the hotel clerk we give that plan up. He told us that there was only one way to get an appointment in Washington, and that was through a lady lobbyist. He gave us the address of one he recommended, a Mrs. Avery, who he said was high up in sociable and diplomatic rings and circles. The next morning at 10 o'clock me and Andy called at her hotel, and was shown up to her reception room. This Mrs. Avery was a solace and a balm to the eyesight. She had hair the color of the back of a $20 gold certificate, blue eyes, and a system of beauty that would make the girl on the cover of a July magazine look like a cook on a Monongahela coal barge. She had on a low-necked dress covered with silver spangles, and diamond rings and ear-bobs. Her arms was bare, and she was using a desk telephone with one hand, and drinking tea with the other. "Well, boys," says she after a bit, "what is it?" I told her in as few words as possible what we wanted for Bill, and the price we could pay. "Those Western appointments," says she, "are easy. Lemme see, now," says she, "who could put that through for us? No use fooling with the territorial delegates. I guess," says she, "that Senator Sniper would be about the man. He's from somewheres in the West. Let's see how he stands on my private menu card." She takes some papers out of a pigeonhole with the letter S over it. "Yes," says she, "he's marked with a star, that means, ready to serve. Now, let's see. Age 55, married twice. Presbyterian, likes blondes, Tolstoy, poker and stewed terrapin, sentimental at third bottle of wine. Yes," she goes on, "I am sure I can have your friend, Mr. Bummer, appointed minister to Brazil. Humble," says I, "and United States Marshal was the birth." "Oh, yes," says Mrs. Avery. "I have so many deals of this sort I sometimes get them confused. Give me all the memoranda you have of the case, Mr. Peters, and come back in 4 days. I think it can be arranged by then." So me and Andy goes back to our hotel and waits. Andy walks up and down and chews the left end of his mustache. "A woman of high intellect and perfect beauty is a rare thing, Jeff," says he. "As rare," says I, "as an omelette made from the eggs of the fabulous bird known as the epidermis," says I. "A woman like that," says Andy, "ought to lead a man to the highest positions of opulence and fame." "I misdoubt," says I, "if any woman ever helped a man to secure a job any more than to have his meals ready promptly and spread a report that the other candidate's wife had once been a shoplifter. They are no more adapted for business and politics," says I, "than Algernon Charles Swinburne is to be floor manager at one of Chuck Connor's annual balls. I know," says I to Andy, "that sometimes a woman seems to step out into the calcimine light as the charged affair of her man's political job. But how does it come out? Say, they have a neat little berth somewhere as foreign consul of record to Afghanistan or lockkeeper on the Delaware and Raritan Canal. One day this man finds his wife putting on her overshoes and 3 months' supply of bird seed into the canary's cage. Sioux Falls?" he asks with a kind of hopeful light in his eye. "No, Arthur," says she, "Washington. We're wasted here," says she. "You ought to be toady extraordinary to the court of St. Bridget or head porter of the island of Puerto Rico. I'm going to see about it." Then this lady, I says to Andy, moves against the authorities at Washington with her baggage and munitions, consisting of 5 dozen indiscriminating letters written to her by a member of the cabinet when she was 15. A letter of introduction from King Leopold to the Smithsonian Institution, and a pink silk costume with canary-colored spats. Well, and then what? I goes. She has the letters printed in the evening papers that match her costume, she lectures at an informal tea given in the Palm Room of the B&O Depot and then calls on the president, the 9th Assistant Secretary of Commerce and Labor, the first aide-de-camp of the Blue Room and an unidentified colored man are waiting there to grasp her by the hands and feet. They carry her out to S.W.B. Street and leave her on a cellar door. That ends it. The next time we hear of her she is writing postcards to the Chinese minister asking him to get Arthur a job in a tea store. Then, says Andy, you don't think Mrs. Avery will land the marshalship for Bill? I do not, says I. I do not wish to be a septic, but I doubt if she can do as well as you and me could have done. I don't agree with you, says Andy. I'll bet you she does. I'm proud of having a higher opinion of the talent and the powers of negotiation of ladies. We was back at Mrs. Avery's hotel at the time she appointed. She was looking pretty and fine enough, as far as that went, to make any man let her name every officer in the country. But I hadn't much faith in looks, so I was certainly surprised when she pulls out a document with the Great Seal of the United States on it, and William Henry Humble in a fine big hand on the back. You might have had it the next day, boys, says Mrs. Avery, smiling. I hadn't the slightest trouble in getting it, says she. I just asked for it, that's all. Now, I'd like to talk to you a while, she goes on, but I'm awfully busy, and I know you'll excuse me. I've got an ambassadorship, 2 consulates and a dozen other minor applications to look after. I can hardly find time to sleep at all. You'll give my compliments to Mr. Humble when you get home, of course. Well, I handed her the $500, which she pitched into her desk drawer without counting. I put Bill's appointment in my pocket and me and Andy made our adieus. We started back for the territory the same day. We wired Bill, job landed. Get the tall glasses ready, and we felt pretty good. Andy joshed me all the way about how little I knew about women. All right, says I, I'll admit that she surprised me. But it's the first time I ever knew one of them to manipulate a piece of business on time without getting it bungled up in some way, says I. Down about the edge of Arkansas I got out Bill's appointment and looked it over, and then I handed it to Andy to read. Andy read it, but didn't add any remarks to my silence. The paper was for Bill, all right, and a genuine document, but it appointed him postmaster of Dade City, Florida. Me and Andy got off the train at Little Rock and sent Bill's appointment to him by mail. Then we struck northeast toward Lake Superior. I never saw Bill Humble after that. The exact science of matrimony. As I have told you before, said Jeff Peters, I never had much confidence in the perfidiousness of woman. As partners or coeducators in the most innocent line of graft they are not trustworthy. They deserve the compliment, said I think they are entitled to be called the honest sex. Why shouldn't they be, said Jeff. They've got the other sex either grafting or working overtime for them. They're all right in business until they get their emotions or their hair touched up too much. Then you want to have a flat-footed, heavy-breathing man with sandy whiskers, 5 kids, and a building and loan mortgage ready as an understudy to take her desk. Now there was that widow lady that me and Andy Tucker engaged to help us in that little matrimonial agency scheme we floated out in Cairo. When you've got enough advertising capital, say a roll as big as the little end of a wagon tongue, there's money in matrimonial agencies. We had about $6,000 and we expected to double it in 2 months, which is about as long as a scheme like ours can be carried on without taking out a New Jersey charter. We fixed up an advertisement that read about like this. Charming widow, beautiful, home-loving, 32 years, possessing $3,000 cash and owning valuable country property, would remarry. Would prefer a poor man with affectionate disposition to one with means, as she realizes that the solid virtues are oftenest to be found in the humble walks of life. No objection to elderly man or one of homely appearance if faithful and true and competent to manage property and invest money with judgment. Address, with particulars. Lonely. Care of Peters and Tucker, Agents, Cairo, Illinois. So far, so pernicious, says I, when we had finished the literary concoction. And now, says I, where is the lady? Andy gives me one of his looks of calm irritation. Jeff, says he, I thought you had lost them ideas of realism in your art. Why should there be a lady? When they sell a lot of watered stock on Wall Street, would you expect to find a mermaid in it? What has a matrimonial ad got to do with a lady? Now listen, says I. You know my rule, Andy, that in all my illegitimate inroads against the legal letter of the law the article sold must be existent, visible, producible. In that way and by a careful study of city ordinances and train schedules I have kept out of all trouble with the police that a $5 bill and a cigar could not square. Now, to work this scheme we've got to be able to produce bodily a charming widow or its equivalent with or without the beauty, hereditaments and appurtenances set forth in the catalogue and writ of errors, or hereafter be held by a justice of the peace. Well, says Andy, reconstructing his mind, maybe it would be safer in case the post office or the peace commission should try to investigate our agency. But where, he says, could you hope to find a widow who would waste time on a matrimonial scheme that had no matrimony in it? I told Andy that I thought I knew of the exact party. An old friend of mine, Zeke Trotter, who used to draw soda water and teeth in a tent show, had made his wife a widow a year before by drinking some dyspepsia cure of the old doctor's instead of the liniment that he always got boozed up on. I used to stop at their house often, and I thought we could get her to work with us. 'Twas only 60 miles to the little town where she lived, so I jumped out on the IC. And finds her in the same cottage with the same sunflowers and roosters standing on the washtub. Mrs. Trotter fitted our ad first rate except, maybe for beauty in age and property valuation. But she looked feasible and praiseworthy to the eye, and it was a kindness to Zeke's memory to give her the job. Is this an honest deal you are putting on, Mr. Peters? She asks me when I tell her what we want. Mrs. Trotter, says I, Andy Tucker and me have computed the calculation that 3,000 men in this broad and unfair country will endeavor to secure your fair hand and ostensible money and property through our advertisement. Out of that number something like 300 will expect to give you in exchange, if they should win you, the carcass of a lazy and mercenary loafer, a failure in life, a swindler and contemptible fortune-seeker. Me and Andy, says I, propose to teach these prayers upon society a lesson. It was with difficulty, says I, that me and Andy could refrain from forming a corporation under the title of the Great Moral and Millennial Malevolent Matrimonial Agency. Does that satisfy you? It does, Mr. Peters, says she. I might have known you wouldn't have gone into anything that wasn't opprobrious. But what will my duties be? Do I have to reject personally these 3,000 ramscallions you speak of, or can I throw them out in bunches? Your job, Mrs. Trotter, says I, will be practically a cynosure. You will live at a quiet hotel and will have no work to do. Andy and I will attend to all the correspondence and business end of it. Of course, says I. Some of the more ardent and impetuous suitors who can raise the railroad fare may come to Cairo to personally press their suit or whatever fraction of a suit they may be wearing. In that case you will be probably put to the inconvenience of kicking them out face to face. We will pay you $25 per week and hotel expenses. Give me 5 minutes, says Mrs. Trotter, to get my powder rag and leave the front door key with a neighbor and you can let my salary begin. So I conveys Mrs. Trotter to Cairo and establishes her in a family hotel far enough away from mine and Andy's quarters to be unsuspicious and available, and I tell Andy. Great, says Andy. And now that your conscience is appeased as to the tangibility and proximity of the bait, and leaving mutton aside, suppose we revenue a no fish. So, we began to insert our advertisement in newspapers covering the country far and wide. One ad was all we used. We couldn't have used more without hiring so many clerks and marcelled paraphernalia that the sound of the gum chewing would have disturbed the Postmaster General. We placed $2,000 in a bank to Mrs. Trotter's credit and gave her the book to show in case anybody might question the honesty and good faith of the agency. I knew Mrs. Trotter was square and reliable and it was safe to leave it in her name. With that one ad Andy and me put in 12 hours a day answering letters. About 100 a day was what came in. I never knew there was so many large-hearted but indigent men in the country who were willing to acquire a charming widow and assume the burden of investing her money. Most of them admitted that they ran principally to whiskers and lost jobs and were misunderstood by the world. But all of them were sure that they were so chock full of affection and manly qualities that the widow would be making the bargain of her life to get M. Every applicant got a reply from Peters and Tucker informing him that the widow had been deeply impressed by his straightforward and interesting letter and requesting them to write again, stating more particulars, and enclosing photograph if convenient. Peters and Tucker also informed the applicant that their fee for handing over the second letter to their fair client would be $2, enclosed therewith. There you see the simple beauty of the scheme. About 90% of them domestic foreign noblemen raised the price somehow and sent it in. That was all there was to it. Except that me and Andy complained an amount about being put to the trouble of slicing open them envelopes, and taking the money out. Some few clients called in person. We sent M to Mrs. Trotter and she did the rest, except for 3 or 4 who came back to strike us for carfare. After the letters began to get in from the RFD districts, Andy and me were taking in about $200 a day. One afternoon when we were busiest and I was stuffing the 2 and 1s into cigar boxes and Andy was whistling "No Wedding Bells" for her, a small slick man drops in and runs his eye over the walls, like he was on the trail of a lost Gainsborough painting or two. As soon as I saw him I felt a glow of pride, because we were running our business on the level. "I see you have quite a large mail today," says the man. I reached and got my hat. "Come on," says I, "we've been expecting you. I'll show you the goods. How was Teddy when you left Washington?" I took him down to the Riverview Hotel and had him shake hands with Mrs. Trotter. Then I showed him her bank book with the $2,000 to her credit. "It seems to be all right," says the Secret Service. "It is," says I. "And if you're not a married man I'll leave you to talk a while with the lady. We won't mention the $2. "Thanks," says he. "If I wasn't, I might. Good day, Mrs. Peters." Toward the end of 3 months we had taken in something over $5,000, and we saw it was time to quit. We had a good many complaints made to us, and Mrs. Trotter seemed to be tired of the job. A good many suitors had been calling to see her, and she didn't seem to like that. So we decides to pull out, and I goes down to Mrs. Trotter's hotel to pay her last week's salary and say farewell and get her check for the $2,000. When I got there I found her crying like a kid that don't want to go to school. Now, says I, "what's it all about? Somebody sassed you or you getting homesick?" "No, Mr. Peters," says she. "I'll tell you. You was always a friend of Zeke's, and I don't mind. Mr. Peters, I'm in love. I just love a man so hard I can't bear not to get him. He's just the ideal I've always had in mind." "Then take him," says I, "that is, if it's a mutual case. Does he return the sentiment according to the specifications and painfulness you have described?" "He does," says she. "But he's one of the gentlemen that's been coming to see me about the advertisement and he won't marry me unless I give him the $2,000. His name is William Wilkinson." And then she goes off again in the agitations and hysterics of romance. "Mrs. Trotter," says I, "there's no man more sympathizing with a woman's affections than I am. Besides, you was once the life partner of one of my best friends. If it was left to me I'd say take this $2,000 and the man of your choice and be happy. We could afford to do that, because we have cleaned up over $5,000 from these suckers that wanted to marry you. But," says I, "Andy Tucker is to be consulted. He is a good man, but keen in business. He is my equal partner financially. I will talk to Andy," says I, "and see what can be done." I goes back to our hotel and lays the case before Andy. "I was expecting something like this all the time," says Andy. "You can't trust a woman to stick by you in any scheme that involves her emotions and preferences. It's a sad thing, Andy," says I, "to think that we've been the cause of the breaking of a woman's heart." "It is," says Andy, "and I tell you what I'm willing to do, Jeff. You've always been a man of a soft and generous heart and disposition. Perhaps I've been too hard and worldly and suspicious. For once I'll meet you halfway. Go to Mrs. Trotter and tell her to draw the $2,000 from the bank and give it to this man she's infatuated with and be happy. I jumps up and shakes Andy's hand for 5 minutes, and then I goes back to Mrs. Trotter and tells her, and she cries as hard for joy as she did for sorrow. 2 days afterward me and Andy packed up to go. "Wouldn't you like to go down and meet Mrs. Trotter once before we leave?" I asks him. "She'd like mightily to know you and express her encomiums and gratitude." "Why, I guess not," says Andy. "I guess we'd better hurry and catch that train." I was strapping our capital around me in a memory belt like we always carried it, when Andy pulls a roll of large bills out of his pocket and asks me to put M with the rest. "What's this?" says I. "It's Mrs. Trotter's 2,000, says Andy. "How do you come to have it?" I asks. "She gave it to me," says Andy. "I've been calling on her 3 evenings a week for more than a month." "Then are you William Wilkinson?" says I. "I was," says Andy. "A Midsummer Masquerade." "Satan," said Jeff Peters, "is a hard boss to work for. When other people are having their vacation is when he keeps you the busiest. As old Dr. Watts or St. Paul or some other diagnostician says, he always finds somebody for idle hands to do." I remember one summer when me and my partner, Andy Tucker, tried to take a layoff from our professional and business duties, but it seems that our work followed us wherever we went. Now, with a preacher it's different. He can throw off his responsibilities and enjoy himself. On the 31st of May he wraps mosquito netting and tin foil around the pulpit, grabs his niblick, breviary and fishing pole and hikes for Lake Como or Atlantic City according to the size of the loudness with which he has been called by his congregation. And, sir, for 3 months he don't have to think about business except to hunt around in Deuteronomy and Proverbs and Timothy to find texts to cover and exculpate such little midsummer penances as dropping a couple of louis d'or on rouge or teaching a Presbyterian widow to swim. But I was going to tell you about mine and Andy's summer vacation that wasn't one. We was tired of finance and all the branches of unsanctified ingenuity. Even Andy, whose brain rarely ever stopped working, began to make noises like a tennis cabinet. "Hey ho," says Andy. "I'm tired. I've got that steam up the yacht Corsair and ho for the Riviera feeling. I want to loaf and indict my soul, as Walt Whittier says. I want to play pinochle with Mary Del Val or give a knouting to the tenants on my Tarrytown estates or do a monologue at a Chautauqua picnic in kilts or something summary and outside the line of routine and sandbagging. Patience," says I, "you'll have to climb higher in the profession before you can taste the laurels that crown the footprints of the great captains of industry." "Now, what I'd like, Andy," says I, "would be a summer sojourn in a mountain village far from scenes of larceny, labor and overcapitalization. I'm tired, too, and a month or so of sinlessness ought to leave us in good shape to begin again to take away the white man's burdens in the fall." Andy fell in with the rest cure at once, so we struck the general passenger agents of all the railroads for summer resort literature, and took a week to study out where we should go. I reckon the first passenger agent in the world was that man Genesis. But there wasn't much competition in his day, and when he said, "The Lord made the earth in 6 days, and all very good," he hadn't any idea to what extent the press agents of the summer hotels would plagiarize from him later on. When we finished the booklets we perceived, easy, that the United States from Passadumkeag, Maine, to El Paso, and from Skagway to Key West was a paradise of glorious mountain peaks, crystal lakes, new-laid eggs, golf, girls, garages, cooling breezes, straw rides, open plumbing and tennis. And all within 2 hours' ride. So me and Andy dumps the books out the back window and packs our trunk and takes the 6 o'clock tortoise flyer for Crow Knob, a kind of a dernier resort in the mountains on the line of Tennessee and North Carolina. We was directed to a kind of private hotel called Woodchuck Inn, and thither me and Andy bent and almost broke our footsteps over the rocks and stumps. The inn set back from the road in a big grove of trees, and it looked fine with its broad porches and a lot of women in white dresses rocking in the shade. The rest of Crow Knob was a post office and some scenery set an angle of 45 degrees and a welkin. Well, sir, when we got to the gate, who do you suppose comes down the walk to greet us? Old Smoke 'em Out Smithers, who used to be the best open-air painless dentist and electric liver pad faker in the Southwest. Old Smoke 'em Out is dressed clerico-rural, and has the mingled air of a landlord and a claim jumper. Which aspect he corroborates by telling us that he is the host and perpetrator of Woodchuck Inn. I introduces Andy, and we talk about a few volatile topics, such as will go around at meetings of boards of directors and old associates like us three were. Old Smoke 'em Out leads us into a kind of summer house in the yard near the gate and took up the harp of life and smote on all the chords with his mighty right. "Gents," says he, "I'm glad to see you. Maybe you can help me out of a scrape. I'm getting a bit old for street work, so I leased this Dog Days Emporium so the good things would come to me. 2 weeks before the season opened I gets a letter signed Lieutenant Peary and one from the Duke of Marlborough, each wanting to engage board for part of the summer. Well, sir, you gents know what a big thing for an obscure hustlery it would be to have for guests 2 gentlemen whose names are famous from long association with icebergs and the Coburgs. So I prints a lot of handbills announcing that Woodchuck Inn would shelter these distinguished boarders during the summer, except in places where it leaked. And I sends 'em out to towns around as far as Knoxville and Charlotte and Fish Dam and Bowling Green. And now look up there on the porch, gents," says Smoke 'em Out, "at them disconsolate specimens of their fair sex waiting for the arrival of the Duke and the Lieutenant. The house is packed from rafters to cellar with hero worshippers. There's 4 normal school teachers and 2 abnormal, there's 3 high school graduates between 37 and 42. There's 2 literary old maids and 1 that can write, there's a couple of society women and a lady from Hoh River. 2 elocutionists are bunking in the corn crib, and I've put cots in the hay loft for the cook and the society editress of the Chattanooga Opera Glass. You see how names draw, gents. Well, says I, how is it that you seem to be biting your thumbs at good luck? You didn't use to be that way." "I ain't through," says Smoke 'em Out. "Yesterday was the day for the advent of the auspicious personages. I goes down to the depot to welcome 'em. 2 apparently animate substances gets off the train, both carrying bags full of croquet mallets and these magic lanterns with push-buttons. I compares these integers with the original signatures to the letters, and, well, gents, I reckon the mistake was due to my poor eyesight. Instead of being the lieutenant, the daisy chain and wild verbena explorer was none other than Levi T. Peavy, a soda water clerk from Asheville. And the Duke of Marlborough turned out to be Theo Drake of Murfreesboro, a bookkeeper in a grocery. What did I do? I kicked 'em both back on the train and watched 'em depart for the lowlands, the low. Now you see the fix I'm in, gents," goes on Smoke 'em Out Smithers. "I told the ladies that the notorious visitors had been detained on the road by some unavoidable circumstances that made a noise like an ice jam and an heiress. But they would arrive a day or 2 later. When they find out that they've been deceived," says Smoke 'em Out, "every yard of cross-barred muslin and natural waved switch in the house will pack up and leave. It's a hard deal," says old Smoke 'em Out. "Friend," says Andy, touching the old man on the esophagus. "Why this Jeremiad when the polar regions and the portals of Blenheim are conspiring to hand you prosperity on a hallmarked silver salver? We have arrived." A light breaks out on Smoke 'em Out's face. "Can you do it, gents?" he asks. "Could ye do it? Could ye play the polar man and the little duke for the nice ladies? Will ye do it?" I see that Andy is superimposed with his old hankering for the oral and polyglot system of buncoing. That man had a vocabulary of about 10,000 words and synonyms, which arrayed themselves into contraband sophistries and parables when they came out. "Listen," says Andy to old Smoke 'em Out. "Can we do it? You behold before you, Mr. Smithers, 2 of the finest equipped men on earth for inveigling the proletariat, whether by word of mouth, sleight of hand or swiftness of foot. Dukes come and go, explorers go and get lost, but me and Jeff Peters," says Andy, go after the come-ons forever. If you say so, we're the two illustrious guests you were expecting. And you'll find, says Andy, that will give you the true local color of the title roles from the Aurora Borealis to the ducal portcullis. Old Smoke 'em Out is delighted. He takes me and Andy up to the inn by an arm apiece, telling us on the way that the finest fruits of the can and luxuries of the fast freights should be ours without price as long as we would stay. On the porch Smoke 'em Out says, "Ladies, I have the honor to introduce His Gracefulness the Duke of Marlborough and the famous inventor of the North Pole, Lieutenant Peary." The skirts all flutter and the rocking chairs squeak as me and Andy bows, and then goes on in with old Smoke 'em Out to register. And then we washed up and turned our cuffs, and the landlord took us to the rooms he'd been saving for us and got out a demijohn of North Carolina real Mountain Dew. I expected trouble when Andy began to drink. He has the artistic metempsychosis, which is half drunk when sober and looks down on airships when stimulated. After lingering with the demijohn, me and Andy goes out on the porch, where the ladies are to begin to earn our keep. We sit in two special chairs and then the schoolmoms and literators hunched their rockers close around us. One lady says to me, "How did that last venture of yours turn out, sir?" Now, I'd clean forgot to have an understanding with Andy which I was to be, the Duke or the Lieutenant. And I couldn't tell from her question whether she was referring to Arctic or matrimonial expeditions. So I gave an answer that would cover both cases. "Well, ma'am," says I, "it was a freeze-out, right smart of a freeze-out, ma'am." And then the flood-gates of Andy's perorations was opened and I knew which one of the renowned ostensible guests I was supposed to be. I wasn't either. Andy was both. And still furthermore it seemed that he was trying to be the mouthpiece of the whole British nobility and of Arctic exploration from Sir John Franklin down. It was the union of corn whiskey and the conscientious fictional form that Mr. W. D. Howlett admires so much. "Ladies," says Andy, smiling semicircularly, "I am truly glad to visit America. I do not consider the Magna Carta," says he, "or gas balloons or snowshoes in any way a detriment to the beauty and charm of your American women, skyscrapers, or the architecture of your icebergs. The next time," says Andy, "that I go after the North Pole all the Vanderbilts in Greenland won't be able to turn me out in the cold, I mean make it hot for me." "Tell us about one of your trips, Lieutenant," says one of the normals. "Sure," says Andy, getting the decision over a hiccup. "It was in the spring of last year that I sailed the Castle of Blenheim up to latitude 87 degrees Fahrenheit and beat the record. Ladies," says Andy, "it was a sad sight to see a duke allied by a civil and liturgical chattel mortgage to one of your first families lost in a region of semi-annual days." And then he goes on, "At 4 bells we sighted Westminster Abbey, but there was not a drop to eat. At noon we threw out 5 sandbags, and the ship rose 15 knots higher. At midnight," continues Andy, "the restaurants closed. Sitting on a cake of ice we ate 7 hot dogs. All around us was snow and ice. 6 times a night the bosun rose up and tore a leaf off the calendar, so we could keep time with the barometer. At 12, says Andy, with a lot of anguish on his face, 3 huge polar bears sprang down the hatchway, into the cabin. And then?" "What then, Lieutenant?" says a schoolmom, excitedly. Andy gives a loud sob. "The Duchess shook me," he cries out, and slides out of the chair and weeps on the porch. Well, of course, that fixed the scheme. The women boarders all left the next morning. The landlord wouldn't speak to us for 2 days, but when he found we had money to pay our way he loosened up. So me and Andy had a quiet, restful summer after all, coming away from Crow Knob with $1,100, that we enticed out of old Smoke 'em Out playing 7-Up. Shearing the Wolf. Jeff Peters was always eloquent when the ethics of his profession was under discussion. "The only times," said he, "that me and Andy Tucker ever had any hiatuses in our cordial intents was when we differed on the moral aspects of grafting. Andy had his standards and I had mine. I didn't approve of all of Andy's schemes for levying contributions from the public, and he thought I allowed my conscience to interfere too often for the financial good of the firm. We had high arguments sometimes. One word led on to another till he said I reminded him of Rockefeller. "I don't know how you mean that, Andy," says I, "but we have been friends too long for me to take offense at a taunt that you will regret when you cool off." "I have yet," says I, "to shake hands with a subpoena server." One summer me and Andy decided to rest up a spell in a fine little town in the mountains of Kentucky called Grassdale. We was supposed to be horse drovers, and good decent citizens besides, taking a summer vacation. The Grassdale people liked us, and me and Andy declared a cessation of hostilities. Never so much as floating the fly leaf of a rubber concession prospectus or flashing a Brazilian diamond while we was there. One day the leading hardware merchant of Grassdale drops around to the hotel where me and Andy stopped, and smokes with us, sociable, on the side porch. We knew him pretty well from pitching quoits in the afternoons in the courthouse yard. He was a loud, red man, breathing hard, but fat and respectable beyond all reason. After we talk on all the notorious themes of the day, this Murkison, for such was his entitlements, takes a letter out of his coat pocket in a careful, careless way and hands it to us to read. "Now, what do you think of that?" says he, laughing, "a letter like that to me." Me and Andy sees at a glance what it is, but we pretend to read it through. It was one of them old-time typewritten green goods letters explaining how for $1,000 you could get $5,000 in bills that an expert couldn't tell from the genuine. And going on to tell how they were made from plates stolen by an employee of the Treasury at Washington. "Think of them sending a letter like that to me," says Murkison again. "Lots of good men get 'em," says Andy. "If you don't answer the first letter they let you drop. If you answer it they write again asking you to come on with your money and do business. But think of 'em writing to me," says Murkison. A few days later he drops around again. "Boys," says he, "I know you are all right or I wouldn't confide in you. I wrote to them rascals again just for fun. They answered and told me to come on to Chicago. They said telegraph to J. Smith when I would start. When I get there I'm to wait on a certain street corner till a man in a gray suit comes along and drops a newspaper in front of me. Then I am to ask him how the water is, and he knows it's me and I know it's him." "Ah, yes," says Andy, gaping, "it's the same old game. I've often read about it in the papers." Then he conducts you to the private abattoir in the hotel, where Mr. Jones is already waiting. They show you brand new real money and sell you all you want at 5 for 1. You see them put it in a satchel for you and know it's there. Of course it's brown paper when you come to look at it afterward. "Oh, they couldn't switch it on me," says Murkison. "I haven't built up the best paying business in Grassdale without having witticisms about me." "You say it's real money they show you, Mr. Tucker?" I see by the papers that it always is," says Andy. "Boys," says Murkison, "I've got it in my mind that them fellows can't fool me. I think I'll put a couple of $1,000 in my jeans and go up there and put it all over them. If Bill Murkison gets his eyes once on them bills they show him he'll never take 'em off of them. They offer $5 for $1, and they'll have to stick to the bargain if I tackle 'em. That's the kind of trader Bill Murkison is. Yes, I just believe I'll drop up Chicago way and take a 5-to-1 shot on J. Smith. I guess the water'll be fine enough." Me and Andy tries to get this financial misquotation out of Murkison's head, but we might as well have tried to keep the man who rolls peanuts with a toothpick from betting on Bryan's election. No, sir. He was going to perform a public duty by catching these green goods swindlers at their own game. Maybe it would teach 'em a lesson. After Murkison left us me and Andy sat a while prepondering over our silent meditations and heresies of reason. In our idle hours we always improved our higher selves by ratiocination and mental thought. "Jeff," says Andy after a long time, "quite unseldom I have seen fit to impugn your molars when you have been chewing the rag with me about your conscientious way of doing business. I may have been often wrong. But here is a case where I think we can agree. I feel that it would be wrong for us to allow Mr. Murkison to go alone to meet those Chicago green goods men. There is but one way it can end. Don't you think we would both feel better if we was to intervene in some way and prevent the doing of this deed? I got up and shook Andy Tucker's hand hard and long. Andy, says I may have had one or two hard thoughts about the heartlessness of your corporation, but I retract them now. You have a kind nucleus at the interior of your exterior after all. It does you credit. I was just thinking the same thing that you have expressed. It would not be honorable or praiseworthy, says I, for us to let Murkison go on with this project he has taken up. If he is determined to go, let us go with him and prevent this swindle from coming off. Andy agreed with me, and I was glad to see that he was in earnest about breaking up this green goods scheme. I don't call myself a religious man, says I, or a fanatic in moral bigotry. But I can't stand still and see a man who has built up his business by his own efforts and brains and risk be robbed by an unscrupulous trickster who is a menace to the public good. Right, Jeff, says Andy. We'll stick right along with Murkison if he insists on going and block this funny business. I'd hate to see any money dropped in it as bad as you would. Well, we went to see Murkison. No, boys, says he. I can't consent to let the song of this Chicago siren waft by me on the summer breeze. I'll fry some fat out of this ignis fatuus or burn a hole in the skillet. But I'd be plumb diverted to death to have you all go along with me. Maybe you could help some when it comes to cashing in the ticket to that 5-to-1 shot. Yes, I'd really take it as a pastime and regalement if you boys would go along too. Murkison gives it out in Grassdale that he is going for a few days with Mr. Peters and Mr. Tucker to look over some iron ore property in West Virginia. He wires J. Smith that he will set foot in the spider web on a given date, and the three of us lights out for Chicago. On the way Murkison amuses himself with premonitions and advance pleasant recollections. In a gray suit, says he, on the southwest corner of Wabash Avenue and Lake Street. He drops the paper, and I ask how the water is. Oh, my. And then he laughs all over for 5 minutes. Sometimes Murkison was serious and tried to talk himself out of his cogitations, whatever they was. Boys, says he, I wouldn't have this to get out in Grassdale for 10 times $1,000. It would ruin me there. But I know you all are all right. I think it's the duty of every citizen, says he, to try to do up these robbers that prey upon the public. I'll show 'em whether the water's fine. $5 for one, that's what J. Smith offers, and he'll have to keep his contract if he does business with Bill Murkison. We got into Chicago about 7 p.m. Murkison was to meet the gray man at 9:30. We had dinner at a hotel and then went up to Murkison's room to wait for the time to come. Now, boys, says Murkison, let's get our gumption together and inoculate a plan for defeating the enemy. Suppose while I'm exchanging airy bandage with the gray capper you gents come along, by accident, you know, and holler, hello, Murk, and shake hands with symptoms of surprise and familiarity. Then I take the capper aside and tell him you all are Jenkins and Brown of Grassdale, groceries and feed, good men and maybe willing to take a chance while away from home. Bring 'em along, he'll say, of course, if they care to invest. Now, how does that scheme strike you? What do you say, Jeff, says Andy, looking at me. Why, I'll tell you what I say, says I say let's settle this thing right here now. I don't see any use of wasting any more time. I took a nickel-plated 38 out of my pocket and clicked the cylinder around a few times. You undevout, sinful, insidious hog, says I to Murkison, get out that 2,000 and lay it on the table. Obey with velocity, says I, for otherwise alternatives are impending. I am preferably a man of mildness, but now and then I find myself in the middle of extremities. Such men as you, I went on after he had laid the money out, is what keeps the jails and courthouses going. You come up here to rob these men of their money. Does it excuse you? I asks, that they were trying to skin you? No, sir, you was going to rob Peter to stand off Paul. You are 10 times worse, says I, than that green goods man. You go to church at home and pretend to be a decent citizen. But you'll come to Chicago and commit larceny from men that have built up a sound and profitable business by dealing with such contemptible scoundrels as you have tried to be today. How do you know, says I, that that green goods man hasn't a large family dependent upon his extortions? It's you supposedly respectable citizens who are always on the lookout to get something for nothing, says I. That support the lotteries and wildcat mines and stock exchanges and wire tappers of this country. If it wasn't for you they'd go out of business. The green goods man you was going to rob, says I, studied maybe for years to learn his trade. Every turn he makes he risks his money and liberty and maybe his life. You come up here all sanctified and vanoplied with respectability and a pleasing post office address to swindle him. If he gets the money you can squeal to the police. If you get it he hawks the gray suit to buy supper and says nothing. Mr. Tucker and me sized you up, says I, and came along to see that you got what you deserved. Hand over the money, says I, you grass-fed hypocrite. I put the $2,000, which was all in $20 bills, in my inside pocket. Now get out your watch, says I to Murkison. No, I don't want it, says I. Lay it on the table and you sit in that chair till it ticks off an hour. Then you can go. If you make any noise or leave any sooner we'll handbill you all over Grassdale. I guess your high position there is worth more than $2,000 to you. Then me and Andy left. On the train Andy was a long time silent. Then he says, Jeff, do you mind my asking you a question? 2, says I, or 40. Was that the idea you had, says he, when we started out with Murkison? Why, certainly, says I, what else could it have been? Wasn't it yours, too? In about half an hour Andy spoke again. I think there are times when Andy don't exactly understand my system of ethics and moral hygiene. Jeff, says he, sometime when you have the leisure I wish you'd draw off a diagram and footnotes of that conscience of yours. I'd like to have it to refer to occasionally. Innocents of Broadway. I hope someday to retire from business, said Jeff Peters. And when I do I don't want anybody to be able to say that I ever got $1 of any man's money without giving him a quid pro rata for it. I've always managed to leave a customer some little gewgaw to paste in his scrapbook or stick between his Seth Thomas clock and the wall after we are through trading. There was one time I came near having to break this rule of mine and do a profligate and a laudable action, but I was saved from it by the laws and statutes of our great and profitable country. One summer me and Andy Tucker, my partner, went to New York to lay in our annual assortment of clothes and gents' furnishings. We was always pompous and regardless dressers, finding that looks went further than anything else in our business. Except maybe our knowledge of railroad schedules and an autograph photo of the president that Loeb sent us, probably by mistake. Andy wrote a nature letter once and sent it in about animals that he had seen caught in a trap lots of times. Loeb must have read it, triplets, instead of trap lots, and sent the photo. Anyhow, it was useful to us to show people as a guarantee of good faith. Me and Andy never cared much to do business in New York. It was too much like pot hunting. Catching suckers in that town is like dynamiting a Texas lake for base. All you have to do anywhere between the North and East Rivers is to stand in the street with an open bag marked, "Drop packages of money here." No checks or loose bills taken. You have a cop handy to club pikers who try to chip in post office orders and Canadian money, and that's all there is to New York for a hunter who loves his profession. So me and Andy used to just nature fake the town. We'd get out our spyglasses and watch the woodcocks along the Broadway swamps putting plaster casts on their broken legs, and then we'd sneak away without firing a shot. One day in the papier-mâché palm room of a chloral hydrate and hops agency in a side street about 8 inches off Broadway me and Andy had thrust upon us the acquaintance of a New Yorker. We had beer together until we discovered that each of us knew a man named Hellsmith, traveling for a stove factory in Duluth. This caused us to remark that the world was a very small place, and then this New Yorker busts his string and takes off his tin foil and Excelsior packing and starts in giving us his Ellen Terrace. Beginning with the time he used to sell shoelaces to the Indians on the spot where Tammany Hall now stands. This New Yorker had made his money keeping a cigar store in Beekman Street, and he hadn't been above 14th Street in 10 years. Moreover, he had whiskers, and the time had gone by when a true sport will do anything to a man with whiskers. No grafter except a boy who is soliciting subscribers to an illustrated weekly to win the prize air rifle, or a widow, would have the heart to tamper with the man behind with the razor. He was a typical city re-ub. I'd bet the man hadn't been out of sight of a skyscraper in 25 years. Well, presently this metropolitan backwoodsman pulls out a roll of bills with an old blue sleeve elastic fitting tight around it and opens it up. "There's $5,000, Mr. Peters," says he, shoving it over the table to me, "saved during my 15 years of business. Put that in your pocket and keep it for me, Mr. Peters. I'm glad to meet you gentlemen from the West, and I may take a drop too much. I want you to take care of my money for me. Now, let's have another beer." "You'd better keep this yourself," says I. "We are strangers to you, and you can't trust everybody you meet. Put your roll back in your pocket," says I. "And you'd better run along home before some farmhand from the Kaw River bottom strolls in here and sells you a copper mine." "Oh, I don't know," says Whiskers. "I guess little old New York can take care of herself. I guess I know a man that's on the square when I see him. I've always found the Western people all right. I ask you as a favor, Mr. Peters," says he, "to keep that roll in your pocket for me. I know a gentleman when I see him. And now let's have some more beer." In about 10 minutes this fall of manna leans back in his chair and snores. Andy looks at me and says, "I reckon I'd better stay with him for 5 minutes or so, in case the waiter comes in." I went out the side door and walked half a block up the street. And then I came back and sat down at the table. "Andy," says I can't do it. It's too much like swearing off taxes. I can't go off with this man's money without doing something to earn it, like taking advantage of the Bankrupt Act or leaving a bottle of eczema lotion in his pocket to make it look more like a square deal." "Well," says Andy, "it does seem kind of hard on one's professional pride to lope off with a bearded pard's competency. Especially after he has nominated you custodian of his bundle in the sappy insouciance of his urban indiscrimination. Suppose we wake him up and see if we can formulate some commercial sophistry by which he will be enabled to give us both his money and a good excuse." We wakes up Whiskers. He stretches himself and yawns out the hypothesis that he must have dropped off for a minute. And then he says he wouldn't mind sitting in at a little gentleman's game of poker. He used to play some when he attended high school in Brooklyn, and as he was out for a good time, why, and so forth. Andy brights up a little at that, for it looks like it might be a solution to our financial troubles. So we all three go to our hotel further down Broadway and have the cards and chips brought up to Andy's room. I tried once more to make this babe in the horticultural gardens take his 5,000. But no. "Keep that little roll for me, Mr. Peters," says he, "and oblige. I'll ask you for it when I want it. I guess I know when I'm among friends. A man that's done business on Beekman Street for 20 years, right in the heart of the wisest old village on earth, ought to know what he's about. I guess I can tell a gentleman from a con man or a flimflammer when I meet him. I've got some odd change in my clothes, enough to start the game with, I guess." He goes through his pockets and rains $20 gold certificates on the table till it looked like a $10,000 Autumn Day in a Lemon Grove picture by Turner in the salons. Andy almost smiled. The first round that was dealt, this boulevardier slaps down his hand, claims low and jack and big casino and rakes in the pot. Andy always took a pride in his poker playing. He got up from the table and looked sadly out of the window at the street cars. "Well, gentlemen," says the cigar man, "I don't blame you for not wanting to play. I've forgotten the fine points of the game, I guess, it's been so long since I indulged. Now, how long are you gentlemen going to be in the city? I told him about a week longer. He says that'll suit him fine. His cousin is coming over from Brooklyn that evening and they are going to see the sights of New York. His cousin, he says, is in the artificial limb and lead casket business, and hasn't crossed the bridge in 8 years. They expect to have the time of their lives, and he winds up by asking me to keep his roll of money for him till next day. I tried to make him take it, but it only insulted him to mention it. I'll use what I've got in loose change, says he. You keep the rest for me. I'll drop in on you and Mr. Tucker tomorrow afternoon about 6 or 7, says he, and we'll have dinner together. Be good. After Whiskers had gone, Andy looked at me curious and doubtful. Well, Jeff, says he, it looks like the ravens are trying to feed us 2 Elijahs so hard that if we turned them down again we ought to have the Audubon Society after us. It won't do to put the crown aside too often. I know this is something like paternalism, but don't you think opportunity has skinned its knuckles about enough knocking at our door? I put my feet up on the table and my hands in my pockets, which is an attitude unfavorable to frivolous thoughts. Andy, says I, this man with the hirsute whiskers has got us in a predicament. We can't move hand or foot with his money. You and me have got a gentleman's agreement with fortune that we can't break. We've done business in the West where it's more of a fair game. Out there the people we skin are trying to skin us, even the farmers and the remittance men that the magazines send out to write up gold fields. But there's little sport in New York City for rod, reel or gun. They hunt here with either one of 2 things, a slungshot or a letter of introduction. The town has been stocked so full of carp that the game fish are all gone. If you spread a net here, do you catch legitimate suckers in it, such as the Lord intended to be caught, fresh guys who know it all? Sports with a little coin and the nerve to play another man's game, street crowds out for the fun of dropping $1 or 2 and village smarties who know just where the little pea is? No, sir, says I. What the grafters live on here is widows and orphans, and foreigners who save up a bag of money and hand it out over the first counter they see with an iron railing to it. And factory girls and little shopkeepers that never leave the block they do business on. That's what they call suckers here. They're nothing but canned sardines, and all the bait you need to catch them is a pocketknife and a soda cracker. Now, this cigar man, I went on, is one of the types. He's lived 20 years on one street without learning as much as you would in getting a once-over shave from a lockjawed barber in a Kansas crossroads town. But he's a New Yorker. And he'll brag about that all the time when he isn't picking up live wires or getting in front of streetcars or paying out money to wiretappers or standing under a safe that's being hoisted into a skyscraper. When a New Yorker does loosen up, says I, it's like the spring decomposition of the ice jam in the Allegheny River. He'll swamp you with cracked ice and backwater if you don't get out of the way. It's mighty lucky for us, Andy, says I, that this cigar exponent with the parsley dressing saw fit to bedeck us with his childlike trust and altruism. For, says I, this money of his is an eyesore to my sense of rectitude and ethics. We can't take it, Andy, you know we can't, says I, for we haven't a shadow of a title to it, not a shadow. If there was the least bit of a way we could put in a claim to it I'd be willing to see him start in for another 20 years and make another $5,000 for himself, but we haven't sold him anything. We haven't been embroiled in a trade or anything commercial. He approached us friendly, says I, and with blind and beautiful idiocy laid the stuff in our hands. We'll have to give it back to him when he wants it. Your arguments, says Andy, are past criticism or comprehension. No, we can't walk off with the money, as things now stand. I admire your conscious way of doing business, Jeff, says Andy, and I wouldn't propose anything that wasn't square in line with your theories of morality and initiative. But I'll be away tonight and most of tomorrow, Jeff, says Andy. I've got some business affairs that I want to attend to. When this free greenbacks party comes in tomorrow afternoon, hold him here till I arrive. We've all got an engagement for dinner, you know. Well, sir, about 5 the next afternoon in trips the cigar man, with his eyes half open. Been having a glorious time, Mr. Peters, says he. Took in all the sights. I tell you New York is the onliest only. Now if you don't mind, says he, I'll lie down on that couch and doze off for about 9 minutes before Mr. Tucker comes. I'm not used to being up all night. And tomorrow, if you don't mind, Mr. Peters, I'll take that 5,000. I met a man last night that's got a sure winner at the racetrack tomorrow. Excuse me for being so impolite as to go to sleep, Mr. Peters. And so this inhabitant of the second city in the world reposes himself and begins to snore, while I sit there musing over things and wishing I was back in the West, where you could always depend on a customer fighting to keep his money hard enough to let your conscience take it from him. At 5:30 Andy comes in and sees the sleeping form. I've been over to Trenton, says Andy, pulling a document out of his pocket. I think I've got this matter fixed up all right, Jeff. Look at that. I open the paper and see that it is a corporation charter issued by the state of New Jersey to the Peters and Tucker Consolidated and Amalgamated Aerial Franchise Development Company, Limited. It's to buy up rights of way for airship lines, explained Andy. The legislature wasn't in session, but I found a man at a postcard stand in the lobby that kept a stock of charters on hand. There are 100,000 shares, says Andy, expected to reach a par value of $1. I had one blank certificate of stock printed. Andy takes out the blank and begins to fill it in with a fountain pen. The whole bunch, says he, goes to our friend in Dreamland for $5,000. Did you learn his name? Make it out to bearer, says I. We put the certificate of stock in the cigar man's hand and went out to pack our suitcases. On the ferryboat Andy says to me, Is your conscience easy about taking the money now, Jeff? Why shouldn't it be, says I. Are we any better than any other holding corporation? Conscience in art. I never could hold my partner, Andy Tucker, down to legitimate ethics of pure swindling, said Jeff Peters to me one day. Andy had too much imagination to be honest. He used to devise schemes of money getting so fraudulent and high financial that they wouldn't have been allowed in the bylaws of a railroad rebate system. Myself, I never believed in taking any man's dollars unless I gave him something for it, something in the way of rolled gold jewelry, garden seeds, lumbago lotion, stock certificates, stove polish or a crack on the head to show for his money. I guess I must have had New England ancestors a way back and inherited some of their stanch and rugged fear of the police. But Andy's family tree was in different kind. I don't think he could have traced his descent any further back than a corporation. One summer while we was in the Middle West, working down the Ohio Valley with a line of family albums, headache powders and roach destroyer, Andy takes one of his notions of high and actionable financiering. Jeff, says he, I've been thinking that we ought to drop these rutabaga fanciers and give our attention to something more nourishing and prolific. If we keep on snap shooting these hinds for their egg money we'll be classed as nature fakers. How about plunging into the fastnesses of the skyscraper country and biting some big bull caribous in the chest? Well, says I, you know my idiosyncrasies. I prefer a square, non-illegal style of business such as we are carrying on now. When I take money I want to leave some tangible object in the other fellow's hands for him to gaze at and to distract his attention from my spoor. Even if it's only a comical cuss trick finger ring for squirting perfume in a friend's eye. But if you've got a fresh idea, Andy, says I, let's have a look at it. I'm not so wedded to petty graft that I would refuse something better in the way of a subsidy. I was thinking, says Andy, of a little hunt without horn, hound or camera among the great herd of the Midas americanus, commonly known as the Pittsburgh millionaires. In New York? I asks. No, sir, says Andy, in Pittsburgh. That's their habitat. They don't like New York. They go there now and then just because it's expected of them. A Pittsburgh millionaire in New York is like a fly in a cup of hot coffee, he attracts attention and comment, but he don't enjoy it. New York ridicules him for blowing so much money in that town of sneaks and snobs, and sneers. The truth is, he don't spend anything while he is there. I saw a memorandum of expenses for a 10 days trip to Buncombe Town made by a Pittsburgh man worth $15 million once. Here's the way he set it down. RR fare to and from. $21. 00. Cab fare to and from hotel. 2.00. Hotel bill at $5 per day. 50.00. Tips. 5,750.00. Total. $5,823. That's the voice of New York, goes on Andy. The town's nothing but a head waiter. If you tip it too much it'll go and stand by the door and make fun of you to the hat check boy. When a Pittsburgher wants to spend money and have a good time he stays at home. That's where we'll go to catch him. Well, to make a dense story more condensed, me and Andy cached our Paris green and antipyrine powders and albums in a friend's cellar, and took the trail to Pittsburgh. Andy didn't have any especial prospectus of chicanery and violence drawn up, but he always had plenty of confidence that his immoral nature would rise to any occasion that presented itself. As a concession to my ideas of self-preservation and rectitude he promised that if I should take an active and incriminating part in any little business venture that we might work up there should be something actual and cognizant to the senses of touch, sight, taste or smell to transfer to the victim for the money so my conscience might rest easy. After that I felt better and entered more cheerfully into the foul play. Andy, says I, as we strayed through the smoke along the cinder path they call Smithfield Street. Had you figured out how we are going to get acquainted with these coke kings and pig iron squeezers? Not that I would decry my own worth or system of drawing-room deportment, and work with the olive fork and pie knife, says I. But isn't the autre noose into the salons of the Stogas smokers going to be harder than you imagined? If there's any handicap at all, says Andy, it's our own refinement and inherent culture. Pittsburgh millionaires are a fine body of plain, wholehearted, unassuming, democratic men. They are rough but uncivil in their manners, and though their ways are boisterous and unpolished, under it all they have a great deal of impoliteness and discourtesy. Nearly every one of 'em rose from obscurity, says Andy, and they'll live in it till the town gets to using smoke consumers. If we act simple and unaffected and don't go too far from the saloons and keep making a noise like an import duty on steel rails we won't have any trouble in meeting some of 'em socially. Well, Andy and me drifted about town 3 or 4 days getting our bearings. We got to knowing several millionaires by sight. One used to stop his automobile in front of our hotel and have a quart of champagne brought out to him. When the waiter opened it he'd turn it up to his mouth and drink it out of the bottle. That showed he used to be a glassblower before he made his money. One evening Andy failed to come to the hotel for dinner. About 11 o'clock he came into my room. "Landed one, Jeff," says he. 12 millions. Oil, rolling mills, real estate and natural gas. He's a fine man, no airs about him. Made all his money in the last 5 years. He's got professors posting him up now in education, art and literature and haberdashery and such things. When I saw him he'd just won a bet of $10,000 with a steel corporation man that there'd be 4 suicides in the Allegheny rolling mills today. So everybody in sight had to walk up and have drinks on him. He took a fancy to me and asked me to dinner with him. We went to a restaurant in Diamond Alley and sat on stools and had a sparkling moselle and clam chowder and apple fritters. Then he wanted to show me his bachelor apartment on Liberty Street. He's got 10 rooms over a fish market with privilege of the bath on the next floor above. He told me it cost him $18,000 to furnish his apartment, and I believe it. He's got $40,000 worth of pictures in one room, and $20,000 worth of curios and antiques in another. His name's Scudder, and he's 45, and taking lessons on the piano and 15,000 barrels of oil a day out of his wells. All right, says I, preliminary canter satisfactory. But, que voulez-vous? What good is the art junk to us? And the oil? Now, that man, says Andy, sitting thoughtfully on the bed, ain't what you would call an ordinary scut. When he was showing me his cabinet of art curios, his face lighted up like the door of a coke oven. He says that if some of his big deals go through, he'll make J.P. Morgan's collection of sweatshop tapestry in Augusta, Maine, beadwork look like the contents of an ostrich's craw thrown on a screen by a magic lantern. And then he showed me a little carving, went on Andy, that anybody could see was a wonderful thing. It was something like 2,000 years old, he said. It was a lotus flower with a woman's face in it carved out of a solid piece of ivory. Scudder looks it up in a catalogue and describes it. An Egyptian carver named Khafra made 2 of them for King Ramesses II about the year BC. The other one can't be found. The junk shops and antique bugs have rubbered all Europe for it, but it seems to be out of stock. Scudder paid $2,000 for the one he has. Oh, well, says I, this sounds like the purling of a rill to me. I thought we came here to teach the millionaires business, instead of learning art from them. Be patient, says Andy, kindly. Maybe we will see a rift in the smoke ere long. All the next morning Andy was out. I didn't see him until about noon. He came to the hotel and called me into his room across the hall. He pulled a roundish bundle about as big as a goose egg out of his pocket and unwrapped it. It was an ivory carving just as he had described the millionaires to me. I went in an old second-hand store and pawn shop a while ago, says Andy, and I see this half hidden under a lot of old daggers and truck. The pawnbroker said he'd had it several years and thinks it was soaked by some Arabs or Turks or some foreign dubs that used to live down by the river. I offered him $2 for it, and I must have looked like I wanted it. For he said it would be taking the pumpernickel out of his children's mouths to hold any conversation that did not lead up to a price of $35. I finally got it for $25. Jeff, goes on Andy, this is the exact counterpart of Scudder's carving. It's absolutely a dead ringer for it. He'll pay $2,000 for it as quick as he'd tuck a napkin under his chin. And why shouldn't it be the genuine other one, anyhow, that the old gypsy whittled out? Why not, indeed, says I. And how shall we go about compelling him to make a voluntary purchase of it? Andy had his plan all ready, and I'll tell you how we carried it out. I got a pair of blue spectacles, put on my black frock coat, rumpled my hair up and became Professor Pickleman. I went to another hotel, registered, and sent a telegram to Scudder to come to see me at once on important art business. The elevator dumped him on me in less than an hour. He was a foggy man with a clarion voice, smelling of Connecticut wrappers and naphtha. "Hello, Profess," he shouts. "How's your conduct?" I rumpled my hair some more and gave him a blue glass stare. "Sir," says I, "are you Cornelius T. Scudder? Of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania?" "I am," says he. "Come out and have a drink." "I've neither the time nor the desire," says I, "for such harmful and deleterious amusements. I have come from New York," says I, "on a matter of boozy, on a matter of art. I learned there that you are the owner of an Egyptian ivory carving of the time of Ramesses II, representing the head of Queen Isis in a lotus flower. There were only 2 of such carvings made. One has been lost for many years. I recently discovered and purchased the other in a pawn, in an obscure museum in Vienna. I wish to purchase yours. Name your price." "Well, the great ice jams, Profess," says Scudder. "Have you found the other one?" "Me sell?" "No. I don't guess Cornelius Scudder needs to sell anything that he wants to keep. Have you got the carving with you, Profess?" I shows it to Scudder. He examines it careful all over. "It's the article," says he. "It's a duplicate of mine, every line and curve of it. Tell you what I'll do," he says. "I won't sell, but I'll buy. Give you $2,500 for yours." "Since you won't sell, I will," says I. "Large bills, please." I'm a man of few words. I must return to New York tonight. I lecture tomorrow at the aquarium. Scudder sends a check down and the hotel cashes it. He goes off with his piece of antiquity and I hurry back to Andy's hotel, according to arrangement. Andy is walking up and down the room looking at his watch. Well, he says. 2,500, says I, cash. We've got just 11 minutes, says Andy, to catch the B&O westbound. Grab your baggage. What's the hurry, says I, it was a square deal. And even if it was only an imitation of the original carving it'll take him some time to find it out. He seemed to be sure it was the genuine article. It was, says Andy. It was his own. When I was looking at his curios yesterday he stepped out of the room for a moment and I pocketed it. Now, will you pick up your suitcase and hurry? Then, says I, why was that story about finding another one in the pawn? Oh, says Andy, out of respect for that conscience of yours. Come on. The Memento. Miss Lynette Darmond turned her back on Broadway. This was but tit for tat, because Broadway had often done the same thing to Miss Darmond. Still, the tats seemed to have it, for the ex-leading lady of the Reaping the Whirlwind company had everything to ask of Broadway, while there was no vice versa. So Miss Lynette Darmond turned the back of her chair to her window that overlooked Broadway, and sat down to stitch in time the lisle-thread heel of a black silk stocking. The tumult and glitter of the roaring Broadway beneath her window had no charm for her. What she greatly desired was the stifling air of a dressing room on that fairyland street and the roar of an audience gathered in that capricious quarter. In the meantime, those stockings must not be neglected. Silk does wear out so, but, after all, isn't it just the only goods there is? The Hotel Thalia looks on Broadway as Marathon looks on the sea. It stands like a gloomy cliff above the whirlpool where the tides of two great thoroughfares clash. Here the player bands gather at the end of their wanderings, to loosen the buskin and dust the sock. Thick in the streets around it are booking offices, theaters, agents, schools, and the lobster palaces to which those thorny paths lead. Wandering through the eccentric halls of the dim and fusty Thalia, you seem to have found yourself in some great ark or caravan about to sail, or fly, or roll away on wheels. About the house lingers a sense of unrest, of expectation, of transientness, even of anxiety and apprehension. The halls are a labyrinth. Without a guide, you wander like a lost soul in a Sam Lloyd puzzle. Turning any corner, a dressing sack or a cul-de-sac may bring you up short. You meet alarming tragedians stalking in bathrobes in search of rumored bathrooms. From hundreds of rooms come the buzz of talk, scraps of new and old songs, and the ready laughter of the convened players. Summer has come. Their companies have disbanded, and they take their rest in their favorite caravansary, while they besiege the managers for engagements for the coming season. At this hour of the afternoon the day's work of tramping the rounds of the agents' offices is over. Past you, as you ramble distractedly through the mossy halls, flit audible visions of houris, with veiled, starry eyes, flying tag-ends of things and a swish of silk, bequeathing to the dull hallways an odor of gaiety and a memory of frangipani. Serious young comedians, with versatile Adam's apples, gather in doorways and talk of booth. Far-reaching from somewhere comes the smell of ham and red cabbage, and the crash of dishes on the American plan. The indeterminate hum of life in the Thalia is enlivened by the discreet popping, at reasonable and salubrious intervals, of beer bottle corks. Thus punctuated, life in the genial hostel scans easily, the comma being the favorite mark, semicolons frowned upon, and periods barred. Miss Darmond's room was a small one. There was room for her rocker between the dresser and the washstand if it were placed longitudinally. On the dresser were its usual accoutrements, plus the ex-leading lady's collected souvenirs of road engagements and photographs of her dearest and best professional friends. At one of these photographs she looked twice or thrice as she darned, and smiled friendlily. "I'd like to know where Lee is just this minute," she said, half aloud. If you had been privileged to view the photograph thus flattered, you would have thought at the first glance that you saw the picture of a many-petaled white flower, blown through the air by a storm. But the floral kingdom was not responsible for that swirl of petalous whiteness. You saw the filmy, brief skirt of Miss Rosalie Ray as she made a complete heels-overhead turn in her wisteria-entwined swing, far out from the stage, high above the heads of the audience. You saw the camera's inadequate representation of the graceful, strong kick, with which she, at this exciting moment, sent flying, high and far, the yellow silk garter that each evening spun from her agile limb and descended upon the delighted audience below. You saw, too, amid the black-clothed, mainly masculine patrons of select vaudeville 100 hands raised with the hope of staying the flight of the brilliant aerial token. 40 weeks of the best circuits this act had brought Miss Rosalie Ray, for each of 2 years. She did other things during her 12 minutes, a song and dance, imitations of 2 or 3 actors who are but imitations of themselves, and a balancing feat with a stepladder and feather duster. But when the blossom-decked swing was let down from the flies, and Miss Rosalie sprang smiling into the seat, with the golden circlet conspicuous in the place whence it was soon to slide and become a soaring and coveted guerdon, then it was that the audience rose in its seat as a single man, or presumably so, and endorsed the specialty that made Miss Ray's name a favorite in the booking offices. At the end of the 2 years Miss Ray suddenly announced to her dear friend, Miss Darmond, that she was going to spend the summer at an antediluvian village on the north shore of Long Island, and that the stage would see her no more. 17 minutes after Miss Lynette Darmond had expressed her wish to know the whereabouts of her old chum, there were sharp raps at her door. Doubt not that it was Rosalie Ray. At the shrill command to enter she did so, with something of a tired flutter, and dropped a heavy handbag on the floor. Upon my word, it was Rosalie, in a loose, travel-stained automobilist coat, closely tied brown veil with yard-long, flying ends, grey walking suit and tan Oxfords with lavender overgaiters. When she threw off her veil and hat, you saw a pretty enough face, now flushed and disturbed by some unusual emotion, and restless, large eyes with discontent marring their brightness. A heavy pile of dull auburn hair, hastily put up, was escaping in crinkly, waving strands and curling, small locks from the confining combs and pins. The meeting of the two was not marked by the effusion vocal, gymnastical, osculatory and catechetical that distinguishes the greetings of their unprofessional sisters in society. There was a brief clinch, 2 simultaneous labial dabs, and they stood on the same footing of the old days. Very much like the short salutations of soldiers or of travelers in foreign wilds are the welcomes between the strollers at the corners of their crisscross roads. "I've got the hallroom 2 flights up above yours," said Rosalie, "but I came straight to see you before going up. I didn't know you were here till they told me." "I've been in since the last of April," said Lynette. "And I'm going on the road with a Fatal Inheritance company. We open next week in Elizabeth. I thought you'd quit the stage, Lee. Tell me about yourself." Rosalie settled herself with a skillful wriggle on the top of Miss Darmond's wardrobe trunk, and leaned her head against the papered wall. From long habit, thus can peripatetic leading ladies and their sisters make themselves as comfortable as though the deepest armchairs embraced them. "I'm going to tell you, Lynn," she said, with a strangely sardonic and yet carelessly resigned look on her youthful face. "And then tomorrow I'll strike the old Broadway trail again, and wear some more paint off the chairs in the agents' offices. If anybody had told me any time in the last 3 months up to 4 o'clock this afternoon that I'd ever listen to that 'leave your name and address' rot of the booking bunch again, I'd have given the real Mrs. Fisk laugh. Loan me a handkerchief, Lynn. Gee. But those Long Island trains are fierce. I've got enough soft coal cinders on my face to go on and play Topsy without using the cork. And, speaking of corks, got anything to drink, Lynn?" Miss Darmond opened a door of the washstand and took out a bottle. "There's nearly a pint of Manhattan. There's a cluster of carnations in the drinking glass, but—" "Oh, pass the bottle. Save the glass for company." "Thanks. That hits the spot." "The same to you." My first drink in 3 months. Yes, Lynn, I quit the stage at the end of last season. I quit it because I was sick of the life. And especially because my heart and soul were sick of men, of the kind of men we stage people have to be up against. You know what the game is to us, it's a fight against all the way down the line, from the manager who wants us to try his new motor car to the bill posters who want to call us by our front names. And the men we have to meet after the show are the worst of all. The stage door kind, and the manager's friends who take us to supper and show their diamonds and talk about seeing Dan and Dave and Charlie for us. They're beasts, and I hate them. I tell you, Lynn, it's the girls like us on the stage that ought to be pitted. It's girls from good homes that are honestly ambitious and work hard to rise in the profession, but never do get there. You hear a lot of sympathy sloshed around on chorus girls and their $15 a week. Piffle. There ain't a sorrow in the chorus that a lobster cannot heal. If there's any tears to shed, let M fall for the actress that gets a salary of from $30 to $45 a week for taking a leading part in a bum show. She knows she'll never do any better, but she hangs on for years, hoping for the chance that never comes. And the fool plays we have to work in. Having another girl roll you around the stage by the hind legs in a wheelbarrow chorus in a musical comedy is dignified drama compared with the idiotic things I've had to do in the 30 centers. But what I hated most was the men leering and blathering at you across tables, trying to buy you with Würzburger or extra dry, according to their estimate of your price. And the men in the audiences, clapping, yelling, snarling, crowding, writhing, gloating, like a lot of wild beasts, with their eyes fixed on you. Ready to eat you up if you come in reach of their claws. Oh, how I hate them. Well, I'm not telling you much about myself, am I, Lynn? I had $200 saved up, and I cut the stage the first of the summer. I went over on Long Island and found the sweetest little village that ever was, called Soundport, right on the water. I was going to spend the summer there, and study up on elocution, and try to get a class in the fall. There was an old widow lady with a cottage near the beach who sometimes rented a room or two just for company, and she took me in. She had another boarder, too, the Reverend Arthur Lyle. Yes, he was the headliner. You're on, Lynn. I'll tell you all of it in a minute. It's only a one-act play. The first time he walked on, Lynn, I felt myself going. The first lines he spoke, he had me. He was different from the men in audiences. He was tall and slim, and you never heard him come in the room, but you felt him. He had a face like a picture of a knight, like one of that round table bunch, and a voice like a cello solo. And his manners. Lynn, if you'd take John Drew in his best drawing room scene and compare the two, you'd have John arrested for disturbing the peace. I'll spare you the particulars. But in less than a month Arthur and I were engaged. He preached at a little one-night stand of a Methodist church. There was to be a parsonage the size of a lunch wagon, and hens and honeysuckles when we were married. Arthur used to preach to me a good deal about heaven, but he never could get my mind quite off those honeysuckles and hens. No, I didn't tell him I'd been on the stage. I hated the business and all that went with it, I'd cut it out forever, and I didn't see any use of stirring things up. I was a good girl, and I didn't have anything to confess, except being an elocutionist, and that was about all the strain my conscience would stand. Oh, I tell you, Lynn, I was happy. I sang in the choir and attended the sewing society, and recited that Annie Laurie thing with the whistling stunt in it, in a manner bordering upon the professional. As the weekly village paper reported it. And Arthur and I went rowing, and walking in the woods, and clamming, and that poky little village seemed to me the best place in the world. I'd have been happy to live there always, too, if. But one morning old Mrs. Gurley, the widow lady, got gossipy while I was helping her string beans on the back porch. And began to gush information, as folks who rent out their rooms usually do. Mr. Lyle was her idea of a saint on earth, as he was mine, too. She went over all his virtues and graces, and wound up by telling me that Arthur had had an extremely romantic love affair, not long before, that had ended unhappily. She didn't seem to be on to the details, but she knew that he had been hit pretty hard. He was paler and thinner, she said, and he had some kind of a remembrance or keepsake of the lady in a little rosewood box that he kept locked in his desk drawer in his study. Several times, says she, I've seen him gloomerin' over that box of evenings, and he always locks it up right away if anybody comes into the room. Well, you can imagine how long it was before I got Arthur by the wrist and led him down stage and hissed in his ear. That same afternoon we were lazying around in a boat among the water lilies at the edge of the bay. Arthur, says I, you never told me you'd had another love affair. But Mrs. Gurley did, I went on, to let him know I knew. I hate to hear a man lie. Before you came, says he, looking me frankly in the eye, there was a previous affection, a strong one. Since you know of it, I will be perfectly candid with you. I am waiting, says I. My dear Ida, says Arthur, of course I went by my real name, while I was in Soundport. This former affection was a spiritual one, in fact. Although the lady aroused my deepest sentiments, and was, as I thought, my ideal woman, I never met her, and never spoke to her. It was an ideal love. My love for you, while no less ideal, is different. You wouldn't let that come between us. Was she pretty? I asked. She was very beautiful, said Arthur. Did you see her often? I asked. Something like a dozen times, says he. Always from a distance, says I. Always from quite a distance, says he. And you loved her? I asked. She seemed my ideal of beauty and grace, and soul, says Arthur. And this keepsake that you keep under lock and key, and moon over at times, is that a remembrance from her? A memento, says Arthur, that I have treasured. Did she send it to you? It came to me from her, says he. In a roundabout way? I asked. Somewhat roundabout, says he, and yet rather direct. Why didn't you ever meet her? I asked. Were your positions in life so different? She was far above me, says Arthur. Now, Ida, he goes on, this is all of the past. You're not going to be jealous, are you? Jealous, says I, why, man, what are you talking about? It makes me think 10 times as much of you as I did before I knew about it. And it did, Lynn, if you can understand it. That ideal love was a new one on me, but it struck me as being the most beautiful and glorious thing I'd ever heard of. Think of a man loving a woman he'd never even spoken to, and being faithful just to what his mind and heart pictured her. Oh, it sounded great to me. The men I'd always known come at you with either diamonds, knockout drops or a raise of salary, and their ideals, well, we'll say no more. Yes, it made me think more of Arthur than I did before. I couldn't be jealous of that faraway divinity that he used to worship, for I was going to have him myself. And I began to look upon him as a saint on earth, just as old Lady Gurley did. About 4 o'clock this afternoon a man came to the house for Arthur to go and see somebody that was sick among his church bunch. Old Lady Gurley was taking her afternoon snore on a couch, so that left me pretty much alone. In passing by Arthur's study I looked in, and saw his bunch of keys hanging in the drawer of his desk, where he'd forgotten them. Well, I guess we're all to the Mrs. Bluebeard now and then, ain't we, Lynn? I made up my mind I'd have a look at that memento he kept so secret. Not that I cared what it was just curiosity. While I was opening the drawer I imagined 1 or 2 things it might be. I thought it might be a dried rosebud she'd dropped down to him from a balcony, or maybe a picture of her he'd cut out of a magazine, she being so high up in the world. I opened the drawer, and there was the rosewood casket about the size of a gent's collar box. I found the little key in the bunch that fitted it, and unlocked it and raised the lid. I took one look at that memento, and then I went to my room and packed my trunk. I threw a few things into my grip, gave my hair a flirt or two with a side comb, put on my hat, and went in and gave the old lady's foot a kick. I'd tried awfully hard to use proper and correct language while I was there for Arthur's sake, and I had the habit down pat, but it left me then. "Stop sawing gourds," says I, "and sit up and take notice. The ghost's about to walk. I'm going away from here, and I owe you $8. The expressman will call for my trunk." I handed her the money. "Dear me, Miss Crosby," says she. "Is anything wrong? I thought you were pleased here." Dear me, young women are so hard to understand, and so different from what you expect 'em to be. "You're damn right," says I, "some of 'em are. But you can't say that about men. When you know one man you know 'em all. That settles the human race question." And then I caught the 438, soft coal unlimited, and here I am. "You didn't tell me what was in the box, Lee," said Miss Darmond, anxiously. "One of those yellow silk garters that I used to kick off my leg into the audience during that old vaudeville swing act of mine. Is there any of the cocktail left, Lynn? The Enchanted Profile. There are few caliphesses. Women are Scheherazadas by birth, predilection, instinct, and arrangement of the vocal cords. The 1,001 stories are being told every day by hundreds of thousands of viziers' daughters to their respective sultans. But the bowstring will get some of them yet if they don't watch out. I heard a story, though, of one lady caliph. It isn't precisely an Arabian Nights story, because it brings in Cinderella, who flourished her dishrag in another epoch and country. So, if you don't mind the mixed dates, which seem to give it an Eastern flavor, after all, we'll get along. In New York there is an old hotel. You have seen woodcuts of it in the magazines. It was built, let's see, at a time when there was nothing above 14th Street except the old Indian Trail to Boston and Hammerstein's office. Soon the old hostelry will be torn down. And, as the stout walls are riven apart and the bricks go roaring down the chutes, crowds of citizens will gather at the nearest corners and weep over the destruction of a dear old landmark. Civic pride is strongest in New Baghdad. And the wettest weeper and the loudest howler against the iconoclasts will be the man, originally from Terre Haute, whose fond memories of the old hotel are limited to his having been kicked out from its free lunch counter in 1873. At this hotel always stopped Mrs. Maggie Brown. Mrs. Brown was a bony woman of 60, dressed in the rustiest black, and carrying a handbag made, apparently, from the hide of the original animal that Adam decided to call an alligator. She always occupied a small parlor and bedroom at the top of the hotel at a rental of $2 per day. And always, while she was there, each day came hurrying to see her many men, sharp-faced, anxious-looking, with only seconds to spare. For Maggie Brown was said to be the third richest woman in the world. And these solicitous gentlemen were only the city's wealthiest brokers and businessmen seeking trifling loans of half a dozen millions or so from the dingy old lady with the prehistoric handbag. The stenographer and typewriter of the Acropolis Hotel, there. I've let the name of it out, was Miss Ida Bates. She was a holdover from the Greek classics. There wasn't a flaw in her looks. Some old-timer paying his regards to a lady said, to have loved her was a liberal education. Well, even to have looked over the black hair and neat white shirtwaist of Miss Bates was equal to a full course in any correspondence school in the country. She sometimes did a little typewriting for me, and, as she refused to take the money in advance, she came to look upon me as something of a friend and protégé. She had unfailing kindliness and a good nature, and not even a white-lead drummer or a fur importer had ever dared to cross the dead line of good behavior in her presence. The entire force of the Acropolis, from the owner, who lived in Vienna, down to the head porter, who had been bedridden for 16 years, would have sprung to her defense in a moment. One day I walked past Miss Bates's little sanctum remingtorium, and saw in her place a black-haired unit, unmistakably a person, pounding with each of her forefingers upon the keys. Musing on the mutability of temporal affairs, I passed on. The next day I went on a 2 weeks vacation. Returning, I strolled through the lobby of the Acropolis, and saw, with a little warm glow of auld lang syne, Miss Bates, as Grecian and kind and flawless as ever. Just putting the cover on her machine. The hour for closing had come, but she asked me in to sit for a few minutes in the dictation chair. Miss Bates explained her absence from and returned to the Acropolis Hotel in words identical with or similar to these following. "Well, man, how are the stories coming?" "Pretty regularly," said I. "About equal to their going." "I'm sorry," said she. "Good typewriting is the main thing in a story. You've missed me, haven't you?" "No one," said I, "whom I have ever known knows as well as you do how to space properly belt buckles, semicolons, hotel guests, and hairpins. But you've been away, too. I saw a package of peppermint pepsin in your place the other day." "I was going to tell you all about it," said Miss Bates, "if you hadn't interrupted me. Of course, you know about Maggie Brown, who stops here. Well, she's worth $40 million. She lives in Jersey in a $10 flat. She's always got more cash on hand than half a dozen business candidates for vice president. I don't know whether she carries it in her stocking or not, but I know she's mighty popular down in the part of town where they worship the golden calf. Well, about 2 weeks ago, Mrs. Brown stops at the door and rubbers at me for 10 minutes. I'm sitting with my side to her, striking off some manifold copies of a coppermine proposition for a nice old man from Tonopah. But I always see everything all around me. When I'm hard at work I can see things through my side combs, and I can leave one button unbuttoned in the back of my shirtwaist and see who's behind me. I didn't look around, because I make from $18 to $20 a week, and I didn't have to. That evening at knocking off time she sends for me to come up to her apartment. I expected to have to typewrite about 2,000 words of notes of hand, liens, and contracts, with a 10-cent tip in sight, but I went. Well, man, I was certainly surprised. Old Maggie Brown had turned human. "Child," says she, "you're the most beautiful creature I ever saw in my life. I want you to quit your work and come and live with me. I've no kith or kin," says she, "except a husband and a son or two, and I hold no communication with any of them. They're extravagant burdens on a hard-working woman. I want you to be a daughter to me. They say I'm stingy and mean, and the papers print lies about my doing my own cooking and washing. It's a lie," she goes on. "I put my washing out, except the handkerchiefs and stockings and petticoats and collars, and light stuff like that. I've got $40 million in cash and stocks and bonds that are as negotiable as Standard Oil, preferred, at a church fair. I'm a lonely old woman and I need companionship. You're the most beautiful human being I ever saw," says she. "Will you come and live with me? I'll show whether I can spend money or not," she says. Well, man, what would you have done? Of course, I fell to it. And, to tell you the truth, I began to like old Maggie. It wasn't all on account of the 40 millions and what she could do for me. I was kind of lonesome in the world too. Everybody's got to have somebody they can explain to about the pain in their left shoulder and how fast patent leather shoes wear out when they begin to crack. And you can't talk about such things to men you meet in hotels, they're looking for just such openings. So I gave up my job in the hotel and went with Mrs. Brown. I certainly seemed to have a mash on her. She'd look at me for half an hour at a time when I was sitting, reading, or looking at the magazines. One time I says to her, "Do I remind you of some deceased relative or friend of your childhood, Mrs. Brown? I've noticed you give me a pretty good optical inspection from time to time. You have a face," she says, "exactly like a dear friend of mine, the best friend I ever had. But I like you for yourself, child, too," she says. And say, man, what do you suppose she did? Loosened up like a Marcel wave in the surf at Coney. She took me to a swell dressmaker and gave her à la carte to fit me out, money no object. They were rush orders, and Madame locked the front door and put the whole force to work. Then we moved to, where do you think? No, guess again, that's right, the Hotel Bonton. We had a 6-room apartment, and it cost $100 a day. I saw the bill. I began to love that old lady. And then, man, when my dresses began to come in, oh, I won't tell you about M. You couldn't understand. And I began to call her Aunt Maggie. You've read about Cinderella, of course. Well, what Cinderella said when the prince fitted that 3.5 on her foot was a hard luck story compared to the things I told myself. Then Aunt Maggie says she is going to give me a coming-out banquet in the Bonton that'll make moving vans of all the old Dutch families on Fifth Avenue. I've been out before, Aunt Maggie, says I, but I'll come out again. But you know, says I, that this is one of the swellest hotels in the city. And you know, pardon me, that it's hard to get a bunch of notables together unless you've trained for it. Don't fret about that, child, says Aunt Maggie. I don't send out invitations, I issue orders. I'll have 50 guests here that couldn't be brought together again at any reception unless it were given by King Edward or William Travers Jerome. They are men, of course, and all of them either owe me money or intend to. Some of their wives won't come, but a good many will. Well, I wish you could have been at that banquet. The dinner service was all gold and cut glass. There were about 40 men and 8 ladies present besides Aunt Maggie and I. You'd never have known the third richest woman in the world. She had on a new black silk dress with so much passementerie on it that it sounded exactly like a hailstorm I heard once when I was staying all night with a girl that lived in a top-floor studio. And my dress, say, man, I can't waste the words on you. It was all handmade lace, where there was any of it at all, and it cost $300. I saw the bill. The men were all bald-headed or white-whiskered, and they kept up a running fire of light repartee about 3% and Brian and the cotton crop. On the left of me was something that talked like a banker, and on my right was a young fellow who said he was a newspaper artist. He was the only, well, I was going to tell you. After the dinner was over, Mrs. Brown and I went up to the apartment. We had to squeeze our way through a mob of reporters all the way through the halls. That's one of the things money does for you. Say, do you happen to know a newspaper artist named Lathrop, a tall man with nice eyes and an easy way of talking? No, I don't remember what paper he works on. Well, all right. When we got upstairs, Mrs. Brown telephones for the bill right away. It came, and it was $600. I saw the bill. Aunt Maggie fainted. I got her on a lounge and opened the beadwork. Child, says she, when she got back to the world, what was it? A raise of rent or an income tax? Just a little dinner, says I, and nothing to worry about, hardly a drop in the bucket shop. Sit up and take notice, a dispossess notice, if there's no other kind. But say, man, do you know what Aunt Maggie did? She got cold feet. She hustled me out of that Hotel Bonton at 9 the next morning. We went to a rooming house on the Lower West Side. She rented one room that had water on the floor below and light on the floor above. After we got moved, all you could see in the room was about $1,500 worth of new swell dresses and a 1-burner gas stove. Aunt Maggie had had a sudden attack of the hedges. I guess everybody has got to go on a spree once in their life. A man spends his on highballs, and a woman gets woozy on clothes. But with $40 million, say, I'd like to have a picture of, but, speaking of pictures, did you ever run across a newspaper artist named Lathrop, a tall, oh, I asked you that before, didn't I? He was mighty nice to me at the dinner. His voice just suited me. I guess he must have thought I was to inherit some of Aunt Maggie's money. Well, Mr. Man, 3 days of that light housekeeping was plenty for me. Aunt Maggie was affectionate as ever. She'd hardly let me get out of her sight. But let me tell you. She was a hedger from Hedgersville, Hedger County. 75 cents a day was the limit she set. We cooked our own meals in the room. There I was, with $1,000 worth of the latest things in clothes, doing stunts over a 1-burner gas stove. As I say, on the third day I flew the coop. I couldn't stand for throwing together a 15-cent kidney stew while wearing, at the same time, a $150 house dress, with Valenciennes lace insertion. So I goes into the closet and puts on the cheapest dress Mrs. Brown had bought for me. It's the one I've got on now, not so bad for $75, is it? I'd left all my own clothes in my sister's flat in Brooklyn. Mrs. Brown, formerly Aunt Maggie, says I to her, I'm going to extend my feet alternately, one after the other, in such a manner and direction that this tenement will recede from me in the quickest possible time. I am no worshipper of money, says I, but there are some things I can't stand. I can stand the fabulous monster that I've read about that blows hot birds and cold bottles with the same breath. But I can't stand a quitter, says I. They say you've got $40 million, well, you'll never have any less. And I was beginning to like you, too, says I. Well, the late Aunt Maggie kicks till the tears flow. She offers to move into a swell room with a 2-burner stove and running water. I've spent an awful lot of money, child, says she. We'll have to economize for a while. You're the most beautiful creature I ever laid eyes on, she says, and I don't want you to leave me. Well, you see me, don't you? I walked straight to the Acropolis and asked for my job back, and I got it. How did you say your writings were getting along? I know you've lost out some by not having me to type M. Do you ever have M illustrated? And, by the way, did you ever happen to know a newspaper artist? Oh, shut up. I know I asked you before. I wonder what paper he works on. It's funny, but I couldn't help thinking that he wasn't thinking about the money he might have been thinking I was thinking I'd get from old Maggie Brown. If I only knew some of the newspaper editors I'd. The sound of an easy footstep came from the doorway. Ida Bates saw who it was with her back hair comb. I saw her turn pink, perfect statue that she was, a miracle that I share with Pygmalion only. Am I excusable, she said to me, adorable petitioner that she became. It's Mr. Lathrop. I wonder if it really wasn't the money, I wonder, if after all, he. Of course, I was invited to the wedding. After the ceremony I dragged Lathrop aside. You are an artist, said I, and haven't figured out why Maggie Brown conceived such a strong liking for Miss Bates, that was? Let me show you. The bride wore a simple white dress as beautifully draped as the costumes of the ancient Greeks. I took some leaves from one of the decorative wreaths in the little parlor, and made a chaplet of them, and placed them on Nay Bates' shining chestnut hair. And made her turn her profile to her husband. By jingo, said he. Isn't Ida's a dead ringer for the lady's head on the silver dollar? A Night in New Arabia. The great city of Baghdad on the subway is caliph-ridden. Its palaces, bazaars, khans, and byways are thronged with al-Rashids in diverse disguises, seeking diversion and victims for their unbridled generosity. You can scarcely find a poor beggar whom they are willing to let enjoy his spoils unsuccored, nor a wrecked unfortunate upon whom they will not reshower the means of fresh misfortune. You will hardly find anywhere a hungry one who has not had the opportunity to tighten his belt in gift libraries. Nor a poor pundit who has not blushed at the holiday basket of celery-crowned turkey forced resoundingly through his door by the eleemosynary press. So then, fearfully through the Haroun-haunted streets creep the one-eyed calendars, the little hunchback and the barber's sixth brother, hoping to escape the ministrations of the roving horde of Caliphoid sultans. Entertainment for many Arabian nights might be had from the histories of those who have escaped the largesse of the army of commanders of the faithful. Until dawn you might sit on the enchanted rug and listen to such stories as are told of the powerful genie Rocky-F-L-Air who sent the 40 thieves to soak up the oil plant of Ali Baba. Of the good Caliph Carnegie, who gave away palaces, of the 7 voyages of Sailbad, the sinner, who frequented wooden excursion steamers among the islands, of the fisherman and the bottle. Of the Barmecide's boarding house, of Aladdin's rise to wealth by means of his wonderful gas meter. But now, there being 10 sultans to 1 Scheherazade, she is held too valuable to be in fear of the bowstring. In consequence the art of narrative languishes. And, as the lesser caliphs are hunting the happy poor and the resigned unfortunate from cover to cover in order to heap upon them strange mercies and mysterious benefits, too often comes the report from Arabian headquarters that the captive refused to talk. This reticence, then, in the actors who perform the sad comedies of their philanthropy-scourged world, must, in a degree, account for the shortcomings of this painfully gleaned tale, which shall be called The Story of the Caliph Who Alleviated His Conscience. Old Jacob Spraggins mixed for himself some Scotch and Lithia water at his $1,200 oak sideboard. Inspiration must have resulted from its imbibition, for immediately afterward he struck the quartered oak soundly with his fist and shouted to the empty dining room. By the coke ovens of hell! It must be that $10,000. If I can get that squared, it'll do the trick. Thus, by the commonest artifice of the trade, having gained your interest, the action of the story will now be suspended, leaving you grumpily to consider a sort of dull biography beginning 15 years before. When old Jacob was young Jacob he was a breaker boy in a Pennsylvania coal mine. I don't know what a breaker boy is, but his occupation seems to be standing by a coal dump with a wan look and a dinner pail to have his picture taken for magazine articles. Anyhow, Jacob was one. But, instead of dying of overwork at 9, and leaving his helpless parents and brothers at the mercy of the Union Strikers' Reserve Fund, he hitched up his galluses. Put $1 or $2 in a side proposition now and then, and at 45 was worth $20 million. There now. It's over. Hardly had time to yawn, did you? I've seen biographies that, but let us dissemble. I want you to consider Jacob Spraggins, Esq. After he had arrived at the 7th stage of his career. The stages meant are, first, humble origin, second, deserved promotion, third, stockholder, fourth, capitalist, fifth, trust magnate, sixth, rich malefactor, seventh, caliph, eighth, X. The 8th stage shall be left to the higher mathematics. At 55 Jacob retired from active business. The income of a czar was still rolling in on him from coal, iron, real estate, oil, railroads, manufactories, and corporations, but none of it touched Jacob's hands in a raw state. It was a sterilized increment, carefully cleaned and dusted and fumigated until it arrived at its ultimate stage of untainted, spotless checks in the white fingers of his private secretary. Jacob built a $3 million palace on a corner lot fronting on Nabob Avenue, city of New Baghdad, and began to feel the mantle of the late H. Rashid descending upon him. Eventually Jacob slipped the mantle under his collar, tied it in a neat 4-in-hand, and became a licensed harrier of our Mesopotamian proletariat. When a man's income becomes so large that the butcher actually sends him the kind of steak he orders, he begins to think about his soul's salvation. Now, the various stages or classes of rich men must not be forgotten. The capitalist can tell you to $1 the amount of his wealth. The trust magnate estimates it. The rich malefactor hands you a cigar and denies that he has bought the P, D, and Q. The caliph merely smiles and talks about Hammerstein and the musical lasses. There is a record of tremendous altercation at breakfast in a "where to dine well" tavern between a magnate and his wife. The rift within the loot being that the wife calculated their fortune at a figure $3 million higher than did her future divorce. Oh, well, I, myself, heard a similar quarrel between a man and his wife because he found 50 cents less in his pockets than he thought he had. After all, we are all human, Count Tolstoy, R. Fitzsimmons, Peter Pan, and the rest of us. Don't lose heart because the story seems to be degenerating into a sort of moral essay for intellectual readers. There will be dialogue and stage business pretty soon. When Jacob first began to compare the eyes of needles with the camels in the zoo, he decided upon organized charity. He had his secretary send a check for $1 million to the Universal Benevolent Association of the Globe. You may have looked down through a grating in front of a decayed warehouse for a nickel that you had dropped through. But that is neither here nor there. The association acknowledged receipt of his favor of the 24th ultimate with enclosure as stated. Separated by a double line, but still mighty close to the matter under the caption of Oddities of the Day's News, in an evening paper. Jacob Spraggins read that one Jasper Spargus had donated $100,000 to the U.B.A. of G. A camel may have a stomach for each day in the week, but I dare not venture to accord him whiskers, for fear of the great displeasure at Washington. But if he have whiskers, surely not one of them will seem to have been inserted in the eye of a needle by that effort of that rich man to enter the K. of H. The right is reserved to reject any and all bids, signed, S. Peter, Secretary and Gatekeeper. Next, Jacob selected the best endowed college he could scare up and presented it with a $200,000 laboratory. The college did not maintain a scientific course, but it accepted the money and built an elaborate lavatory instead, which was no diversion of funds so far as Jacob ever discovered. The faculty met and invited Jacob to come over and take his ABC degree. Before sending the invitation they smiled, cut out the C, added the proper punctuation marks, and all was well. While walking on the campus before being capped and gowned, Jacob saw two professors strolling nearby. Their voices, long adapted to indoor acoustics, undesignedly reached his ear. "There goes the latest Chevalier d'Industrie," said one of them, "to buy a sleeping powder from us. He gets his degree tomorrow." "In foro conscientia," said the other. "Let's Eve arf a brick at him." Jacob ignored the Latin, but the brick pleasantry was not too hard for him. There was no mandragora in the honorary draft of learning that he had bought. That was before the passage of the Pure Food and Drugs Act. Jacob wearied of philanthropy on a large scale. "If I could see folks made happier," he said to himself, "if I could see myself and hear express their gratitude for what I done for it would make me feel better." This donating funds to institutions and societies is about as satisfactory as dropping money into a broken slot machine. So Jacob followed his nose, which led him through unswept streets to the homes of the poorest. "The very thing," said Jacob. "I will charter 2 river steamboats, pack them full of these unfortunate children and, say 10,000 dolls and drums and 1,000 freezers of ice cream. And give them a delightful outing up the Sound. The sea breezes on that trip ought to blow the taint off some of this money that keeps coming in faster than I can work it off my mind." Jacob must have leaked some of his benevolent intentions. For an immense person with a bald face and a mouth that looked as if it ought to have a "drop letters here" sign over it hooked a finger around him and set him in a space between a barber's pole and a stack of ash cans. Words came out of the post office slit, smooth, husky words with gloves on them, but sounding as if they might turn to bare knuckles any moment. "Say, sport, do you know where you are at? Well, dis is Mike O'Grady's district you're buttin' into, see? Mike's got de stomachache privilege for every kid in dis neighborhood, see? And if dere's any picnics or red balloons to be dealt out here, Mike's money pays for them, see? Don't you butt in, or something'll be handed to you. Use D, settlers and reformers with your sociologies and your millionaire detectives have got dis district in a hell of a fix, anyhow. With your college students and professors roughhousing de soda water stands and dem rubberneck coaches fillin' de streets, de folks down here are 'fraid to go out of de houses. Now, you leave to Mike. Day belongs to him, and he knows how to handle Keep on your own side of de town. Are you some wiser now, uncle, or do you want to scrap wit Mike O'Grady for de Santa Claus belt in dis district?" Clearly, that spot in the moral vineyard was preempted. So Caliph Spraggins menaced no more the people in the bazaars of the East Side. To keep down his growing surplus he doubled his donations to organized charity, presented the YMCA of his native town with a $10,000 collection of butterflies, and sent a check to the famine sufferers in China big enough to buy new emerald eyes and diamond-filled teeth for all their gods. But none of these charitable acts seemed to bring peace to the caliph's heart. He tried to get a personal note into his benefactions by tipping bellboys and waiters $10 and $20 bills. He got well snickered at and derided for that by the minions who accept with respect gratuities commensurate to the service performed. He sought out an ambitious and talented but poor young woman, and bought for her the star part in a new comedy. He might have gotten rid of $50,000 more of his cumbersome money in this philanthropy if he had not neglected to write letters to her. But she lost the suit for lack of evidence, while his capital still kept piling up, and his opticos need lorem camelibus, or rich man's disease, was unrelieved. In Caliph Spraggins's $3 million home lived his sister Henrietta, who used to cook for the coal miners in a 25-cent eating house in Coketown, Pa. And who now would have offered John Mitchell only 2 fingers of her hand to shake. And his daughter Celia, 19, back from boarding school and from being polished off by private instructors in the restaurant languages and those 8 Utes and things. Celia is the heroine. Lest the artist's delineation of her charms on this very page humbug your fancy, take from me her authorized description. She was a nice-looking, awkward, loud, rather bashful, brown-haired girl, with a sallow complexion, bright eyes, and a perpetual smile. She had a wholesome, Spraggins-inherited love for plain food, loose clothing, and the society of the lower classes. She had too much health and youth to feel the burden of wealth. She had a wide mouth that kept the peppermint pepsin tablets rattling like hail from the slot machine wherever she went, and she could whistle hornpipes. Keep this picture in mind. And let the artist do his worst. Celia looked out of her window one day and gave her heart to the grocer's young man. The receiver thereof was at that moment engaged in conceding immortality to his horse and calling down upon him the ultimate fate of the wicked, so he did not notice the transfer. A horse should stand still when you are lifting a crate of strictly new-laid eggs out of the wagon. Young lady reader, you would have liked that grocer's young man yourself. But you wouldn't have given him your heart, because you are saving it for a riding master, or a shoe manufacturer with a torpid liver, or something quiet but rich in grey tweeds at Palm Beach. Oh, I know about it. So I am glad the grocer's young man was for Celia, and not for you. The grocer's young man was slim and straight and as confident and easy in his movements as the man in the back of the magazines who wears the new frictionless roller suspenders. He wore a grey bicycle cap on the back of his head, and his hair was straw-colored and curly. And his sunburned face looked like one that smiled a good deal when he was not preaching the doctrine of everlasting punishment to delivery wagon horses. He slung imported A1 fancy groceries about as though they were only the stuff he delivered at boarding houses. And when he picked up his whip, your mind instantly recalled Mr. Tackett and his air with the buttonless foils. Tradesmen delivered their goods at a side gate at the rear of the house. The grocer's wagon came about 10 in the morning. For 3 days Celia watched the driver when he came, finding something new each time to admire in the lofty and almost contemptuous way he had of tossing around the choicest gifts of Pomona, Ceres, and the canning factories. Then she consulted Annette. To be explicit, Annette McCorkle, the second housemaid who deserves a paragraph herself. Annette Fletcherized large numbers of romantic novels which she obtained at a free public library branch, donated by one of the biggest caliphs in the business. She was Celia's sidekicker and chum, though Aunt Henrietta didn't know it. You may hazard a bean or two. Oh, canary bird seed, exclaimed Annette. Ain't it a corkin' situation? You a heiress, and Fallon in love with him on sight. He's a sweet boy, too, and above his business. But he ain't susceptible like the common run of grocer's assistants. He never pays no attention to me. He will to me, said Celia. Riches, began Annette, unsheathing the not unjustifiable feminine sting. Oh, you're not so beautiful, said Celia, with her wide, disarming smile. Neither am I, but he shan't know that there's any money mixed up with my looks, such as they are. That's fair. Now, I want you to lend me one of your caps and an apron, Annette. Oh, marshmallows, cried Annette. I see. Ain't it lovely? It's just like Lurline, the left-handed. Or, a buttonhole maker's wrongs. I'll bet he'll turn out to be a count. There was a long hallway, or passageway, as they call it in the land of the colonels, with one side latticed, running along the rear of the house. The grocer's young man went through this to deliver his goods. One morning he passed a girl in there with shining eyes, sallow complexion, and wide, smiling mouth, wearing a maid's cap and apron. But as he was cumbered with a basket of early drumhead lettuce and trophy tomatoes and 3 bunches of asparagus and 6 bottles of the most expensive Queen olives, he saw no more than that she was one of the maids. But on his way out he came up behind her. And she was whistling Fisher's hornpipe so loudly and clearly that all the piccolos in the world should have disjointed themselves and crept into their cases for shame. The grocer's young man stopped and pushed back his cap until it hung on his collar button behind. "That's out o' sight, kid," said he. "My name is Celia, if you please," said the whistler, dazzling him with a 3-inch smile. "That's all right. I'm Thomas MacLeod. What part of the house do you work in?" "I'm the second parlor maid. Do you know the Falling Waters?" "No," said Celia, "we don't know anybody. We got rich too quick, that is, Mr. Spraggins did." "I'll make you acquainted," said Thomas MacLeod. "It's a strathspey, the first cousin to a hornpipe." If Celia's whistling put the piccolos out of commission, Thomas MacLeod surely made the biggest flutes hunt their holes. He could actually whistle bass. When he stopped, Celia was ready to jump into his delivery wagon and ride with him clear to the end of the pier and on to the ferryboat of the Sharon line. "I'll be around tomorrow at 10:15, said Thomas, with some spinach and a case of carbonic. "I'll practice that what you may call it," said Celia. "I can whistle a fine second." The processes of courtship are personal, and do not belong to general literature. They should be chronicled in detail only in advertisements of iron tonics and in the secret bylaws of the Woman's Auxiliary of the Ancient Order of the Rat Trap. But genteel writing may contain a description of certain stages of its progress without intruding upon the province of the X-ray or of park policemen. A day came when Thomas MacLeod and Celia lingered at the end of the latticed passage. 16 a week isn't much," said Thomas, letting his cap rest on his shoulder blades. Celia looked through the latticework and whistled a dead march. Shopping with Aunt Henrietta the day before, she had paid that much for a dozen handkerchiefs. "Maybe I'll get a raise next month," said Thomas. "I'll be around tomorrow at the same time with a bag of flour and the laundry soap." "All right," said Celia. "Annette's married cousin pays only $20 a month for a flat in the Bronx." Never for a moment did she count on the Spraggins' money. She knew Aunt Henrietta's invincible pride of caste and Pa's mightiness as a colossus of cash. And she understood that if she chose Thomas, she and her grocer's young man might go whistle for a living. Another day came, Thomas, violating the dignity of Nabob Avenue with The Devil's Dream, whistled keenly between his teeth. "Raised to 18 a week yesterday," he said. "Been pricing flats around Morningside. You want to start untying those apron strings and unpinning that cap, old girl." "Oh, Tommy," said Celia, with her broadest smile. "Won't that be enough? I got Betty to show me how to make a cottage pudding. I guess we could call it a flat pudding if we wanted to." "And tell no lie," said Thomas. "And I can sweep and polish and dust, of course, a parlor maid learns that. And we could whistle duets of evenings. The old man said he'd raise me to 20 at Christmas if Brian couldn't think of any harder name to call a Republican than a postponer," said the grocer's young man. "I can sew," said Celia. "And I know that you must make the gas company's man show his badge when he comes to look at the meter, and I know how to put up quince jam and window curtains." "Bully. You're all right, Seal." "Yes, I believe we can pull it off on 18. As he was jumping into the wagon, the second parlor made brave discovery by running swiftly to the gate. "And, oh, Tommy, I forgot," she called, softly. "I believe I could make your neckties." "Forget it," said Thomas decisively. "And another thing," she continued. Sliced cucumbers at night will drive away cockroaches. And sleep, too, you bet, said Mr. McLeod. Yes, I believe if I have a delivery to make on the west side this afternoon I'll look in at a furniture store I know over there. It was just as the wagon dashed away that old Jacob Spraggins struck the sideboard with his fist and made the mysterious remark about $10,000 that you perhaps remember. Which justifies the reflection that some stories, as well as life, and puppies thrown into wells, move around in circles. Painfully but briefly we must shed light on Jacob's words. The foundation of his fortune was made when he was 20. A poor coal digger, ever hear of a rich one? Had saved $1 or $2 and bought a small tract of land on a hillside on which he tried to raise corn. Not a nubbin. Jacob, whose nose was a divining rod, told him there was a vein of coal beneath. He bought the land from the miner for $125 and sold it a month afterward for $10,000. Luckily the miner had enough left of his sale money to drink himself into a black coat opening in the back, as soon as he heard the news. And so, for 40 years afterward, we find Jacob illuminated with the sudden thought that if he could make restitution of this sum of money to the heirs or assigns of the unlucky miner, respite and nepenthe might be his. And now must come swift action, for we have here some 4,000 words and not a tear shed and never a pistol, joke, safe, nor bottle cracked. Old Jacob hired a dozen private detectives to find the heirs, if any existed, of the old miner, Hugh McLeod. Get the point? Of course I know as well as you do that Thomas is going to be the heir. I might have concealed the name, but why always hold back your mystery till the end? I say, let it come near the middle so people can stop reading there if they want to. After the detectives had trailed false clues about $3,000, I mean miles, they cornered Thomas at the grocery and got his confession that Hugh McLeod had been his grandfather. And that there were no other heirs. They arranged a meeting for him and old Jacob one morning in one of their offices. Jacob liked the young man very much. He liked the way he looked straight at him when he talked, and the way he threw his bicycle cap over the top of a rose-colored vase on the center table. There was a slight flaw in Jacob's system of restitution. He did not consider that the act, to be perfect, should include confession. So he represented himself to be the agent of the purchaser of the land who had sent him to refund the sale price for the ease of his conscience. Well, sir, said Thomas, this sounds to me like an illustrated postcard from South Boston with "We're having a good time here" written on it. I don't know the game. Is this $10,000 money, or do I have to save so many coupons to get it? Old Jacob counted out to him $2,500 bills. That was better, he thought, than a check. Thomas put them thoughtfully into his pocket. Grandfather's best thanks, he said, to the party who sends it. Jacob talked on, asking him about his work, how he spent his leisure time, and what his ambitions were. The more he saw and heard of Thomas, the better he liked him. He had not met many young men in Baghdad so frank and wholesome. I would like to have you visit my house, he said. I might help you in investing or laying out your money. I am a very wealthy man. I have a daughter about grown, and I would like for you to know her. There are not many young men I would care to have call on her. I'm obliged, said Thomas. I'm not much at making calls. It's generally the side entrance for mine. And, besides, I'm engaged to a girl that has the Delaware peach crop killed in the blossom. She's a parlor maid in a house where I deliver goods. She won't be working there much longer, though. Say, don't forget to give your friend my grandfather's best regards. You'll excuse me now. My wagon's outside with a lot of green stuff that's got to be delivered. See you again, sir. At 11 Thomas delivered some bunches of parsley and lettuce at the Spraggins mansion. Thomas was only 22. So, as he came back, he took out the handful of $500 bills and waved them carelessly. Annette took a pair of eyes as big as creamed onion to the cook. I told you he was a count, she said, after relating. He never would carry on with me. But you say he showed money, said the cook. Hundreds of thousands, said Annette. Carried around loose in his pockets. And he never would look at me. It was paid to me today, Thomas was explaining to Celia outside. It came from my grandfather's estate. Say, Seal, what's the use of waiting now? I'm going to quit the job tonight. Why can't we get married next week? Tommy, said Celia. I'm no parlor maid. I've been fooling you. I'm Miss Spraggins, Celia Spraggins. The newspapers say I'll be worth $40 million someday. Thomas pulled his cap down straight on his head for the first time since we have known him. I suppose then, said he, I suppose then you'll not be marrying me next week. But you can whistle. No, said Celia, I'll not be marrying you next week. My father would never let me marry a grocer's clerk. But I'll marry you tonight, Tommy, if you say so. Old Jacob Spraggins came home at 9:30 a.m., in his motor car. The make of it you will have to surmise sorrowfully. I am giving you unsubsidized fiction. Had it been a street car I could have told you its voltage and the number of wheels it had. Jacob called for his daughter. He had bought a ruby necklace for her, and wanted to hear her say what a kind, thoughtful, dear old dad he was. There was a brief search in the house for her, and then came Annette, glowing with the pure flame of truth and loyalty well mixed with envy and histrionics. Oh, sir, said she, wondering if she should kneel, Miss Celia's just this minute running away out of the side gate with a young man to be married. I couldn't stop her, sir. They went in a cab. What young man? Roared old Jacob. A millionaire, if you please, sir, a rich nobleman in disguise. He carries his money with him, and the red peppers and the onions was only to blind us, sir. He never did seem to take to me. Jacob rushed out in time to catch his car. The chauffeur had been delayed by trying to light a cigarette in the wind. Here, Gaston, or Mike, or whatever you call yourself, scoot around the corner quicker than blazes and see if you can see a cab. If you do, run it down. There was a cab in sight a block away. Gaston, or Mike, with his eyes half shut and his mind on his cigarette, picked up the trail, neatly crowded the cab to the curb and pocketed it. What TL you doin'? Yelled the cabman. Pa! Shrieked Celia. Grandfather's remorseful friend's agent, said Thomas. Wonder what's on his conscience now. A thousand thunders, said Gaston, or Mike. I have no other match. Young man, said old Jacob, severely, how about that parlor maid you were engaged to? A couple of years afterward old Jacob went into the office of his private secretary. The Amalgamated Missionary Society solicits a contribution of $30,000 toward the conversion of the Koreans, said the secretary. Pass 'em up, said Jacob. The University of Plumville writes that its yearly endowment fund of $50,000 that you bestowed upon it is past due. Tell 'em it's been cut out. The Scientific Society of Clam Cove, Long Island, asks for $10,000 to buy alcohol to preserve specimens. Waste basket. The Society for Providing Healthful Recreation for Working Girls wants $20,000 from you to lay out a golf course. Tell 'em to see an undertaker. Cut 'em all out, went on Jacob. I've quit being a good thing. I need every dollar I can scrape or save. I want you to write to the directors of every company that I'm interested in and recommend a 10% cut in salaries. And say, I noticed half a cake of soap lying in a corner of the hall as I came in. I want you to speak to the scrubwoman about waste. I've got no money to throw away. And say, we've got vinegar pretty well in hand, haven't we? The Globe Spice and Seasons Company, said Secretary, controls the market at present. Raise vinegar 2 cents a gallon. Notify all our branches. Suddenly Jacob Spraggins's plump red face relaxed into a pulpy grin. He walked over to the secretary's desk and showed a small red mark on his thick forefinger. Bit it, he said, darned if he didn't, and he ain't had the tooth 3 weeks, Jakey McLeod, my Celia's kid. He'll be worth 100 millions by the time he's 21 if I can pile it up for him. As he was leaving, old Jacob turned at the door, and said, "Better make that vinegar raise 3 cents instead of 2. I'll be back in an hour and sign the letters." The true history of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid relates that toward the end of his reign he wearied of philanthropy, and caused to be beheaded all his former favorites and companions of his Arabian Nights rambles. Happy are we in these days of enlightenment, when the only death warrant the caliphs can serve on us is in the form of a tradesman's bill. The Headhunter. When the war between Spain and George Dewey was over, I went to the Philippine Islands. There I remained as bushwhacker correspondent for my paper until its managing editor notified me that an 800-word cablegram describing the grief of a pet carabao over the death of an infant Moro was not considered by the office to be war news. So I resigned, and came home. On board the trading vessel that brought me back I pondered much upon the strange things I had sensed in the weird archipelago of the yellow-brown people. The maneuvers and skirmishings of the petty war interested me not. I was spellbound by the outlandish and unreadable countenance of that race that had turned its expressionless gaze upon us out of an unguessable past. Particularly during my stay in Mindanao had I been fascinated and attracted by that delightfully original tribe of heathen known as the Headhunters. Those grim, flinty, relentless little men, never seen, but chilling the warmest noonday by the subtle terror of their concealed presence, paralleling the trail of their prey through unmapped forests, across perilous mountaintops, adown bottomless chasms, into uninhabitable jungles, always near with the invisible hand of death uplifted, betraying their pursuit only by such signs as a beast or a bird or a gliding serpent might make, a twig crackling in the awful, sweat-soaked night, a drench of dew showering from the screening foliage of a giant tree, a whisper at even from the rushes of a water level, a hint of death for every mile and every hour, they amused me greatly. Those little fellows of one idea. When you think of it, their method is beautifully and almost hilariously effective and simple. You have your hut in which you live and carry out the destiny that was decreed for you. Spiked to the jamb of your bamboo doorway is a basket made of green withes, plaited. From time to time, as vanity or ennui or love or jealousy or ambition may move you, you creep forth with your Snickers neigh and take up the silent trail. Back from it you come, triumphant, bearing the severed, gory head of your victim, which you deposit with pardonable pride in the basket at the side of your door. It may be the head of your enemy, your friend, or a stranger, according as competition, jealousy, or simple sportiveness has been your incentive to labor. In any case, your reward is certain. The village men, in passing, stop to congratulate you, as your neighbor on weaker planes of life stops to admire and praise the begonias in your front yard. Your particular brown maid lingers, with fluttering bosom, casting soft tiger's eyes at the evidence of your love for her. You chew betel nut and listen, content, to the intermittent soft drip from the ends of the severed neck arteries. And you show your teeth and grunt like a water buffalo, which is as near as you can come to laughing, at the thought that the cold, acephalous body of your door ornament is being spotted by wheeling vultures in the Mindanaoan wilds. Truly, the life of the merry headhunter captivated me. He had reduced art and philosophy to a simple code. To take your adversary's head, to basket it at the portal of your castle, to see it lying there, a dead thing, with its cunning and stratagems and power gone, is there a better way to foil his plots? To refute his arguments, to establish your superiority over his skill and wisdom? The ship that brought me home was captained by an erratic Swede, who changed his course and deposited me, with genuine compassion, in a small town on the Pacific coast of one of the Central American republics, a few hundred miles south of the port to which he had engaged to convey me. But I was wearied of movement and exotic fancies, so I leaped contentedly upon the firm sands of the village of Mojada, telling myself I should be sure to find there the rest that I craved. After all, far better to linger there, I thought, lulled by the sedative plash of the waves and the rustling of palm fronds, than to sit upon the horsehair sofa of my parental home in the East. And there, cast down by currant wine and cake, and scourged by fatuous relatives, drivel into the ears of gaping neighbors sad stories of the death of colonial governors. When I first saw Chloe Green she was standing, all in white, in the doorway of her father's tile-roofed daub house. She was polishing a silver cup with a cloth, and she looked like a pearl laid against black velvet. She turned on me a flatteringly protracted but a wiltingly disapproving gaze, and then went inside, humming a light song to indicate the value she placed upon my existence. Small wonder, for Dr. Stamford, the most disreputable professional man between Juneau and Valparaiso, and I were zigzagging along the turfy street, tunelessly singing the words of Auld Lang Syne to the air of Muzzer's Little Coal-Black Coon. We had come from the ice factory, which was Mojada's palace of wickedness, where we had been playing billiards and opening black bottles, white with frost, that we dragged with strings out of old Sandoval's ice-cold vats. I turned in sudden rage to Dr. Stamford, as sober as the verger of a cathedral. In a moment I had become aware that we were swine cast before a pearl. "You beast," I said, "this is half your doing. And the other half is the fault of this cursed country. I'd better have gone back to Sleepytown and died in a wild orgy of currant wine and buns than to have had this happen." Stamford filled the empty street with his roaring laughter. "You too," he cried. "And all as quick as the popping of a cork. Well, she does seem to strike agreeably upon the retina. But don't burn your fingers. All Mojada will tell you that Louis Devoe is the man." "We will see about that," said I, "and, perhaps, whether he is a man as well as the man." I lost no time in meeting Louis Devoe. That was easily accomplished, for the foreign colony in Mojada numbered scarce a dozen. And they gathered daily at a half-decent hotel kept by a Turk, where they managed to patch together the fluttering rags of country and civilization that were left them. I sought Devoe before I did my pearl of the doorway, because I had learned a little of the game of war, and knew better than to strike for a prize before testing the strength of the enemy. A sort of cold dismay, something akin to fear, filled me when I had estimated him. I found a man so perfectly poised, so charming, so deeply learned in the world's rituals, so full of tact, courtesy, and hospitality, so endowed with grace and ease and a kind of careless, haughty power that I almost overstepped the bounds in probing him, in turning him on the spit to find the weak point that I so craved for him to have. But I left him whole. I had to make bitter acknowledgment to myself that Louis Devoe was a gentleman worthy of my best blows, and I swore to give him them. He was a great merchant of the country, a wealthy importer and exporter. All day he sat in a fastidiously appointed office, surrounded by works of art and evidences of his high culture, directing through glass doors and windows the affairs of his house. In person he was slender and hardly tall. His small, well-shaped head was covered with thick, brown hair, trimmed short, and he wore a thick, brown beard also cut close and to a fine point. His manners were a pattern. Before long I had become a regular and a welcome visitor at the Green home. I shook my wild habits from me like a worn-out cloak. I trained for the conflict with the care of a prizefighter and the self-denial of a Brahmin. As for Chloe Green, I shall weary you with no sonnets to her eyebrow. She was a splendidly feminine girl, as wholesome as a November pippin, and no more mysterious than a windowpane. She had whimsical little theories that she had deduced from life, and that fitted the maxims of Epictetus like princess gowns. I wonder, after all, if that old duffer wasn't rather wise. Chloe had a father, the Reverend Homer Green, and an intermittent mother, who sometimes palely presided over a twilight teapot. The Reverend Homer was a burr-like man with a life-work. He was writing a concordance to the Scriptures, and had arrived as far as Kings. Being, presumably, a suitor for his daughter's hand, I was timber for his literary outpourings. I had the family tree of Israel drilled into my head until I used to cry aloud in my sleep, and Aminadab begot Jic, and so forth, until he had tackled another book. I once made a calculation that the Reverend Homer's concordance would be worked up as far as the 7 vials mentioned in Revelations about the 3rd day after they were opened. Louis Devoe, as well as I, was a visitor and an intimate friend of the Greens. It was there I met him the oftenest, and a more agreeable man or a more accomplished I have never hated in my life. Luckily or unfortunately, I came to be accepted as a boy. My appearance was youthful, and I suppose I had that pleading and homeless air that always draws the motherliness that is in women and the cursed theories and hobbies of paterfamilias. Chloe called me Tommy, and made sisterly fun of my attempts to woo her. With Devoe she was vastly more reserved. He was the man of romance, one to stir her imagination and deepest feelings had her fancy leaned toward him. I was closer to her, but standing in no glamour. I had the task before me of winning her in what seems to me the American way of fighting, with cleanness and pluck and everyday devotion to break away the barriers of friendship that divided us. And to take her, if I could, between sunrise and dark, abetted by neither moonlight nor music nor foreign wiles. Chloe gave no sign of bestowing her blithe affections upon either of us. But one day she let out to me an inkling of what she preferred in a man. It was tremendously interesting to me, but not illuminating as to its application. I had been tormenting her for the dozenth time with the statement and catalogue of my sentiments toward her. "Tommy," said she, "I don't want a man to show his love for me by leading an army against another country and blowing people off the earth with cannons." "If you mean that the opposite way," I answered, "as they say women do, I'll see what I can do. The papers are full of this diplomatic row in Russia. My people know some big people in Washington who are right next to the army people, and I could get an artillery commission and—" "I'm not that way," interrupted Chloe. "I mean what I say. It isn't the big things that are done in the world, Tommy, that count with a woman. When the knights were riding abroad in their armor to slay dragons. Many a stay-at-home page won a lonesome lady's hand by being on the spot to pick up her glove and be quick with her cloak when the wind blew. The man I am to like best, whoever he shall be, must show his love in little ways. He must never forget, after hearing it once, that I do not like to have anyone walk at my left side. That I detest bright-colored neckties, that I prefer to sit with my back to a light, that I like candied violets. That I must not be talked to when I am looking at the moonlight shining on water, and that I very, very often long for dates stuffed with English walnuts." "Frivolity," I said, with a frown. "Any well-trained servant would be equal to such details." "And he must remember," went on Chloe, "to remind me of what I want when I do not know, myself, what I want." "You're rising in the scale," I said. "What you seem to need is a first-class clairvoyant. And if I say that I am dying to hear a Beethoven sonata, and stamp my foot when I say it, he must know by that what my soul craves is salted almonds. And he will have them ready in his pocket." "Now," said I am at a loss. I do not know whether your soul's affinity is to be an impresario or a fancy grocer." Chloe turned her pearly smile upon me. "Take less than half of what I said as a jest," she went on. "And don't think too lightly of the little things, boy. Be a paladin if you must, but don't let it show on you. Most women are only very big children, and most men are only very little ones. Please us, don't try to overpower us. When we want a hero we can make one out of even a plain grocer the third time he catches our handkerchief before it falls to the ground." That evening I was taken down with pernicious fever. That is a kind of coast fever with improvements and high-geared attachments. Your temperature goes up among the 3s and 4s and remains there, laughing scornfully and feverishly at the cinchona trees and the coal tar derivatives. Pernicious fever is a case for a simple mathematician instead of a doctor. It is merely this formula: vitality plus the desire to live minus the duration of the fever equals the result. I took to my bed in the two-room thatched hut where I had been comfortably established, and sent for a gallon of rum. That was not for myself. Drunk, Stamford was the best doctor between the Andes and the Pacific. He came, sat at my bedside, and drank himself into condition. "My boy," said he, "my lily-white and reformed Romeo, medicine will do you no good. But I will give you quinine, which, being bitter, will arouse in you hatred and anger, two stimulants that will add 10% to your chances. You are as strong as a caribou calf, and you will get well if the fever doesn't get in a knockout blow when you're off your guard. For 2 weeks I lay on my back feeling like a Hindu widow on a burning ghat. Old Itasca, an untrained Indian nurse, sat near the door like a petrified statue of what's the use, attending to her duties, which were, mainly, to see that time went by without slipping a cog. Sometimes I would fancy myself back in the Philippines, or, at worst times, sliding off the horsehair sofa in Sleepy Town. One afternoon I ordered Itasca to Vamos, and got up and dressed carefully. I took my temperature, which I was pleased to find 104. I paid almost dainty attention to my dress, choosing solicitously a necktie of a dull and subdued hue. The mirror showed that I was looking little the worse from my illness. The fever gave brightness to my eyes and color to my face. And while I looked at my reflection my color went and came again as I thought of Chloe Green and the millions of eons that had passed since I'd seen her. And of Louis Devoe and the time he had gained on me. I went straight to her house. I seemed to float rather than walk, I hardly felt the ground under my feet. I thought pernicious fever must be a great boon to make one feel so strong. I found Chloe and Louis Devoe sitting under the awning in front of the house. She jumped up and met me with a double handshake. "I'm glad to see you out again," she cried, every word a pearl strung on the string of her sentence. "You are well, Tommy, or better, of course. I wanted to come to see you, but they wouldn't let me." "Oh yes," said I, carelessly, "it was nothing. Merely a little fever. I am out again, as you see." We three sat there and talked for half an hour or so. Then Chloe looked out yearningly and almost piteously across the ocean. I could see in her sea-blue eyes some deep and intense desire. Devoe, curse him, saw it too. "What is it?" we asked, in unison. "Coconut pudding," said Chloe, pathetically. "I've wanted some, oh, so badly, for 2 days. It's got beyond a wish, it's an obsession." "The coconut season is over," said Devoe, in that voice of his that gave thrilling interest to his most commonplace words. "I hardly think one could be found in Mojada. The natives never use them except when they are green and the milk is fresh. They sell all the ripe ones to the fruiterers. Wouldn't a broiled lobster or a Welsh rabbit do as well?" I remarked, with the engaging idiocy of a pernicious fever convalescent. Chloe came as near to pouting as a sweet disposition and a perfect profile would allow her to come. The Reverend Homer poked his ermine-lined face through the doorway and added a concordance to the conversation. "Sometimes," said he, "old Campos keeps the dried nuts in his little store on the hill. But it would be far better, my daughter, to restrain unusual desires, and partake thankfully of the daily dishes that the Lord has set before us." "Stuff," said I. "How was that?" asked the Reverend Homer, sharply. "I say it's tough," said I, to drop into the vernacular, "that Miss Green should be deprived of the food she desires, a simple thing like calcimine pudding. Perhaps," I continued, solicitously, "some pickled walnuts or a fricassee of Hungarian butternuts would do as well." Everyone looked at me with a slight exhibition of curiosity. Louis Devoe arose and made his adieus. I watched him until he had sauntered slowly and grandiosely to the corner, around which he turned to reach his great warehouse and store. Chloe made her excuses, and went inside for a few minutes to attend to some detail affecting the 7 o'clock dinner. She was a past mistress in housekeeping. I had tasted her puddings and bread with beatitude. When all had gone, I turned casually and saw a basket made of plaited green withes hanging by a nail outside the doorjamb. With a rush that made my hot temples throb there came vividly to my mind recollections of the Headhunters, those grim, flinty, relentless little men, never seen, but chilling the warmest noonday by the subtle terror of their concealed presence. From time to time, as vanity or ennui or love or jealousy or ambition may move him, One creeps forth with his snicker's neigh and takes up the silent trail. Back he comes, triumphant, bearing the severed, gory head of his victim. His particular brown or white maid lingers. With fluttering bosom, casting soft tiger's eyes at the evidence of his love for her. I stole softly from the house and returned to my hut. From its supporting nails in the wall I took a machete as heavy as a butcher's cleaver and sharper than a safety razor. And then I chuckled softly to myself, and set out to the fastidiously appointed private office of Monsieur Louis Devoe, usurper to the hand of the Pearl of the Pacific. He was never slow at thinking. He gave one look at my face and another at the weapon in my hand as I entered his door, and then he seemed to fade from my sight. I ran to the back door, kicked it open, and saw him running like a deer up the road toward the wood that began 200 yards away. I was after him, with a shout. I remember hearing children and women screaming, and seeing them flying from the road. He was fleet, but I was stronger. A mile, and I had almost come up with him. He doubled cunningly and dashed into a break that extended into a small canyon. I crashed through this after him, and in 5 minutes had him cornered in an angle of insurmountable cliffs. There his instinct of self-preservation steadied him, as it will steady even animals at bay. He turned to me, quite calm, with a ghastly smile. "Oh, Rayburn," he said, with such an awful effort at ease that I was impolite enough to laugh rudely in his face. "Oh, Rayburn," said he, "come, let's have done with this nonsense. Of course, I know it's the fever and you're not yourself, but collect yourself, man, give me that ridiculous weapon, now, and let's go back and talk it over." "I will go back," said I, "carrying your head with me. We will see how charmingly it can discourse when it lies in the basket at her door." "Come," said he, persuasively, "I think better of you than to suppose that you try this sort of thing as a joke. But even the vagaries of a fever-crazed lunatic come some time to a limit. What is this talk about heads and baskets? Get yourself together and throw away that absurd cane chopper. What would Miss Green think of you?" He ended, with the silky cajolery that one would use toward a fretful child. "Listen," said I, "at last you have struck upon the right note. What would she think of me?" "Listen," I repeated. "There are women," I said, "who look upon horsehair sofas and currant wine as dross. To them even the calculated modulation of your well-trimmed talk sounds like the dropping of rotten plums from a tree in the night. They are the maidens who walk back and forth in the villages, scorning the emptiness of the baskets at the doors of the young men who would win them. One such as they," I said, "is waiting. Only a fool would try to win a woman by drooling like a braggart in her doorway or by waiting upon her whims like a footman. They are all daughters of Herodias, and to gain their hearts one must lay the heads of his enemies before them with his own hands. Now, bend your neck, Louis Devoe. Do not be a coward as well as a chatterer at a lady's tea-table." "There, there," said Devoe, falteringly. "You know me, don't you, Rayburn?" "Oh yes," I said, "I know you. I know you. I know you. But the basket is empty. The old men of the village and the young men, and both the dark maidens and the ones who are as fair as pearls walk back and forth and see its emptiness. Will you kneel now, or must we have a scuffle? It is not like you to make things go roughly and with bad form. But the basket is waiting for your head." With that he went to pieces. I had to catch him as he tried to scamper past me like a scared rabbit. I stretched him out and got a foot on his chest, but he squirmed like a worm. Although I appealed repeatedly to his sense of propriety and the duty he owed to himself as a gentleman not to make a row. But at last he gave me the chance, and I swung the machete. It was not hard work. He flopped like a chicken during the 6 or 7 blows that it took to sever his head. But finally he lay still, and I tied his head in my handkerchief. The eyes opened and shut thrice while I walked 100 yards. I was red to my feet with the drip, but what did that matter? With delight I felt under my hands the crisp touch of his short, thick, brown hair and close-trimmed beard. I reached the House of the Greens and dumped the head of Louis Devoe into the basket that still hung by the nail in the doorjamb. I sat in a chair under the awning and waited. The sun was within 2 hours of setting. Chloe came out and looked surprised. "Where have you been, Tommy?" she asked. "You were gone when I came out." "Look in the basket," I said, rising to my feet. She looked, and gave a little scream, of delight, I was pleased to note. "Oh, Tommy," she said. "It was just what I wanted you to do. It's leaking a little, but that doesn't matter. Wasn't I telling you? It's the little things that count. And you remembered. Little things." She held the ensanguined head of Louis Devoe in her white apron. Tiny streams of red widened on her apron and dripped upon the floor. Her face was bright and tender. Little things, indeed. I thought again. The headhunters are right. These are the things that women like you to do for them. Chloe came close to me. There was no one in sight. She looked tip at me with sea-blue eyes that said things they had never said before. "You think of me," she said. "You are the man I was describing. You think of the little things, and they are what make the world worth living in. The man for me must consider my little wishes, and make me happy in small ways. He must bring me little red peaches in December if I wish for them, and then I will love him till June. I will have no knight in armor slaying his rival or killing dragons for me. You please me very well, Tommy." I stooped and kissed her. Then a moisture broke out on my forehead, and I began to feel weak. I saw the red stains vanish from Chloe's apron, and the head of Louis Devoe turned to a brown, dried coconut. "There will be coconut pudding for dinner, Tommy, boy," said Chloe, gaily, "and you must come. I must go in for a little while." She vanished in a delightful flutter. Dar. Stamford tramped up hurriedly. He seized my pulse as though it were his own property that I had escaped with. "You are the biggest fool outside of any asylum," he said, angrily. "Why did you leave your bed? And the idiotic things you've been doing, and no wonder, with your pulse going like a sledgehammer." "Name some of them," said I. "Devoe sent for me," said Stamford. "He saw you from his window go to old Campo's store, chase him up the hill with his own yardstick, and then come back and make off with his biggest coconut." "It's the little things that count, after all," said I. "It's your little bed that counts with you just now," said the doctor. "You come with me at once, or I'll throw up the case. You're as loony as a loon." So I got no coconut pudding that evening, but I conceived a distrust as to the value of the method of the headhunters. Perhaps for many centuries the maidens of the villages may have been looking wistfully at the heads in the baskets at the doorways, longing for other and lesser trophies. The moment of victory. Ben Granger is a war veteran aged 29, which should enable you to guess the war. He is also principal merchant and postmaster of Cadiz, a little town over which the breezes from the Gulf of Mexico perpetually blow. Ben helped to hurl the Don from his stronghold in the Greater Antilles. And then, hiking across half the world, he marched as a corporal usher up and down the blazing tropic aisles of the open-air college in which the Filipino was schooled. Now, with his bayonet beaten into a cheese slicer, he rallies his corporal's guard of cronies in the shade of his well-whittled porch, instead of in the matted jungles of Mindanao. Always have his interest and choice been for deeds rather than for words, but the consideration and digestion of motives is not beyond him, as this story, which is his, will attest. "What is it," he asked me one moonlit eve, as we sat among his boxes and barrels, "that generally makes men go through dangers, and fire, and trouble, and starvation, and battle, and such recourses? What does a man do it for? Why does he try to outdo his fellow humans, and be braver and stronger and more daring and showy than even his best friends are? What's his game? What does he expect to get out of it? He don't do it just for the fresh air and exercise. What would you say, now, Bill, that an ordinary man expects, generally speaking, for his efforts along the line of ambition and extraordinary hustling in the marketplaces, forums, shooting galleries, lyceums, battlefields, links, cinderpaths, and arenas of the civilized and vice versa places of the world? Well, Ben, said I, with judicial seriousness, I think we might safely limit the number of motives of a man who seeks fame to 3, to ambition, which is a desire for popular applause, to avarice, which looks to the material side of success, and to love of some woman whom he either possesses or desires to possess. Ben pondered over my words while a mockingbird on the top of a mesquite by the porch trilled a dozen bars. I reckon, said he, that your diagnosis about covers the case according to the rules laid down in the copybooks and historical readers. But what I had in my mind was the case of Willie Robbins, a person I used to know. I'll tell you about him before I close up the store, if you don't mind listening. Willie was one of our social set-up in San Augustine. I was clerking there then for Brady and Murchison, wholesale dry goods and ranch supplies. Willie and I belonged to the same German club and athletic association and military company. He played the triangle in our serenading and quartet crowd that used to ring the welkin 3 nights a week somewhere in town. Willie jibed with his name considerable. He weighed about as much as 100 pounds of veal in his summer suitings, and he had a "Where is Mary?" expression on his features so plain that you could almost see the wool growing on him. And yet you couldn't fence him away from the girls with barbed wire. You know that kind of young fellows, a kind of a mixture of fools and angels, they rush in and fear to tread at the same time. But they never fail to tread when they get the chance. He was always on hand when a joyful occasion was had, as the morning paper would say, looking as happy as a king full, and at the same time as uncomfortable as a raw oyster served with sweet pickles. He danced like he had hind hobbles on. And he had a vocabulary of about 350 words that he made stretch over 4 Germans a week, and plagiarized from to get him through 2 ice cream suppers and a Sunday night call. He seemed to me to be a sort of a mixture of Maltese kitten, sensitive plant, and a member of a stranded, 2 orphans company. I'll give you an estimate of his physiological and pictorial makeup, and then I'll stick spurs into the sides of my narrative. Willie inclined to the Caucasian in his coloring and manner of style. His hair was opalescent and his conversation fragmentary. His eyes were the same blue shade as the china dogs on the right-hand corner of your Aunt Ellen's mantelpiece. He took things as they came, and I never felt any hostility against him. I let him live, and so did others. But what does this Willie do but coax his heart out of his boots and lose it to Myra Allison, the liveliest, brightest, keenest, smartest, and prettiest girl in San Augustine. I tell you, she had the blackest eyes, the shiniest curls, and the most tantalizing. Oh, no, you're off, I wasn't a victim. I might have been, but I knew better. I kept out. Joe Granberry was it from the start. He had everybody else beat a couple of leagues and thence east to a stake and mound. But, anyhow, Myra was a 9-pound, full merino, fall-clip fleece, sacked and loaded on a 4-horse team for San Antone. One night there was an ice cream sociable at Mrs. Colonel Spraggan's, in San Augustine. We fellows had a big room upstairs opened up for us to put our hats and things in, and to comb our hair and put on the clean collars we brought along inside the sweatbands of our hats, in short. A room to fix up in just like they have everywhere at high-tone doings. A little farther down the hall was the girls' room, which they used to powder up in, and so forth. Downstairs that is, the San Augustine Social Cotillion and Merrymakers Club, had a stretcher put down in the parlor where our dance was going on. Willie Robbins and me happened to be up in our cloakroom, I believe we called it, when Myra Allison skipped through the hall on her way downstairs from the girls' room. Willie was standing before the mirror, deeply interested in smoothing down the blonde grass plot on his head, which seemed to give him lots of trouble. Myra was always full of life and devilment. She stopped and stuck her head in our door. She certainly was good-looking. But I knew how Joe Granberry stood with her. So did Willie, but he kept on bang after her and following her around. He had a system of persistence that didn't coincide with pale hair and light eyes. "Hello, Willie," says Myra. "What are you doing to yourself in the glass?" "I'm trying to look fly," says Willie. "Well, you never could be fly," says Myra, with her special laugh, which was the provokingest sound I ever heard except the rattle of an empty canteen against my saddle horn. I looked around at Willie after Myra had gone. He had a kind of a lily-white look on him which seemed to show that her remark had, as you might say, disrupted his soul. I never noticed anything in what she said that sounded particularly destructive to a man's ideas of self-consciousness, but he was set back to an extent you could scarcely imagine. After we went downstairs with our clean collars on, Willie never went near Myra again that night. After all, he seemed to be a deluded kind of a skim-milk sort of a chap, and I never wondered that Joe Granberry beat him out. The next day the battleship Maine was blown up, and then pretty soon somebody, I reckon it was Joe Bailey, or Ben Tillman, or maybe the government, declared war against Spain. Well, everybody south of Mason and Hamlin's line knew that the North by itself couldn't whip a whole country the size of Spain. So the Yankees commenced to holler for help, and the Johnny Rebs answered the call. "We're coming, Father William, 100,000 strong, and then some," was the way they sang it. And the old party lines drawn by Sherman's March and the Ku Klux and 9-cent cotton and the Jim Crow streetcar ordinances faded away. We became one undivided country, with no north, very little east, a good-sized chunk of west, and a south that loomed up as big as the first foreign label on a new $8 suitcase. Of course the dogs of war weren't a complete pack without a yelp from the San Augustine Rifles, Company D, of the 14th Texas Regiment. Our company was among the first to land in Cuba and strike terror into the hearts of the foe. I'm not going to give you a history of the war, I'm just dragging it in to fill out my story about Willie Robbins, just as the Republican Party dragged it in to help out the election in 1898. If anybody ever had heroitis, it was that Willie Robbins. From the minute he set foot on the soil of the tyrants of Castile he seemed to engulf danger as a cat laps up cream. He certainly astonished every man in our company, from the captain up. You'd have expected him to gravitate naturally to the job of an orderly to the colonel, or typewriter in the commissary, but not any. He created the part of the flaxen-haired boy hero who lives and gets back home with the goods, instead of dying with an important dispatch in his hands at his colonel's feet. Our company got into a section of Cuban scenery where one of the messiest and most unsung portions of the campaign occurred. We were out every day capering around in the bushes, and having little skirmishes with the Spanish troops that looked more like kind of tired-out feuds than anything else. The war was a joke to us, and of no interest to them. We never could see it any other way than as a howling farce comedy that the San Augustine Rifles were actually fighting to uphold the stars and stripes. And the blamed little senors didn't get enough pay to make them care whether they were patriots or traitors. Now and then somebody would get killed. It seemed like a waste of life to me. I was at Coney Island when I went to New York once, and one of them downhill skidding apparatuses they call roller coasters flew the track and killed a man in a brown sack suit. Whenever the Spaniards shot one of our men, it struck me as just about as unnecessary and regrettable as that was. But I'm dropping Willie Robbins out of the conversation. He was out for bloodshed, laurels, ambition, medals, recommendations, and all other forms of military glory. And he didn't seem to be afraid of any of the recognized forms of military danger, such as Spaniards, cannonballs, canned beef, gunpowder, or nepotism. He went forth with his pallid hair and china blue eyes and ate up Spaniards like you would sardines a la canopy. Wars and rumbles of wars never flustered him. He would stand guard duty, mosquitoes, hardtack, treat, and fire with equally perfect unanimity. No blondes in history ever come in comparison distance of him except the Jack of Diamonds and Queen Catherine of Russia. I remember, one time, a little caballard of Spanish men sauntered out from behind a patch of sugarcane and shot Bob Turner, the first sergeant of our company, while we were eating dinner. As required by the Army regulations, we fellows went through the usual tactics of falling into line, saluting the enemy, and loading and firing, kneeling. That wasn't the Texas way of scrapping. But, being a very important addendum and annex to the regular army, the San Augustine Rifles had to conform to the red tape system of getting even. By the time we had got out our Upton's tactics, turned to page 57, said 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 a couple of times, and got blank cartridges into our Springfields. The Spanish outfit had smiled repeatedly, rolled and lit cigarettes by squads, and walked away contemptuously. I went straight to Captain Floyd, and says to him, "Sam, I don't think this war is a straight game. You know as well as I do that Bob Turner was one of the whitest fellows that ever threw a leg over a saddle, and now these wirepullers in Washington have fixed his clock. He's politically and ostensibly dead. It ain't fair. Why should they keep this thing up? If they want Spain licked, why don't they turn the San Augustine Rifles and Joe Seeley's Ranger Company and a carload of West Texas deputy sheriffs onto these Spaniards? And let us exonerate them from the face of the earth? I never did," says I, "care much about fighting by the Lord Chesterfield ring rules. I'm going to hand in my resignation and go home if anybody else I am personally acquainted with gets hurt in this war. If you can get somebody in my place, Sam," says I, "I'll quit the first of next week. I don't want to work in an army that don't give its help a chance. Never mind my wages," says I. "Let the Secretary of the Treasury keep 'em." "Well, Ben," says the captain to me, "your allegations and estimations of the tactics of war, government, patriotism, guard mounting, and democracy are all right. But I've looked into the system of international arbitration and the ethics of justifiable slaughter a little closer, maybe, than you have. Now, you can hand in your resignation the first of next week if you are so minded. But if you do," says Sam, "I'll order a corporal's guard to take you over by that limestone bluff on the creek and shoot enough lead into you to ballast a submarine airship. I'm captain of this company, and I've swore allegiance to the amalgamated states regardless of sectional, secessional, and congressional differences. Have you got any smoking tobacco?" winds up Sam. "Mine got wet when I swum the creek this morning." The reason I drag all this non-ex parte evidence in is because Willie Robbins was standing there listening to us. I was a second sergeant and he was a private then, but among us Texans and Westerners there never was as much tactics and subordination as there was in the regular army. We never called our captain anything but Sam, except when there was a lot of major generals and admirals around, so as to preserve the discipline. And says Willie Robbins to me, in a sharp construction of voice much unbecoming to his light hair and previous record, "You ought to be shot, Ben, for emitting any such sentiments. A man that won't fight for his country is worse than a horse thief. If I was the cap, I'd put you in the guardhouse for 30 days on round steak and tamales. War," says Willie, "is great and glorious. I didn't know you were a coward." "I'm not," says I, "if I was, I'd knock some of the pallidness off of your marble brow. I'm lenient with you," I says, "just as I am with the Spaniards, because you have always reminded me of something with mushrooms on the side. Why, you little lady of shallot," says I, "you underdone leader of cotillions, you glassy fashion and molded form. You white pine soldier made in the Cisalpine Alps in Germany for the late New Year trade, do you know of whom you are talking to? We've been in the same social circle," says I, "and I've put up with you because you seemed so meek and self-unsatisfying. I don't understand why you have so sudden taken a personal interest in chivalrousness and murder. Your nature's undergone a complete revelation. Now, how is it?" "Well, you wouldn't understand, Ben," says Willie, giving one of his refined smiles and turning away. "Come back here," says I, catching him by the tail of his khaki coat. "You've made me kind of mad, in spite of the aloofness in which I have heretofore held you. You are out for making a success in this hero business, and I believe I know what for. You are doing it either because you are crazy or because you expect to catch some girl by it. Now, if it's a girl, I've got something here to show you. I wouldn't have done it, but I was plumb mad." I pulled a San Augustine paper out of my hip pocket, and showed him an item. It was a half a column about the marriage of Myra Allison and Joe Granberry. Willie laughed, and I saw I hadn't touched him. "Oh," says he, "everybody knew that was going to happen. I heard about that a week ago." And then he gave me the laugh again. "All right," says I, "then why do you so recklessly chase the bright rainbow of fame? Do you expect to be elected president, or do you belong to a suicide club?" And then Captain Sam interferes. "You gentlemen quit jawing and go back to your quarters," says he, "or I'll have you escorted to the guardhouse. Now, scat, both of you. Before you go, which one of you has got any chewing tobacco?" "We're off, Sam," says I, "it's supper time, anyhow. But what do you think of what we was talking about? I've noticed you throwing out a good many grappling hooks for this here balloon called fame. What's ambition, anyhow? What does a man risk his life day after day for? Do you know of anything he gets in the end that can pay him for the trouble?" "I want to go back home," says I. "I don't care whether Cuba sinks or swims, and I don't give a pipeful of rabbit tobacco whether Queen Sophia Christina or Charlie Culberson rules these fairy isles. And I don't want my name on any list except the list of survivors. But I've noticed you, Sam," says I, seeking the bubble notoriety in the canon's larynx a number of times. "Now, what do you do it for? Is it ambition, business, or some freckle-faced Phoebe at home that you are heroing for?" "Well, Ben," says Sam, kind of hefting his sword out from between his knees, "as your superior officer I could court-martial you for attempted cowardice and desertion. But I won't. And I'll tell you why I'm trying for promotion and the usual honors of war and conquest. A major gets more pay than a captain, and I need the money." "Correct for you," says I. "I can understand that. Your system of fame-seeking is rooted in the deepest soil of patriotism. But I can't comprehend," says I, "why Willie Robbins, whose folks at home are well off, and who used to be as meek and undesirous of notice as a cat with cream on his whiskers, should all at once develop into a warrior bold with the most fire-eating kind of proclivities. And the girl in his case seems to have been eliminated by marriage to another fellow. I reckon," says I, "it's a plain case of just common ambition. He wants his name, maybe, to go thundering down the coroners of time. It must be that." Well, without itemizing his deeds, Willie sure made good as a hero. He simply spent most of his time on his knees begging our captain to send him on forlorn hopes and dangerous scouting expeditions. In every fight he was the first man to mix it at close quarters with the Don Alfonsos. He got 3 or 4 bullets planted in various parts of his autonomy. Once he went off with a detail of 8 men and captured a whole company of Spanish. He kept Captain Floyd busy writing out recommendations of his bravery to send in to headquarters. And he began to accumulate medals for all kinds of things, heroism and target shooting and valor and tactics and uninsubordination. And all the little accomplishments that look good to the 3rd Assistant Secretaries of the War Department. Finally, Cap Floyd got promoted to be a Major General, or a Knight Commander of the main herd, or something like that. He pounded around on a white horse, all desecrated up with gold leaf and hen feathers and a good Templar's hat, and wasn't allowed by the regulations to speak to us. And Willie Robbins was made captain of our company. And maybe he didn't go after the wreath of fame then. As far as I could see it was him that ended the war. He got 18 of us boys, friends of his, too, killed in battles that he stirred up himself, and that didn't seem to me necessary at all. One night he took 12 of us and waded through a little rill about 190 yards wide, and climbed a couple of mountains. And sneaked through a mile of neglected shrubbery in a couple of rock quarries and into a rice-straw village, and captured a Spanish general named, as they said, Benny Vitas. Benny seemed to me hardly worth the trouble, being a blackish man without shoes or cuffs, and anxious to surrender and throw himself on the commissary of his foe. But that job gave Willie the big boost he wanted. The San Augustine News and the Galveston, St. Louis, New York, and Kansas City papers printed his picture and columns of stuff about him. Old San Augustine simply went crazy over its gallant son. The news had an editorial tearfully begging the government to call off the regular army and the National Guard, and let Willie carry on the rest of the war single-handed. It said that a refusal to do so would be regarded as a proof that the northern jealousy of the South was still as rampant as ever. If the war hadn't ended pretty soon, I don't know to what heights of gold braid and encomiums Willie would have climbed, but it did. There was a cessation of hostilities just 3 days after he was appointed a colonel, and got in 3 more medals by registered mail. And shot 2 Spaniards while they were drinking lemonade in an ambuscade. Our company went back to San Agustin when the war was over. There wasn't anywhere else for it to go. And what do you think? The old town notified us in print, by wire cable, special delivery, and a nigger named Saul sent on a grey mule to San Antone, that they was going to give us the biggest blowout, complimentary. Alimentary, and elementary, that ever disturbed the Kildees on the sand flats outside of the immediate contiguity of the city. I say we, but it was all meant for ex-private, Captain de facto, and Colonel-elect Willie Robbins. The town was crazy about him. They notified us that the reception they were going to put up would make the Mardi Gras in New Orleans look like an afternoon tea in Berry Street Edmonds with a curate's aunt. Well, the San Agustin Rifles got back home on schedule time. Everybody was at the depot giving 4th Roosevelt Democrat, they used to be called Rebel, yells. There was 2 brass bands, and the mayor, and schoolgirls in white frightening the streetcar horses by throwing Cherokee roses in the streets, and, well, maybe you've seen a celebration by a town that was inland and out of water. They wanted Brevet Colonel Willie to get into a carriage and be drawn by prominent citizens and some of the city aldermen to the armory. But he stuck to his company and marched at the head of it up Sam Houston Avenue. The buildings on both sides was covered with flags and audiences, and everybody hollered Robbins, or, hello, Willie, as we marched up in files of 4s. I never saw a illustriouser-looking human in my life than Willie was. He had at least 7 or 8 medals and diplomas and decorations on the breast of his khaki coat. He was sunburnt the color of a saddle, and he certainly done himself proud. They told us at the depot that the courthouse was to be illuminated at 7:30, and there would be speeches and chili con carne at the Palace Hotel. Miss Delphine Thompson was to read an original poem by James Whitcomb Ryan, and Constable Hooker had promised us a salute of 9 guns from Chicago that he had arrested that day. After we had disbanded in the armory, Willie says to me, "Want to walk out a piece with me?" "Why, yes," says I, "if it ain't so far that we can't hear the tumult and the shouting die away." "I'm hungry myself," says I, "and I'm pining for some home grub, but I'll go with you." Willie steered me down some side streets till we came to a little white cottage in a new lot with a 20 by 30-foot lawn decorated with brickbats and old barrel staves. "Halt and give the countersign," says I to Willie. "Don't you know this dugout? It's the bird's nest that Joe Granberry built before he married Myra Allison. What you going there for?" But Willie already had the gate open. He walked up the brick walk to the steps, and I went with him. Myra was sitting in a rocking chair on the porch, sewing. Her hair was smoothed back kind of hasty and tied in a knot. I never noticed till then that she had freckles. Joe was at one side of the porch, in his shirt sleeves, with no collar on, and no signs of a shave, trying to scrape out a hole among the brickbats and tin cans to plant a little fruit tree in. He looked up but never said a word, and neither did Myra. Willie was sure dandy-looking in his uniform, with medals strung on his breast and his new gold-handled sword. You'd never have taken him for the little white-headed snipe that the girls used to order about and make fun of. He just stood there for a minute, looking at Myra with a peculiar little smile on his face, and then he says to her, slow, and kind of holding on to his words with his teeth, "Oh, I don't know. Maybe I could if I tried." That was all that was said. Willie raised his hat, and we walked away. And, somehow, when he said that, I remembered, all of a sudden, the night of that dance and Willie brushing his hair before the looking-glass, and Myra sticking her head in the door to guy him. When we got back to Sam Houston Avenue, Willie says, Well, so long, Ben. I'm going down home and get off my shoes and take a rest. You, says I, what's the matter with you? Ain't the courthouse jammed with everybody in town waiting to honor the hero? And 2 brass bands, and recitations and flags and jags and grub to follow waiting for you? Willie sighs. All right, Ben, says he. Darned if I didn't forget all about that. And that's why I say, concluded Ben Granger, that you can't tell where ambition begins any more than you can where it is going to wind up. The Rose of Dixie. When the Rose of Dixie magazine was started by a stock company in Toombs City, Georgia, there was never but one candidate for its chief editorial position in the minds of its owners. Colonel Aquila Telfair was the man for the place. By all the rights of learning, family, reputation, and Southern traditions, he was its foreordained, fit, and logical editor. So, a committee of the patriotic Georgia citizens who had subscribed the founding fund of $100,000 called upon Colonel Telfair at his residence, Cedar Heights. Fearful lest the enterprise and the South should suffer by his possible refusal, the colonel received them in his great library, where he spent most of his days. The library had descended to him from his father. It contained 10,000 volumes, some of which had been published as late as the year 1861. When the deputation arrived, Colonel Telfair was seated at his massive white pine center table, reading Burton's Anatomy of Melancholy. He arose and shook hands punctiliously with each member of the committee. If you were familiar with the Rose of Dixie, you will remember the colonel's portrait, which appeared in it from time to time. You could not forget the long, carefully brushed white hair, the hooked, high-bridged nose, slightly twisted to the left, the keen eyes under the still black eyebrows, the classic mouth beneath the drooping white mustache, slightly frazzled at the ends. The committee solicitously offered him the position of managing editor, humbly presenting an outline of the field that the publication was designed to cover and mentioning a comfortable salary. The colonel's lands were growing poorer each year and were much cut up by red gullies. Besides, the honor was not one to be refused. In a 40-minute speech of acceptance, Colonel Telfair gave an outline of English literature from Chaucer to Macaulay, refought the Battle of Chancellorsville, and said that, God helping him, he would so conduct the Rose of Dixie that its fragrance and beauty would permeate the entire world, hurling back into the teeth of the northern minions their belief that no genius or good could exist in the brains and hearts of the people whose property they had destroyed and whose rights they had curtailed. Offices for the magazine were partitioned off and furnished in the second floor of the First National Bank building. And it was for the colonel to cause the Rose of Dixie to blossom and flourish or to wilt in the balmy air of the land of flowers. The staff of assistants and contributors that editor Colonel Telfair drew about him was a peach. It was a whole crate of Georgia peaches. The first assistant editor, Tolliver Lee Fairfax, had had a father killed during Pickett's charge. The second assistant, Keats Unthank, was the nephew of one of Morgan's raiders. The book reviewer, Jackson Rockingham, had been the youngest soldier in the Confederate Army, having appeared on the field of battle with a sword in one hand and a milk bottle in the other. The art editor, Roncesvalles Sykes, was a third cousin to a nephew of Jefferson Davis. Miss Lavinia Terhune, the colonel's stenographer and typewriter, had an aunt who had once been kissed by Stonewall Jackson. Tommy Webster, the head office boy, got his job by having recited Father Ryan's poems, complete, at the commencement exercises of the Toombs City High School. The girls who rapped and addressed the magazines were members of old Southern families in reduced circumstances. The cashier was a scrub named Hawkins, from Ann Arbor, Michigan, who had recommendations and a bond from a guarantee company filed with the owners. Even Georgia stock companies sometimes realize that it takes live ones to bury the dead. Well, sir, if you believe me, the Rose of Dixie blossomed 5 times before anybody heard of it except the people who buy their hooks and eyes in Toombs City. Then Hawkins climbed off his stool and told on them to the stock company. Even in Ann Arbor he had been used to having his business propositions heard of at least as far away as Detroit. So an advertising manager was engaged, Beauregard Fitzhugh Banks, a young man in a lavender necktie, whose grandfather had been the exalted high pillowslip of the Ku Klux Klan. In spite of which the Rose of Dixie kept coming out every month. Although in every issue it ran photos of either the Taj Mahal or the Luxembourg Gardens, or Carmencita or La Follette, a certain number of people bought it and subscribed for it. As a boom for it, editor Colonel Telfair ran 3 different views of Andrew Jackson's old home, the Hermitage, a full-page engraving of the Second Battle of Manassas, entitled Lee to the Rear, and a 5,000-word biography of Belle Boyd in the same number. The subscription list that month advanced 118. Also there were poems in the same issue by Leonina Vashti Harrico, pen name, related to the Harricos of Charleston, South Carolina, and Bill Thompson, nephew of one of the stockholders. And an article from a special society correspondent describing a tea party given by the swell Boston and English set, where a lot of tea was spilled overboard by some of the guests masquerading as Indians. One day a person whose breath would easily cloud a mirror, he was so much alive, entered the office of the Rose of Dixie. He was a man about the size of a real estate agent, with a self-tied tie in a manner that he must have borrowed conjointly from W. J. Bryan, Hackenschmidt, and Hetty Green. He was shown into the editor Colonel's Pons Asinorum. Colonel Telfair rose and began a Prince Albert bow. "I'm Thacker," said the intruder, taking the editor's chair, T. Thacker, of New York. He dribbled hastily upon the Colonel's desk some cards, a bulky manila envelope, and a letter from the owners of the Rose of Dixie. This letter introduced Mr. Thacker, and politely requested Colonel Telfair to give him a conference and whatever information about the magazine he might desire. "I've been corresponding with the secretary of the magazine owners for some time," said Thacker, briskly. "I'm a practical magazine man myself, and a circulation booster as good as any, if I do say it. I'll guarantee an increase of anywhere from 10,000 to 100,000 a year for any publication that isn't printed in a dead language. I've had my eye on the Rose of Dixie ever since it started. I know every end of the business from editing to setting up the classified ads. Now, I've come down here to put a good bunch of money in the magazine, if I can see my way clear. It ought to be made to pay. The secretary tells me it's losing money. I don't see why a magazine in the South, if it's properly handled, shouldn't get a good circulation in the North, too." Colonel Telfair leaned back in his chair and polished his gold-rimmed glasses. "Mr. Thacker," said he, courteously but firmly, "the Rose of Dixie is a publication devoted to the fostering and the voicing of Southern genius. Its watchword, which you may have seen on the cover, is, of, for, and by the South." "But you wouldn't object to a northern circulation, would you?" asked Thacker. "I suppose," said the editor Colonel, "that it is customary to open the circulation lists to all." "I do not know. I have nothing to do with the business affairs of the magazine. I was called upon to assume editorial control of it, and I have devoted to its conduct such poor literary talents as I may possess and whatever store of erudition I may have acquired." "Sure," said Thacker. "But $1 is $1 anywhere, north, south, or west, whether you're buying codfish, goober peas, or Rocky Ford cantaloupes. Now, I've been looking over your November number. I see one here on your desk. You don't mind running over it with me? Well, your leading article is all right. A good write-up of the Cotton Belt with plenty of photographs is a winner any time. New York is always interested in the cotton crop. And this sensational account of the Hatfield-McCoy feud, by a schoolmate of a niece of the governor of Kentucky, isn't such a bad idea. It happened so long ago that most people have forgotten it. Now, here's a poem 3 pages long called The Tyrant's Foot, by Lorella Lascelles. I've pawed around a good deal over manuscripts, but I never saw her name on a rejection slip. Miss Lascelles, said the editor, is one of our most widely recognized Southern poetesses. She is closely related to the Alabama Lascelles family, and made with her own hands the silken Confederate banner that was presented to the governor of that state at his inauguration. But why, persisted Thacker, is the poem illustrated with a view of the M&O Railroad Freight Depot at Tuscaloosa? The illustration, said the colonel, with dignity, shows a corner of the fence surrounding the old homestead where Miss Lascelles was born. All right, said Thacker. I read the poem, but I couldn't tell whether it was about the depot or the Battle of Bull Run. Now, here's a short story called Rosie's Temptation, by Fosdyke Piggott. It's rotten. What is a Piggott, anyway? Mr. Piggott, said the editor, is a brother of the principal stockholder of the magazine. All's right with the world, Piggott passes, said Thacker. Well, this article on Arctic exploration and the one on tarpon fishing might go. But how about this write-up of the Atlanta, New Orleans, Nashville, and Savannah breweries? It seems to consist mainly of statistics about their output and the quality of their beer. What's the chip over the bug? If I understand your figurative language, answered Colonel Telfair, it is this: the article you refer to was handed to me by the owners of the magazine with instructions to publish it. The literary quality of it did not appeal to me. But, in a measure, I feel impelled to conform, in certain matters, to the wishes of the gentlemen who are interested in the financial side of the Rose. I see, said Thacker. Next we have 2 pages of selections from Lalla Rookh, by Thomas More. Now, what federal prison did More escape from, or what's the name of the FFV family that he carries as a handicap? More was an Irish poet who died in 1852, said Colonel Telfair, pityingly. He is a classic. I have been thinking of reprinting his translation of Anacreon serially in the magazine. Look out for the copyright laws, said Thacker, flippantly. Who's Bessie Belclair, who contributes the essay on the newly completed waterworks plant in Milledgeville? The name, sir, said Colonel Telfair, is the nom de guerre of Miss Elvira Simpkins. I have not the honor of knowing the lady. But her contribution was sent to us by Congressman Brower, of her native state. Congressman Brower's mother was related to the Polks of Tennessee. Now, see here, Colonel, said Thacker, throwing down the magazine, this won't do. You can't successfully run a magazine for one particular section of the country. You've got to make a universal appeal. Look how the northern publications have catered to the South and encouraged the Southern writers. And you've got to go far and wide for your contributors. You've got to buy stuff according to its quality without any regard to the pedigree of the author. Now, I'll bet a quart of ink that this Southern parlor organ you've been running has never played a note that originated above Mason and Hamlin's line. Am I right? I have carefully and conscientiously rejected all contributions from that section of the country, if I understand your figurative language aright, replied the colonel. All right. Now I'll show you something. Thacker reached for his thick manila envelope and dumped a mass of typewritten manuscript on the editor's desk. Here's some truck, said he, that I paid cash for, and brought along with me. One by one he folded back the manuscripts and showed their first pages to the colonel. Here are 4 short stories by 4 of the highest-priced authors in the United States, 3 of them living in New York, and 1 commuting. There's a special article on Vienna Bread Society by Tom Vampson. Here's an Italian serial by Captain Jack, no, it's the other Crawford. Here are 3 separate exposés of city governments by Sniffings. And here's a dandy entitled, What Women Carry in Dress Suitcases. A Chicago newspaper woman hired herself out for 5 years as a lady's maid to get that information. And here's a synopsis of preceding chapters of Hall Caine's new serial to appear next June. And here's a couple of pounds of verre de société that I got at a rate from the clever magazines. That's the stuff that people everywhere want. And now here's a write-up with photographs at the ages of 4, 12, 22, and 30 of George B. McClellan. It's a prognostication. He's bound to be elected mayor of New York. It'll make a big hit all over the country. I beg your pardon, said Colonel Telfair, stiffening in his chair. What was the name? Oh, I see, said Thacker, with half a grin. Yes, he's a son of the general. We'll pass that manuscript up. But, if you'll excuse me, Colonel, it's a magazine we're trying to make go off, not the first gun at Fort Sumter. Now, here's a thing that's bound to get next to you. It's an original poem by James Whitcomb Riley. J.W. himself. You know what that means to a magazine. I won't tell you what I had to pay for that poem. But I'll tell you this, Riley can make more money writing with a fountain pen than you or I can with one that lets the ink run. I'll read you the last 2 stanzas. Pa lays around and loafs all day. N reads and makes us leave him be. He lets me do just like I please. N when I'm bad he laughs at me. N when I holler loud and say bad words, and then begin to tease the cat, and Pa just smiles. Ma's mad. And gives me Jessie crossed her knees. I always wondered why that was. I guess it's 'cause Pa never does. And after all the lights are out. I'm sorry 'bout it. So I creep out of my trundle bed to Ma's. And say I love her a whole heap. And kiss her, and I hug her tight. And it's too dark to see her eyes. But every time I do I know. She cries, and cries, and cries, and cries. I always wondered why that was. I guess it's 'cause Pa never does. That's the stuff, continued Thacker. What do you think of that? I am not unfamiliar with the works of Mr. Riley, said the Colonel, deliberately. I believe he lives in Indiana. For the last 10 years I have been somewhat of a literary recluse, and am familiar with nearly all the books in the Cedar Heights Library. I am also of the opinion that a magazine should contain a certain amount of poetry. Many of the sweetest singers of the South have already contributed to the pages of the Rose of Dixie. I, myself, have thought of translating from the original for publication in its pages the works of the great Italian poet Tasso. Have you ever drunk from the fountain of this immortal poet's lines, Mr. Thacker? Not even a demi-tasso, said Thacker. Now, let's come to the point, Colonel Telfair. I've already invested some money in this as a flyer. That bunch of manuscripts cost me $4,000. My object was to try a number of them in the next issue. I believe you make up less than a month ahead, and see what effect it has on the circulation. I believe that by printing the best stuff we can get in the North, South, East, or West we can make the magazine go. You have there the letter from the owning company asking you to cooperate with me in the plan. Let's chuck out some of this slush that you've been publishing just because the writers are related to the Scoopdoodles of Scoopdoodle County. Are you with me? As long as I continue to be the editor of the Rose, said Colonel Telfair, with dignity, I shall be its editor. But I desire also to conform to the wishes of its owners if I can do so conscientiously. That's the talk, said Thacker, briskly. Now, how much of this stuff I've brought can we get into the January number? We want to begin right away. There is yet space in the January number, said the editor, for about 8,000 words, roughly estimated. Great, said Thacker. It isn't much, but it'll give the reader some change from Goobers, Governors, and Gettysburg. I'll leave the selection of the stuff I brought to fill the space to you, as it's all good. I've got to run back to New York, and I'll be down again in a couple of weeks. Colonel Telfair slowly swung his eyeglasses by their broad, black ribbon. The space in the January number that I referred to, said he, measuredly, has been held open purposely, pending a decision that I have not yet made. A short time ago a contribution was submitted to the Rose of Dixie that is one of the most remarkable literary efforts that has ever come under my observation. None but a mastermind and talent could have produced it. It would just fill the space that I have reserved for its possible use. Thacker looked anxious. What kind of stuff is it? He asked. 8,000 words sound suspicious. The oldest families must have been collaborating. Is there going to be another secession? The author of the article, continued the Colonel, ignoring Thacker's allusions, is a writer of some reputation. He has also distinguished himself in other ways. I do not feel at liberty to reveal to you his name, at least not until I have decided whether or not to accept his contribution." "Well," said Thacker, nervously, "is it a continued story, or an account of the unveiling of the new town pump in Whitmire, South Carolina, or a revised list of General Lee's body servants? Or what?" "You are disposed to be facetious," said Colonel Telfair, calmly. "The article is from the pen of a thinker, a philosopher, a lover of mankind, a student, and a rhetorician of high degree. It must have been written by a syndicate," said Thacker. "But, honestly, Colonel, you want to go slow. I don't know of any 8,000-word single doses of written matter that are read by anybody these days, except Supreme Court briefs and reports of murder trials. You haven't by any accident gotten hold of a copy of one of Daniel Webster's speeches, have you?" Colonel Telfair swung a little in his chair and looked steadily from under his bushy eyebrows at the magazine promoter. "Mr. Thacker," he said, gravely, "I am willing to segregate the somewhat crude expression of your sense of humor from the solicitude that your business investments undoubtedly have conferred upon you. But I must ask you to cease your jibes and derogatory comments upon the South and the Southern people. They, sir, will not be tolerated in the office of the Rose of Dixie for one moment. And before you proceed with more of your covert insinuations that I, the editor of this magazine, am not a competent judge of the merits of the matter submitted to its consideration, I beg that you will first present some evidence or proof that you are my superior in any way, shape, or form relative to the question in hand." "Oh, come, Colonel," said Thacker, good-naturedly. "I didn't do anything like that to you. It sounds like an indictment by the 4th Assistant Attorney General. Let's get back to business. What's this 8,000 to 1 shot about?" "The article," said Colonel Telfair, acknowledging the apology by a slight bow, "covers a wide area of knowledge. It takes up theories and questions that have puzzled the world for centuries, and disposes of them logically and concisely. One by one it holds up to view the evils of the world, points out the way of eradicating them, and then conscientiously and in detail commends the good. There is hardly a phase of human life that it does not discuss wisely, calmly, and equitably. The great policies of governments, the duties of private citizens, the obligations of home life, law, ethics, morality, all these important subjects are handled with a calm wisdom and confidence that I must confess has captured my admiration." "It must be a crackerjack," said Thacker, impressed. "It is a great contribution to the world's wisdom," said the Colonel. "The only doubt remaining in my mind as to the tremendous advantage it would be to us to give it publication in the Rose of Dixie is that I have not yet sufficient information about the author to give his work publicity in our magazine." "I thought you said he is a distinguished man," said Thacker. "He is," replied the Colonel, "both in literary and in other more diversified and extraneous fields. But I am extremely careful about the matter that I accept for publication. My contributors are people of unquestionable repute and connections, which fact can be verified at any time. As I said, I am holding this article until I can acquire more information about its author. I do not know whether I will publish it or not. If I decide against it, I shall be much pleased, Mr. Thacker, to substitute the matter that you are leaving with me in its place." Thacker was somewhat at sea. "I don't seem to gather," said he, "much about the gist of this inspired piece of literature. It sounds more like a dark horse than Pegasus to me." "It is a human document," said the Colonel editor, confidently, "from a man of great accomplishments who, in my opinion, has obtained a stronger grasp on the world and its outcomes than that of any man living today." Thacker rose to his feet excitedly. "Say," he said, "it isn't possible that you've cornered John D. Rockefeller's memoirs, is it? Don't tell me that all at once." "No, sir," said Colonel Telfair. "I am speaking of mentality and literature, not of the less worthy intricacies of trade." "Well, what's the trouble about running the article?" asked Thacker, a little impatiently, "if the man's well known and has got the stuff?" Colonel Telfair sighed. "Mr. Thacker," said he, "for once I have been tempted. Nothing has yet appeared in the Rose of Dixie that has not been from the pen of one of its sons or daughters. I know little about the author of this article except that he has acquired prominence in a section of the country that has always been inimical to my heart and mind. But I recognize his genius. And, as I have told you, I have instituted an investigation of his personality. Perhaps it will be futile. But I shall pursue the inquiry. Until that is finished, I must leave open the question of filling the vacant space in our January number. Thacker arose to leave. "All right, Colonel," he said, as cordially as he could. "You use your own judgment. If you've really got a scoop or something that will make M sit up, run it instead of my stuff. I'll drop in again in about 2 weeks. Good luck." Colonel Telfair and the magazine promoter shook hands. Returning a fortnight later, Thacker dropped off a very rocky Pullman at Tomb City. He found the January number of the magazine made up and the forms closed. The vacant space that had been yawning for type was filled by an article that was headed thus: "Second Message to Congress. Written for The Rose of Dixie. By a member of the well-known Bullock family of Georgia. T. Roosevelt. Buried treasure. There are many kinds of fools. Now, will everybody please sit still until they are called upon specifically to rise?" I had been every kind of fool except one. I had expended my patrimony, pretended my matrimony, played poker, lawn tennis, and bucket shops, parted soon with my money in many ways. But there remained one rule of the wearer of cap and bells that I had not played. That was the seeker after buried treasure. To few does the delectable furor come. But of all the would-be followers in the hoofprints of King Midas none has found a pursuit so rich in pleasurable promise. But, going back from my theme a while, as lame pens must do, I was a fool of the sentimental sort. I saw May Martha Mangum, and was hers. She was 18, the color of the white ivory keys of a new piano, beautiful, and possessed by the exquisite solemnity and pathetic witchery of an unsophisticated angel doomed to live in a small, dull, Texas prairie town. She had a spirit and charm that could have enabled her to pluck rubies like raspberries from the crown of Belgium or any other sporty kingdom, but she did not know it. And I did not paint the picture for her. You see, I wanted May Martha Mangum for to have and to hold. I wanted her to abide with me, and put my slippers and pipe away every day in places where they cannot be found of evenings. May Martha's father was a man hidden behind whiskers and spectacles. He lived for bugs and butterflies and all insects that fly or crawl or buzz or get down your back or in the butter. He was an etymologist, or words to that effect. He spent his life seining the air for flying fish of the June bug order, and then sticking pins through M and calling M names. He and May Martha were the whole family. He prized her highly as a fine specimen of the Racibus humanus because she saw that he had food at times, and put his clothes on right side before, and kept his alcohol bottles filled. Scientists, they say, are apt to be absent-minded. There was another besides myself who thought May Martha Mangum one to be desired. That was Goodloe Banks, a young man just home from college. He had all the attainments to be found in books, Latin, Greek, philosophy, and especially the higher branches of mathematics and logic. If it hadn't been for his habit of pouring out this information and learning on every one that he addressed, I'd have liked him pretty well. But, even as it was, he and I were, you would have thought, great pals. We got together every time we could because each of us wanted to pump the other for whatever straws we could to find which way the wind blew from the heart of May Martha Mangum, rather a mixed metaphor. Goodloe Banks would never have been guilty of that. That is the way of rivals. You might say that Goodloe ran to books, manners, culture, rowing, intellect, and clothes. I would have put you in mind more of baseball and Friday night debating societies, by way of culture, and maybe of a good horseback rider. But in our talks together, and in our visits and conversation with May Martha, neither Goodloe Banks nor I could find out which one of us she preferred. May Martha was a natural-born noncommittal, and knew in her cradle how to keep people guessing. As I said, old man Mangum was absent-minded. After a long time he found out one day, a little butterfly must have told him, that two young men were trying to throw a net over the head of the young person, a daughter, or some such technical appendage, who looked after his comforts. I never knew scientists could rise to such occasions. Old Mangum orally labeled and classified Goodloe and myself easily among the lowest orders of the vertebrates. And in English, too, without going any further into Latin than the simple references to Orgetorix, Rex Helvetii, which is as far as I ever went, myself. And he told us that if he ever caught us around his house again he would add us to his collection. Goodloe Banks and I remained away 5 days, expecting the storm to subside. When we dared to call at the house again, May Martha Mangum and her father were gone. Gone. The house they had rented was closed. Their little store of goods and chattels was gone also. And not a word of farewell to either of us from May Martha, not a white, fluttering note pinned to the hawthorn bush. Not a chalk mark on the gatepost nor a postcard in the post office to give us a clue. For 2 months Goodloe Banks and I, separately, tried every scheme we could think of to track the runaways. We used our friendship and influence with the ticket agent, with livery stable men, railroad conductors, and our one lorn constable, but without results. Then we became better friends and worse enemies than ever. We forgathered in the back room of Snyder's saloon every afternoon after work, and played dominoes, and laid conversational traps to find out from each other if anything had been discovered. That is the way of rivals. Now, Goodloe Banks had a sarcastic way of displaying his own learning in putting me in the class that was reading Poor Jane Ray, Her Bird is Dead, She Cannot Play. Well, I rather liked Goodloe, and I had a contempt for his college learning, and I was always regarded as good-natured, so I kept my temper. And I was trying to find out if he knew anything about May Martha, so I endured his society. In talking things over one afternoon he said to me, "Suppose you do find her, Ed, whereby would you profit? Miss Mangum has a mind. Perhaps it is yet uncultured, but she is destined for higher things than you could give her. I have talked with no one who seemed to appreciate more the enchantment of the ancient poets and writers and the modern cults that have assimilated and expended their philosophy of life. Don't you think you are wasting your time looking for her? My idea," said I, "of a happy home is an 8-room house in a grove of live oaks by the side of a charco on a Texas prairie. A piano," I went on, "with an automatic player in the sitting room, 3,000 head of cattle under fence for a starter. A buckboard and ponies always hitched at a post for the missus, and May Martha Mangum to spend the profits of the ranch as she pleases, and to abide with me. And put my slippers and pipe away every day in places where they cannot be found of evenings. That," said I, "is what is to be, and a fig, a dried, Smyrna, Dagostan fig, for your curriculums, cults, and philosophy." "She is meant for higher things," repeated Goodloe Banks. "Whatever she is meant for," I answered, "just now she is out of pocket. And I shall find her as soon as I can without aid of the colleges." "The game is blocked," said Goodloe, putting down a domino, and we had the beer. Shortly after that a young farmer whom I knew came into town and brought me a folded blue paper. He said his grandfather had just died. I concealed a tear, and he went on to say that the old man had jealously guarded this paper for 20 years. He left it to his family as part of his estate, the rest of which consisted of 2 mules and a hypotenuse of non-arable land. The sheet of paper was of the old, blue kind used during the rebellion of the abolitionists against the secessionists. It was dated June 14, 1863, and it described the hiding place of 10 burro loads of gold and silver coin valued at $300,000. Old Rundle, grandfather of his grandson, Sam, was given the information by a Spanish priest who was in on the treasure burying, and who died many years afterward, in Old Rundle's house. Old Rundle wrote it down from dictation. "Why didn't your father look this up?" I asked young Rundle. "He went blind before he could do so," he replied. Why didn't you hunt for it yourself? I asked. Well, said he, I've only known about the paper for 10 years. First there was the spring pluffin' to do, and then choppin' the weeds out of the corn, and then come talkin' fodder. And mighty soon winter was on us. It seemed to run along that way year after year. That sounded perfectly reasonable to me, so I took it up with young Lee Rundle at once. The directions on the paper were simple. The whole burro cavalcade laden with the treasure started from an old Spanish mission in Dolores County. They traveled due south by the compass until they reached the Alameda River. They forded this, and buried the treasure on the top of a little mountain shaped like a pack saddle standing in a row between two higher ones. A heap of stones marked the place of the buried treasure. All the party except the Spanish priest were killed by Indians a few days later. The secret was a monopoly. It looked good to me. Lee Rundle suggested that we rig out a camping outfit, hire a surveyor to run out the line from the Spanish mission, and then spend the $300,000 seeing the sights in Fort Worth. But, without being highly educated, I knew a way to save time and expense. We went to the state land office and had a practical, what they call a working, sketch made of all the surveys of land from the old mission to the Alameda River. On this map I drew a line due southward to the river. The length of lines of each survey and section of land was accurately given on the sketch. By these we found the point on the river and had a connection made with it and an important, well-identified corner of the Los Alamos 5-league survey, a grant made by King Philip of Spain. By doing this we did not need to have the line run out by a surveyor. It was a great saving of expense and time. So, Lee Rundle and I fitted out a 2-horse wagon team with all the accessories, and drove 149 miles to Chico, the nearest town to the point we wished to reach. There we picked up a deputy county surveyor. He found the corner of the Los Alamos survey for us, ran out the 5,720 varas west that our sketch called for, laid a stone on the spot, had coffee and bacon, and caught the mail stage back to Chico. I was pretty sure we would get that $300,000. Lee Rundle's was to be only 1/3, because I was paying all the expenses. With that $200,000 I knew I could find May Martha Mangum if she was on Earth. And with it I could flutter the butterflies in Old Man Mangum's dovecot, too. If I could find that treasure. But Lee and I established camp. Across the river were a dozen little mountains densely covered by cedar brakes, but not one shaped like a pack saddle. That did not deter us. Appearances are deceptive. A pack saddle, like beauty, may exist only in the eye of the beholder. I and the grandson of the treasure examined those cedar-covered hills with the care of a lady hunting for the wicked flea. We explored every side, top, circumference, mean elevation, angle, slope, and concavity of every one for 2 miles up and down the river. We spent 4 days doing so. Then we hitched up the roan and the dun, and hauled the remains of the coffee and bacon the 149 miles back to Concho City. Lee Rundle chewed much tobacco on the return trip. I was busy driving, because I was in a hurry. As shortly as could be after our empty return Goodloe Banks and I forgathered in the back room of Snyder's saloon to play dominoes and fish for information. I told Goodloe about my expedition after the buried treasure. If I could have found that $300,000, I said to him, I could have scoured and sifted the surface of the earth to find May Martha Mangum. She is meant for higher things, said Goodloe. I shall find her myself. But, tell me how you went about discovering the spot where this unearthed increment was imprudently buried. I told him in the smallest detail. I showed him the draftsman's sketch with the distances marked plainly upon it. After glancing over it in a masterly way, he leaned back in his chair and bestowed upon me an explosion of sardonic, superior, collegiate laughter. Well, you are a fool, Jim, he said, when he could speak. It's your play, said I, patiently, fingering my double 6. 20, said Goodloe, making 2 crosses on the table with his chalk. Why am I a fool? I asked. Buried treasure has been found before in many places. Because, said he, in calculating the point on the river where your line would strike you neglected to allow for the variation. The variation there would be 9 degrees west. Let me have your pencil. Goodloe Banks figured rapidly on the back of an envelope. The distance, from north to south, of the line run from the Spanish mission, said he, is exactly 22 miles. It was run by a pocket compass, according to your story. Allowing for the variation. The point on the Alameda River where you should have searched for your treasure is exactly 6 miles and 945 varas farther west than the place you hit upon. Oh, what a fool you are, Jim. What is this variation that you speak of? I asked. I thought figures never lied. The variation of the magnetic compass, said Goodloe, from the true meridian. He smiled in his superior way, and then I saw come out in his face the singular, eager, consuming cupidity of the seeker after buried treasure. Sometimes, he said with the air of the oracle, these old traditions of hidden money are not without foundation. Suppose you let me look over that paper describing the location. Perhaps together we might. The result was that Goodloe Banks and I, rivals in love, became companions in adventure. We went to Chico by stage from Huntersburg, the nearest railroad town. In Chico we hired a team drawing a covered spring wagon and camping paraphernalia. We had the same surveyor run out our distance, as revised by Goodloe and his variations, and then dismissed him and sent him on his homeward road. It was night when we arrived. I fed the horses and made a fire near the bank of the river and cooked supper. Goodloe would have helped, but his education had not fitted him for practical things. But while I worked he cheered me with the expression of great thoughts handed down from the dead ones of old. He quoted some translations from the Greek at much length. Anacreon, he explained. That was a favorite passage with Miss Mangum, as I recited it. She is meant for higher things, said I, repeating his phrase. Can there be anything higher, asked Goodloe, than to dwell in the society of the classics, to live in the atmosphere of learning and culture? You have often decried education. What of your wasted efforts through your ignorance of simple mathematics? How soon would you have found your treasure if my knowledge had not shown you your error? We'll take a look at those hills across the river first, said I, and see what we find. I am still doubtful about variations. I have been brought up to believe that the needle is true to the pole. The next morning was a bright June 1. We were up early and had breakfast. Goodloe was charmed. He recited, Keats, I think it was, and Kelly or Shelley, while I broiled the bacon. We were getting ready to cross the river, which was little more than a shallow creek there, and explore the many sharp-peaked cedar-covered hills on the other side. My good Ulysses, said Goodloe, slapping me on the shoulder while I was washing the tin breakfast plates, let me see the enchanted document once more. I believe it gives directions for climbing the hill shaped like a pack saddle. I never saw a pack saddle. What is it like, Jim? Score 1 against culture, said I, I'll know it when I see it. Goodloe was looking at old Rundle's document when he ripped out a most uncollegiate swear word. Come here, he said, holding the paper up against the sunlight. Look at that, he said, laying his finger against it. On the blue paper, a thing I had never noticed before, I saw stand out in white letters the word and figures, Malvern, 1898. What about it? I asked. It's the watermark, said Goodloe. The paper was manufactured in 1898. The writing on the paper is dated 1863. This is a palpable fraud. Oh, I don't know, said I. The Rundles are pretty reliable, plain, uneducated country people. Maybe the paper manufacturers tried to perpetrate a swindle. And then Goodloe Banks went as wild as his education permitted. He dropped the glasses off his nose and glared at me. I've often told you you were a fool, he said. You have let yourself be imposed upon by a clodhopper. And you have imposed upon me. How, I asked, have I imposed upon you? By your ignorance, said he. Twice I have discovered serious flaws in your plans that a common school education should have enabled you to avoid. And, he continued, I have been put to expense that I could ill afford in pursuing this swindling quest. I am done with it. I rose and pointed a large pewter spoon at him, fresh from the dishwater. Goodloe Banks, I said, I care not one parboiled navy bean for your education. I always barely tolerated it in anyone, and I despised it in you. What has your learning done for you? It is a curse to yourself and a bore to your friends. Away, I said, away with your watermarks and variations. They are nothing to me. They shall not deflect me from the quest. I pointed with my spoon across the river to a small mountain shaped like a pack saddle. I am going to search that mountain, I went on, for the treasure. Decide now whether you are in it or not. If you wish to let a watermark or a variation shake your soul, you are no true adventurer. Decide. A white cloud of dust began to rise far down the river road. It was the mail wagon from Hesperus to Chico. Goodloe flagged it. I am done with the swindle, said he, sourly. No one but a fool would pay any attention to that paper now. Well, you always were a fool, Jim. I leave you to your fate. He gathered his personal traps, climbed into the mail wagon, adjusted his glasses nervously, and flew away in a cloud of dust. After I had washed the dishes and staked the horses on new grass, I crossed the shallow river and made my way slowly through the cedar brakes up to the top of the hill shaped like a pack saddle. It was a wonderful June day. Never in my life had I seen so many birds, so many butterflies, dragonflies, grasshoppers, and such winged and stinged beasts of the air and fields. I investigated the hill shaped like a pack saddle from base to summit. I found an absolute absence of signs relating to buried treasure. There was no pile of stones, no ancient blazes on the trees, none of the evidences of the $300,000, as set forth in the document of Old Man Rundle. I came down the hill in the cool of the afternoon. Suddenly, out of the cedar brake I stepped into a beautiful green valley where a tributary small stream ran into the Alameda River. And there I was startled to see what I took to be a wild man, with unkempt beard and ragged hair, pursuing a giant butterfly with brilliant wings. Perhaps he is an escaped madman, I thought. And wondered how he had strayed so far from seats of education and learning. And then I took a few more steps and saw a vine-covered cottage near the small stream. And in a little grassy glade I saw May Martha Mangum plucking wild flowers. She straightened up and looked at me. For the first time since I knew her I saw her face, which was the color of the white keys of a new piano, turn pink. I walked toward her without a word. She let the gathered flowers trickle slowly from her hand to the grass. I knew you would come, Jim, she said clearly. Father wouldn't let me write, but I knew you would come. What followed you may guess, there was my wagon and team just across the river. I've often wondered what good too much education is to a man if he can't use it for himself. If all the benefits of it are to go to others, where does it come in? For May Martha Mangum abides with me. There is an 8-room house in a live oak grove, and a piano with an automatic player, and a good start toward the 3,000 head of cattle is under fence. And when I ride home at night my pipe and slippers are put away in places where they cannot be found. But who cares for that? Who cares, who cares? The last of the Troubadours. Inexorably Sam Galloway saddled his pony. He was going away from the Rancho Altito at the end of a 3-month visit. It is not to be expected that a guest should put up with wheat coffee and biscuits yellow-streaked with saleratus for longer than that. Nick Napoleon, the big Negro man cook, had never been able to make good biscuits. Once before, when Nick was cooking at the Willow Ranch, Sam had been forced to fly from his cuisine, after only a 6-week sojourn. On Sam's face was an expression of sorrow, deepened with regret and slightly tempered by the patient forgiveness of a connoisseur who cannot be understood. But very firmly and inexorably he buckled his saddle cinches, looped his stake rope and hung it to his saddle horn, tied his slicker and coat on the cantle, and looped his quirt on his right wrist. The Meridus, householders of the Rancho Altito, men, women, children, and servants, vassals, visitors, employees, dogs, and casual callers were grouped in the gallery of the ranch house. All with faces set to the tune of melancholy and grief. For, as the coming of Sam Galloway to any ranch, camp, or cabin between the rivers Frio or Bravo del Norte aroused joy, so his departure caused mourning and distress. And then, during absolute silence, except for the bumping of a hind elbow of a hound dog as he pursued a wicked flea, Sam tenderly and carefully tied his guitar across his saddle on top of his slicker and coat. The guitar was in a green duck bag, and if you catch the significance of it, it explains Sam. Sam Galloway was the last of the Troubadours. Of course you know about the Troubadours. The encyclopedia says they flourished between the 11th and the 13th centuries. What they flourished doesn't seem clear. You may be pretty sure it wasn't a sword, maybe it was a fiddlebow, or a forkful of spaghetti, or a lady's scarf. Anyhow, Sam Galloway was one of them. Sam put on a martyred expression as he mounted his pony. But the expression on his face was hilarious compared with the one on his pony's. You see, a pony gets to know his rider mighty well. And it is not unlikely that cow ponies in pastures and at hitching racks had often guyed Sam's pony for being ridden by a guitar player instead of by a rollicking, cussing, all-wool cowboy. No man is a hero to his saddle horse. And even an escalator in a department store might be excused for tripping up a troubadour. Oh, I know I'm one, and so are you. You remember the stories you memorize and the card tricks you study and that little piece on the piano. How does it go? Ti-tum ti-tum ti-tum, those little Arabian 10-minute entertainments that you furnish when you go up to call on your rich Aunt Jane. You should know that omni personae in tres partes divisi sunt. Namely, barons, troubadours, and workers. Barons have no inclination to read such falderal as this. And workers have no time, so I know you must be a troubadour, and that you will understand Sam Galloway. Whether we sing, act, dance, write, lecture, or paint, we are only troubadours. So let us make the worst of it. The pony with the Dante Alighieri face, guided by the pressure of Sam's knees, bore that wandering minstrel 16 miles southeastward. Nature was in her most benignant mood. League after league of delicate, sweet flowerets made fragrant the gently undulating prairie. The east wind tempered the spring warmth. Wool-white clouds flying in from the Mexican Gulf hindered the direct rays of the April sun. Sam sang songs as he rode. Under his pony's bridle he had tucked some sprigs of chaparral to keep away the deer flies. Thus crowned, the long-faced quadruped looked more dantesque than before, and, judging by his countenance, seemed to think of Beatrice. Straight as topography permitted, Sam rode to the sheep ranch of Old Man Ellison. A visit to a sheep ranch seemed to him desirable just then. There had been too many people, too much noise, argument, competition, confusion, at Rancho Altito. He had never conferred upon Old Man Ellison the favor of sojourning at his ranch. But he knew he would be welcome. The troubadour is his own passport everywhere. The workers in the castle let down the drawbridge to him, and the baron sets him at his left hand at table in the banquet hall. Their ladies smile upon him and applaud his songs and stories, while the workers bring boars' heads and flagons. If the baron nods once or twice in his carved oaken chair, he does not do it maliciously. Old Man Ellison welcomed the troubadour flatteringly. He had often heard praises of Sam Galloway from other ranchmen who had been complimented by his visits, but had never aspired to such an honor for his own humble barony. I say barony because Old Man Ellison was the last of the barons. Of course, Mr. Bulwer Lytton lived too early to know him, or he wouldn't have conferred that sobriquet upon Warwick. In life it is the duty and the function of the baron to provide work for the workers and lodging and shelter for the troubadours. Old Man Ellison was a shrunken old man, with a short, yellow-white beard and a face lined and seamed by past and gone smiles. His ranch was a little two-room box house in a grove of hackberry trees in the lonesomest part of the sheep country. His household consisted of a Kiowa Indian man cook, 4 hounds, a pet sheep, and a half-tamed coyote chained to a fence post. He owned 3,000 sheep, which he ran on 2 sections of leased land and many thousands of acres neither leased nor owned. 3 or 4 times a year someone who spoke his language would ride up to his gate and exchange a few bald ideas with him. Those were red-letter days to Old Man Ellison. Then in what illuminated, embossed, and gorgeously decorated capitals must have been written the day on which a troubadour who, according to the encyclopedia, should have flourished between the 11th and the 13th centuries, drew rein at the gates of his baronial castle. Old Man Ellison's smiles came back and filled his wrinkles when he saw Sam. He hurried out of the house in his shuffling, limping way to greet him. "Hello, Mr. Ellison," called Sam cheerfully. "Thought I'd drop over and see you a while. Notice you've had fine rains on your range. They ought to make good grazing for your spring lambs." "Well, well, well," said Old Man Ellison. "I'm mighty glad to see you, Sam. I never thought you'd take the trouble to ride over to as out-of-the-way an old ranch as this. But you're mighty welcome. Light. I've got a sack of new oats in the kitchen. Shall I bring out a feed for your hoss?" "Oats for him?" said Sam, derisively. "No, sirree. He's as fat as a pig now on grass. He don't get rode enough to keep him in condition. I'll just turn him in the horse pasture with a drag rope on if you don't mind. I am positive that never during the 11th and 13th centuries did baron, troubadour, and worker amalgamate as harmoniously as their parallels did that evening at Old Man Ellison's sheep ranch. The Kiowa's biscuits were light and tasty and his coffee strong. Ineradicable hospitality and appreciation glowed on Old Man Ellison's weather-tanned face. As for the troubadour, he said to himself that he had stumbled upon pleasant places indeed. A well-cooked, abundant meal, a host whom his lightest attempt to entertain seemed to delight far beyond the merits of the exertion, and the reposeful atmosphere that his sensitive soul at that time craved united to confer upon him a satisfaction and luxurious ease that he had seldom found on his tours of the ranches. After the delectable supper, Sam untied the green duck bag and took out his guitar. Not by way of payment, mind you, neither Sam Galloway nor any other of the true troubadours are lineal descendants of the late Tommy Tucker. You have read of Tommy Tucker in the works of the esteemed but often obscure Mother Goose. Tommy Tucker sang for his supper. No true troubadour would do that. He would have his supper, and then sing for art's sake. Sam Galloway's repertoire comprised about 50 funny stories and between 30 and 40 songs. He by no means stopped there. He could talk through 20 cigarettes on any topic that you brought up. And he never sat up when he could lie down, and never stood when he could sit. I am strongly disposed to linger with him, for I am drawing a portrait as well as a blunt pencil and a tattered thesaurus will allow. I wish you could have seen him. He was small and tough and inactive beyond the power of imagination to conceive. He wore an ultramarine blue woolen shirt laced down the front with a pearl gray, exaggerated sort of shoestring, indestructible brown duck clothes, inevitable high-heeled boots with Mexican spurs, and a Mexican straw sombrero. That evening Sam and Old Man Ellison dragged their chairs out under the hackberry trees. They lighted cigarettes, and the troubadour gaily touched his guitar. Many of the songs he sang were the weird, melancholy, minor-keyed canciones that he had learned from the Mexican sheep-herders and vaqueros. One, in particular, charmed and soothed the soul of the lonely baron. It was a favorite song of the sheep-herders, beginning, while, Palomita, which being translated means, fly, little dove. Sam sang it for Old Man Ellison many times that evening. The troubadour stayed on at the old man's ranch. There was peace and quiet and appreciation there, such as he had not found in the noisy camps of the cattle kings. No audience in the world could have crowned the work of poet, musician, or artist with more worshipful and unflagging approval than that bestowed upon his efforts by Old Man Ellison. No visit by a royal personage to a humble woodchopper or peasant could have been received with more flattering thankfulness and joy. On a cool, canvas-covered cot in the shade of the hackberry trees Sam Galloway passed the greater part of his time. There he rolled his brown paper cigarettes, read such tedious literature as the ranch afforded, and added to his repertoire of improvisations that he played so expertly on his guitar. To him, as a slave ministering to a great lord, the Kiowa brought cool water from the red jar hanging under the brush shelter, and food when he called for it. The prairie zephyrs fanned him mildly. Mockingbirds at morn and eve competed with but scarce equaled the sweet melodies of his lyre. A perfumed stillness seemed to fill all his world. While Old Man Ellison was pottering among his flocks of sheep on his mile-an-hour pony, and while the Kiowa took his siesta in the burning sunshine at the end of the kitchen, Sam would lie on his cot thinking what a happy world he lived in, and how kind it is to the ones whose mission in life it is to give entertainment and pleasure. Here he had food and lodging as good as he had ever longed for, absolute immunity from care or exertion or strife. An endless welcome, and a host whose delight at the 16th repetition of a song or a story was as keen as at its initial giving. Was there ever a troubadour of old who struck upon as royal a castle in his wanderings? While he lay thus, meditating upon his blessings, little brown cottontails would shyly frolic through the yard. A covey of white topknot blue quail would run past, in single file, 20 yards away. A paisano bird, out hunting for tarantulas, would hop upon the fence and salute him with sweeping flourishes of its long tail. In the 80-acre horse pasture the pony with the dantesque face grew fat and almost smiling. The troubadour was at the end of his wanderings. Old Man Ellison was his own vaciero. That means that he supplied his sheep camps with wood, water, and rations by his own labors instead of hiring a vaciero. On small ranches it is often done. One morning he started for the camp of Encarnacion Felipe de la Cruz y Monte Piedras, one of his sheep herders, with the week's usual rations of brown beans, coffee, meal, and sugar. 2 miles away on the trail from Old Fort Ewing he met, face to face, a terrible being called King James, mounted on a fiery, prancing, Kentucky-bred horse. King James's real name was James King. But people reversed it because it seemed to fit him better, and also because it seemed to please His Majesty. King James was the biggest cattleman between the Alamo Plaza in San Antone and Bill Hopper's saloon in Brownsville. Also he was the loudest and most offensive bully and braggart and bad man in southwest Texas. And he always made good whenever he bragged, and the more noise he made the more dangerous he was. In the story papers it is always the quiet, mild-mannered man with light blue eyes and a low voice who turns out to be really dangerous, but in real life and in this story such is not the case. Give me my choice between assaulting a large, loud-mouthed roughhouser and an inoffensive stranger with blue eyes sitting quietly in a corner. And you will see something doing in the corner every time. King James, as I intended to say earlier, was a fierce, 200-pound, sunburned, blond man, as pink as an October strawberry, and with 2 horizontal slits under shaggy red eyebrows for eyes. On that day he wore a flannel shirt that was tan-colored, with the exception of certain large areas which were darkened by transidations due to the summer sun. There seemed to be other clothing and garnishings about him, such as brown duck trousers stuffed into immense boots, and red handkerchiefs and revolvers. And a shotgun laid across his saddle and a leather belt with millions of cartridges shining in it, but your mind skidded off such accessories. What held your gaze was just the 2 little horizontal slits that he used for eyes. This was the man that Old Man Ellison met on the trail. And when you count up in the Baron's favor that he was 65 and weighed 98 pounds and had heard of King James's record and that he, the Baron, had a hankering for the Vita Simplex and had no gun with him and wouldn't have used it if he had. You can't censure him if I tell you that the smiles with which the troubadour had filled his wrinkles went out of them and left them plain wrinkles again. But he was not the kind of baron that flies from danger. He reined in the mile-an-hour pony, no difficult feat, and saluted the formidable monarch. King James expressed himself with royal directness. "You're that old snoozer that's running sheep on this range, ain't you?" said he. "What right have you got to do it? Do you own any land, or lease any?" "I have 2 sections leased from the state," said Old Man Ellison, mildly. "Not by no means you haven't," said King James. "Your lease expired yesterday. And I had a man at the land office on the minute to take it up. You don't control a foot of grass in Texas. You sheep men have got to git. Your time's up. It's a cattle country, and there ain't any room in it for snoozers. This range you've got your sheep on is mine. I'm putting up a wire fence, 40 by 60 miles. And if there's a sheep inside of it when it's done, it'll be a dead one. I'll give you a week to move yours away. If they ain't gone by then, I'll send 6 men over here with Winchesters to make mutton out of the whole lot. And if I find you here at the same time, this is what you'll get." King James patted the breech of his shotgun warningly. Old Man Ellison rode on to the camp of Incarnation. He sighed many times, and the wrinkles in his face grew deeper. Rumors that the old order was about to change had reached him before. The end of free grass was in sight. Other troubles, too, had been accumulating upon his shoulders. His flocks were decreasing instead of growing, the price of wool was declining at every clip. Even Bradshaw, the storekeeper at Frio City, at whose store he bought his ranch supplies, was dunning him for his last 6 months' bill and threatening to cut him off. And so this last greatest calamity suddenly dealt out to him by the terrible King James was a crusher. When the old man got back to the ranch at sunset, he found Sam Galloway lying on his cot, propped against a roll of blankets and wool sacks, fingering his guitar. "Hello, Uncle Ben," the troubadour called, cheerfully. "You rolled in early this evening. I been trying a new twist on the Spanish fandango today. I just about got it. Here's how she goes, listen." "That's fine, that's mighty fine," said Old Man Ellison, sitting on the kitchen step and rubbing his white, Scotch terrier whiskers. "I reckon you've got all the musicians beat east and west, Sam, as far as the roads are cut out." "Oh, I don't know," said Sam, reflectively. "But I certainly do get there on variations. I guess I can handle anything in 5 flats about as well as any of them. But you look kind of faggied out, Uncle Ben, ain't you feeling right well this evening?" "Little tired, that's all, Sam. If you ain't played yourself out, let's have that Mexican piece that starts off with, while, Palomita. It seems that song always kind of soothes and comforts me after I've been riding far or anything bothers me." "Why, seguramente, senor," said Sam. "I'll hit her up for you as often as you like. And before I forget about it, Uncle Ben, you want to jerk Bradshaw up about them last hams he sent us. They're just a little bit strong. A man 65 years old, living on a sheep ranch and beset by a complication of disasters, cannot successfully and continuously dissemble. Moreover, a troubadour has eyes quick to see unhappiness in others around him, because it disturbs his own ease. So, on the next day, Sam again questioned the old man about his air of sadness and abstraction. Then Old Man Ellison told him the story of King James's threats and orders, and that pale melancholy and red ruin appeared to have marked him for their own. The troubadour took the news thoughtfully. He had heard much about King James. On the 3rd day of the 7 days of grace allowed him by the autocrat of the range, Old Man Ellison drove his buckboard to Frio City to fetch some necessary supplies for the ranch. Bradshaw was hard but not implacable. He divided the old man's order by 2, and let him have a little more time. One article secured was a new, fine ham for the pleasure of the troubadour. 5 miles out of Frio City on his way home the old man met King James riding into town. His Majesty could never look anything but fierce and menacing, but today his slits of eyes appeared to be a little wider than they usually were. "Good day," said the king, gruffly. "I've been wanting to see you. I hear it said by a cowman from Sandy yesterday that you was from Jackson County, Mississippi, originally. I want to know if that's a fact. Born there, said Old Man Ellison, and raised there till I was 21. This man says, went on King James, that he thinks you was related to the Jackson County Reeveses. Was he right? Aunt Caroline Reeves, said the old man, was my half-sister. She was my aunt, said King James. I run away from home when I was 16. Now, let's re-talk over some things that we discussed a few days ago. They call me a bad man, and they're only half right. There's plenty of room in my pasture for your bunch of sheep and their increase for a long time to come. Aunt Caroline used to cut out sheep in cake dough and bake 'em for me. You keep your sheep where they are, and use all the range you want. How's your finances? The old man related his woes in detail, dignifiedly, with restraint and candor. She used to smuggle extra grub into my school basket. I'm speaking of Aunt Caroline, said King James. I'm going over to Frio City today, and I'll ride back by your ranch tomorrow. I'll draw $2,000 out of the bank there and bring it over to you, and I'll tell Bradshaw to let you have everything you want on credit. You are bound to have heard the old saying at home, that the Jackson County Reeveses and Kings would stick closer by each other than chestnut burrs. Well, I'm a king yet whenever I run across a Reeves. So you look out for me along about sundown tomorrow, and don't worry about nothing. Shouldn't wonder if the dry spell don't kill out the young grass. Old Man Ellison drove happily ranchward. Once more the smiles filled out his wrinkles. Very suddenly, by the magic of kinship and the good that lies somewhere in all hearts, his troubles had been removed. On reaching the ranch he found that Sam Galloway was not there. His guitar hung by its buckskin string to a hackberry limb, moaning as the Gulf breeze blew across its masterless strings. The Kiowa endeavored to explain. Sam, he catch pony, said he, and say he ride to Frio City. What for no can damn sabe. Say he come back tonight. Maybe so. That all. As the first stars came out the troubadour rode back to his haven. He pastured his pony and went into the house, his spurs jingling martially. Old Man Ellison sat at the kitchen table, having a tin cup of before-supper coffee. He looked contented and pleased. "Hello, Sam," said he. "I'm darned glad to see ye back. I don't know how I managed to get along on this ranch, anyhow, before ye dropped in to cheer things up. I'll bet ye've been skylarking around with some of them Frio City gals, now, that's kept ye so late." And then Old Man Ellison took another look at Sam's face and saw that the minstrel had changed to the man of action. And while Sam is unbuckling from his waist Old Man Ellison's six-shooter, that the latter had left behind when he drove to town. We may well pause to remark that anywhere and whenever a troubadour lays down the guitar and takes up the sword trouble is sure to follow. It is not the expert thrust of Athos nor the cold skill of Aramis nor the iron wrist of Porthos that we have to fear, it is the Gascon's fury, the wild and unacademic attack of the troubadour, the sword of D'Artagnan. "I done it," said Sam. "I went over to Frio City to do it. I couldn't let him put the ski bunk on you, Uncle Ben. I met him in Summers's saloon. I knowed what to do. I said a few things to him that nobody else heard. He reached for his gun first, half a dozen fellows saw him do it, but I got mine unlimbered first. 3 doses I gave him, right around the lungs, and a saucer could have covered up all of them. He won't bother you no more. This is King James you speak of?" asked Old Man Ellison, while he sipped his coffee. "You bet it was. And they took me before the county judge, and the witnesses what saw him draw his gun first was all there. Well, of course, they put me under $300 bond to appear before the court, but there was 4 or 5 boys on the spot ready to sign the bail. He won't bother you no more, Uncle Ben. You ought to have seen how close them bullet holes was together. I reckon playing a guitar as much as I do must kind of limber a fellow's trigger finger up a little, don't you think, Uncle Ben?" Then there was a little silence in the castle except for the spluttering of a venison steak that the Kiowa was cooking. "Sam," said Old Man Ellison, stroking his white whiskers with a tremulous hand, "would you mind getting the guitar and playing that, while, Palomita piece once or twice? It always seems to be kind of soothing and comforting when a man's tired and faggied out." There is no more to be said, except that the title of the story is wrong. It should have been called The Last of the Barons. There never will be an end to the Troubadours. And now and then it does seem that the jingle of their guitars will drown the sound of the muffled blows of the pickaxes and trip hammers of all the workers in the world. Strictly business. I suppose you know all about the stage and stage people. You've been touched with and by actors, and you read the newspaper criticisms and the jokes in the weeklies about the Rialto and the chorus girls and the long-haired tragedians. And I suppose that a condensed list of your ideas about the mysterious stage land would boil down to something like this. Leading ladies have 5 husbands, paste diamonds. And figures no better than your own, madam, if they weren't padded. Chorus girls are inseparable from Peroxide, Panhards and Pittsburgh. All shows walk back to New York on tan Oxford and railroad ties. Irreproachable actresses reserve the comic landlady part for their mothers on Broadway and their step-aunts on the road. Curlbellow's real name is Boyle O'Kelly. The ravings of John McCullough in the phonograph were stolen from the first sale of the Ellen Terry memoirs. Joe Weber is funnier than E.H. Southern, but Henry Miller is getting older than he was. All theatrical people on leaving the theater at night drink champagne and eat lobsters until noon the next day. After all, the moving pictures have got the whole bunch pounded to a pulp. Now, few of us know the real life of the stage people. If we did, the profession might be more overcrowded than it is. We look askance at the players with an eye full of patronizing superiority, and we go home and practice all sorts of elocution and gestures in front of our looking glasses. Latterly there has been much talk of the actor people in a new light. It seems to have been divulged that instead of being motoring bacchanalians and diamond-hungry Loreleis, they are business-like folk, students and ascetics with children and homes and libraries. Owning real estate, and conducting their private affairs in as orderly and unsensational a manner as any of us good citizens who are bound to the chariot wheels of the gas, rent, coal, ice, and ward men. Whether the old or the new report of the Sakan buskiners be the true one is a surmise that has no place here. I offer you merely this little story of 2 strollers. And for proof of its truth I can show you only the dark patch above the cast iron of the stage entrance door of Keeter's old vaudeville theater, made there by the petulant push of gloved hands too impatient to finger the clumsy thumblatch, and where I last saw Cherry whisking through like a swallow into her nest. On time to the minute, as usual, to dress for her act. The vaudeville team of Hart and Cherry was an inspiration. Bob Hart had been roaming through the eastern and western circuits for 4 years with a mixed-up act comprising a monologue, 3 lightning changes with songs, a couple of imitations of celebrated imitators, and a buck and wing dance that had drawn a glance of approval from the bass viol player in more than one house, than which no performer ever received more satisfactory evidence of good work. The greatest treat an actor can have is to witness the pitiful performance with which all other actors desecrate the stage. In order to give himself this pleasure he will often forsake the sunniest Broadway corner between 34th and 44th to attend a matinee offering by his less gifted brothers. Once during the lifetime of a minstrel joke one comes to scoff and remains to go through with that most difficult exercise of thespian muscles, the audible contact of the palm of one hand against the palm of the other. One afternoon Bob Hart presented his solvent, serious, well-known vaudevillian face at the box office window of a rival attraction and got his DH coupon for an orchestra seat. A, B, C, and D glowed successively on the announcement spaces and passed into oblivion, each plunging Mr. Hart deeper into gloom. Others of the audience shrieked, squirmed, whistled, and applauded. But Bob Hart, all the mustard and a whole show in himself, sat with his face as long and his hands as far apart as a boy holding a hank of yarn for his grandmother to wind into a ball. But when H came on, the mustard suddenly sat up straight. H was the happy alphabetical prognosticator of Winona Cherry, in character songs and impersonations. There were scarcely more than 2 bites to Cherry, but she delivered the merchandise tied with a pink cord and charged to the old man's account. She first showed you a deliciously dewy and ginghamy country girl with a basket of property daisies who informed you ingenuously that there were other things to be learned at the old log schoolhouse besides cipherin and nouns. Especially when the teacher kept me in. Vanishing, with a quick flirt of gingham apron strings, she reappeared in considerably less than a trice as a fluffy Parisienne, so near does art bring the old red mill to the Moulin Rouge. And then. But you know the rest. And so did Bob Hart, but he saw somebody else. He thought he saw that Cherry was the only professional on the short order stage that he had seen who seemed exactly to fit the part of Helen Grimes in the sketch he had written and kept tucked away in the tray of his trunk. Of course Bob Hart, as well as every other normal actor, grocer, newspaper man, professor, curb broker, and farmer, has a play tucked away somewhere. They tuck them in trays of trunks of trees, desks, haymows, pigeonholes, inside pockets, safe deposit vaults, hand boxes, and coal cellars, waiting for Mr. Frohman to call. They belong among the 57 different kinds. But Bob Hart's sketch was not destined to end in a pickle jar. He called it Mice Will Play. He had kept it quiet and hidden away ever since he wrote it, waiting to find a partner who fitted his conception of Helen Grimes. And here was Helen herself, with all the innocent abandon, the youth, the sprightliness, and the flawless stage art that his critical taste demanded. After the act was over, Hart found the manager in the box office, and got Cherry's address. At 5 the next afternoon he called at the musty old house in the West 40s and sent up his professional card. By daylight, in a secular shirtwaist and plain voile skirt, with her hair curbed and her Sister of Charity eyes, Winona Cherry might have been playing the part of Prudence Wise, the deacon's daughter, in the great, unwritten, New England drama not yet entitled anything. "I know your act, Mr. Hart," she said after she had looked over his card carefully. "What did you wish to see me about?" "I saw you work last night," said Hart. "I've written a sketch that I've been saving up. It's for 2, and I think you can do the other part. I thought I'd see you about it." "Come in the parlor," said Miss Cherry. "I've been wishing for something of the sort. I think I'd like to act instead of doing turns." Bob Hart drew his cherished Mice Will Play from his pocket, and read it to her. "Read it again, please," said Miss Cherry. And then she pointed out to him clearly how it could be improved by introducing a messenger instead of a telephone call. And cutting the dialogue just before the climax while they were struggling with the pistol. And by completely changing the lines and business of Helen Grimes at the point where her jealousy overcomes her. Hart yielded to all her strictures without argument. She had at once put her finger on the sketch's weaker points. That was her woman's intuition that he had lacked. At the end of their talk Hart was willing to stake the judgment, experience, and savings of his 4 years of vaudeville that Mice Will Play would blossom into a perennial flower in the garden of the circuits. Miss Cherry was slower to decide. After many puckerings of her smooth young brow and tappings on her small, white teeth with the end of a lead pencil, she gave out her dictum. "Mr. Hart," said she, "I believe your sketch is going to win out. That Grimes part fits me like a shrinkable flannel after its first trip to a handless hand laundry. I can make it stand out like the colonel of the 44th Regiment at a little mother's bazaar. And I've seen you work. I know what you can do with the other part. But business is business. How much do you get a week for the stunt you do now?" "200, answered Hart. "I get 100 for mine," said Cherry. "That's about the natural discount for a woman. But I live on it and put a few simoleons every week under the loose brick in the old kitchen hearth. The stage is all right. I love it. But there's something else I love better. That's a little country home, some day, with Plymouth Rock chickens and 6 ducks wandering around the yard. Now, let me tell you, Mr. Hart, I am strictly business. If you want me to play the opposite part in your sketch, I'll do it. And I believe we can make it go. And there's something else I want to say, there's no nonsense in my makeup, I'm on the level, and I'm on the stage for what it pays me, just as other girls work in stores and offices. I'm going to save my money to keep me when I'm past doing my stunts. No old ladies' home or retreat for imprudent actresses for me. If you want to make this a business partnership, Mr. Hart, with all nonsense cut out of it, I'm in on it. I know something about vaudeville teams in general. But this would have to be one in particular. I want you to know that I'm on the stage for what I can cart away from it every payday in a little manila envelope with nicotine stains on it, where the cashier has licked the flap. It's kind of a hobby of mine to want to cravanette myself for plenty of rainy days in the future. I want you to know just how I am. I don't know what an all-night restaurant looks like. I drink only weak tea, I never spoke to a man at a stage entrance in my life, and I've got money in 5 savings banks. Miss Cherry, said Bob Hart in his smooth, serious tones, you're in on your own terms. I've got strictly business pasted in my hat and stenciled on my makeup box. When I dream of nights I always see a 5-room bungalow on the north shore of Long Island, with a Jap cooking clam broth and duckling in the kitchen. And me with the title deeds to the place in my pongee coat pocket, swinging in a hammock on the side porch, reading Stanley's Explorations into Africa. And nobody else around. You never was interested in Africa, was you, Miss Cherry? Not any, said Cherry. What I'm going to do with my money is to bank it. You can get 4% on deposits. Even at the salary I've been earning, I've figured out that in 10 years I'd have an income of about $50 a month just from the interest alone. Well, I might invest some of the principal in a little business, say, trimming hats or a beauty parlor, and make more. Well, said Hart, you've got the proper idea all right, anyhow. There are mighty few actors that amount to anything at all who couldn't fix themselves for the wet days to come if they'd save their money instead of blowing it. I'm glad you've got the correct business idea of it, Miss Cherry. I think the same way, and I believe this sketch will more than double what both of us earn now when we get it shaped up. The subsequent history of Mice Will Play is the history of all successful writings for the stage. Hart and Cherry cut it, pieced it, remodeled it, performed surgical operations on the dialogue and business, changed the lines, restored M, added more, cut M out, renamed it. Gave it back the old name, rewrote it, substituted a dagger for the pistol, restored the pistol, put the sketch through all the known processes of condensation and improvement. They rehearsed it by the old-fashioned boarding-house clock in the rarely used parlor until its warning click at 5 minutes to the hour would occur every time exactly half a second before the click of the unloaded revolver that Helen Grimes used in rehearsing the thrilling climax of the sketch. Yes, that was a thriller and a piece of excellent work. In the act a real .32 caliber revolver was used loaded with a real cartridge. Helen Grimes, who is a Western girl of decidedly Buffalo Billy-ish skill and daring, is tempestuously in love with Frank Desmond, the private secretary and confidential prospective son-in-law of her father, Arapahoe Grimes, $250,000 cattle king, owning a ranch that, judging by the scenery, is in either the Badlands or Amagansett, L.I. Desmond, in private life Mr. Bob Hart, wears puttees and Meadowbrook hunt riding trousers, and gives his address as New York. Leaving you to wonder why he comes to the Badlands or Amagansett, as the case may be, and at the same time to conjecture mildly why a cattleman should want puttees about his ranch with a secretary in M. Well, anyhow, you know as well as I do that we all like that kind of play, whether we admit it or not, something along in between Bluebeard, Jr., and Cymbeline played in the Russian. There were only 2 parts and a half in Mice Will Play. Hart and Cherry were the 2, of course. And the half was a minor part always played by a stage hand, who merely came in once in a tuxedo coat and a panic to announce that the house was surrounded by Indians, and to turn down the gas fire in the grate by the manager's orders. There was another girl in the sketch, a Fifth Avenue society swelless, who was visiting the ranch and who had sirened Jack Valentine when he was a wealthy clubman on Lower 3rd Avenue before he lost his money. This girl appeared on the stage only in the photographic state. Jack had her Saroni stuck up on the mantel of the Omegon, of the Badlands drawing room. Helen was jealous, of course. And now for the thriller. Old Arapaho Grimes dies of angina pectoris one night, so Helen informs us in a stage ferryboat whisper over the footlights, while only his secretary was present. And that same day he was known to have had $647,000 in cash in his ranch library just received for the sale of a drove of beeves in the East. That accounts for the price we pay for steak. The cash disappears at the same time. Jack Valentine was the only person with the ranchman when he made his alleged croak. God knows I love him. But if he has done this deed, you sabe, don't you? And then there are some mean things said about the Fifth Avenue girl, who doesn't come on the stage, and can we blame her? With the vaudeville trust holding down prices until one actually must be buttoned in the back by a call boy, maids cost so much? But, wait. Here's the climax. Helen Grimes, chaparralish as she can be, is goaded beyond imprudence. She convinces herself that Jack Valentine is not only a falsetto, but a financier. To lose at one fell swoop $647,000 and a lover in riding trousers with angles in the sides like the variations on the chart of a typhoid fever patient is enough to make any perfect lady mad. So, then, they stand in the ranch library, which is furnished with mounted elk heads. Didn't the elks have a fish fry in Amagins at once, and the denouement begins. I know of no more interesting time in the run of a play unless it be when the prologue ends. Helen thinks Jack has taken the money. Who else was there to take it? The box office manager was at the front on his job, the orchestra hadn't left their seats. And no man could get past old Jimmy, the stage doorman, unless he could show a Skye Terrier or an automobile as a guarantee of eligibility. Goaded beyond imprudence, as before said, Helen says to Jack Valentine, robber and thief, and worse yet, stealer of trusting hearts, this should be your fate. With that out she whips, of course, the trusty .32 caliber. But I will be merciful, goes on Helen. You shall live, that will be your punishment. I will show you how easily I could have sent you to the death that you deserve. There is her picture on the mantel. I will send through her more beautiful face the bullet that should have pierced your craven heart. And she does it. And there's no fake blank cartridges or assistants pulling strings. Helen fires. The bullet, the actual bullet, goes through the face of the photograph, and then strikes the hidden spring of the sliding panel in the wall, and lo! The panel slides, and there is the missing $647,000 in convincing stacks of currency and bags of gold. It's great. You know how it is. Cherry practiced for 2 months at a target on the roof of her boarding house. It took good shooting. In the sketch she had to hit a brass disc only 3 inches in diameter, covered by wallpaper in the panel. And she had to stand in exactly the same spot every night, and the photo had to be in exactly the same spot, and she had to shoot steady and true every time. Of course old Arapaho had tucked the funds away there in the secret place. And, of course, Jack hadn't taken anything except his salary, which really might have come under the head of obtaining money under, but that is neither here nor there. And, of course, the New York girl was really engaged to a concrete house contractor in the Bronx, and, necessarily, Jack and Helen ended in a half Nelson, and there you are. After Hart and Cherry had gotten Mice Will Play Flawless, they had a tryout at a vaudeville house that accommodates. The sketch was a house wrecker. It was one of those rare strokes of talent that inundates a theater from the roof down. The gallery wept, and the orchestra seats, being dressed for it, swam in tears. After the show the booking agents signed blank checks and pressed fountain pens upon Hart and Cherry. $500 a week was what it panned out. That night at 11:30 Bob Hart took off his hat and bade Cherry good night at her boarding-house door. "Mr. Hart," said she thoughtfully, "come inside just a few minutes. We've got our chance now to make good and make money. What we want to do is to cut expenses every cent we can, and save all we can." "Right," said Bob. "It's business with me. You've got your scheme for banking yours, and I dream every night of that bungalow with the Jap cook and nobody around to raise trouble. Anything to enlarge the net receipts will engage my attention." "Come inside just a few minutes," repeated Cherry, deeply thoughtful. "I've got a proposition to make to you that will reduce our expenses a lot and help you work out your own future and help me work out mine, and all on business principles." Mice Will Play had a tremendously successful run in New York for 10 weeks, rather neat for a vaudeville sketch, and then it started on the circuits. Without following it, it may be said that it was a solid drawing card for 2 years without a sign of abated popularity. Sam Packard, manager of one of Keeter's New York houses, said of Hart and Cherry, "As square and high-toned a little team as ever came over the circuit. It's a pleasure to read their names on the booking list. Quiet, hard workers, no Johnny and Mabel nonsense, on the job to the minute, straight home after their act, and each of them as gentlemanlike as a lady. I don't expect to handle any attractions that give me less trouble or more respect for the profession. And now, after so much cracking of a nutshell, here is the kernel of the story." At the end of its second season, Mice Will Play came back to New York for another run at the Roof Gardens and Summer Theaters. There was never any trouble in booking it at the top-notch price. Bob Hart had his bungalow nearly paid for, and Cherry had so many savings deposit bank books that she had begun to buy sectional bookcases on the installment plan to hold them. I tell you these things to assure you, even if you can't believe it, that many, very many of the stage people are workers with abiding ambitions, just the same as the man who wants to be president. Or the grocery clerk who wants a home in Flatbush, or a lady who is anxious to flop out of the Count Pan into the Prince Fire. And I hope I may be allowed to say, without chipping into the contribution basket, that they often move in a mysterious way their wonders to perform. But, listen. At the first performance of Mice Will Play in New York at the Westphalia, no hams alluded to, theater, Winona Cherry was nervous. When she fired at the photograph of the Eastern Beauty on the mantel, the bullet, instead of penetrating the photo and then striking the disc, went into the lower left side of Bob Hart's neck. Not expecting to get it there, Hart collapsed neatly, while Cherry fainted in a most artistic manner. The audience, surmising that they viewed a comedy instead of a tragedy in which the principals were married or reconciled, applauded with great enjoyment. The cool head, who always graces such occasions, rang the curtain down, and 2 platoons of scene shifters respectively and more or less respectfully removed Hart and Cherry from the stage. The next turn went on, and all went as merry as an alimony bell. The stage hands found a young doctor at the stage entrance who was waiting for a patient with a decoction of A.M. Bty roses. The doctor examined Hart carefully and laughed heartily. "No headlines for you, old sport," was his diagnosis. If it had been 2 inches to the left it would have undermined the carotid artery as far as the Red Front drug store in Flatbush and back again. As it is, you just get the property man to bind it up with a flounce torn from any one of the girls' Valenciennes and go home and get it dressed by the parlor floor practitioner on your block. And you'll be all right. "Excuse me, I've got a serious case outside to look after." After that, Bob Hart looked up and felt better. And then to where he lay came Vincente, the tramp juggler, great in his line. Vincente, a solemn man from Brattleboro, Vermont, named Sam Griggs at home, sent toys and maple sugar home to 2 small daughters from every town he played. Vincente had moved on the same circuits with Hart and Cherry, and was their peripatetic friend. "Bob," said Vincente in his serious way, "I'm glad it's no worse. The little lady is wild about you." "Who?" asked Hart. "Cherry," said the juggler. "We didn't know how bad you were hurt, and we kept her away. It's taking the manager and 3 girls to hold her. It was an accident, of course, said Hart. Cherry's all right. She wasn't feeling in good trim or she couldn't have done it. There's no hard feelings. She's strictly business. The doctor says I'll be on the job again in 3 days. Don't let her worry. Man, said Sam Griggs severely, puckering his old, smooth, lined face, are you a chess automaton or a human pincushion? Cherry's crying her heart out for you, calling Bob, Bob, every second, with them holding her hands and keeping her from coming to you. What's the matter with her? Asked Hart, with wide-open eyes. The sketch'll go on again in 3 days. I'm not hurt bad, the doctor says. She won't lose out half a week's salary. I know it was an accident. What's the matter with her? You seem to be blind, or a sort of a fool, said Vincente. The girl loves you and is almost mad about your hurt. What's the matter with you? Is she nothing to you? I wish you could hear her call you. Loves me? Asked Bob Hart, rising from the stack of scenery on which he lay. Cherry loves me? Why, it's impossible. I wish you could see her and hear her, said Griggs. But, man, said Bob Hart, sitting up, it's impossible. It's impossible, I tell you. I never dreamed of such a thing. No human being, said the tramp juggler, could mistake it. She's wild for love of you. How have you been so blind? But, my God, said Bob Hart, rising to his feet, it's too late. It's too late, I tell you, Sam, it's too late. It can't be. You must be wrong. It's impossible. There's some mistake. She's crying for you, said the tramp juggler. For love of you she's fighting 3, and calling your name so loud they don't dare to raise the curtain. Wake up, man. For love of me, said Bob Hart with staring eyes. Don't I tell you it's too late? It's too late, man. Why, Cherry and I have been married 2 years. What you want? Night had fallen on that great and beautiful city known as Baghdad on the subway. And with the night came the enchanted glamour that belongs not to Arabia alone. In different masquerade the streets, bazaars and walled houses of the occidental city of romance were filled with the same kind of folk that so much interested our interesting old friend, the late Mr. H. A. Rashid. They wore clothes 1100 years nearer to the latest styles than H. saw in old Baghdad, but they were about the same people underneath. With the eye of faith, you could have seen the little hunchback, Sinbad the sailor, Fitbad the tailor, the beautiful Persian, the one-eyed calendars, Ali Baba and 40 robbers on every block. And the barber and his 6 brothers, and all the old Arabian gang easily. But let us revenue to our lamb chops. Old Tom Crowley was a caliph. He had $42 million in preferred stocks and bonds with solid gold edges. In these times, to be called a caliph you must have money. The old-style caliph business as conducted by Mr. Rashid is not safe. If you hold up a person nowadays in a bazaar or a Turkish bath or a side street, and inquire into his private and personal affairs, the police court'll get you. Old Tom was tired of clubs, theaters, dinners, friends, music, money and everything. That's what makes a caliph. You must get to despise everything that money can buy, and then go out and try to want something that you can't pay for. I'll take a little trot around town all by myself, thought old Tom, and try if I can stir up anything new. Let's see, it seems I've read about a king or a Cardiff giant or something in old times who used to go about with false whiskers on, making Persian dates with folks he hadn't been introduced to. That don't listen like a bad idea. I certainly have got a case of humdrumness and fatigue on for the ones I do know. That old Cardiff used to pick up cases of trouble as he ran upon M and give M gold, sequins, I think it was, and make M merry or got M good government jobs. Now, I'd like something of that sort. My money is as good as his was even if the magazines do ask me every month where I got it. Yes, I guess I'll do a little Cardiff business tonight, and see how it goes. Plainly dressed, old Tom Crowley left his Madison Avenue palace, and walked westward and then south. As he stepped to the sidewalk, Fate, who holds the ends of the strings in the central offices of all the enchanted cities, pulled a thread, and a young man 20 blocks away looked at a wall clock. And then put on his coat. James Turner worked in one of those little hat-cleaning establishments on 6th Avenue in which a fire alarm rings when you push the door open. And where they clean your hat while you wait 2 days. James stood all day at an electric machine that turned hats around faster than the best brands of champagne ever could have done. Overlooking your mild impertinence in feeling a curiosity about the personal appearance of a stranger, I will give you a modified description of him. Weight, 118, complexion, hair and brain, light. Height, 5 feet 6, age, about 23, dressed in a $10 suit of greenish-blue serge, pockets containing 2 keys and 63 cents in change. But do not misconjecture because this description sounds like a general alarm that James was either lost or a dead one. Allons. James stood all day at his work. His feet were tender and extremely susceptible to impositions being put upon or below them. All day long they burned and smarted, causing him much suffering and inconvenience. But he was earning $12 per week, which he needed to support his feet whether his feet would support him or not. James Turner had his own conception of what happiness was, just as you and I have ours. Your delight is to gad about the world in yachts and motorcars and to hurl ducats at wild fowl. Mine is to smoke a pipe at evenfall and watch a badger, a rattlesnake, and an owl go into their common prairie home one by one. James Turner's idea of bliss was different, but it was his. He would go directly to his boarding house when his day's work was done. After his supper of small steak, Bessemer potatoes, not stewed, apples and infusion of chicory, he would ascend to his 5th-floor back hall room. Then he would take off his shoes and socks, place the soles of his burning feet against the cold bars of his iron bed, and read Clark Russell's sea yarns. The delicious relief of the cool metal applied to his smarting soles was his nightly joy. His favorite novels never palled upon him. The sea and the adventures of its navigators were his sole intellectual passion. No millionaire was ever happier than James Turner taking his ease. When James left the hat-cleaning shop he walked 3 blocks out of his way home to look over the goods of a second-hand bookstall. On the sidewalk stands he had more than once picked up a paper-covered volume of Clark Russell at half price. While he was bending with a scholarly stoop over the marked-down miscellany of cast-off literature, old Tom the Caliph sauntered by. His discerning eye, made keen by 20 years' experience in the manufacture of laundry soap, save the wrappers, recognized instantly the poor and discerning scholar, a worthy object of his caliphanous mood. He descended the 2 shallow stone steps that led from the sidewalk, and addressed without hesitation the object of his design munificence. His first words were no worse than salutatory and tentative. James Turner looked up coldly, with Sartor Resartus in one hand and A Mad Marriage in the other. "Beat it," said he. "I don't want to buy any coat hangers or town lots in Henkipu, New Jersey. Run along, now, and play with your teddy bear." "Young man," said the Caliph, ignoring the flippancy of the hat cleaner, "I observe that you are of a studious disposition. Learning is one of the finest things in the world. I never had any of it worth mentioning, but I admire to see it in others. I come from the West, where we imagine nothing but facts. Maybe I couldn't understand the poetry and allusions in them books you are picking over, but I like to see somebody else seem to know what they mean. I'm worth about $40 million, and I'm getting richer every day. I made the height of it manufacturing Aunt Patty's silver soap. I invented the art of making it. I experimented for 3 years before I got just the right quantity of chloride of sodium solution and caustic potash mixture to curdle properly. And after I had taken some $9 million out of the soap business I made the rest in corn and wheat futures. Now, you seem to have the literary and scholarly turn of character. And I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll pay for your education at the finest college in the world. I'll pay the expense of your rummaging over Europe and the art galleries, and finally set you up in a good business. You needn't make it soap if you have any objections. I see by your clothes and frazzled necktie that you are mighty poor, and you can't afford to turn down the offer. Well, when do you want to begin? The hat cleaner turned upon old Tom the eye of the big city, which is an eye expressive of cold and justifiable suspicion, of judgment suspended as high as Haman was hung, of self-preservation, of challenge, curiosity, defiance, cynicism, and, strange as you may think it, of a childlike yearning for friendliness and fellowship that must be hidden when one walks among the stranger bands. For in New Baghdad one, in order to survive, must suspect whosoever sits, dwells, drinks, rides, walks or sleeps in the adjacent chair, house, booth, seat, path or room. Say, Mike, said James Turner, what's your line, anyway? Shoelaces. I'm not buying anything. You better put an egg in your shoe and beat it before incidents occur to you. You can't work off any fountain pens, gold spectacles you found on the street, or trust company certificate house clearings on me. Say, do I look like I'd climb down one of them missing fire escapes at Helican Hall? What's vitiating you, anyhow? Son, said the Caliph, in his most Haroonish tones, as I said, I'm worth $40 million. I don't want to have it all put in my coffin when I die. I want to do some good with it. I seen you handling over these here volumes of literature, and I thought I'd keep you. I've give the missionary societies $2 million, but what did I get out of it? Nothing but a receipt from the secretary. Now, you are just the kind of young man I'd like to take up and see what money could make of him. Volumes of Clark Russell were hard to find that evening at the old bookshop. And James Turner's smarting and aching feet did not tend to improve his temper. Humble hat cleaner though he was, he had a spirit equal to any caliph's. Say, you old faker, he said, angrily, be on your way. I don't know what your game is, unless you want change for a bogus $40 million bill. Well, I don't carry that much around with me. But I do carry a pretty fair left-handed punch that you'll get if you don't move on. You are a blamed impudent little gutter pup, said the Caliph. Then James delivered his self-praised punch. Old Tom seized him by the collar and kicked him thrice, the hat cleaner rallied and clinched, 2 bookstands were overturned, and the books sent flying. A cop came up, took an arm of each, and marched them to the nearest station house. Fighting and disorderly conduct, said the cop to the sergeant. $300 bail, said the sergeant at once, asseveratingly and inquiringly. 63 cents, said James Turner with a harsh laugh. The Caliph searched his pockets and collected small bills and change amounting to $4. I am worth, he said, $40 million, but... Lock 'em up, ordered the sergeant. In his cell, James Turner laid himself on his cot, ruminating. Maybe he's got the money, and maybe he ain't. But if he has or he ain't, what does he want to go round butting into other folks' business for? When a man knows what he wants, and can get it, it's the same as $40 million to him. Then an idea came to him that brought a pleased look to his face. He removed his socks, drew his cot close to the door, stretched himself out luxuriously, and placed his tortured feet against the cold bars of the cell door. Something hard and bulky under the blankets of his cot gave one shoulder discomfort. He reached under, and drew out a paper-covered volume by Clark Russell called A Sailor's Sweetheart. He gave a great sigh of contentment. Presently, to his cell came the doorman and said, Say, kid, that old gazebo that was pinched with you for scrapping seems to have been the goods after all. He phoned to his friends, and he's out at the desk now with a roll of yellowbacks as big as a Pullman car pillow. He wants to bail you, and for you to come out and see him. Tell him I ain't in, said James Turner.